I, who have dominated the world for billions of years with a single move. No one can rival. I intended to live freely and leisurely, to spend my days lazily, and to end this leisurely remaining life. Unexpectedly, a golden Hongmeng golden list suddenly appeared abruptly above the sky of billions of worlds. At the moment when everyone was shocked and at a loss, a deafening voice like a bell resounded in everyone's ears. Hongmeng golden list. The first in the combat power list Shen Fei. The first in the realm list Shen Fei. The first in the treasure list Wang Yukai. I, who was on the misty peak below, looked up at the gradually emerging names and felt that something was wrong. I understood in my heart that once these titles were made public, my cherished carefree life, like a wandering cloud and wild crane, would probably no longer exist. Upon thinking about this, I slowly raised my hand and gently waved it towards the sky. In an instant, the name ranked first seemed to be hidden by a great force, becoming hazy and unclear. After doing all this, I continued to gaze at the golden list with satisfaction, looking at Wang Yukai, who ranked first on the treasure list, and secretly pondered, with such wealth, why not take his treasures? The junior brother manages such a large sect, which must require a lot of expenses. Thinking like this, a hint of eagerness flashed in my eyes, wanting to use great supernatural powers to find out where Wang Yukai is. Since crossing over to this world, I have broken through a small realm every month. Over 1,000 years have passed, and even I am not sure what terrifying level my strength has reached now. Although my cultivation realm is profound and unfathomable, I am extremely short of money. It's because 1,000 years ago, my group of spendthrift rebels squandered all my savings, and now I am truly a poor wretch. Just at this moment, a sudden rush of footsteps came from behind. Looking back, I saw an old man with white hair, wrinkled face, and tattered clothes running hurriedly. As soon as he appeared, he saw me standing at the top of the cliff. He crawled up to me, grabbed my leg, and cried out, "Senior brother, someone bullied me. You must help me." Not only did they bully me, but they also insulted my sect. The sect master of the Azura sect dared to slander our master. I looked down at the old man holding onto my pants leg, feeling full of disdain. After all, he was my junior brother, so I couldn't scold him too much. Every time you come, it's always for trivial matters. Well, what is it this time? Just tell me quickly. Senior brother, the biennial martial arts competition is about to begin. Last month, during a meeting with other sect leaders, they actually said that our sect has no talented disciples, not a single one worthy. Therefore, as your junior, I took the liberty to invite you to lead the team, or perhaps you could take on a new disciple. You must know that since your disciples all ascended to other worlds 1,000 years ago, our sect has been declining. Senior brother, you should be aware that our sect has ranked last for 10 consecutive times. If we still rank last this time, the sect will surely dissolve. By then, we will have no place to stay. I'm fine, staying with my old friend, but as for you, a single man for 1,000 years, where will you go? If you are expelled from the sect, I really can't bear it in my heart. Listening to the old man's nagging at my feet, I was speechless, especially annoyed that this incompetent junior brother actually called me a bachelor. I stretched out my left hand, smiled slightly. A golden light flashed at the old man's forehead, flew towards his lower body, and disappeared in an instant. The old man, seeing this, was full of confusion, hurriedly reached out to search, but found nothing, finally heaved a sigh of relief. Anyway, having lived here for 1,000 years, I am already bored. It's time to go out for a walk. By the way, when does the martial arts competition start? The old man heard my words and immediately looked happy. He stammered, "This afternoon." I froze in place, silently thinking to myself, this is my own junior martial brother. I must not act. After muttering to myself, the two of us walked along the mountain path towards the foot of the mountain. The scenery along the way was already familiar to me. In a blink of an eye, we arrived at the foot of the mountain. On the square of the sect, there were 5 teenagers, 15 or 16 years old, looking excitedly in our direction. Among them, a girl in green clothes with a light blue long sword at her waist curiously looked at me approaching. "Senior Sister Lu, do you think this person is the mysterious expert that the sect leader has found for us?" Beside her, Lu Ruyan also looked puzzled and shook her head. "I don't know either. Although this person looks young, he may be a hidden master, but why do I feel like I've seen him before? Do you feel the same?" Lu Ruyan rubbed her chin, staring at me, feeling more and more familiar. As she spoke, a freckled girl next to her imitated her by rubbing her chin in a contemplative manner, but ultimately gained nothing. The old man looked at the 2 girls and 3 boys, rubbed his hands, and said, "Junior brother, don't underestimate them just because their cultivation is still shallow. They are loyal to the sect. With careful cultivation over time, they will become pillars of the sect." I ignored the old man's chatter and just stared at the cultivation levels of the 2 peak martial artists and 3 mid-level martial artists. Junior brother, this cultivation level. The old man extended his left hand, stroked his beard, cleared his throat, and solemnly said to the group of teenagers, "This is my junior brother. He will lead this time, so you can rest assured. My junior brother's cultivation is billions of times stronger than mine. If anyone provokes you, just go ahead and beat them up. My junior brother will take care of everything. So don't worry." Upon hearing the old man's words, the group of teenagers looked at each other in confusion. They were all wondering, when did such a young senior martial uncle appear in the sect? Looking at me standing in front of them, showing no signs of an expert, I seemed like an ordinary person. Shen Fei didn't pay attention to the old man who brought himself to the side with the demeanor of a tall man. Instead, he coughed and looked at the teenage girl in front of him and introduced himself. "I am indeed his senior brother, though it's a bit embarrassing to say so. But indeed, as he said, I'll be leading the charge this time. It's getting late. Let's go." When he thought of this, Shen Fei was even more angry. Obviously, the meeting last month, but he's only being informed now. Looking again at the old man who was still pretending to be a pussy on the side, and with a face full of exasperation, he slapped him on the ass and, at that moment, the old man turned into a stream of light and flew in one direction. There was only the sound of screams that remained in the air. "Elder brother, I was wrong." The rest of the disciples in the sect, who were still in seclusion, listened to the familiar screams of the. Hastily, he opened the window and looked around in a puzzled manner. The 5 teenage girls in the square, on the other hand, were looking at Shen Fei in front of them with a face full of admiration. They were already convinced about all that the old man had said before. It was only Rian Lu who looked at the disappearing stream of light and said awkwardly, "That, senior uncle, the flying boat is inside the sovereign storage ring. How do we leave now?" Listening to Lu Ruyan's words, Shen Fei also reacted, slapping his forehead. He couldn't stand that guy's pretentiousness just now. With a cough and a pretendedly unobstructed wave of his hand, the moment of a 10 feet long flying boat appeared right above the square. With another wave of his hand, the group of teenage girls suddenly left the ground and flew towards the flying boat above. Shen Fei took a step forward and in the blink of an eye, he appeared on the deck of the flying boat. Looking at the 5 teenage girls who slowly landed on the ground, he inquired, "The place for the match is the Pure Yang sect, right?" Although Lu Ruyan didn't know why he asked, she nodded and replied, "That's right." Another suspicious face looked at Shen Fei in front of him and inquired, "Could it be that you haven't been there before, senior uncle?" Shen Fei shook his head as he listened to her inquiry, rubbing his chin and muttering to himself, "I have indeed been there before. I just didn't think of it. More than 100 years have passed, and the Pure Yang sect surprisingly hasn't disbanded yet. Go!" After saying this sentence, he urged the flying boat to. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Pure Yang sect. Flying at the edge of the sky, Shen Fei stood on the deck and looked at the surrounding scenery. At this time, Ruyan Lu came behind him and looked at him lustfully. Feeling the blazing gazes beside him, Shen Fei frowned. The tone of his voice also became a bit icy and said, "What are you doing?" Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and said under the encouragement of those few disciples behind her, "That, the patriarch said to have the person who gave us the lead point us in the right direction. It's best to get us into the martial arts division. The patriarch said that with this cultivation level of ours we'd be at the bottom of the list if we went over there." Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Shen Fei cursed. He didn't expect that old man to give him the slip, but it wouldn't be what he wanted if he got disbanded if he got the bottom 1 clan again this time. He could only stop watching the scenery below and turn to look at those disciples behind him. With a wave of his hand a chaise lounge appeared and he sat down on it. Looking at those disciples with a lack of interest, he said, "Introduce yourself." Hearing this, the freckled girl gathered her courage and said, "My name is Du Xiaoyun, mid-martial artist stage, major cultivation." "No need to say that, just say the name." The rest of the disciples heard this and hurriedly stood out to introduce themselves. Tao Jinwen, Zhang Sun Gil, Sun Yuchun. When those few male disciples had finished their introductions, Ruyan Lu then said softly, "My name is Ruyan Lu." When several people had finished their introductions, and before they could say anything, 5 books appeared in front of them. Floating in the air. I only heard Shen Fei say, "For the remaining 1 hour you guys will cultivate this thing. It will allow you to break through a small realm." When these words came out, the 5 Lu Ruyan people were all overjoyed. Looking at the text on top of the book, he said to himself, "Talent enhancement technique. That's a sloppy name. Why does it sound like a random thought?" Although they thought so in their hearts, a few people were still convinced that after all, this senior uncle's cultivation was so high that he definitely wouldn't lie to them. Shen Fei took out a wordless heavenly book from the void and covered his face to block the sunlight. Only then did he say, Alright, you guys cultivate on your own. It's best if you don't come to disturb me. A few people looked at Shen Fei's attitude and knew that they didn't want to take care of them. And a discerning person could tell at a glance that he must have been pitted by that one of their patriarchs and was now in a bad mood. As a peak martial artist, Lu Ruyan pulled Du Xiaoyun aside and headed towards the stern of the ship. Only the few male disciples were left looking at each other in disbelief. Sitting on the ground and, following the secret method on top of the book, he began to cultivate. Without realizing it, an hour had passed in an instant. Lu Ruyan, who had already arrived at the early stage of martial master, looked at Shen Fei, who was faking sleep on the recliner, and just wanted to say something, but Shen Fei lifted the wordless book off his face and, after looking at the five of them for a moment and seeing that all five of them had broken through a small realm, he nodded with great satisfaction, especially since Lu Ruyan and also Sun Yechen had both broken through to the martial master realm. Looking at the color of the sky and pinching the time, he said, since all five of you have broken through, it's time to rush with all your might, otherwise you'll have to be late. Chapter 3, Provoke. Kill. As soon as the words fell, the speed of the flying boat increased steeply and the clouds flew backwards. The five people, Lu Ruyan, hurriedly looked towards the outside, letting out a burst of gasps from time to time. Unconsciously an incense stick of time flew by. Suddenly, the fake sleeping Shen Fei opened his eyes, stood up, and with a wave of his hand, the recliner disappeared. Looking at the pure yang sect directly in front of him, he stretched his back and skimmed his mouth. It's almost here. The five people sitting cross-legged on the deck also hurriedly stood up and looked toward the front when they heard this. The five disciples couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. It's so beautiful. So grand. It's too much more imposing than our green spirit sect. No wonder it's the only holy place within this square mile. And I heard that the pure yang sect's patriarch is also a peak martial emperor powerhouse. Much more powerful than our patriarch. The five men were discussing. While, at that moment a stream of light suddenly flew out from within the pure yang sect hundreds of feet away in front of them. The next moment an old man appeared, wearing a purple robe, looking at the few people on the flying boat with a puzzled expression. It was only when he saw Shen Fei that he suddenly froze, and for a moment he felt somewhat familiar. Shen Fei felt his gaze, frowned, and spoke impatiently, "Old immortal, forget me." Listening to those familiar words, coupled with Shen Fei's beaten expression and impatient tone, the old man's eyes suddenly widened as he remembered something and took dozens of steps back. It was only then that he said incredulously, "You brat actually came out. It looks like the people of the Shura sect are going to be in bad luck." Speaking here, the old man looked like he remembered something and, ha. Shen Fei did not pay attention to the old man in front of him and urged the flying boat to fly towards the front. But the old man cared nothing for it, and landed on the flying boat that, looking at the five people behind him, he introduced, "Pure Yangzi, welcome everyone." Turning to look at Shen Fei again, he said mysteriously, "We all haven't seen each other for 1,000 years. Would you be interested in having a drink at my place? Just last month, I'm auctioning off 1,000-year-old bottle of monkey wine." Shen Fei's eyes lit up when he heard his words, and the cravings inside his mouth were hooked. Only looking at the five behind him there was some hesitation. Pure Yangzi naturally knew his concerns, and with a hefty smile, pointing his finger at those greeting disciples in the square below, he said, "Don't worry, they'll arrange everything. No one will make trouble." Listening to Pure Yangzi's persuasion, coupled with the fact that he stayed on the puffy peak, indeed having not had a drink in the last 1,000 years, he turned to look at the five men behind him, coughing softly and with a serious look on his face. He said, "I'll go ahead and I have something to discuss with Pure Yangzi. You will naturally be received when you go down." The words. He then turned into a stream of light and Pure Yangzi disappeared into the sky amidst the stunned gazes of the five people behind him. Only five people were left staring at each other, realizing that the words that Pure Yangzi had just said, they are hearing it all. "I didn't think they'd be any better than a jar of monkey wine, but things happen." It was not good for them to say anything more. The five of them set up the flying boat and fell towards the bottom. As soon as they landed, a female disciple walked over and several people leapt down from the flying boat. The flying boat behind him slowly shrunk and landed in Lu Ruyan's hands. "Disciples of the Green Spirit sect, come with me." That female disciple looked at the few of them with contempt, and with that, she prioritized walking towards the sect. Lu Ruyan and the others looked at each other and hurriedly followed, looking at everything around them. There was envy in his eyes. After following that female disciple walking for almost half a quarter of an hour, they came to the outside of a compound. The female disciple threw a token in her hand to Ruyan Lu and spoke in a disdainful tone. "Here, is this where you've been staying the last few days? What a bunch of rednecks." With those words, he wanted to leave. But Sun Yechen, who was the most short-tempered, could not bear it and just wanted to make a move. Tao Jinwen then pressed her hand on his shoulder and, shaking his head, he whispered, Don't cause trouble for senior uncle. Listening to Tao Jinwen's words, Sun Yuchun lightly grunted and spat a mouthful of saliva on the ground. Humph. That female disciple looked at this scene with even more pride and, with a sneering look at them, he left the compound. Lu Ruyan looked at the crowd behind her, who also looked indignant and comforted. Forget it. Let's hide our strength until the start of the martial arts competition. Then we'll make a splash. Tough out. Just before the words fell, a male disciple suddenly stepped out from the courtyard next to theirs, leaning against the doorframe. He said conspiratorially, "Yo, yo, yo," and hiding a hit. The people of the Green Spirit sect are really all a bunch of goons. After saying this sentence, he looked again at a teenager in front of him dressed in black, also 15 or 16 years old, with a cold face. "Senior brother Chen, what do you say?" The teenager chimed in. "That's right. Hey, I say you guys should go back and disband the clan before it's too late. Anyway, your Green Spirit sect has been at the bottom of the list every single year. If you have time to compete with us here, you might as well go back and pack your bags. They might all be home by now." Ha ha. After saying this sentence, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. But Sun Yuchun, who was the most short-tempered of all, could not bear it any longer. One must know that the Green Spirit sect was the place that took him in. Otherwise he wouldn't even know where he was still wandering. Even Lu Ruyan, several people looked at them angrily. Only then a voice appeared out of nowhere in their minds. Hit it as hard as you can, and I'll cover it if anything happens." Listening to the words in his head, Sun Yuchun then prioritized rushing up. Ruyan Lu and Tao Jinwen looked at each other and also said, "Go!" Before the words left their mouths, the two of them rushed out as if they were two fierce tigers. Under the crushing weight of the two martial master powerhouses, the two disciples, who were only in the middle stage of martial arts, he was knocked to the ground without the slightest resistance. 5 people punched and kicked, and immediately those two disciples were beaten up. The more the 5 of them fight, the more excited they get. It was only the 3 disciples inside the compound who heard the commotion outside and rushed out. The 3 disciples who had just rushed out attacked without saying a word, but realized they've lost 2 combatants. With the combined efforts of the 5 people, only an incense stick of effort had passed. The 3 men then followed in the footsteps of the first 2, and were surrounded by 5 men who punched and kicked them. "Let you insult my clan? Just a disciple of the Shura sect. What's so wild here?" The more Sun Yuchun kicked, the more excited he became, and each kick landed on the face of the disciple he had taunted earlier. Only then a great force slapped him in the face and he was slapped on the ground and rolled around a few times, before Lu Ruyan reacted instantly and retreated towards their backs. The old man who suddenly appeared first looked at the disciple who kept wailing on the ground. Only then did he look at Lu Ruyan and the others. "Is that what Shen Jun taught you?" That disciple who had been rescued looked at the old man in front of him and hurriedly stood up, viciously looking at Ruyan Lu and the others. With a face full of killing intent, he said, "Elder Chen, quickly kill them." That old man frowned and bellowed, "Shut up." That disciple shut up in a hurry, and seeing that, only then did Elder Chen look at Lu Ruyan and the few of them and said, "The people of the Green Spirit sect really do not have any tutelage. Let me educate you on behalf of that old undead Shen Jun." Saying that, his figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lu Yiruyan, and swung out a palm that, the speed was so fast, the power was so strong, and it clearly carried a killing intent that even the surrounding disciples didn't react. But the next moment a soft laugh came. "Ha!" Only to see Shen Fei appear out of thin air, holding chopsticks in his right hand against Elder Chen's palm. A tremendous force instantly penetrated Elder Chen's palm. Another kick to Elder Chen's abdomen knocked him against the courtyard wall. The courtyard wall instantly collapsed, splashing up countless dust before he drank the cup of monkey wine he was holding in his hand and threw the cup on the ground. Laughing softly, he said, "Who are you calling undomesticated? My senior brother's name is worthy of you." In the midst of the ruins, Elder Chen staggered out, pulling the chopsticks out of his right hand. Looking at Shen Fei who suddenly appeared, he said, "You are the senior brother of that trashy sovereign, right? What can you do when I say you have no manners? Is it because that old man Ching Lingzi didn't educate you well back then? If you have the guts you can get me killed. I don't believe that punk Shen Jun can protect you." Shen Fei laughed angrily as he listened to his paragraph. With a flash of his figure, he appeared in front of Elder Chen in the blink of an eye. Reaching out and cupping his neck, he said with murderous intent, "You can say that again." Elder Chen's face was red, and his heart was overwhelmed with fear, but still braced himself and said, "That waste." Before the words fell, Shen Fei's hand that held his neck slightly exerted force. Elder Chen's neck was immediately pinched to pieces. Eyes filled with disbelief, the head rolled to the ground, blood splattering out in all directions. Spraying on Shen Fei's green clothes, it looked like an evil ghost. Those 5 disciples of the Shura sect, looking at this scene full of fear, just wanted to leave. but a force confined them to the ground, unable to move. Only Shen Fei's cold voice could be heard. Kill it. Chapter 4, the martial arts competition begins. As soon as the words fell, only Shen Fei waved his hand, and the 5 Shura sect disciples instantly turned into flying dust. Lu Ruyan and the few of them who watched this couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air and looked at each other in dismay. The depths of his eyes were filled with fear. At that moment Pure Yangzi, whom they had met once before, appeared beside them. Watching this, he shook his head and said with a sigh, "You guys still have such a big killing heart. If I'd known I wouldn't have let you drink." Shen Fei waved his hand as he listened to his words, and the blood on his body instantly disappeared before he turned around and, looking at Ruyan Lu and the few of them, he exclaimed, "The few of you were good just now, though there is a bit of suspicion of bullying with more than one." Turning his head to look at Pure Yangzi again, he said, "The disciples of my sect have been aggrieved by you here. How do you explain that?" Hearing this, Pure Yangzi froze for a moment and looked around again. Especially the corpses of the Shura sect's elders, holding his forehead with one hand with a speechless face, then arranged for them to be placed in the heavenly character courtyard. Are you satisfied?" Listening to Pure Yangzi's words, Shen Fei nodded with great satisfaction. At that moment a deafening bell rang out. Boom! Listening to the sound of the bell, Shen Fei skimmed his mouth and, disgruntled, he glanced at Pure Yangzi and said, "Let's go." As soon as the words fell, with a wave of his hand the crowd flew towards where the bells were, and in just a split second, before Ruyan Lu's 5 people could react, they had already appeared above the ring. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of those spectators below. A voice of surprise and amazement rang out. "Look who's up there. How come I've never seen it before?" Surprisingly, he's with old ancestor, and it looks so young, maybe not as old as me. Yo, y'all look at that babe's long legs ***. A crowd of lustful disciples were looking at Ruyan Lu's long legs and drooling. Lu Ruyan was filled with shame as she listened to those disciples below. Even Du Xiaoyuan on the side was no better. Pure Yangzi was very embarrassed and led the crowd to a high platform, and there were already 3 people there waiting. A grim face. The man with the shadowy eyes looked at Pure Yangzi and said with a light grunt of dissatisfaction, "Pure Yang Palace really has a great official authority, keeping us waiting here for so long." Pure Yangzi's face was embarrassed and he hurriedly introduced Shen Fei. "This is Shura sect, Patriarch Lin." Thinking of this and sneaking a glance at the seemingly smiling Shen Fei transmitted voice, "You this guy can never must hold back, just as to give me a face. Wait for the end of the martial arts competition and then do it." Shen Fei nodded and looked at Patriarch Lin with interest. However, Patriarch Lin was made uncomfortable by his eyes and frowned, saying nonchalantly, "Who is this guy? Could it be the leader of the Green Spirit sect?" Another sneering face looked at Shen Fei's crowd and taunted, "I told you that the Green Spirit sect had fallen. I didn't realize that a 17 or 18-year-old kid would be the leader now. It seems necessary to go back and discuss who will take over the Green Spirit sect's territory." Shen Fei frowned as he listened to these words of his, and a murderous intent flashed across the bottom of his eyes. Pure Yangzi couldn't help but frown even as he listened to these words from Patriarch Lin. In a somewhat disgruntled tone, he said, "You guys stop talking. Besides, your Shura sect disciple is already dead, and if you don't have a spare disciple, this term's martial arts competition will have no chance with you." Hearing Pure Yangzi's words, Patriarch Lin hurriedly dispersed his divine sense toward the surroundings to check, but it was indeed as he had said. 5 disciples could not be found at all in most of the entire Pure Yang sect. Patriarch Lin's face was a bit gloomy, and he looked at Pure Yangzi and Shen Fei with a face full of anger. Angrily, he said, Well, Pure Yangzi, that's how you opened the back door for him, isn't it? I've long heard that you're on good terms with that Shen Fei from the Green Spirit sect. I didn't expect you to go out of your way to injure a disciple of my sect for him. We'll see." Putting down a harsh word, Patriarch Lin lightly grunted. Then he turned into a stream of light and flew in the direction of the Shura sect. The corner of Shen Fei's mouth curled up into a smile as he watched Patriarch Lin's departing figure. Suddenly, he said to Pure Yangzi, who was at the side, "Wait for a while, I'll leave these disciples of mine to you. I don't want that to happen again. I have things to do." As soon as the words fell, he also turned into a stream of light and followed behind Patriarch Lin and went far away. Only the 5 Lu Ruyan were left behind, along with the other 2 patriarchs awkwardly looking at their backs. One of them was dressed in red and the childish old man came out with his own guess. That fellow is the one who suddenly disappeared more than 1,000 years ago. Shen Fei, right? Although the appearance is slightly different, it can be determined that it is indeed the same as he was back then. The other patriarch beside the old man heard this. Dumbfounded, he looked at Pure Yangzi casting a questioning look. Seeing both of them looking at themselves like this, Pure Yangzi could only show his hands helplessly. Nodding his head, he said, "Well, I think from today onwards, the Shura sect should disappear. After all, that guy hasn't changed his temper much even though he disappeared for 1,000 years. Those two patriarchs also instantly patted their chests with palpitations when they heard this. Luckily they didn't say anything bad about Shen Fei just now, or else, the thought of that kind of consequence is simply not something they can afford. The thought of it sent a cold shiver down his spine. Pure Yangzi nodded in satisfaction as he watched the scene. Fortunately, these two close friends of his did not recognize Shen Fei like that one recently appointed patriarch of the Shura sect. Looking again at the lively audience below, coughing lightly with a serious face, he said, "Everyone, now the martial arts competition begins." And on the other side, Shen Fei was looking boredly at Patriarch Lin on the side, stroking his chin and muttering, "I didn't think that the Shura sect had really declined. And just a peak martial king could be the patriarch. And I wonder if it's an address from 1,000 years ago?" Thinking of this, Shen Fei suddenly smiled, and no longer hide. The golden light on his body dispersed. Beside him, Patriarch Lin looked at the sudden appearance of Shen Fei, face shocked, just wanted to attack. But in front of Shen Fei's absolute power suppression, all his attacks were in vain. Shen Fei didn't care about his attack, reached out and grabbed his neck and, in the midst of his horrified eyes, he spoke, "Show me the way." With a flash of golden light in his eyes, Patriarch Lin's eyes instantly became dull, and he had obviously been hypnotized. The burning light then flew straight towards the Shura sect 10,000 miles away. In the Xiao Luo sect, which was 10,000 miles away, there were 9 elders at the early stage of the martial king stage within the main hall of the sect, pacing continuously in the great hall. The faces of each of them were gloomy and, just a moment ago, the disciple guarding the soul license told them the bad news. Elder Chen, who was responsible for leading the way for those 5 martial arts competition disciples, had unexpectedly died. But the good thing was that the sovereign's soul plate, which was also within the Pure Yang sect, was still intact. An old man dressed in purple who looked to be in his 50s or 60s gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. "I didn't expect that someone would dare to kill an elder of my sect in a place like this. When the patriarch returns, when the time comes, we'll cast our secret arts together to see which petty thief it is, and we'll make sure to let him die without a corpse." The other few elders also hastened to agree. At this time, an elder looked at the crowd with eyes full of hesitation and said, "That should we inform the old ancestor? After all, even Elder Chen is already dead, and it will most likely be a martial emperor-level powerhouse." Chapter 5, The Other World. The group of elders were slightly hesitant to listen to the man's words. After all, if this kind of thing was told to the old ancestor, wouldn't that make them look a bit incompetent? Just when they didn't know what to do, Shen Fei had already arrived right above their clan. Inside his hand, he was still carrying Patriarch Lin, who had nearly fainted. A golden light flowed inside Shen Fei's eyes as he looked toward the bottom, muttering under his breath, "1 early martial emperor, 9 early martial kings. It's no wonder that you, a peak martial king, can be the patriarch." Shen Fei looked at the foaming at the mouth and nearly fainted inside his hand. Patriarch Lin was full of disgust. After all, in his impression, 1,000 years ago one would need to be at the peak of a martial emperor to become a patriarch. It's just one word, but it's a lot different. One should know that a single martial emperor could then fight 10 martial kings alone without losing. Shen Fei looked at the bottom and skimmed his lips, and then looked at Patriarch Lin inside his hand with interest. An idea came out of nowhere. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, Patriarch Lin, who had nearly fainted, instantly came to his senses, looking at Shen Fei in front of him with a face full of fear. Before he could say anything, Shen Fei revealed a devilish smile and, pressing his hand to the top of his head, an unparalleled power merged into his body. In a flash, it came to the early stage of martial zone, and it was still rising. Only when it came to the half-step martial exalt level did it slowly stop. "You go down and destroy your clan." Shen Fei's words were like a demonic incantation, and the opposite side of the table, Patriarch Lin, listened to these words of his. The eyes became filled with murderous intent. Lowering his head towards the bottom, he roared angrily, instantly attracting those disciples below, and the attention of the 9 elders. The 9 elders in the great hall were just about to fly out. Feeling the unrivaled aura in the sky, his brows furrowed. That one of the purple-clothed elders was just about to say something to Lin. Patriarch above him let out a low roar. "Star Picker!" The next moment a gigantic hand of aura 1,000 feet in size appeared out of thin air, and with the unparalleled pressure of the even space was shattering, and in an instant the sun and moon were instantly sunless above the entire Shura sect. The 9 elders below, as well as the bewildered and overwhelmed disciples, looking up at the sky above with trepidation. Just at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the depths in the Shura sect. "Great star-picking hand!" With this bellowing, a man with a head full of white hair, shaped like a withered bone, some hunched old man appeared out of thin air. A large hand, also 1,000 feet in length, swung toward directly above the two giant hands collided in the air but the strength of a half-step martial exalt was not something that this early-stage martial emperor powerhouse below could resist. In just an instant, the giant hand below shattered with a loud bang. The golden light in the pupil of the Shura old ancestor crossed through the star-picking hand to see the Lin patriarch above, and in an instant, he was struck by lightning. Moreover, he had learned that there was something wrong with Patriarch Lin's state at this time. That kind of terrifying and incomparable strength was simply not something he should have. At that moment, he spotted Shen Fei standing behind Patriarch Lin, especially his smirking smile, coupled with his somewhat familiar face. As if remembering something, he lost his voice and screamed, "Shen Fei, I didn't realize you guys were still alive." After saying this sentence and looking at the star-picking hand that was close at hand, the eyes of old ancestor Shura were filled with madness, suddenly pulling a mirror out of his arms. Turning the mirror towards the star-picking hand, a ray of light cut through it, and the star-picking hand was instantly reduced to smithereens. Shen Fei, who was standing behind Patriarch Lin, lightly eeped, not caring in the slightest about the fleeting attack. He arrived beside Old Man Shura with a single step, taking that mirror out of Old Man Shura's hands with a swift and gentle wave. The martial emperor realm's Shura old ancestor was instantly reduced to smithereens, standing still and feeling the breath of that mirror. With interest, he said, "It seems like the breath of another world." Thought of suddenly poking his hand in, and at that moment, in another world, a mountain peak that was 10,000 feet tall floated in the air out of nowhere. There were also several peaks of thousands of feet around him, similarly hovering and rotating around him. At that moment in the midst of that lofty hall, a mirror placed casually on a table. There was a sudden flash of light. In the next moment, an old man appeared out of thin air, with a child's face and hair, wearing a Taoist robe holding a duster in his hand. He looked at the mirror emitting red light with a face full of gravity, slowly walking to the mirror. Looking at the image in the mirror is even more shocking to him. In the middle of the picture there was a giant hand of the heavens grabbing towards him across countless spaces. The next moment a flat-looking hand reached out of the mirror and, the moment that one hand appeared, just the pressure that flowed out caused this old man to take dozens of steps backward. Kneeling on the ground, he coughed violently, his eyes full of unbelief. Ahem! What the hell? Feeling the pressure that enveloped him, that incomparably powerful force even made it impossible for him to move, causing him to be incomparably appalled in his heart. You should know that he is one of the men standing at the peak of this world, a ninth happening immortal level existence. Even if it was an immortal from the upper realms who descended to earth, he was still able to cross paths with one or two absolute powerhouses, but there was just a hint of pressure on the opposite side of this giant hand. Then he was suppressed and could not move. At that moment a rakish voice suddenly came from inside the mirror, though it sounded a little young but the old man's heart was even more hefty and incomparable. Interesting, it really is another world, and it seems to be an immortal world. The next moment an immensely young man, clothed in green, and teenagers who looked just 17 or 18 years old appeared out of nowhere. Shen Fei first moved his muscles and bones, then he looked at the one old man kneeling down in front of him. There was a flash of golden light in his pupils, which led him to say in astonishment, "What a powerful strength! 100 times more powerful than the most powerful martial emperor in our world. It's really powerful." It was undoubtedly not an irony that this sentence reached the ears of that old man realized that at this point he was in a sorry state, crouched on his knees and unable to move. With immense difficulty, he raised his head and said with a face full of bitterness, "Who is your excellency? Why did you intrude into my Xian Huang world?" Shen Fei listened to him, put his hands behind his back, walked towards the outside, snapped his fingers and, the intimidating pressure that enveloped the old man disappeared at once. The old man slowly stood up and looked at Shen Fei's back. A feeling of powerlessness surged to his heart. Taking a deep breath, he followed. When coming outside, Shen Fei looked at the surrounding scenery with slight interest and said, "You wouldn't be the most powerful existence in this world, would you?" The old man listened to the snide implications of his mouth. One could only reply with a face full of bitterness. "The most powerful in our world is a 12-jack loose immortal, Qing Muzhenren. I merely came in 10th place." Listening to his words, Shen Fei became even more curious about this world. After all, he had been in that previous world for thousands of years, and even though he had been at Misty Peak the entire time, his divine sense had already strolled through the entire world. And now that this world is completely foreign to him, more importantly, of course, he sensed something slightly different about the passage of this world. Shen Fei carefully felt the change of time in this world, murmured, 3 months is equivalent to 3 days in my world. It seems that I can have a good time. The corners of his mouth quirked up into a smile at the thought, while the old man behind him, listening to these words of his, it's even more bitter. Chapter 6, Taiku True Dragon Duel. Mysterious child and old man. He just wanted to say something, but Shen Fei, who was standing in front of him, suddenly gave a light eep. Looking in one direction with interest, he said to himself, interesting, interesting. The old man behind him was just about to say something, as he listened to him, but Shen Fei, who was standing in front of him, suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only the old man with a face full of hue and cry to himself in the same place. Who in the world is this powerful person? Mo is not the character above the golden list of that path. No, I have to check the canon. Thinking of this, the old man tore open the space in front of him and appeared out of thin air in an attic. There was a sky full of books suspended in the air, emitting colorful light. Reaching out his hand, a book emitting purple light in the center of the attic suddenly flew towards him. It reads, just when the old man was trying to find out Shen Fei's origin. At this time, he had arrived in the middle of a bustling city, walking through the ancient streets, looking around at everything, listening to the vendors' shouts, with curiosity in their eyes. As for the one thing that interested him slightly, there was no hurry now. Little brother, I have a good book here, do you want it? Suddenly a somewhat lewd-looking, the old man who exuded a marketplace odor came to Shen Fei's side in a sneaky manner. Looking around to make sure no one was paying attention to him, one hand reached into his arms and, taking out a corner of a book, he hastily tucked him back in again, revealing a mysterious look and whispering, little brother, I see that you are full of heaven, surrounded by purple light, handsome, and richly dressed, not like mortals. The old man chattered and praised Shen Fei for half a quarter of an hour. Without blushing, he said in a low voice, I just happen to have an immortal secret book here. Seeing as you have a destiny that only requires 10 spirit stones to sell to you, is it possible? While saying so, he also slightly exerted his strength to forcefully drag Shen Fei towards the alley to the side. Slightly interested, Shen Fei could only allow him to bring himself into the depths of the alley. As the two walked along, the old man still turned around every now and then to look towards his back. After walking for nearly half a tea light, Shen Fei was brought by the old man to a slightly dilapidated courtyard outside, and looked back to see no one in the four directions. Hastily pushed open the wooden door, pulling Shen Fei walked in. Arriving within the compound, the old man sighed with relief, as if he was, somewhat awkwardly, he looked at Shen Fei in front of him and said, little brother, you shouldn't blame me for being like this, after all, this is a secret book of the immortals. Saying so, the old man mysteriously took out of his bosom a tattered book with a yellowed cover. One could only vaguely see that it said Taiku True Dragon Decree. Shen Fei looked at the words written on the books and remembered the old man's doings along the way. Couldn't help but be amused for a moment. Taking the Swire True Dragon Decree from the old man's hands, casually flipping through the pages, he said, this does look like a secret book of the immortals, but I think that if someone really practiced according to the above, at best, they are only slightly stronger than mortals. After saying this sentence, Shen Fei slowly closed the book. Looking at the old man in front of him, he said, if you don't have the real secret book, then I'm leaving. The old man beside him listened to Shen Fei's words and raised his head to look at Shen Fei's clear and bright eyes. The fear slowly calmed down, and with a clench of his teeth he said, I didn't expect that I'd run into a true immortal's son. Dare I ask what sect or faction your little friend is from? Shen Fei did not answer, just quietly watched as his ears moved slightly and suddenly looked toward the door. The next moment a rush of footsteps came, accompanied by a childish, slightly crying voice, Grandpa, Grandpa, followed closely by a child who looked to be 3 or 4 years old stumbling in through the door. Behind him followed 4 teenagers. They were dressed in expensive clothes covered with jewelry. At first glance it was the children of a large family. Towing his way into the compound, he froze for a moment when he saw Shen Fei and, immediately afterward, he spoke to the old man. Old man, you owe my family 2 months of rent should be paid, right? Or else pack up your stuff and get out. Or, of course, you can sell that boy to me, and I'll be merciful and take him as my servant. After all, in a few months, someone from the immortal sect will come to formally accept me as their disciple. By then, if he joins the immortal sect with me, how is this not a good thing? Or even in the future, if it pleases me, to become a puppet of an immortal figure like me, then he would be considered an immortal, and would be an honor to you. After saying that, he looked at the old man who was shaking like a sieve in anger and spoke. You say so? The 3 teenagers behind the teenager, whose status was obviously inferior to his, also hurriedly chimed in. That's right, Elder Lin. Realize that this is a chance to join the immortal sect. I'm afraid you'll have a bad time in the future if you refuse. Elder Lin listened to the threatening undertone in the tones of several of them, as if he had made some sort of decision. He turned around in a hurry and said to Shen Fei, who was watching the show behind him, I also ask you to help me solve them. when the time comes, I will definitely give the real secret book with both hands. Listening to the old man's words, Shen Fei stretched his back and walked towards the 4 teenagers with interest. It wasn't that Shen Fei was being generous. It was just that he had already discerned a certain power hidden within that child, and as for that secret book, it was dispensable to him. The group of teenagers looked at Shen Fei, who was pacing towards them, and opened his mouth to taunt. Kid, do you know who you have offended? Our big brother will be a disciple of the puppet sect in the future. If you're smart now, get the hell out of my way. I don't care what sect you are. You should know that the puppet sect has the existence of a yuaning powerhouse. That teenager who stood in the first place proudly raised his chest as he listened to the words of his little brother beside him. It was as if that yuaning stage powerhouse was him. Just wanted to say something, but Shen Fei opened his mouth to say, noisy, boy, watch this move. The child hiding behind Lin Lao couldn't help but poke his head out and saw a scene he would never forget. For leaves in the courtyard slowly floated up and were pinched in Shen Fei's hands. The light cut through as if it were 4 sharp swords through the chests of those 4 teenagers. With a thud, the 4 teenagers slowly fell. Hiss! Lin Lao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as he watched the scene, and then looked at the corpses of the 4 teenagers. The hatred in his eyes dissipated a bit. For this kind of person who wanted to force his grandson to be a puppet, if he had the power, he would have exterminated their entire clan long ago. Bah! Spat in the direction of those 4 teenagers. Respectfully, he said to Shen Fei, little friend, come with me. Having said that, he reached out and touched the child's head. Favoredly, he said, Grandpa will take you to see a good thing later. The child nodded and looked at Shen Fei, who was standing there full of calmness. For some reason he wasn't scared in the least, but rather felt a sense of kinship. Let's go. Chapter 7. The soul body hidden inside the ring. Shen Fei clapped his hands. For these few mole crickets were not worth his hand at all. Yet he wanted to see how enlightened that little guy was. This little guy's physique can be too much stronger than that Shinjun fellow. Senior brother. Ah, senior brother. Thinking of that indisputable senior brother, Shen Fei could not help but shake his head. Looking at the sky again, he secretly said in his heart, it's not easy to come out for a trip. So let's bring you some more good things and try to make you a martial emperor. Another look at the little fellow who looked back at him twice now and then, and a certain idea came into his mind but the next moment he thought of the group of rebels from 1,000 years ago and shook his head. Forget it. The old man led the 2 men into the house and, pointing to Shen Fei, who was following behind him, he pointed to a chair on the side and said, sit down for a while. When he had finished speaking, he went toward the inner room, and every now and then there came a clanging of bells. Shen Fei sat on the chair, picked up the teapot on the table in front of him and poured a cup of tea. Looking with interest at the child sitting across from him, he spoke. Little one, if you look at me like that, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? The child shook his head, and his tender words came out. I'm not afraid, big brother. You just killed all the bad guys who were bullying us, so you must be good. Listening to the child's words, Shen Fei was dumbfounded. Good man. Really very few people called him that. Take a sip of the tea in your cup. The child looked at Shen Fei in front of him as if he had made some kind of determination in his heart and suddenly said, big brother, will you take me as your disciple? You must be even more powerful than that immortal of what's-his-name puppet sect. Immediately after that, he wanted to kneel down and kowtow, but at that moment, Lin Lao in the house walked out and, in his arms he held a wooden box, covered in dust. Looking at the child who was about to kneel down with memories in his eyes, he said, our family Xiaotian does have the qualifications to cultivate immortality. Only, alas, said and shook his head again, his eyes full of heartache and regret, and placed the wooden box in his hand on the table. Only then did he say to Shen Fei, this is a true immortal secret. Will the immortal promise me something? Shen Fei put down the teacup in his hand as he listened to his words. Narrowing his eyes, his tone couldn't help but lighten up a few points and said, are you negotiating with me? Hearing his words, Lin Lao quickly waved his hand and said, no, it's just that my family Xiaotian does have the qualifications to cultivate immortality, and I won't hide it from the immortals, but my family's Xiaotian is a heavenly spirit root, and know how to behave, and I'm ancient now, so I can't control him for much longer. Maybe one day I'll die, so I hope that if you don't mind. Immortal, he can be taken as a servant, to beat, to scold all you want. Shen Fei listened to Elder Lin's words. The tone of his voice could not help but ease a few points and said, accepting as a servant, that's nothing more than that. An old man and a young man listening to Shen Fei's words, their eyes full of hope could not help but darken, but the next moment only heard Shen Fei say, however, you can be taught a few ways to save your life, if you wish. The 2 men listened to Shen Fei's words, and their dark eyes suddenly brightened up. The old man hurriedly opened the locked wooden box, instantly revealing the objects within. There is a wooden sword, but it is more appropriate to call it a dagger, a ring, and an ordinary-looking book. Green Lotus Sword Technique. Interesting. Shen Fei from the wooden box took out the book, casually flipped through it and put it back in the wooden box. Taking a deep look at the ring, he smiled at the corner of his mouth. Well, I've seen the stuff too. Passing on some of your life preservation techniques I should go too. And at that moment in the depths of that ring, an illusory and incomparable soul body looked at Shen Fei's direction with a face full of heckles, and secretly said in his heart, "Is it hard to believe he found me? No, I don't think so." Outside world. Elder Lin listened to Shen Fei's words, looking at the book again jitterily. He said, "Immortal is not dissatisfied." Shen Fei shook his head as he listened to him and looked at Xiao Tian and said, "Stretch out your hand." Listening to him, Goten hastily put his hand out and rested it on the table, his face full of curiosity. Shen Fei stretched out his right hand to rest on his wrist, and a weak force followed his fingertips and it entered Xiao Tian's body. Aha! With that power entering his body, Xiao Tian couldn't help but hum twice, and at this time in his body, that power is constantly combing the meridians of Xiao Tian. At this time, 10 miles away from Shen Fei, inside an incomparably luxurious mansion compound, a middle-aged man was sitting in a small pavilion with his eyes closed, when a teenager dressed like a servant rolled and ran over, his tone full of anxiety. "Master is not well. The eldest young master's fate card is shattered." Hearing the servant's words, the middle-aged man with his eyes closed opened his eyes all of a sudden. Unbelievably, he looked at the servant and said, "What did you say?" Immediately following that, his spiritual sense radiated towards the surroundings, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Hall of Souls. There are 10 life tags in there. One of the name tags should be glowing like the others, but it was covered in cracks. What's going on? Which goddamned one? How dare you kill my son? Doesn't he know that my son has already been accepted as a disciple by someone from the puppet sect? Hurry up and inform the law enforcement team, the middle-aged man said as he walked toward a side room. And when he came to the door of the man gathered his apprehension and knocked gently on the door of the room and spoke respectfully. "Elder Wang, my son was killed." In an instant an incomparably powerful spiritual energy suddenly dispersed towards the surroundings. In the blink of an eye it destroys the door of the room blasted on the man's body. The middle-aged man could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. A face full of heckles said in his heart, "Worthy of being a strong person at the peak of Jindan." The next moment a man carrying a coffin behind him. A strange man with a shadowy look and skinny bones who couldn't tell if he was a man or a woman hissed, "Follow me." After saying that, he led the middle-aged man towards the Hall of Souls. Looking at the one fate plate that had been shattered, Elder Wan was instantly enraged, knowing that kid had one of his seeds inside of him. It was directly related to whether or not he could become a Yuan Ing. "I'd like to see which guy is so bold." "Humph." Elder Wang lightly grunted and tapped the coffin behind him, and instantly an eerie aura covering his circumference and a monstrous man with scales all over his body, looking extremely terrifying, slowly stepped out of the coffin and opened his blood-red eyes and, looking at the middle-aged man, was full of killing intent. Elder Wang nodded his head in satisfaction, and immediately followed with his hands pinching the spell. The golem then walked slowly towards the name tag. After sniffing in the air for a few times, he immediately got up and flew in the direction where Shen Fei was. Watching this scene, Elder Wang hurriedly said to the middle-aged man at the side, "Let's go." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he reached out and put his hand on the middle-aged man's shoulder, and 10 miles away, for a Jindan stage powerhouse, it was just a blink of an eye. When that middle-aged man looked at the incomparably familiar house below as well as the 4 corpses in the compound, he instantly revealed a face full of hatred. Before he could say anything, Elder Wang on the side had already pinched his hands and the puppet beside him, which was the same height as him, immediately rose against the wind, transformed into dozens of feet high, and swung a palm towards the bottom. It was accompanied by a voice full of murderous intent. Die. Chapter 8, The Disperser at Large. Master and Disciple. Die. Immortal. This is the immortal descending. Everyone kneel down and pray for the immortal's forgiveness. Accompanied by Elder Wan's roar. The houses around Shen Fei. Those civilians poked their heads out and looked towards the sky. When they got a good look at the terrifying creature in the sky that was as tall as a giant, filled with fear, he prostrated himself on the ground and continuously prayed for the immortal's forgiveness. Immortal, spare your life. Immortal, come on, son, come on, get on your knees. But there were some smart people who could clearly sense the murderous intent in the air that, hurriedly, he ran towards the surrounding area and crawled away from this place of wrongdoing. Elder Wang in the sky looked at the civilians below who kept running with a face full of disdain, quietly watching the palm that was as big as a small mountain fall towards the house below where Shen Fei and the others were. Inside the house, Elder Lin listened to the clamor around him. and also raised his head towards the sky. The palm that was as huge as a small mountain kept getting bigger and bigger in his eyes, as if it would land on his body in the blink of an eye. The airwaves splashing around him even blew his cheeks raw, forcing down the fear in his heart. Looking at Shen Fei, who was calm and self-contained, he hurriedly said, "Little friend didn't expect the people from the puppet sect to come so quickly, and the Wang family's family head has also come. It's my fault, I should have thought of that." After saying that, Lin Lao's eyes were full of remorse. Shen Fei, who was listening to his words, lowering the finger that was resting on Goten's forehead, as if no one else was watching, he said, "This little guy will be in your hands from now on. If he gets hurt, you'll be the one to blame." After saying that, he pretended to glance at the ring in the wooden box without thinking and walked towards the outside world with his hands behind his back. The moment Shen Fei appeared, merely glancing towards the sky, that 50 to 60 feet tall puppet instantly turned into flying dust, followed by a step out and appeared behind Elder Wang and the Wang family head. In a flash, the two men didn't even react to the fact that their bodies had already turned into flying ash. The two men, who were left in a state of only their souls, froze in place in shock. In the next moment, Shen Fei stretched out his hands and grabbed the heads of both of them respectively, as if a demonic language came out. "Destroy your own people, clan." The two who were already under control slowly turned around and knelt in the air with extreme respect, their eyes empty and, looking at Shen Fei, he replied, "No." Immediately after that, they each flew towards their own families as well as clans. After doing all this, Shen Fei then took a step forward with his hands behind his back, re-emerged in a marvelous place. Inside the compound, the soul body within the ring was immediately struck by lightning after hearing Shen Fei's words, immediately followed by a look full of bitterness at Xiao Tian, who was in a coma. In his heart, he laughed to himself, "I'm afraid I won't have any peaceful days in the future. I think I'm a free man." Once also in existence at the level of a loose immortal, now he has been reduced to being threatened by a seemingly mortal brat. However, although the heart thinks so, but the pressure of the free and easy scattered people but still fly out from within the ring. The freewheeler who appeared out of nowhere immediately startled Lin Lao. Looking at his illusory body, although he was a bit scared, he still blocked in front of Xiaotian's body and, panicked, he took out the wooden sword from the river of objects, shivering and pointing at the easy scattered man. "Who are you?" The prosperous scribe looked at Lin Lao in front of him and stroked his beard, which had long since dissipated. Amiably, he said, "My name is Free Scatterer, and I've specially come to take that little friend as my disciple. And please, Your Excellency, there is no need to worry." As Lin Lao listened to his words, he remembered the inexplicable words that Shen Fei had said before he left. He understood everything at once, but there was still a slight look of doubt in his eyes. Watching all of this, the prosperous man shook his head without moving. Divine sense cut through the void towards the Wang family 10 miles away. "It's a hell on earth there at this point. Watch this," the free scattered man muttered. "It's amazing that such monsters that can manipulate people's hearts have appeared in the middle of the millennium." And at that moment, Little Sky, who was already unconscious, slowly awoke, and the moment he opened his eyes, a golden light instantly flew towards the dome of the sky, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart as he looked at the illusory figure beside Elder Lin. Hastily standing up, he knelt down and said respectfully under his breath, "Apprentice, Lin Tian pays his respects to master." "Well, dare I ask who you are and what you have come to my Xin Huang world for?" Changmu Sanrun looked at Shen Fei, who appeared out of thin air, and his face was full of gravity. You have to know that this is a small world that he opened up. Moreover, he couldn't feel any spiritual energy at all in Shen Fei's body, standing there as if they were mere mortals. As the pinnacle of this world, the Greenwood Scatterer could even tell at a glance that he wasn't from this world. Shen Fei listened to his words, and a golden light flowed in his eyes. Looking at the Greenwood Scatterer standing in front of him, he muttered, "Is this the 12 Heavens Scatterer? Sure enough, it's far too powerful than that half-assed 9 Heavens Scatterer." The Greenwood Scatterer felt slightly sarcastic as he listened to his words. In an indignant tone, he said, "If Your Excellency doesn't leave again, I'd like to show you the power of this Greenwood divine sword of mine. This is an extreme immortal weapon of mine." Saying that, he took out a calm and uninteresting-looking long sword from his dantian and held it in his hand. With a mere flick of the hand, the void in front of him instantly cut a crack and pointed towards Shen Fei remotely, just when he thought he'd be in for a bitter fight later on, only to see Shen Fei standing in front of him. But he opened his mouth and said, "I just came to borrow one thing with you." Listening to his words, the Greenwood Scatterer was dumbfounded, and immediately following the Shen Fei in front of him, he waved his hand. A strand of immortal Dao origin was instantly drawn out from within the Greenwood Scatterer's dantian, leaving a pill in its place and disappearing. Who the hell is this guy? And at this point, Shen Fei looked at the wisp of immortal Dao origin. The curiosity in his eyes grew more and more intense, murmured, Is this the power of an immortal? It doesn't look like much more than that. Forget it, leave this for Shinjun to use. After carefully feeling the breath and the immortal Tao origin, Shen Fei was filled with disgust. Casually placing it in his carry-on space, he looked in one direction. The corners of his mouth curved up in a hint of interest as he muttered to himself, I hope you won't let me down. And at this time in that direction, Lin Tian and the loose scattered man were being chased by a Yuaning-level powerhouse. Kid, hand over your paranoia breaker pupils. Otherwise this old man would have been killed the next moment. The free scattered man cursed at the words breaking out behind him. Little brat, you wait for me. Xiao Tian will lend me your body. If you don't want your grandfather to die, you'd better endure it for me. Before Lin Tian could react, the soul-bodied prosperous man had already merged into his body. His breath immediately skyrocketed, but the immense pain nearly caused Lin Tian to pass out from the pain. Chapter 9, The 10 Disciples. Not good. I didn't expect that this old monster would still have this kind of secret technique. The one Yuaning powerhouse following them at this time. Looking at Lin Tian, whose breath was skyrocketing, he secretly said that it was not good. Having just wanted to use the old Lin in his hands as blackmail to force Lin Tian to hand over his delusion-breaking god pupil, but the next moment an aura like an abyss like the sea had locked him in place. What followed immediately was a strange voice coming out from Lin Tian's throat. Kid, it's too late for you to leave now. At this moment, Lin Tian was constantly bleeding. The power of an early Yuaning level was not something he could withstand as a 4-year-old child who had yet to grow up. Feeling his fleshly body, which was constantly crumbling, the prosperous scribe. But strangely enough there was a golden light constantly repairing his body. It seems like that senior really did leave something behind. Feeling the breath of life emanating from that golden light, Easy Scatterer secretly said in his heart. Raising his head full of killing intent, he looked at that Yuaning powerhouse. Any last words, kid? The powerful Yuaning who was enveloped by the aura of the. Feeling the killing intent emanating from Lin Tian's body at this time couldn't help but gulp. With a clench of his teeth, he took out a jade slip from his storage realm and threw it towards the sky. Following closely, he said, Your Excellency, don't make a mistake about yourself. I'm a member of the Immortal Tao Alliance. The treasures on this son's body can't be preserved with a mere soul body of yours. The prosperous scattered man listened to his words and just faintly replied back. Noisy. Without a word, he launched an attack. His hands clenched in. The aura around him continued to converge on his body, and he let out a low gulp under his breath. Dharma heaven and earth. ****. Shen Fei looked at the 1,000-foot-tall Dharma heaven and earth, nodded with satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, a golden light wrapped around a leaf flew in that direction. Only after doing this was he satisfied and flew in the direction of that 9 havens scattered man. A quarter of an hour later wobbly Shen Fei slowly landed on top of the mountain peak and slightly released his breath. The 9th happiness scattered man, who was still in the book depository and was looking at the canonical books, hurriedly put down the books in his hands and tore open the space. Come to Shen Fei's front. Forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart secretly said, Is it hard for this unlucky guy to go back? Although he thought so in his heart, he said with his mouth, Is senior going back? I haven't properly honored my seniors yet, he said and shook his head like he was pretending to be sorry. Shen Fei felt a little funny when he looked at his pretentious appearance. However, this world really didn't have much to roam around, and there was only that one immortal Tao origin of the Greenwood realist that made him somewhat interested. Yeah, well, since you put it that way, I'll stay a few more days. Shen Fei narrowed his eyes, his tone slightly playful. Listening to this sentence, the old man was slightly embarrassed and he could only pretend as if he hadn't heard the rest of the meaning, and hurriedly said, Then I'll prepare a banquet for you right away. After saying this sentence, the old man hurriedly flew towards the outside of the mountain peak, and when he had left nearly 100 feet later, it was only then that he wiped the false sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. What bad luck! Shen Fei on the mountain peak looked at his back and turned toward the ancient mirror. Coming to the table and picking up the ancient mirror, a golden light crossed, and Shen Fei suddenly disappeared in place. Phew! This guy is finally gone, and this mirror says nothing about staying. The old man looked at the mirror, and an idea came into his mind that tearing through space to arrive outside of realist Greenwood's small world. Bowing, he spoke. Qin Yunzi pays his respects to fellow Taoist. Inside the spatial channel, Shen Fei looked at the world that kept crossing around him in a bored manner. Suddenly eking softly he stood up to look at one of the worlds glowing with starlight. In a somewhat elated tone he said to himself, Boy, you didn't know to come back to see your master after more than 1,000 years. Now I've finally caught you. Thinking of that naughty and unpleasant 10th disciple, Shen Fei immediately felt some itchy hands. Hurriedly, he broke through the spatial barrier and flew towards that world, and at this time within that world directly in front of Shen Fei, a 100-foot flower boat was hovering in the mountains. flying in a certain direction, and within it, some demurely dressed young girls relied on teenagers and the arms of some older men to push their drinks around. A handsome man in a white coat, a dashing-looking teenager holding an extremely beautiful woman in his arms drunkenly said, "Xiao Lian, I'm telling you, hiccup, that what's-his-name Martial Marquis King still calls it a genius. That's because he hasn't seen me. Otherwise I would have lost him to the sword within 10 moves. I'm not bragging. My swordsmanship has been passed on to me by my master." The words weren't even finished when the teenager hiccuped again. Hiccup. The gorgeous woman he had taken into his arms kissed him on the cheek and reached out his hand to hammer down his chest with a pout and then said, "That's for sure. Who doesn't know that brother has not been defeated for 1,000 years? He said. I'm afraid that what's-his-name Martial Marquis King is already too scared to find his way around when he sees his brother." The teenager stood up at once at his words, lifted his leg and stepped on the table, and, looking at all the teenagers present said with great pride, "That's for sure. Who am I? Your brother? You know I've ascended from the lower realms. To tell you the truth, all the geniuses in this world are just a bunch of dirtbags." A teenager in the crowd, dressed in brocade garb, couldn't stand it any longer as he listened to his words and, standing up, he looked at the teenager and cracked up. "Kid, who do you think you are? Still insulting the Marquis King here? And to say that the geniuses of our realm are nothing more than dirt? If you have the guts you can compete with me." The other teens chimed in. "That's right, kid, if you have the guts to compete with us, compete." "Oh boy. Seeing as your bone age is just over 1,000 years old, already the Tong Tian realm is indeed a rare genius, but you insulted the Martial Marquis King." Alas, an old man in the crowd, who looked lewd to the core, shook his head sadly and, although he was praising that youngster on his lips, he was actually reminding everyone present that he was merely at the Tong Tian realm. As expected, those teenagers who did not know the realm of the teenager's cultivation before listened to the old man's words and, he stood up to provoke him as well. "I thought it was one of the geniuses. Just the Tong Tian realm. Ha ha, you should know that the Marquis King has now arrived at the Treading Heaven realm to destroy you as if you were an ant. You're a pretty big talker for a kid. Still talking about what sword skills have been truly transmitted by your master. I see that your bragging skills, I'm afraid it's still stronger than your master." Ha ha, those present also laughed out loud at the sarcastic remark. The young man in white narrowed his eyes as he listened to his words, and the divine power within his body worked too, forcing the alcohol out of his body. His eyes looked indifferently at the one teenager who had spoken out of turn. "Say that again if you dare." Will storage ring in the Tongshan sword taken out, a moment of sword drawn, killing atmosphere filled. Cultivation realms, sea of suffering, other side, nirvana, Tongxian, Tongtian, Tongshan, Tadation, demigods, man of God. Chapter 10. A powerful heavenly realm stepper, a sword from 500 years ago. The teenager who had spoken out of turn, listened to his words and looked at the Tongshan sword in his hand. His mind immediately cleared, and his heart said that it was not good, knowing that he was only in the nirvana realm. Just now, I was only mocking a couple of sentences, but the thought of private fights being forbidden on top of this flower boat. What's more, there is also the Treading Heaven realm powerhouse sitting in the town immediately added a few points of boldness. "Mocking," said you. What can you do? I, Chang Chen, have never been afraid of anyone in all my life. Can so many of us here still be afraid of you?" The others listened to him and added a few moments of boldness, and they also stood up one after another and taunted. "It's you who said that. If you have the guts to make a move, let's compare and contrast. Ha ha, with this weak cultivation of yours, if you have the guts, come and try." Before the words fell, the teenager immediately released his surrounding aura, and his strength of the late Tong Tian realm was unobstructed, especially looking at that one teenager who had insulted his master. He said with murderous intent, "As for you, Chen Shangsheng, I don't think you'll survive the night." The one old man in the crowd who had previously taken the opportunity to praise the teenager frowned at his words, especially when he sensed that the teenager's aura of the late Tong Tian realm was constantly provoking the crowd. He lightly grunted and picked up the wine cup in his hand and threw it in the direction of the teenager. Under his breath, he said, "Kid, let the old man try your weight." The teenager looked into his glass and let out a loud laugh. "Good coming." Stretching out his right hand, he caught the glass steadily, dislodging the power that could have destroyed the mountains and rivers, and, taking a sip, he immediately threw it towards the teenager named Chen Changsheng. Slightly sneering ridicule, "Kid can never be a shrinking turtle. Ah, you have the guts not to hide." Another look at the two early Tongshan realm guards beside the teenager taunted, "You can also let those two make a move." Those two early Tongshan powerhouses, obviously sensing the terrifying power above the cup, his face changed and he tried to persuade Chen Changsheng to give up. However, Chen Changsheng clearly couldn't stand the teenager's ridicule. With a low gulp, "Get out of here. You too. Looking at the flying glasses of wine, and trying to look like a teenager, reaching out to take it, but the power of the late Tong Tian realm was not something he could withstand. The moment the right hand makes contact with the cup, the powerful force immediately knocked Chen Changxing back dozens of feet, but the power remained undiminished. Ah! Feeling the pain coming from all around his body, Chen Changxing couldn't help but yell out. His eyes had turned red, and his face was flushed red. Even a trace of blood had flowed out, and he roared angrily. Stop right there! Stop! The people present looked at this scene, especially since Chen Changxing was already in a sorry state at this time. Just wanted to step in and help. Ugh! In a flash a sigh, from the depths of the flower boat, came, immediately followed by a silhouette that appeared out of thin air beside Chen Changxing. Stretching out his right hand, he took the cup of wine looking at the teenager and said, Please, Your Excellency, give me face. Would it be good to spare this little friend? The old man who appeared out of thin air, took a step forward with his wineglass and, immediately afterward, he drained his glass and looked at the teenager with a smile on his face. The crowd present looked at that one old man who appeared out of thin air. Some of them who recognized the old man immediately exclaimed with their pupils shrinking, Isn't this that Acacia Sex Patriarch, the old devil of the underworld? Legend has it that he didn't break through the half-step divine human realm in seclusion 100 years ago? How did it get here? It's hard not to. Some of the teenagers present looked at the old man's face and had a brainstorming session. Especially his formidable strength have secretly said in their hearts, it can't be that he has already broken through the half-step divine human realm. The old demon of the underworld looked at the fearful and admiring eyes of the people present, and immediately felt the use of the stroking the beard on his chin. He looked at the teenager. Only the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. It seemed slightly familiar, and as expected the next moment the teenager said, The old demon of the underworld. It's only been a short time and you've forgotten me. 500 years ago. Before the young man could finish his words, the old demon of the underworld was startled, and his body trembled a little. The palm of his hand exerted a slight force, crushing the wineglass in his hand into smithereens. Full of killing intent, he looked at the teenager's slightly familiar face as well as the voice he could never forget, and laughed hoarsely. I didn't think that I would meet you again after 500 years. Brat! And, you won't get away this time. Hurry up and hand over the Void God Cauldron to me. Before the words left his mouth, Chakra unleashed an attack, not caring in the slightest about the people present. Across from him the teenager had drawn his Tongshan sword and swung it towards the void behind his left. There was a toothsome sound of gold and iron cutting through the air for a split second, as well as the slightly underplayed taunting words of the teenager in the middle of the chaos. Old undead, 500 years have passed. How come you're still stuck at the heaven-treading realm? Could it be that the sword I stabbed you with back then hasn't healed yet? Ha ha! The old demon of the underworld felt a vague pain still in his chest as he listened to the teenager's words. One step out suddenly appeared outside the clouds of the ninth heaven, looking down at the flower ship that was already faintly visible below and roared angrily. Kid, let's see who's going to save you this time. 9 Demon Palm. With this low roar, a vortex appeared out of nowhere in the sky in an instant. Immediately following was a huge palm that was 10,000 feet high grabbing towards the bottom, causing waves of air that had even cut through the void. And at this point, the people who had already left the flower boat looked at the 10,000 feet of giant palms in the sky and their faces changed drastically, and they all cursed. Old demon of the underworld, we have no grudges against you, and you're even trying to put us to death. You're not afraid. Young master, don't ever say anything, let's hurry up and go. The old demon of the underworld has gone mad. A middle-aged man dressed as a guard looked at the palm in the sky that was slowly descending. Hurriedly, he tore through space and fled 10,000 feet away. When leaving 10,000 feet away, the guard then patted his chest with palpitations and, looking 10,000 feet away, that one teenager was quietly standing there full of admiration. Holy, it's a good thing the spectral old devil didn't have any thoughts of killing us. Otherwise it would have certainly blocked space. Thinking about it, the guard turned from admiration to sighing, looking at the teenager who stood there quietly shaking his head with a look of pity. That brat has been spatially locked. It's too late to escape now. I think he'll die for sure. And at this moment, many people 10,000 feet away were also quietly watching this scene, their expressions varying. 500 years have passed since the old man's death, and you're still only good at this trick. Have you lived your 10,000 years of cultivation to the dogs? I was able to break your move 500 years ago, and I still can now. The young man's eyes were filled with calmness as he forced out a drop of essence blood and flew towards the Tongshan sword. The moment the two melded, an unparalleled force instantly crushed towards the surroundings, and the mountains collapsed. The crowd that was already 10,000 feet away still felt an unimaginable pressure. Chapter 11 Void God Cauldron. Powerful person of God realm. covered in blood. The wretched Chen Changsheng laughed miserably as he looked at the teenager standing there quietly, as well as the nining demon palm in the sky that was getting bigger and bigger and had already pressurized him to the point that he couldn't breathe. This is the gap between me and him. Well, it seems that the martial Marquis King isn't that insurmountable. Unconsciously, the invincible martial Marquis King in Chen Changsheng's heart had been replaced by the figure of a teenager. Kid, if you hand over the Void God Cauldron, I might be able to leave you with a whole body. The young man snorted as he listened to the words of the old demon of the underworld. And at that moment, his breath continued to grow and, without realizing it, he had already arrived at the peak of the Tonshan realm, reaching the limit of the Tonshan sword's ability to increase his cultivation, before he slowly stopped, looking at the Nine demon palm, which was only 100 feet away from him, striking a strange pose, a low growl. One sword of heaven and earth, sun and moon chop, a brilliant and dazzling sword like that, accompanied by tens of thousands of sword chi chopping towards the Nine demon palm above. The void shattered between the two attacks, colliding in the split second. But even so, the aftermath of the battle continued to crush the surrounding area. The spectral old devil looked down below, where at this time was already covered by the shattered void. But even so, he didn't take it lightly. There was a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes, and one must know that 500 years ago this brat had taken advantage of his carelessness to sneak up on him, or else he wouldn't have been able to let him escape. Taking out a talisman from his accompanying space, all the divine power in his body was integrated into it, and in an instant, the electricity flashed and thundered in the sky, extending thousands of feet to the outside world in just the blink of an eye, as if it was a world of thunder. Countless arm-thick lightning bolts fell towards the bottom, stirring up countless smoke and dust, and fondly removing the gourd at his waist. His fingers pinched to break the seal on it. Carefully pulling the cork, he aimed the gourd at where the teenager was below. At once monstrous flames fell from the mouth of the bottle towards the bottom of the moment it had just appeared, all of space had begun to collapse. The knowledgeable people in the distance couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as they watched this scene. This spectral old devil would even use a demigod artifact against a Tong Tian Realm Jr. That boy is as dead can be, I see. Is it necessary to be so dramatic? This statement won the approval of all present. But the next moment a brilliant to the core sword light slashed towards the top from below. The moment it just appeared, the sword she carried above it had already caused the eyes of the crowd billions of feet away to suddenly hurt. Old man, 500 years have passed and you're still the same. The young man followed closely after that sword chi. At this time his clothes were broken. His body was full of wounds. The blood flowed, but even so, it still flew towards the top. Divine beheading technique. Fall. Before the words fell, a divine sword emitting golden light appeared out of thin air above the dome of the sky. It appeared to be only 2 feet long, but the terrifying divine power carried on it instantly enveloped the spectral old devil. In an instant that divine sword sliced toward the bottom of the old demon of the underworld below looked at the divine sword in the sky, and suddenly his face changed greatly. His chest was vaguely painful. Panicked, he took out a light blue bead and slammed it towards the divine sword. When the two collided, the bead instantly transformed into a shield to die against the divine sword above. The old demon of the underworld was just about to breathe a sigh of relief as he watched this, but at that moment a voice like a demon appeared in his ears out of nowhere. Sword drawing. Chop. The next moment, a bloody light streaked by. A broken arm fell towards the bottom, and under the trance of the mind, the shield in the air instantly dissipated, accompanied by a golden light that cut through the air, splattering blood in all directions. With his only remaining right arm, the spectral old devil covered his chest with a face full of fear, looking incredulously at the teenager below, trying to use his divine power to tear through space and leave. But he was shocked to find that the space at this moment was as solid as a bronze wall. Coughing violently twice, the old demon of the underworld said incredulously, I didn't expect that after only 500 years, you would have already comprehended the usage of the Void God Cauldron. The teenager spat out a mouthful of bruised blood and, looking at the spectral old devil directly above him, who had an arm severed, he mocked, I've already said that you weren't able to do it 500 years ago, and now you're still not qualified. Before the words fell, the teenager had already arrived behind the old demon of the underworld with one step, holding the Tongshan sword. He then wanted to chop off the head of the spectral old devil, but the next moment a hand appeared in the void, simply stretching out 2 fingers and flicking them towards the tip of his sword. An unimaginable majestic force immediately sent the teenager flying hundreds of feet away. Feeling the force that was running amok in his body, the teenager couldn't help but cough for a while. Ahem! The teenager who was coughing violently raised his head full of astonishment and looked at the one who appeared out of thin air. And at this time there appeared out of thin air an old man who looked 8 or 9% similar to the old devil of the underworld. Hands behind his back, merciless eyes, quietly looking at the teenager. To the spectral old devil beside him, he said as if no one else was there. Brother, he's that youngster you told me about who possesses the Void God Cauldron. The strength is indeed good, and it's no wonder you lost to him 500 years ago. But I didn't expect to have come to the peak of the treading heaven realm after my help. You who are about to reach the demigod realm will still lose to him. It does make me a bit disappointed. The old demon of the underworld felt a little ashamed when he heard him, but for his senior brother, he also had no choice but to speak up. Senior brother, that brat has already comprehended a hint of the Void God Cauldron's usage, so it seems that this item can indeed allow senior brother to break through the divine human to reach the divine exalt realm. The spectral ancestor listened to his words and also looked at the distant teenager with interest as he hooked a finger, a force against which the teenager could not resist at all. At once, he was wrapped up and flew towards the spectral ancestor. Feeling the terrifying power of the phantom ancestor, the teenager laughed miserably and looked up at the firmament of the heavens and a look of reminiscence flowed out of both his eyes, and under his breath, he intimated, Master, I'm afraid I won't be able to go back to do my filial duty to you. Talking to himself for a while, the teenager suddenly showed a crazy face and struggled violently. Looking at the old man of the underworld, he laughed miserably. Since you guys want the Void God Cauldron so much, then you can accompany me down to the Yellow Springs together to find it again. Ha ha. Hearing the youngster's words, the spectral old man felt bad and said, Not good. Feeling again that the energy hidden in the space could even easily tear the two to pieces, the spectral ancestor's face changed drastically and he quickly spoke. Little friend, I don't want the Void God Cauldron. It's yours. Let's go. Just about to rip through space and leave. However, he suddenly realized that the space at the moment had become like a quagmire, constantly squeezing the two men's bodies. So much so that it prevented the two of them from utilizing their true strength at all. The spectral ancestor sensed the wave of power in space that was so furious that it was. He also looked at the old demon of the underworld, who was already weak beside him, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes immediately afterward. He suddenly stretched out his hand and it instantly penetrated the spectral old devil's dantian, spoke in his incredulous eyes. Brother, even if I save you back you won't be able to live much longer, so contribute your last ounce of strength to brother me. Chapter 12, Feng. Watch out. This move will be cool. Listening to the words of the spectral old ancestor, the spectral old devil's eyes were filled with incredulity. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he braced himself to inquire. Why? But the spectral ancestor did not answer his words. And looking at the pearl of origin in his hand, a hint of madness flashed in the bottom of his eyes, followed by a mouthful of swallowing. Feeling the power that was growing crazily within his body, a trace of fascination flashed across the bottom of the eyes of the elder underworld ancestor. Licking his lips and exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, his crimson eyes looked at the teenager in the distance, raising a hand with extreme difficulty. Kid, die. Before the words fell, a force far beyond the divine human realm that was about to reach the level of half-step divine exaltation cut through the sky. A sword shadow formed in the void and sped towards the teenager. Feeling the incomparably majestic power, the teenager's face was ashen, and he looked up at the sky and, thinking of that figure, he couldn't help but shed a tear and murmured, Master. With those words, the teenager slowly closed his eyes and, just when the teenager thought he was bound to die, a familiar and kind voice came from his ears. Feng. Listening to this sentence, Yi Feng was struck by lightning and hurriedly opened his eyes. When he saw the familiar back in front of him, he immediately cried out with tears of joy slightly in a crying voice. Master! Shen Fei nodded as he listened to his words and extended his right hand, taking the Tongshan sword from Yi Feng's hand. Nodding with satisfaction, he looked at the coming sword shadow and said to Yi Feng beside him, Little Feng, this is the first gift for you from Master after 1,000 years. Watch this, that's going to be a cool move. Shen Fei's expression was extremely indifferent. In the face of that one attack that could easily destroy a party of small worlds, pointing the Tongshan sword towards the sky. 1 sword to destroy the Cthulhu. 2nd sword everything falls. 3 swords soul destruction. 4 swords, beheading God. 5 swords. Unconsciously, the space within a radius of billions of feet had stood still. The 9 bright and dazzling light swords stayed in front of Shen Fei's body, as if they were as eye-catching as 9 suns. That sword shadow of the spectral ancestor had also arrived a zheng away in front of Shen Fei. Only then did Shen Fei point the Tongshan sword at the old man of the underworld without slowing down. 9 swords in unison. All things perish. Chop. In an instant that sword shadow instantly stabbed in the direction of the spectral ancestor. The airwaves brought up immediately formed a 10,000 feet gully below, and a faintly audible space crack in the void slowly opened up in all directions. The sword shadow seemed like it wanted to break through the heavens as it sped towards old man of the underworld. Pust. With a streak of blood across the unbelievable old man of the underworld slowly dissipated between the heavens and the earth. but the energy carried by the divine sword still sped toward the far side. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm flying, only leaving behind an abyss 10,000 feet deep spreading towards the direction where the divine sword had gone. The rules of the sword Dao carried on it. A divine being could become a sword Dao expert by comprehending one or two of them. Maybe in another 1,000 years, 10,000 years, because the rift caused by that one divine sword would become a place where one holy place would gather. This guy can't be the master that kid was talking about, right? What about us? Run? The old man who had struck out at Yifeng before looked at the 10,000 feet deep abyss and was dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, without turning back, he tore open the space and fled out. The others also reacted at once, tearing through the space and leaving without looking back. In the blink of an eye only Shen Fei and his two men were left in a circle of hundreds of millions of miles away. Shen Fei looked at the direction of their departure and stroked his chin as he murmured thoughtfully, "Am I that terrible?" Yifeng, who was standing behind him, listened to his words and, another look at the crack that was spreading, gulped, rolled and crawled over, hugged Shen Fei's thighs, and howled, "Master, why didn't you teach me this move earlier? Your disciple I was almost killed just now. I don't care. You have to teach me 2 more moves besides the one you just did." Shen Fei's head was filled with black lines as he listened to Yifeng's words, and he kicked the teenager out a few feet away in a rather disgusted manner. Looking at his wretched appearance, he held his forehead with one hand and pretended to look helpless. "Okay, but your boy was the recipient of all of my true skills back in the day. How come you're such a dish now? You can't even beat the 2 little old men in the district." Yifeng cried without tears as he listened to Shen Fei's words. Little old man? One should know that the other party was a full 2 realms higher than him, and there was even one that was 3 realms higher than him, but he couldn't refute anything about his master. He also had no choice but to put on a sobbing face and sell his misery. "Master, you don't know how I've been living for so many years?" Shen Fei waved his hand impatiently as he listened to him and touched his stomach. Yifeng's eyes lit up as he watched this action of his, and he hurriedly fawned. "Master, you must be hungry. After leaving me for over 1,000 years, I bet Master hasn't had a proper meal. Come on, I'll take you to where I live, and I'll make a good meal for you." "Master." Shen Fei listened to his words and pretended to ponder for a moment and nodded. "Aha! Since you have kindly invited me, I shall be obliged. By the way, tell me again what you've been doing for the past 1,000 years, and why don't you go back to see your master?" Yifeng did not reply, but tore open the space in front of him. A quarter of an hour later, inside the Maple God Valley, the small fish within the stream were frolicking happily, and a gust of wind blew through the maple leaves in the sky drifted towards the wooden house below, and in the void Yifeng and the 2 of them stepped out of the spatial passage. Shen Fei looked at his surroundings and took a deep breath, satisfied. Not bad, getting compliments from Shen Fei. Behind him, Yifeng hastily nodded his head and tugged Shen Fei's arm, then walked toward the wooden house below, and with a wave of his hand, a recliner appeared out of thin air and landed by the stream. Immediately afterward a fishing rod appeared out of thin air. Yifeng helped Shen Fei to sit on the recliner and handed the fishing rod to his hand. Only then did he speak respectfully. "Master, wait a moment, the meal will be ready soon." Shen Fei nodded and naturally picked up the fishing rod. Looking at the small fish within the stream, to Yifeng beside him, he said, "Go take a bath first, and get rid of the bloody chi on you." Yifeng nodded and walked towards the cabin. Shen Fei by the creek listened to the cries of birds and beasts around him unconsciously slowly closed his eyes. Unconsciously an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The sun set in the west, and a breeze brushed by a grasshopper jumped on Shen Fei's face. Feeling the movement on his face, Shen Fei slowly opened his eyes and placed the grasshopper on his face on the ground. Looking at Yifeng, who was lying soundly asleep on the lawn beside him, he smiled, stretched his back, and walked towards the house. "Little Feng, it's time to eat." Chapter 13, Going to a greenhouse to find the master's wife. "Well, master, I make good food, don't I?" Shen Fei, who had not yet stepped into the house, listened to the dreamy words behind him, and his figure lurched as he stepped into the house, looked at the empty dining room table and shook his head. Quite naturally, he walked into the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves, and took out the kitchen knife and ingredients from his carry-on space. Making fire and cooking in one go, without realizing that another hour had passed and the night was dark. A moonlight shone on Yifeng's body. The grasshopper from before jumped onto Yifeng's face quite naturally. Reaching out with both claws, he picked at his nostrils. "Ouch! Stop it!" Yifeng casually slapped the grasshopper off his face and rolled over again. Just as he wanted to go back to sleep, a refreshing scent drifted into the tip of his nose. Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes was a fried egg with tomatoes. That sweet and sour flavor of the tomatoes instantly made Yifeng's mouth and mouth water. Gulping, he couldn't wait to get up. took several deep breaths and, look at that tomato scrambled egg. Master didn't expect you to remember ah. Without even finishing his words, Yifeng reached out and picked up a slice of tomato and put it into his mouth. He was so hot that he shrieked and swallowed it in a hurry. Shen Fei shook his head as he looked at this scene and put the tomato scrambled eggs in his hand on the side table. At this time, Yifeng, as if he had only just seen the meal on the table, hastily exclaimed in surprise, braised pork, spare ribs in vinegar, groundnuts with shredded pork, reaching out to open another waddy and sniffing its contents. All at once, full of intoxication, he spoke, 8 precious chickens. Master's craft has grown again. Shen Fei, listening to his words, also snickered. Your kid is really good at it, too. And he said he'd cook for me. Go serve dinner. Yifeng listened to his words and hurriedly ran his ass towards the wooden house. In no time at all, he served 2 bowls of steaming rice and ran out in a hurry. After sitting on his knees and revealing a mysterious look, he made a stroke towards the void in front of him and a jug of spirit wine was taken out. With another wave of his hand, 2 white jade cups appeared in the void and filled them to the brim. Handing one of the cups to Shen Fei, he said mysteriously, Master, I bet you've definitely never had a good drink from this world. I've lost my family for this great pot of wine. Listening to Yifeng's words, Shen Fei was also curious and raised his wine glass. With his eyes closed, he savored the aroma of the wine in it. Sure is good wine. Taking a small sip, he took out the chopsticks made of white jade and chucked a pile of braised pork. Yifeng was also filled with pride as he listened to Shen Fei's compliments, and 2 glasses of wine went down. The 2 men's conversation gradually opened up. Master, you are unaware that since I ascended to this realm back then, I don't know how many strong enemies I've met along the way. There are also quite a few holy daughters from holy places who are attracted to me at first sight. By the way, where is my master's wife after all these years? Yifeng drank a cup of spirit wine and looked at Shen Fei in front of him off. By the way, Master, after all these years, you haven't found Master's mother yet, have you? When he subconsciously uttered this sentence he felt bad, and, as it happened, Shen Fei on the opposite side gave him a deep look. The next moment an incomparably majestic force instantly lifted him up and threw him into a side stream. Even the power within his body that was enough to kill a god had been imprisoned as if he were immortal. After nearly a quarter of an hour, Yifeng, who had been choking on an unknown amount of saliva, only then was he lifted out, kneeling on the ground coughing violently and begging for mercy. Ahem, Master, I was wrong. I'll never mention the matter of Master's mother again. The next moment it was thrown into the stream by a power, and after half a quarter of an hour's time, only then was it brought up. But this time Yifeng no longer dared to mention those 2 words. One can only mutter a few words in one's mind. It's just that I didn't find my mistress. What's the big deal? Big deal. I'll just find you one in this world. When he thought of this, Yifeng suddenly brightened up. As a disciple who considered himself to have filial piety, this approach is quite good. Perhaps at that time Shen Fei will be happy to reward him with another secret book, or raise his cultivation to the highest in this side of the world. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but heave a couple times. Shen Fei poured the last drop of the pot of spirit wine into the cup and looked at Yifeng, who was giggling there. Hurry up and eat, and since you're so familiar with the world, show me around tomorrow. Yifeng smiled as he listened to his words. There was a feeling that he would immediately become the strongest person in this side of the world. Ha ha! Giggling twice, he rolled over and ran, running his divine power to dry the stream on his body. It was very natural to pick up the pot of spirit wine, only just picking it up suddenly realized that something was wrong. Shaking it twice, even got it to his body. Looking at the empty bottom of the pot, heart is dripping blood. My spirit wine, this is what I bought with 50 million divine stones. Looking at Yifeng's ironic face, Shen Fei coughed rather awkwardly, placing the white jade chopsticks in his hands on the bowl, stood up, put his hands behind his back, and walked towards the wooden house, saying as he walked, you are too injured to drink too much alcohol. I'm going to bed first. Remember to put your food away when you're done. Shen Fei walked into the wooden house, accompanied by a fluttering sound. The wooden door was tightly closed. Yifeng outside the door looked at this and wanted to cry, but then again, looking at the half of the meal still left with a twinkle in his eye, from his carry space, he took out another jug of slightly inferior spirit wine. Where should I take my master on his excursion tomorrow, or else? Hey! Taking a sip of the wine in his cup, Yifeng's heart suddenly had a good place to go and giggled twice. Next day, early in the morning, a loud and clear rooster's crow broke through the sky, and Shen Fei inside the wooden house was suddenly awake. Getting up, he went to the window and pushed open the wooden window, where Leaf Maple was curled up in a recliner huffing and puffing. Seeing this scene, Shen Fei's memory seemed to have returned to more than 1,000 years ago, but at that time, Yifeng was just a small child of 7 or 8 years old. and he also slept like this on the recliner that he always sat on. The boy. Shen Fei shook his head toward the outside world, which was accompanied by another rooster's crow. Only then did Yifeng on the recliner slowly turn around and wake up. Ah, it's been years since I've slept so well. It's true that you can only sleep so peacefully when you're next to your master. Yifeng turned his head towards Shen Fei. Shen Fei, who was there wearing a green suit as if he had walked from a painting, looked at the mess beside the recliner and shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the leftovers on the table disappeared all of a sudden, and before Shen Fei could open his mouth, Yifeng had already snatched the first reply. Master, I thought about it all night yesterday and finally figured out where to take you for a trip. I'll bet that's one great place you've never been to in any other world. After saying that, he tore open a spatial passage and respectfully waited at the side. Hearing Yifeng's words, Shen Fei was also curious and walked into the spatial passage. A quarter of an hour later, Yifeng is very curious out of the space channel, has not yet seen clearly also what is the scene in front of him. A pair of jade hands had been placed on his shoulders. An incomparably charming-looking woman came up to Shen Fei's body and spat out green orchids. Gongchan. 7 or 8 demurely dressed young girls also came up and, each one is a first-class beauty. At this moment, Shen Fei had long seen where it was in front of him, and his face was all black as a pot. Look at this with anger. Yifeng, who was following behind him, was still not clear about what was going on, so he hurriedly accompanied him with a smile but the next moment a foot instantly kicked him in the face. What followed was a series of violent beatings as well as verbal abuse. Good boy to bring Master to such a place. Let's see if Master doesn't teach you a lesson. Master, I was wrong. Chapter 14 Tianxian Holy Maiden. Legendary Martial Marquis King. Master, don't fight. I know I'm wrong. I brought you here for a reason. You'll see in a moment. Listening to these words, Shen Fei moved his foot away from the face of Yifeng, who had already been punched in the face. Straightening his clothes, he looked around at the stunned faces and pretended to look as if nothing had happened, toward the inside, and as he did so, the crowd suddenly spread out into a passageway that, watching the two whisper, "Good Lord, this can't be a disciple bringing his master to a place like this, can it? Genuinely an eye-opener for me. This kid really has a lot of guts, but don't you guys think this kid's face looks familiar?" So saying, those familiar customers reacted at once and, one squinted his eyes to carefully recognize Yifeng, who had already turned blue and swollen at this moment. Shen Fei listened to the whispers around him, and immediately had the urge to beat Yifeng up again, especially since the whispers of the crowd were getting louder and louder, and there were also occasional bursts of exclamations. Suddenly, a fat man with a lewd look and a body as large as a small mountain. He immediately slapped his forehead and looked at Yifeng's figure and exclaimed, "Isn't this guy the same brat who presumptuously kidnapped the Tianxian Holy Maiden 100 years ago? Good boy. So it's him. It's rumored that he didn't make it last time. Instead, he was violently beaten up and blasted out by a demigod realm elder of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Then he even called over his master this time. It can't be that he's here to take revenge, right? It's possible." While thinking about it, the crowd left a distance of several feet again for fear of getting involved with the two. Looking at the two who were walking towards the inner room, some teenagers with colored hearts but no guts were filled with admiration. One must know that Tianxian Holy Maiden was one of the most beautiful women in the entire divine realm. It was only that he had a divine king realm master that made the crowd not dare to make any small moves at all. Only a bold guy like Yifeng would dare to do this. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Shen Fei felt more and more embarrassed. Another look aside as if he was a familiar guest, and even flew kisses towards the surroundings to greet Yifeng again kicked over. Yifeng hastily dodged the look of frankness but then turned his head toward the surroundings, as if looking for something. Looking at this piggy look of his, Shen Fei hated the lesson. You kids come to places like this all the time. How did I teach a disciple like you? What a disgrace. Yifeng listened to Shen Fei's words but did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, they continued to throw winks towards those young girls, and when they found a quiet corner, the two of them sat down. "Master, you really misunderstood me. Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted me to bring you somewhere fun? Today that heavenly Xian Holy Maiden who is considered one of the best in the world will be coming to our place. When the time comes, Master, you'll put in some effort and maybe you can make him my master." Listening to Yifeng's words, the corners of Shen Fei's mouth twitched. Mockingly, he said, "The same Tianxian Holy Maiden that you tried to kidnap 100 years ago and then got blown out?" Yifeng hurriedly waved his hand as he listened to his words and said with conviction, "Don't listen to them. There's absolutely no such thing." Shen Fei looked at Yifeng's appearance and was filled with skepticism, but in his heart, he was secretly curious. Just what kind of beautiful maiden would make this boy willing to take risks? Just before Shen Fei could think clearly, a teenager came over with a smile on his face, came to the table of the two, rubbed his hands, looked at Yifeng, raised eyebrows and eyes. The mold looks extremely obscene. He smiled and looked at Yifeng and complimented him. Master Feng, as usual? Yifeng listened to the words of the boy, and then coughed twice in his heart to spit. Why is this kid so blind? Then spoke up. Just serve me some good dishes to drink, and by the way, a jug of the fine spirit wine you have here. By the way, when will Miss Tianxian come over? Hearing his words, the boy suddenly bent his head to his ear and said quietly, Master Feng, I think you'd better disguise yourself, or else I'm afraid you'll get into big trouble later. After saying this sentence, pointing his finger in one direction, and there on the stage was a huge hourglass, by the look of which most of the time had already passed. Her Highness the Holy Virgin will be here tonight. After saying this sentence, the boy looked around again and said mysteriously immediately afterward, That's right, Master Feng, before that we're going to hold an auction right away. There's even a drunken wind song in there, and you should know that it's a fine wine brewed by Her Highness, the Holy Maiden, herself. It's a rare delicacy in the world. If Master Feng takes out this object at tonight's banquet, I think perhaps it might make Her Highness look the other way. Yifeng's eyes lit up as he listened to the boy's words. Drunken wind spirit could be considered a first-class good wine under the sky, and it was said that the materials used were even the personal belongings of the heavenly Shen Holy Maiden. And, thinking of his master's favorite wine, if you offer both wine and beauty to your master tonight, then by then, hey, looking at Yifeng, who was full of lewd smiles, how could Shen Fei not know what he was thinking? But he did have a thing for that first-class good wine in the world. Just when he wanted to think about what kind of deliciousness the drunken windsarine was, a startled cry woke him from his beauty sleep. Look, why is the Marquis King here? It's true that heroes can't resist beauty. Tianxian Holy Maiden is about to arrive. I didn't expect that even a genius of the martial Marquis King's level would be attracted to him. Accompanying these exclamations, the next moment an ordinary-looking, elegant, and the teenager dressed in a cloth coat that made one assume at a glance that he was of mortal appearance walked in. Only if someone meets his eyes, but can't help but be secretly shocked to avoid his gaze. His eyes are as bright as stars, as if he can see all the world's stupidity. It's as if you can see right through the heart at a glance. Yifeng, who was on the side, looked at the martial Marquis King who walked in and gave a light grunt, full of disbelief, sputtering, still so fond of pretending, a mere treading heaven realm. I shucks. Although Yifeng's mouth was saying this, a trace of envy flashed in the depths of his eyes, only to see the Marquis King of Wu, who had just walked in, being flanked by this crowd towards an empty seat. Coincidentally, he came and sat down at the empty table next to the two men. The others shook their heads with regret at this scene. I wanted to let the martial Marquis King get acquainted with his junior, but looking at his appearance, I knew that the martial Marquis King was not interested, and I could only shake my head regretfully. Sitting in the seat that belonged to him, he waited quietly for the auction to begin. Shen Fei looked at the martial Marquis King on the side and then looked at Yifeng sitting in front of him with a defiant face and felt amused. With intent, he said, Little Feng, I remember a certain person seemed to have said that within 10 strokes, defeat someone to the sword, don't you think? Chapter 15, Drunken Wind Chant, Self-Portrait of Tianxian Holy Maiden. The martial Marquis King on the side also turned his head towards the two of them when he heard Shen Fei's words. Noticing martial Marquis King's gaze, Yifeng hurriedly turned his head. Pretending to be crazy, he said, Which kid said something so wild? I haven't heard of it. Master, why haven't you had a drink yet? Just drunk, Shen Fei looked at this look of his and smiled. At this moment the boy walked over with a few plates of food for drinks. In his other hand, he held a flask of wine and 2 wine cups, on which were depicted various divine beasts. Putting it on the table, he laughed softly and said, Master Feng, Senior, please also enjoy your meal. Shen Fei nodded, and Yifeng hurriedly picked up the pot of spirit wine with an attentive face and poured it separately. Only then did he introduce himself. Master, just this pot of wine, and it's only just slightly worse than the one we drank last night. If it weren't for the fact that I've made a small fortune in the last few hundred years, I really couldn't afford to hire. And this steamed sea bass is a divine chef's specialty. Listening to Yifeng's bragging, Shen Fei also felt very curious, clamped up in his mouth and closed his eyes, tasting it carefully, feeling the fragrance in his mouth. He praised it with a light in his eyes. Not bad indeed. Unconsciously, a quarter of an hour passed in a flash, with the sound of an appropriately timed bell reaching the ears of the crowd. It instantly attracted the gazes of the crowd towards the stage, only to see that a young girl clad in a red veil had appeared out of thin air where the hourglass had originally been placed. The big watery eyes were like mud puddles attracting the attention of all the people. The surplus jade peaks were hidden in the half-covered red veil. The bare jade feet. On his left foot he wore a bell hanging from the top of a red cord, a pair of long legs exposed in the air, jade arms slender, looking at the crowd under the stage to hide a smile. The silver bell-like wonderful laughter immediately charmed a piece of male cultivators. Even the martial marquis king below couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and Yifeng opposite him was even worse. Dumbfounded. His mouth was open enough to fit an egg. The next moment roiling cries of shock appeared all of a sudden. 100-flower holy maiden. Holy, why is the 100-flower holy maiden here too? Did you guys see that? The 100-flower holy maiden just smiled at me. Which I did you see her smile at you, when she was clearly smiling at me just now? You fart. How can she be like that to you when you're so ugly? How dare you kid talk about me like that? Have the guts to go out and have a match. The 100 Flowers holy maiden looked at the crowd below and hid her mouth with a smile. Myriad eyes looked toward the crowd below. She suddenly froze when her eyes swept over the Marquis King as well as Yifeng, who dared not look at her squarely with his head lowered. That back figure was incomparably familiar to her. As a close friend of the Tianxian holy maiden, she naturally had a vivid memory of this person who had once nearly hijacked the Tianxian holy maiden. How dare this kid come? Thinking of this, the 100 Flowers holy maiden's beautiful eyes turned, and she suddenly remembered. The right hand hidden behind his back secretly took out a jade slip and sent out a message. Looking at Yifeng's back, he revealed a scheming smile. I hope you wait a while and don't run. Looking again at the young man beside Yifeng, who was of similar age to him. Just a moment of surprise. Darkly. So handsome. But instead of paying too much attention, he looked down at the crowd below and bent slightly too. It immediately attracted the gazes of the male cultivators present. And that gully was like an abyss that could swallow everything. There came a gagging sound. Hello everyone. My little lady is here to pay her respects. I am the saintess of the 100 Flowers. I will preside over this auction today. But before that, let me dance a song to cheer you all up. How about that? Before the words fell, the sound of a zither came into everyone's ears from the depths of the 100 Flowers pavilion. The next moment the sky's petals appeared out of thin air from the void, and the 100 Flowers virgin also appropriately danced. Every step out of the void appeared out of thin air a lotus flower. After nearly a quarter of an hour, with the sound of the zither slowly ceasing, only then did the 100 Flowers holy maiden slowly land on the stage. Accompanied by earth-shaking applause and the sound of gulping, the 100 Flowers holy maiden opened her mouth and laughed. Now let's have the first lot. Ta. A young girl whose posture was slightly inferior to the 100 Flowers saint maiden carried a tray with a red veil covering an object in her hands, and when she came to the center, the 100 Flowers saint maiden revealed a mysterious smile. In a voice that could charm the living, he spoke. This is something my master sought out from a world, but it took nearly 100 years, and still couldn't solve the mystery. But according to my master's father, this object may even be the relic of a powerful God King realm master. There may even be information about the place of sitting. When she said this, the 100 Flowers saintess paused for a moment. Seeing that the atmosphere of the scene was pretty much regulated by her, she immediately lifted the red veil on top of the tray, revealing the objects on it, and said immediately afterward, the starting bidding price is 1 million divine stones. The crowd present was in an uproar as they listened to the 100 Flowers holy maiden's introduction. Eyes on fire, he looked at the object above him. I only saw that it was a 4-square box with strange runes carved on it. But strangely enough, even though the people present were running and trying their best to exert their pupils at the same time to look, still can't see through the objects inside. But even so, instead of diminishing the idea of this treasure in his heart, instead, it's getting worse. I'll give you 2 million. 3 million. Yifeng also quietly raised his head and looked towards the top. Seeing that the 100 Flowers holy maiden did not pay attention to his side, was also relieved, and transmitted a voice to Shen Fei beside him. Master, can you see through what's inside? If it's really good, you have to buy it. After all, this is a great opportunity to pick up the pieces. Shen Fei listened to him and took a sip of the wine in his cup, and a golden light flowed in his eyes. The next moment suddenly laughed softly and shook his head. There's nothing good in there. It's just a suicide note. But judging by the aura on it, it is indeed above the God King realm. You can indeed make a move if you're interested. Yifeng listened to Shen Fei's words, suddenly lacked interest, and spat in his heart. It's just a suicide note. Is it necessary to keep it so discreetly? This auction lasted for nearly half a teacup of time. The price only slowed down when it developed to $5,876,000,000. The 100 Flowers holy maiden, looking at the crowd present, held a small wooden hammer in her hand, spitting out green orchids. 58,766,000,000 for the first time. Second time. Third time. Deal. Bang. An old man in the center of the room breathed a sigh of relief when the hammer came down hard and, do not dare to delay the sight to pay the money in the slightest, tightly holding the wooden box to tear open the space to leave. It's no wonder he's so cautious. Knowing that the average Divine King realm family didn't have such a rich fortune, it was evident that he had already gambled his life away. Although this person had left, the auction was still going on. I don't know how many treasures were bought by the crowd present, and some people left quickly, as that old man did. There are also those who are quietly waiting for the final reenactment. Unconsciously, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden looked at the group of teenagers present and, especially lingering on the bodies of both Marquis King Wu and Yi Feng for a moment. He then opened his mouth. Next item, the Drunken Wind Chant, and a self-portrait of the Holy Maiden of Tianxian. From the hand of the Holy Maiden of Tianxian. Starting bid. Chapter 16, The Scroll of the Heavenly Xian Holy Maiden. Starting bid, 10 million divine stones. There's still a quarter of an hour left in the auction, so please get ready. The Saintess of the 100 Flowers clapped her hands, attracting the attention of the crowd, and took a step forward and, disappearing from the stage. Hearing the words of the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden, the scene was in an uproar. There were quite a few people who had even begun to prepare money from their families, and even the Marquis King of Wu was filled with astonishment as he muttered to himself, "This little ninny does have some tricks up her sleeve, but I'll take the good stuff." Shen Fei was curious as he looked at the crowd present that had instantly reduced by a large portion. Watching again as some people even took out their own treasures on the spot for the live auction. But most of those who still remained here now were here to catch a glimpse of Tianxian Holy Maiden's face. Not a fan of those treasures of his. It was also just a taunt. "I'm afraid it's too late to improvise now. Tonight is definitely the night I'll be spending with Tianxian Holy Maiden." Of course they said they were spending the night together, but the people there knew what was trying to happen. But it is not possible. At best it is an all-night conversation. At the back of the stage, the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden looked at the farce below and nodded with satisfaction. Quite proudly, he said to himself, "Master still says I don't have the talent to be a merchant. Sure is badass." But the next moment was full of tangled faces looking at Yi Feng's back. His little face wrinkled into a ball. It looked very cute. And remembering what the Heavenly Xian Holy Maiden had said to her, she sighed. "My sister told me to try and stall this guy until she gets here. But this guy shouldn't be so stupid, either. After all, I've already formed a deep hatred with my sister last time, so maybe I'll run away in a while. Gee, how am I going to keep him? Sister, really? You might as well have come over here earlier. I can't believe I was given such a difficult task." The more the 100 Flowers Virgin thought about it, the more entangled she became. And as for the use of force, then forget it. After all, 100 years ago Yi Feng was able to fight that one demigod realm law enforcement elder. And even though he ended up losing big time and was blasted out, it was not something she could resist. Not to mention now. Gee, that's really annoying. And at this time, hundreds of millions of miles away, the Heavenly Xian Holy Maiden was sitting on a flying boat. There was a portrait suspended in the void in front of him. Looking closely, I saw that above me was Yi Feng, dressed in white. Only in the portrait above, Yi Feng looked arrogant. And looking at that portrait, the more Tianxian Holy Maiden thought about it, the more angry she became. With a light grunt, that portrait suddenly turned into flying ash. And seeing this scene, only then did the Heavenly Xian Holy Maiden mutter to herself with satisfaction, "Yi Feng, this time I'll see how you can escape. I'm not as easy to talk to as the law enforcement elder." Thinking of this, hands strangled. The speed of the flying boat steeply increased several times again, walking in the void. And at this time, inside the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Shen Fei looked at Yi Feng, who had already changed his appearance drastically by performing the transfiguration technique. Stroking her chin, she said, "Is that Heavenly Xian Holy Maiden really that terrifying? You weren't like this to that old guy from the heaven-treading realm before, or were the assurances you told me before false? You really did kidnap that what's-her-name Tianxian Holy Maiden in the first place?" Yi Feng lowered his head and listened to Shen Fei's words, and hurriedly transmitted his voice. "Master, that's really just my youthful ignorance at first. Besides, you really haven't seen what kind of beauty that is, Tianxian Holy Maiden. I dare say any man in the world would be moved by the sight of her. You'll know when you see her portrait when the auction starts later." The more Yi Feng said this, the more curious Shen Fei became. However, he scoffed at the two words Yi Feng said. How is it possible that any man in the world would be moved by the sight of her? Without realizing it, a quarter of an hour had passed in an instant. And at this time, the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden, who was struggling to think of a solution in the background, listened to the reminder of the maid at the side of the room. Only then did he realize that a quarter of an hour had arrived, and through the gap in the screen, he looked at Yi Feng, who was talking with Shen Fei, and turned his eyes. A smile broke out. "My lady is so smart." While thinking about the 100 Flowers, Saint Maiden walked out of the backstage, slowly landed on the stage, clapped her hands and, catch the attention of the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction will begin immediately." As the crowd listened to him, they hurriedly took their seats, and the 100 Flower Holy Maiden also nodded towards the maidservant at the side. The two maids hurriedly went towards the depths of the backstage, and in a short while the two young girls brought out 2 trays towards the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden. Only this time, unlike before, there was no red cloth covering them. Seeing that the crowd's attention was on the drunken wind chant and the scroll of words and paintings, the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden clapped her hands and, pacing to the center of the 2 auction items, he then smiled towards the crowd below. Now let us smell this drunken wind chant. Is it as if it were rumored? Before her words fell, the 100 Flowers Saintess opened the sealed pot of drunken wind chanting a crack and, along with the charming aroma of wine spreading in all directions, it filled the entire hall in an instant. The crowd couldn't help but close their eyes and gulp. The figure of a beautiful woman appeared out of thin air in their minds, and that young girl danced in their minds, her delicate figure attracting the hearts and minds of the crowd. The beautiful song seemed to echo in their ears. After half a cup of tea, the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden then covered the drunken wind chant with the. After another half a cup of tea, the crowd woke up reluctantly, their eyes fiery as they looked at the stream of drunken wind chant. Shen Fei also opened his eyes fondly. He certainly did not fall into the illusion, but only felt emotion in his heart. Indeed, it's a rare fine wine in the world. I don't know what kind of method that little guy used to refine it. Should we go and ask? Only, in the next moment, Shen Fei dispelled this thought. After all, he was more of a drinker than a brewer. Yi Feng, who was on the side, looked at Shen Fei's unfulfilled expression and made a bad smile. Master, am I right? The Drunken Windjammer is indeed one of the few beautiful bars in the world, and it's rumored that the refining was done with the addition of Heavenly Shen Holy Maiden's personal belongings, only no one knows what they are until now. The crowd had quieted down, and the Holy Maiden of the 100 Flowers picked up the scroll beside her and it immediately attracted the attention of the crowd, knowing that this was the portrait of Tianxian Holy Maiden herself. Looking at the piggish appearance of the people present, the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden hid her mouth and smiled. Slowly, he opened the scroll in his hand. Even the Marquis King of Wu and Yi Feng below couldn't help but cast their pupil arts. Many of the people present had the same idea and took out their retention stones. Shen Fei shook his head helplessly as he watched their movements. The 100 Flowers Holy Maiden above watched Shen Fei's movements with a hint of color flashing under her eyes. However, he did not think much about it, but slowly opened the scroll in his hand. Only when it was completely opened, the people present were suddenly filled with doubt and only a mere blank scroll was seen above. But as the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden integrated the divine power within her body into the scroll, a hazy figure appeared out of nowhere above the hall, hidden in the mist. Chapter 17, A Night Out Together? As the mist slowly dissipated, a beautiful song, and the sound of a lyre coming from nowhere. It immediately reached the ears of the crowd. Various kinds of flower petals appeared out of nowhere in the void of the hall. The next moment a young girl wearing a long lime green dress, 3,000 green silks falling down like a waterfall, willow eyebrows slightly arched, eyes languid, winks at the crowd. The body was incomparably delicate, with blown-out skin, jade onion-like snow-white arms that, long, snow-white legs were exposed and bare feet danced in the air. Her knitted brows and smile attracted the gazes of everyone present as she danced in the void. Even the martial Marquis King looked at the beautiful person above him in fascination. Yi Feng, who was beside him, was even worse, drooling at the moment and not caring in the slightest about his image. His eyes gazed in fascination at the beautiful person above him. On the side, Shen Fei took a sip of the spirit wine in his cup, and his eyes narrowed, carefully surveying the Heavenly Shen Holy Maiden above the hall. Her heart was also secretly surprised. Beautiful indeed. No wonder this kid actually tried to kidnap her back then. Looking at the drooling Yi Feng again, Shen Fei shook his head and didn't disturb him. Instead, he quietly sipped the spirit wine. The 100 Flowers Holy Maiden above the stage looked at the bottom of Shen Fei's eyes, was also very surprised and sighed in her heart. It's true that it's not an ordinary person, so it seems that I want to drag that boy. It does have to come from this guy. Before we knew it, a quarter of an hour had ended in a beautiful dance. The 100 Flowers Saintess withdrew the divine power within her body. The person in the void immediately smiled towards the crowd, and came to the scroll with a hop and a skip, toward the inside. With the light crossing over, we saw a scroll depicting a beautiful maiden frolicking in a stream. The delicate figure was hidden under the white veil. The 100 Flowers Holy Maiden slowly closed the scroll and laughed as she listened to the sighs in the hall. People don't have to feel sorry for themselves. This one scroll contains 100 paintings made by the Holy Maiden herself. Each pair records a different dance. After a pause to attract the attention of those present, immediately after that, he picked up the wooden hammer in front of him and struck it heavily into the void. Now, the auction begins. Before the words fell, the crowd present immediately began to make offers. $20 million, $50 million, $68 million. Yi Feng listened to the shouts of the people present, and as a disciple who considered himself to have a filial piety. Of course, the main reason was that he hoped that Master would elevate himself to be the strongest in the divine realm once he was happy, and he also hastened to open his mouth. 100 million. But the price was flooded in the blink of an eye, coming in at 200 million. Yi Feng couldn't help but be secretly anxious even as he looked at the frantic crowd. You know it's a matter of your own master's life. With a stern flash in his eyes at the thought, he stepped out and, stepping on the table, he shouted, "I'll offer $1 billion." The crowd present quietly looked at Yi Feng, whose image had already turned into an old man opening his mouth to scoff. "Old man, you're so old. You're still fighting with us juniors. I'm afraid that thing of yours doesn't work anymore. Ha ha." Hearing this person's words, the others also reacted instantly and also laughed with mocking faces, listening to the words of the people present. Relying on the support of Shen Fei on the side, Yi Feng's face turned red, cursing angrily. "Even you losers want to compete with me. Besides, who said that the old man's wasn't good enough? Yours is the one that doesn't work. I've got a lot of money. Have the balls to compare. 1.5 billion. The 100 Flowers Holy Maiden on the stage smiled as she looked down at Yi Feng, who was filled with anger. "I don't know if this kid really likes his sister. The looks do work," said the Holy Maiden of the 100 Flowers, and looked at the Marquis King, who was looking at the side. Although he was dressed in cloth but it was undeniable that he was indeed considered a genius, having forcefully killed a peak demigod powerhouse with a cultivation of the heaven-treading realm. And during these 1,000 years, countless treadmill and demigod powerhouses have died at his hands. So the boy is quite well off. Just when Yi Feng and those people were bidding quite fiercely and had come to $2.8 billion, the martial Marquis King, who was sitting there without uttering a word, suddenly opened his mouth. 4 billion. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air at those words. They hurriedly looked in the direction of the Marquis King. Seeing that it was him, a number of people lowered their heads without saying a word. And Yi Feng also reacted, turning his head to the martial Marquis King on the side and mocked. "Yo, I thought you were a decent guy, but I didn't realize. TSK. Yi Feng shook his head and made an expression of disdain for him. The Marquis King frowned as he listened to his words, and sized up Yi Feng's appearance carefully. A sudden poof of laughter. "Ha! I thought something looked familiar before. Do you think I don't recognize you because you've changed your appearance? Or do you think that you'll be safe and sound if the 100 Flower Pavilion's warrant for you is withdrawn?" Hearing the martial Marquis King's words, Yi Feng then reacted and hurriedly turned his head and coughed. "What are you farting about?" However, at this time, Yi Feng did not have the same kind of arrogance that he had before, and turned to sit down and opened his mouth. 41 billion. King Woho, 42. Yi Feng gritted his teeth, his heart dripping blood. 44. King Woho, 50. 55. 60. The crowd present looked at the two fighting men and sucked in a breath of cold air. The fight was more than a gas. It's a total show of wealth. While the two were bickering, no one noticed that above the city of 100 Flower City, an airship bearing the pattern of the 100 Flower sect appeared out of thin air from the void. The heavenly Shen Holy Maiden, who was sitting on the airship, touched the fine sweat on her forehead and exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Standing up with golden light flowing in his eyes, he took a step out to the backstage of the 100 Flowers Pavilion and stood behind the screen where the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden stayed before. The 100 Flowers Holy Maiden, who was propping up her cheeks and watching the fight below, suddenly moved her nose twice and, then with a face full of surprise, he walked towards the backstage. "Come behind the screen." Looking at the somewhat pale-faced Tianxian Holy Maiden, she said in surprise, "You didn't exhaust your divine power to rush over here with all your might, did you?" But it was nearly 2 hours ahead of schedule. The heavenly Shen Holy Maiden nodded and spoke. "Where is that brat?" Hearing his words, the 100 Flower Saintess shrugged helplessly and hid behind the screen. Pointing at Yi Feng, who was fighting with the Marquis King, he said, "That guy was there, but he used a disguise." Tianxian Holy Maiden looked at the familiar background and familiar voice, and her body was shaking with anger. Silver teeth clenched as she looked at the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden on the side and explained, "Command down, close the door and beat the dog." Hearing the words of the Tianxian Holy Maiden, the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden immediately brightened up. Leaping to his feet, he said, "Wait a moment, may I take a shot?" The heavenly Shen Holy Maiden nodded and left the screen towards the outside world. The two people who were bickering in the crowd at the scene did not notice the Tianxian Holy Maiden who had appeared. Only Shen Fei looked at the Tianxian Holy Maiden, who walked out with the corner of her mouth curled and her eyes rolled. With a smile and a motionless smile, he picked up the pot of spirit wine and the plate of steamed sea bass, and his figure slowly dissipated into the void. And at this time the price has come to 7 billion. Yi Feng coughed violently twice. Feeling some pain in my throat. Extremely idly and familiarly picking up the cup of spirit wine on the table, his eyes glanced towards the afterglow of the stage. The moment he locked eyes with the heavenly Shen Holy Maidens, he was struck by lightning, and the spirit wine that was in midair fell towards the bottom. And the holy maiden of Tianxian looked into his eyes and was instantly certain that this is the same denizen who tried to kidnap him back then. Looking at the crowd present pointing at Ji Feng, who was disguised as an old man, gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. I'll pay $10 billion for anyone who can bring him alive and also spend the night with me. Chapter 18, Shen Fei who pits his disciple. Yi Feng, listening to the words of Tianxian holy maiden, secretly said that it was not good, and turned around to look towards Shen Fei, who was on the side, only it had been empty there for a long time. Asterisk. Looking at the empty seats, Yi Feng wanted to cry. Master, you really screwed me over. There's no way you'd pick your disciple like that. Shen Fei, who was hidden in the void, took a bite of steamed sea bass and drank a small mouthful of wine. Looking at his demeanor dumbfounded, he said to himself, "Kid, let you pit your master and make him so embarrassed. I'll see how you run this time." With a slight wave of his hand at this thought, a shield formed by golden light instantly enveloped the entire 100 Flowers city. That's when he was content to continue watching the show. While the crowd present listened to the words of Tianxian holy maiden, they looked at Ji Feng and rubbed their fists with smiles on their faces. Old man, just don't resist. Ha ha. Even the Marquis King stood up. For this kid who dared to talk to him like that, he naturally had to step in to teach a lesson. But of course the important thing was to spend the night with Tianxian holy maiden. After all, he's considered a leading member of the younger generation. Maybe this time it's time to actually spend the night together instead of just chatting. Without realizing it, Yi Feng was forced back to a corner by the crowd. The heavenly Xian holy maiden on the stage was quite satisfied watching this scene. However, he also knew that Yi Feng was unlikely to surrender. And as expected, the next moment, being forced to retreat, Yi Feng's hand appeared out of thin air. Tongshan sword, toward the wall behind the powerful force suddenly cut the wall in two. Immediately after that, he took a step out towards the sky and looked behind him and laughed rampantly. You losers, catch up with me if you dare. Ha ha, bang! Yi Feng hadn't even finished his words. In the blink of an eye, it hit the shield arranged by Shen Fei and fell towards the bottom. Dizzy, Yi Feng touched his aching head and, filled with hatred, he looked at the hidden shroud above him and broke into tears. Which one of these guys is so ungrateful? He'd better get the hell out of there. Before the words fell, the people in the 100 Flowers pavilion also reacted and flew towards the sky. Some of the people who had long looked at Ji Feng with displeasure even struck hard between their shots, poking at the vitals. Kid, it seems like there's been a big brother looking at you for a long time. This time I'll see where you're going to run. Brothers, let's go together. Hearing the words of the crowd, Yi Feng spat out a mouthful of saliva, dodged an attack, and operated his secret technique. His breath soared, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the peak of the Tongshan realm. Looking at the hundreds of people present, he tapped his dantian, and instantly the void god cauldron, which was full of cracks, appeared out of thin air. A light enveloped Ji Feng as it hovered above his head. When it was too late, a flying sword stabbed towards his back from the shadows. The power carried on it had even come to the early stage of the heaven-treading realm, and just when the crowd thought that he was going to die, the flying sword had landed on the light curtain. Bang! In an instant a deafening sound accompanied by gusts of airwaves spread towards the surroundings. But even so, the crowd still didn't stop attacking. After all, in their perception, the Yi Feng energy fluctuations inside grew stronger and stronger. The crowd hovered at a distance of 100 feet above Yi Feng, and coincidentally pinched their hands together and let out a low cry. An attack was sent towards Yi Feng. In an instant, countless sword lights, blade lights, palm prints, fist prints, and even the power of nature. Countless attacks flew towards Yi Feng. After attacking for nearly a quarter of an hour, the crowd slowly stopped. The figure that was right in the middle of the smoke from the explosion was looked at in disbelief. And the energy fluctuations there at the moment are getting stronger and stronger. The crowd even wondered if this guy was a monster, realizing that with those attacks just now, it could even cause a peak-treading heaven realm powerhouse to fall. Not to mention just a guy who used his secret method to reach the peak of the passing god realm. That sole early stage treading heaven realm powerhouse. And the crowd walked out and looked at the crowd present. I have a technique for combining attacks, and I would like to ask for your help. But the people present didn't pay any attention to him. Instead they each launched their own attacks. After all, if you helped this guy catch Yi Feng, then who would take the credit when the time came? And at this moment, at the door of the 100 Flowers pavilion, the heavenly Xian holy maiden and several attendants and those charmingly dressed young girls as well as the 100 Flowers holy maiden, and the Marquis King of martial arts quietly looked into the sky. The 100 Flowers holy maiden narrowed her eyes as she looked at the shattered space end. And at this moment there, because there were hundreds of people whose divine power fluctuations were constantly colliding, so even she couldn't see what kind of state Yifeng was in at this moment. But for the hundreds of people who attacked, the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden looked at the Tianxian Holy Maiden beside her with slight hesitation and inquired, "Sister, that brat won't die, right?" The Heavenly Xian Holy Maiden shook her head as she listened to her words. The light in her eyes flowed as if she could see through the void. Replied, "That brat had lasted under the law enforcement elder for hundreds of moves back then before he was defeated. Not to mention that at that time, he was only in the middle stage of Tong Tian." The 100 Flower Saintess listened to his words and looked somewhat hesitantly at the crowd still attacking above her. Some doubt. "So, sis, why did you even let those guys make a move? With their strength, even if they were to combine together, it would be impossible for them to defeat Yifeng at this moment. Even if there's an existence of the heaven-treading realm inside, I don't really think he'll lose." The Holy Maiden of Tianxian listened to his words, eyes tightly gazing at the shattered void replied, "I'm not counting on these guys. At most they can only consume Yifeng's divine power. When the time comes, I'll naturally step in." Thinking about what Yifeng said to her 100 years ago, the touch of redness that rose on the face of the Heavenly Xian Holy Maiden was like a hazy haze in the morning mist, and there was endless shyness and gentleness in the haze. One is mesmerized by the beauty of the scene. The martial Marquis King on the side looked at the blush on the cheeks of the Tianxian Holy Maiden. Looking at the broken void in the sky again, his mind instantly knew some information, and a hint of sternness flashed in his eyes. Then he suddenly turned to face the Tianxian Holy Maiden at the moment and bowed. "Your Highness, if you could grant me one request, I will naturally step in and help you capture Yifeng." 100 Flower Holy Maiden listened to his words and gave him a slightly playful look without uttering a word, while the Heavenly Xian Holy Maiden frowned, knowing that she had always disliked people with an overly murderous heart, and this one in front of the Marquis King. But any offense to him, either the extermination of the whole family or death by lynching. There's even a rumor that this guy once exterminated a family for no reason at all, only looking for a certain thing. What's more, for some reason, he always felt that there was something uncomfortable about the way the Marquis King looked at him. Then indifferently and incomparably, he said, "No need. After they consume his divine power in a while, I'll strike out on my own." Listening to the words of the Heavenly Xian Holy Maiden, the Marquis King, instead of leaving, he took step after step towards that void above him. Without looking back, he said, "Your Highness, if I had opened my mouth, they wouldn't have done it." Chapter 19. She is mine. When the time comes, perhaps we'll have to let Her Highness the Holy Maiden personally take action. If we let Yifeng get away, then there's nothing I can do about it. Tianxian Holy Maiden looked at the martial Marquis King who had his hands behind his back and snorted lightly as she listened to his threatening words. "My youngest daughter would never dare to let the martial Marquis King do it himself." Then taunted, "What's more, even if it was His Highness the Marquis King himself, I don't really think that you can beat Yifeng. As for Yifeng's strength, I learned it 100 years ago, but for the martial Marquis King so far I've only heard rumors. I also asked the Marquis King not to intervene, or else if he is to bring dishonor upon himself, but it's degrading your past reputation." As the martial Marquis King listened to the Tianxian Holy Maiden's words, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes, and he laughed in anger. With a wave of his sleeve robe he turned around to condescendingly look at the delicately built Tianxian Holy Maiden. "Your Highness the Holy Maiden, if you say that, are you not underestimating me? Countless powerful people of the heaven-treading realm have died at my hands, not to mention the dozens of demigod realm powerhouses. I once thought that the Holy Maiden of Tianxian was an extraordinary woman. I didn't realize that my eyesight would be so narrow, that I would think that a mere mole at the peak of the Tong Tian realm could defeat me. Today, I will show you what it means to be one of the top geniuses and demons in the world. It's just that if I miss and kill Yifeng, I still ask your Highness to honor your promise." After saying these words he looked deeply at the Heavenly Xian Holy Maiden and let out a light hum. Humph. As soon as the words left his mouth, he leaped and flew towards where Yifeng was. The people who were carrying out the attack looked at the face of the Marquis King who flew from below and hurriedly left a distance of hundreds of feet. And among those civilians below in the realms of the Bitter Sea and the other side, some people looked at the martial Marquis King who flew out and exclaimed at once, "Holy, the martial Marquis King has made a move. So it looks like that kid should be dead. I just don't know which saint's son he actually offended to be surrounded by the crowd. Speaking of which, that guy is pretty powerful, being surrounded by so many people and still managing to last this long." A boyish-looking teenager listening to the words of his best friend beside him was also filled with admiration as he looked at the martial Marquis King who was flying away in the sky. "I'm telling you, I'm going to become as powerful as the Marquis King in the future." The Tianxian Holy Maiden looked at the martial Marquis King who was flying away with a long stride and was filled with anger, especially when she heard his threat. Looking at the crowd in the sky he spoke, "Gentlemen, since martial Marquis King is interested, let him strike out on his own. I would like to see if this legendary martial Marquis King is a false name or not." I think that both those present and the civilians below would like to see the martial Marquis King's valor. Speaking of this, Tianxian Holy Maiden gritted her teeth. The people in the sky above were relieved when they heard the words of the Tianxian Holy Maiden. He hurriedly flew towards the bottom, but that middle-aged man of the heaven-treading realm did not leave. After all, he considered himself slightly older than this Marquis King. With a smile on his face, he straightened his shirt and rose to meet him. Just before he got close to the Marquis King, the middle-aged man's eyes blinked. The martial Marquis King, who was originally hundreds of feet away, appeared in front of him, choking him with one hand, his eyes full of killing intent staring at him. That arm exerted a slight force, and with a clicking sound, the Marquis King was as if he had thrown garbage. Throw the middle-aged man's body towards the bottom randomly. After doing this, he flew longitudinally towards where Yifeng was, without the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. It's like killing a mole. Sizzle. Martial Marquis King. What a ruthless tactic. Killing an early-stage treading heaven realm powerhouse in just one look. Could all those rumors be true? The crowd that landed in an open space in front of the 100 Flowers Pavilion below, watching that middle-aged man's body fall in one direction, filled with fear, as well as gratitude, did not provoke such a terrifyingly strong person for the clan. The Saintess of the 100 Flowers looked at the corpse and, the small mouth slightly opened in surprise. I didn't expect him to be as powerful as rumored. In that case, wouldn't Yifeng be in danger? Hearing her words, Holy Maiden Tianxian did not reply, but quietly looked towards where Yifeng was. Even though there were all sorts of mysterious laws there, it was still impossible to hide the fluctuations within. Suddenly the corner of the Tianxian Holy Maiden's mouth curled up as she said quietly, "You'll just have to wait and see." Shen Fei, who was hidden beside Tianxian Holy Maiden, was also slightly surprised when he heard her words. Shen Fei was very satisfied with this future apprentice daughter-in-law. Muttering to himself, he said, "Then let's show you this kid's true strength." And on the other side, the Marquis King flew all the way to the, in the blink of an eye, he arrived in the broken void where Yifeng was. With a flash of purple light in his eyes, a faintly audible force of law immediately enveloped him and, all of a sudden the originally furious and incomparable fluctuations of divine power laws in the void revealed a passageway. And at this moment, deep in the shattered void, at this moment Yifeng was in a sorry state, with scars all over his body. He had a broken sword stuck in his chest, and that void god cauldron, which was full of cracks, was even worse at the moment. The light that enveloped him had loomed large. The divine power carried above that broken sword. Surprisingly, he tried to integrate into his dantian through the injuries caused by the broken sword. Yifeng pinched his hands and clicked on various acupoints on his body, and then he suddenly tapped towards his chest. Then he spat out a mouthful of bruised blood, and the broken sword also fell towards the void below, and was instantly swallowed by the void. Feeling the injuries around his body, Yifeng laughed bitterly twice and muttered as he looked towards the sky, "Master, what the hell do you want? You really screwed me over." Originally it was just a good intention to find a mentor. Alas. Thinking of this, Yifeng shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, a crack appeared out of nowhere in the void in front of him and, immediately after that, a figure walked slowly in his direction with his hands behind his back. The martial Marquis King was quietly watching Yifeng, who was already in a sorry state. As he walked away, indifferently and incomparably, he said, "Kid, did you think about now when you scolded me before? Wait until I kill you this time. When the time comes, I'll have my master go to the 100 Flowers Pavilion to propose marriage. I think by then the Tianxian Holy Maiden would not dare to refuse anything. As for you, you're just going to be one of my billions of stepping stones. And she, too, will become only one of my thousands of pots. When I've had my fun, then I'll probably bury her with you so you can be a pair of outlaws." Listening to the words of the Marquis King, for some reason a trace of anger flashed under the eyes of the originally calm Yifeng, and he stood up with strong support. Using the Tongshan sword in his hand, he pointed at the martial Marquis King who was walking slowly towards him with a face full of killing intent. "I already don't know how many ants I've killed from a mere peak treading heaven realm. You don't deserve to marry her if you want to. It's mine." Chapter 20 Fighting, like a god of war. Martial Marquis King. Outside, the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden was puzzled as she looked at Tianxian Holy Maiden's slightly saucy red cheeks. "Sister, what the hell is going on in there?" Tianxian Holy Maiden hummed softly and did not reply. Her heart was bumping around as if she were a deer. In his heart, he said, "The little brat is still so fond of nonsense after more than 100 years. And at this moment, deep in the shattered void, the Marquis King laughed in anger as he listened to Yifeng's words. A wave of a cold and windy lance appeared out of thin air in the void. Above the purple light flow just appeared in the moment the void began to collapse. The martial Marquis King waved his hand, that lance immediately stabbed towards Yifeng. And in the next moment, the martial Marquis King disappeared out of thin air and arrived behind Yifeng. swinging out a palm. The speed was so fast that even Yifeng could only feel the breath behind him, and the divine power in his body was running. The void god cauldron above his head immediately emitted an intense light that enveloped him, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Yifeng, who had been knocked back 100 feet away, looked at the martial Marquis King who was right behind him and smiled. Taking out a crimson-colored elixir from his accompanying space, he took it, and immediately an incomparably powerful force crushed towards the surroundings. Even the Marquis King was forced back a few steps. Feeling the incomparable majesty of that, it had even far surpassed the middle-aged man from before. The eyes of the martial Marquis King were also slightly surprised. Half-step heaven-treading realm. It didn't make him feel any pressure, though, and with a wave of his hand toward his side, the long spear that came hurtling towards him was immediately held in his hands, and the divine power within his body was running. The power of the laws in his body immediately converged towards the lance as well, followed by a low gulp, deicide killing strike. In an instant, an energy that was enough to destroy a small world instantly flew towards Yifeng. The murderous aura carried on it was enough to make even cultivators below the Tongshan realm feel chilled. Feeling that attack with red eyes, Yifeng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, eyes disdainfully looking at the speeding attack. He raised his Tongshan sword, recalling the moment of intent when Shen Fei had sent that attack at that time. A lightsaber formed by the power of laws was suspended in the void. Feeling the lifespan that was burning and the divine power that was being depleted at an extremely rapid rate in his body, that light sword instantly fused towards the Tongshan sword, and in the next moment swung towards the attack that was speeding extremely fast. One sword, destroying the living world. A dark sword chi wrapped in an incomparably deadly divine power flew towards that attack. The moment the two collided, the sword chi instantly split the martial Marquis King's attack in two and flew towards where he was. Feeling the attack that was extremely speeding towards him, the Marquis King remained calm and self-contained. It just pulled a gunflower. A purple light flashed in his eyes, and he didn't even dodge. Instead, he let that attack fall on his body and a drop of blood fell towards the void below. King Wuho calmly touched his chest. Looking at Yifeng standing there, he said, "Burning your life is nothing more than that. If this is all you have, then I advise you not to fight back. Save yourself some more suffering for a while." Yifeng grunted lightly as he listened to his words. For the Marquis King of Wu who could easily receive one of his attacks, he wasn't surprised, but looked at him with mockery on his face. Is it hard to believe that the hallowed martial Marquis King uses his mouth to kill others? So it seems that this so-called first genius of the eastern region of the divine realm of yours is nothing more than that. Hearing Yifeng's words, the Marquis King hummed lightly, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. The next moment an incomparably majestic divine power spread from his body towards the surroundings, and the void in a 10 feet radius collapsed. A set of lockjaw gold armor appeared out of thin air, draped over his body, and even the lance in his hand had a greatly changed breath, as if it was a true godslayer lance. Taking one step, he came in front of Yifeng out of thin air, and the lance in his hand stabbed down towards his chest. The power that was enough to kill a demigod realm powerhouse was instantly blocked by the void god cauldron. The cracks on it were already growing, as if they were going to shatter the next moment. The martial Marquis King looked at all of this and kept waving the lance in his hand, mocking in the same manner. "Boy, do you think you can stop me with just a mere divine sovereign level magic treasure that's about to shatter? When I tear this magic treasure of yours apart, I will make your life worse than death." Listening to the martial Marquis King's words, Yifeng did not reply, but kept returning the attacks. The gray hairs on his head were growing and even wrinkles had begun to appear. However, the strange thing was that Yifeng's eyes, which were originally somewhat tyrannical, had begun to gradually transform into clarity. His mouth began to murmur words that no one else could understand. The breath on his body also began to gradually decline. Outside world. Outside the door of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, the crowd felt the increasingly intense energy fluctuations in the shattered void, secretly alarmed. It's amazing that this kid can hold out for so long. You have to know that he can be just a small cultivator of the Tong Tian realm. Ha ha, haven't you guys ever thought that there is a possibility that His Highness, the martial Marquis King, is showing mercy? After all, Her Highness the Holy Maiden said that she would capture that brat alive. No matter how unbearable that kid is, there are not a few strong treading heaven realm practitioners who have lost to him. The crowd nodded at the man's words, and on the other side, the Holy Maiden of Tianxian, who stood on top of the high platform. The scene of the two fighting appeared in the depths of his eyes, only at the moment, both of their figures were blurry, as if they were isolated by something. For some reason she had a bad feeling in her heart at once, and with a stern flash in her eyes, she just wanted to get up and fly towards the sky. But the next moment an incomparably majestic one imprisoned her cultivation. It was accompanied by Shen Fei's voice. "There's no need for my disciple daughter-in-law to worry. My disciple is not so easily defeated." Listening to the words in her ears, The heavenly Xian holy maiden hurriedly looked towards her surroundings, and seeing that no one was paying attention to her in the surroundings, instead, he looked at the energy fluctuations that came from the sky from time to time, marveling at them, and hurriedly whispered, "Don't talk nonsense, Senior." But since Senior is so confident, then I'll keep reading. Shen Fei on the side was dumbfounded at the words of Tian Xian holy maiden. Placing the chopsticks in his hands on his plate, he stood up. Looking at the crowd present, he said to himself, "Of course there should be more people in such a beautiful play. And it's also important to let this silly apprentice daughter-in-law know that silly boy's heart completely." With this thought in his mind, then with a wave of his hand a picture appeared out of thin air in the sky of 1,000 feet. Above it was the scene of the two fighting at that moment. After doing all this, Shen Fei then stroked his chin and, looking at the side face of the Tian Xian holy maiden to the side thoughtfully, "What goodies will we take to that brat as a bride price then?" Sure enough, they're all loser disciples. And at that moment, the people inside Hundred Flowers City saw that curtain of light that appeared out of nowhere. Only the two people on the screen at that moment were one heavenly and the other earthly. The martial Marquis King beat Yifeng back like a god of war. Chapter 21, Kill the Marquis King. She will be my wife in the future. But his body was also covered in blood, and he obviously wasn't doing well either. Even the divine armor on his body was shattered for the most part. The martial Marquis King knocked Yifeng back hundreds of feet with a shot, and was still taunting under his breath. "Boy, I told you I'd bury her with you when you're dead. Why are you even fighting back? Provided, of course, that when I've plundered her entire cultivation and toyed with her, I'm even going to have those disciples of mine join me in humiliating this smug, stinking woman." Before the words left his mouth, the martial Marquis King took another step and crossed a distance of hundreds of feet. The lance in his hand was pressed against Yifeng's forehead, and his mouth was still chattering in mockery. "You know what? That stinking woman was saying before I came in here that there was no way I could beat you. Ha ha." Yifeng was full of calmness as he looked at the tip of the gun against his forehead, which contained a killing aura. It even cut a wound through his brow, and blood fell towards the bottom. Immediately after that, he used all his strength to force the Marquis King back. It was then that he said, "Then she is indeed not wrong. The current you would indeed humiliate yourself in a battle with me." At this moment, Yifeng's heart was beating violently. Deep inside his heart there was a drop of purple blood right there, separating out and integrating into his body. At this moment in his eyes the world has changed greatly, and those usually vague and indistinct forces of law that, it was clear now, as if it were a genie, at his disposal. The martial Marquis King was also visibly stunned when he heard his words, followed by a hearty laugh. It was like hearing the funniest thing in the world. Looking at the top of his head, which had darkened, and the void god cauldron, which had very little energy left, laughed fiercely. "I've suddenly changed my mind. I'm gonna pull your soul out. Let you watch day and night how I abuse that stinking woman. Ha ha, I'm going to make you watch how that gets abused to death by me." Before the words left his mouth, the Marquis King suddenly waved the lance in his hand and a law of death immediately converged towards the tip of his spear. It coalesced into a fist-sized ball of light in just a split second. The power contained on it alone was something even a demigod powerhouse would have to avoid. Yifeng looked at all this and suddenly closed his eyes, and his mind recalled the memory of Shen Fei issuing that move at that time. It was incomparably clear, as if Shen Fei was deliberately teaching him. The power of the law above those 9 light swords was stripped out of him. Reincarnation, creation, death, killing, life and death. The origin laws of the 9 worlds were instantly integrated into his mind. In an instant endless power surged into his entire body, and that one purple blood that was originally only the size of a soybean was suddenly several times larger. A head full of white hair suddenly turned from white to black, and the wrinkles slowly faded away. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes and, it was slow to say the least, but it actually happened in a flash. The martial Marquis King, who was still laughing, gazed into Yifeng's eyes. Watching the change in his appearance didn't bother him, but instead, he pointed the deicide gun in his hand at Yifeng. Yifeng felt the imprisoned space and forced to step out. The aura around him spread towards the surroundings. The realm that had originally fallen down suddenly recovered and was still slowly rising. Middle, late, and peak of the Tong Tian realm. Another step was taken. A vortex appeared out of nowhere above the void, and the sound of shocking thunder was deafening. An arm-thick purple lightning streaked through the void. Another step was taken, accompanied by a thunderbolt between heaven and earth that bombarded Yifeng's body. A transcendent aura appeared at once, and the injuries sustained earlier began to slowly recover. Even the cultivation realm had come to the early stage of the Tongshan realm. The Marquis King watched this and didn't care, for him. Whether it was the passing god realm or the passing heaven realm, they were all ants. The two men looked at each other. The martial Marquis King immediately swung the lance in his hand. Soul-breaking light. the Godslayer gun cut through the void, and in the blink of an eye, it came to where Yifeng was, within a foot in front of him. Feeling the tremendous energy carried on the deicide gun, Yifeng raised his right hand and made a sword finger. That was just when a bolt of heavenly lightning struck his body. The next moment an incomparably majestic law of thunder and lightning flowed down his body and a ball of light was immediately formed on his sword finger when the two attacks collided for a split second. The incomparably strong and overbearing lightning law immediately shattered the death law carried by the spear. Even the Godslayer gun was chopped in two because it couldn't withstand this powerful lightning law. Falling towards the bottom, Put, the Marquis King of Martial Arts, who had suffered a backlash, spat out a mouthful of blood. With a face full of fear, he looked at the lightning law that was speeding towards him. At this time, Yifeng took the Tongshan sword and slowly assumed the pose that Shen Fei had made at that time. In just a split second, 5 light swords converged in the void in front of them. By the time the 6th channel was reached, a mere illusory sword shadow appeared before it suddenly collapsed out of thin air. Looking at the collapsing sword shadow, Yifeng was filled with pity and drank lowly under his breath. 5 swords in one. God destroy. The next moment a devastating sword shadow arrived in front of the martial Marquis King in the blink of an eye. Feeling the power of the laws carried there, the terrified Marquis King immediately looked at the sky and said, "Master, help me." In the next moment, a soul force appeared from the token at the waist of the martial Marquis King. The illusory figure began to coalesce in the void. Looking at the sword shadow that was speeding towards him and stretching out a finger, an old voice appeared out of nowhere. "Little." Just before the words were even finished, the next moment, a loud slapping sound resounded through the entire Hundred Flowers city. The soul power that had just appeared dissipated out of thin air. The martial Marquis King was filled with fear as he watched this, and was just about to cast the power of space to forcefully escape, only to see that brilliant to the core sword shadow pass through his chest out of nowhere. In the next moment, Yifeng appeared in front of him and stretched out his right hand to rest on his head, looking at him with a calm face. "Boy, did I ever just say that? It's only 10 moves to kill you, and I've already said that you're not worthy to marry her if you want to. She will be my wife in the future, and you will pay for your insulting words earlier. I'm gonna pull your soul out, let you be tortured day and night by the fire of the road." After saying all this, the divine power of the laws within his body operated, and an extremely powerful force. At once, the soul of the Marquis King was drawn out. The martial Marquis King, who had his soul forcibly extracted, half-kneeled in the void. The lockjaw divine armor he wore on his body also became dim. Do it all. Yifeng took out the soul-devouring streamer that Shen Fei had given him back then and put the soul of the Marquis King in it. Only then did he turn to look at the firmament, and in the next moment a golden bolt of lightning suddenly struck his body. The originally vapid breath realm slowly stabilized. Outside, the crowd inside Hundred Flowers City watched this great battle, stunned and dumbfounded. Looking at the heavenly tribulation in the sky, those who had struck out earlier glanced at each other and flew towards the outside of Hundred Flowers City. And Shen Fei didn't stop it. The Hundred Flowers Holy Maiden said with her right hand on her chin, pretending to be contemplative, "Sister, do you know who that woman is that the two of them are fighting over? It's so enviable. If only I were." The heavenly Shen Holy Maiden looked at Yifeng in the sky with a strange color under her eyes, and listening to her words again, humming softly, he pretended to be dissatisfied and glanced at Yifeng in the sky, twisting the arm of the Hundred Flowers Holy Maiden on the side, then said, "That's you, get up there." It was only then that he pretended to be exasperated and walked towards the interior of the Hundred Flowers Pavilion. But the Hundred Flowers Virgin, who was her best friend, could see the deer that was thrashing about in her heart. With a playful laugh, he hurriedly walked over and took the arm of the heavenly Shen Holy Maiden towards the inside. The original Shen Fei looked at the Tianqian Holy Maiden, who went in dumbfounded. Looking at Yifeng in the sky, he said to himself, "Kid, you still need to work hard." Chapter 22, Thoughts, Dreams of 100 Years Ago. In the broken void, along with the last thunderbolt falling, Yifeng, who was sitting cross-legged, was opening his eyes. The originally black pupils vaguely showed channels of golden light. Phew! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, feeling the incomparable power in his body, he put his hands behind his back and, toward the outside world. Those divine laws and shattered emptiness that passed by along the way suddenly formed a passageway. And on the other side, in a dilapidated cave billions of miles away from this place, an old man opened his eyes and looked at the sky with a face full of anger, his blood-red killing intent piercing through the sky like a sharp sword. "Good brat! How dare you behead my disciple? 10,000 years have passed, and it seems that someone has already forgotten about the existence of my demon's lair demon monarch. The heavenly demon sage notifies the entire clan. In a quarter of an hour, I'm going to leave Hundred Flower City without an inch of grass. A black-robed man who had appeared beside the old man at an unknown time listened to his words. A hint of surprise flashed under his eyes, but he didn't say anything, and the two of them tore through the void to leave. And at this moment, above the 100 Flowers city, Yifeng stepped out of the spatial channel and, to the side of the void full of grudges. Master, you're really hurting me. Shen Fei revealed his figure in the void and circled around Yifeng a few times before nodding with satisfaction. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he reached out and squeezed his arm in praise. Good boy sure didn't let me down. Listening to his complaints again, Shen Fei did not reply. Instead, he looked at the 100 Flowers pavilion below with a smile on his face. You still don't thank Master. This time Master has helped you find a good daughter-in-law. Yifeng was puzzled when he heard this, and the two of them flew towards the 100 Flowers pavilion below. And there were only a few scattered people left there at this point. The boy who had delivered the food for the two of them before watched Yifeng fall and hurriedly walked over to praise him. Master Feng is really mighty. The hallowed martial Marquis King was actually beheaded by Master Feng under his sword. He also looked at Shen Fei on the side, wanting to say something. Looking at his appearance, Yifeng frowned and said in an unhappy tone, just tell me what's going on. It's hard to believe you have something for me to do. Hearing his words, that boy waved his hand repeatedly, which was why he opened his mouth as if it was difficult. Master Feng, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. That Marquis King isn't a good person. Though, that kid's master is a generation-old ancestor of the Sky Demon sect. If you don't leave, I guess you won't be able to after a while. Shen Fei shook his head with a smile on his lips as he listened to his words. Looking at Yifeng, he said, you go in first. I guess someone should be waiting for you. Listening to Shen Fei's words, Yifeng was also filled with a bitter smile. That was all the root of the trouble that he had planted 100 years ago. But when he thought of Shen Fei beside him, he immediately resolutely walked towards the inside. Those young girls who were dressed demurely also watched the scene with smiles on their lips, whispering to his best friend, the kid does look pretty good right now, and I don't know if it's going to work. Nei-san, is it okay? Try it yourself. Don't you be ridiculous. He. Listening to the crowd of women's comments, Yifeng's rare face turned red and coughed. Pretending not to care, he headed inside. There the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden came face to face. The two of them brushed shoulders. The 100 Flowers Holy Maiden skimmed him and, putting a hand on his shoulder, he passed the word. Boy, be good to my sister. Listening to the words of the Holy Maiden of the 100 Flowers, and thinking of the whispers of those young girls earlier, and then think about what the boy said, Yifeng suddenly red temperature hastily lowered his head and walked towards the inside. The next moment, accompanied by a creaking sound, the door of the 100 Flowers pavilion's room closed heavily. The heavenly Xian Holy Maiden stood on the stage, her hand holding the jug of drunken wind chant. The self-portrait was placed on a side auction table. Pretending to be calm, he looked at the fearful Yifeng below and opened his mouth. You weren't as careful as you are now when you kidnapped me 100 years ago. Stretching out her greenish-white jade fingers, she picked up the scroll and slowly opened the self-characterized portrait in her hand. Intentionally or not? He inquired. What do you think of me? Ahem. Listening to Tianxian Holy Maiden's words that meant something, Yifeng coughed twice, slightly embarrassed. 100 years ago was all a misunderstanding. I was young and ignorant. Hearing his words, Tianxian Holy Maiden gave him a blank look, a look that was full of flavor. With a wave of his hand in the void, two white jade-carved wine cups appeared out of nowhere, suspended in the void, filling each of the drunken wind chants in his hands. One of them flew toward the bottom of the. It hovered in front of Yifeng before he opened his mouth. Drink! Hearing the words of Tianxian Holy Maiden, Yifeng hurriedly picked up the wine cup and swallowed it in one gulp, followed by a quick succession of words. If your highness the Holy Maiden is fine, I will leave. After saying that, he made a gesture to leave. In the next moment, an extremely familiar voice came into his ears and a screen formed by a curtain of light also hovered in front of him. You don't deserve to marry her if you want to. She will be my wife in the future. Listening to these words, Yifeng's face turned red and he couldn't wait to have two more legs. Hastily, he lowered his head and tried to leave. Only then a hateful voice appeared in his ears. Little brat, you don't want a daughter-in-law that's delivered to your door. Don't ever say I'm your master again. Hearing Shen Fei's words, Yifeng hurriedly gave a start and slowly retracted his foot, only then turned to look at the stage pure to the extreme as if the goddess of the Tianxian saint girl. The two stared at the moment. Thoughts also came to 100 years ago. Yifeng, who was seriously injured and critically wounded, flew in the sky and, letting the blood drip from his body towards the bottom, he held a beautiful, delicate woman in his arms. Little lady, so pretty, do you want to marry me? You see I'm so handsome. Yifeng encircled the Tianxian Holy Maiden in his hands, his face incomparably arrogant as he teased. Tianxian Holy Maiden's face flushed red as she listened to her words, her eyes averted, and then she broke into a fit of cursing. You dead rascal! How dare you peek at my bath? How dare you kidnap me? When the law enforcement elders find me later, I will definitely make your life worse than death. Listening to the words of the Tianxian Holy Maiden in his arms, Yi Feng laughed rampantly. Even though at this moment he was being chased and killed, he was seriously injured, but that dashing and uninhibited temperament had unconsciously merged into the heart of Tianxian Holy Maiden. At that moment, dozens of sharp air-breaking noises behind the approaching towards the two was accompanied by an angry curse. Kid, hurry up and hand over the Void God Cauldron to me. Otherwise we will make your life worse than death. Yi Feng laughed rampantly as he listened to several angry curses behind him. You old, undead losers have been chasing me for a year. Still can't do anything to me. Don't let this little master escape if you have the guts, or else I will definitely exterminate your entire clan. Ahem. Yi Feng, who was overly injured, coughed violently twice and spat out a mouthful of bruised blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of saliva towards the bottom. Chapter 23, Remembering the Past. Yi Qingyu. The blood from her chest dripped down on Tianxian Holy Maiden's face as she looked at Yi Feng's slightly pale face, and the dozens of people behind her shouting curses. Tianxian Holy Maiden's tone couldn't help but drop a few points. Kid, I have an elixir on me that can instantly heal your injuries, but you have to promise me one thing. Listening to the words of Tianxian Holy Maiden, Yi Feng looked down and saw that her face was covered in blood. Holding out his sleeve, he tried to wipe her off. At this time, an old man behind him at the early stage of the treading heaven realm looked at Yi Feng's back and pinched his fingers. A huge golden palm appeared out of thin air in front of Yi Feng and grabbed towards the two. Feeling the confined space around him, Yi Feng braced himself and took out the Tongshan sword, towards the giant palm. But Yi Feng, who was already deeply and seriously injured, however, it was all but no match for a treading heaven realm powerhouse in its heyday. Feeling the strength coming from his right arm, Yi Feng, who had no choice but to let go of his left hand at once, his fingers were as fast as lightning as he pointed at several acupoints of the heavenly Shen Holy Maiden, and he swung his sword with all his might. Power surged out from the Dantian, and the Tianxian Holy Maiden looked at Yi Feng with a face full of shame and anger. Take out an elixir that emanates the scent of life. Behind him, an old man dressed in green clothes emitting a medicinal fragrance was shocked at the sight of that pill and said in a hurry, quickly destroy that pill. Don't let that kid get it. The 9 people beside him, listening to this person's words, rushed out to attack, and in just the blink of an eye, the attack formed by the power of the 9 laws instantly struck towards the 2 of them. The power carried on it even caused that piece of emptiness to begin to produce some sort of strange change. Looking at those attacks, Tianxian Holy Maiden's eyes were filled with disdain. Being at the same heaven-treading realm, could she still be afraid of these people? Throwing the pills in her hand towards her back, hands pinched, and the next moment an unbelievable scene appeared. Among the trees and grasses below, a green light converged towards the hands of Tianxian Holy Maiden, and the sky was accompanied by a thunderstorm. A vortex of tens of thousands of feet was formed, and hundreds of lightning bolts suddenly struck towards those 10 people. It's like a thunder god coming down. After doing all this, pressing that green light in his hand on Yi Feng, who was regulating his breathing on the side, an unbelievable scene appeared. Those injuries Yi Feng had once suffered suddenly began to recover. Feeling the life force in his body, Yi Feng resumed that cynical state. Looking at the sea of thunder and lightning, he teased, not bad. The heavenly Shen Holy Maiden hummed lightly at his words and looked at the sea of thunder and lightning and opened her mouth. You go? This move can only stall them for half a tea at most. Don't let me see you or... Just before the words fell, in the next moment, a roar that shook the heavens came out from the sea of thunder and lightning. A brilliant sword light cut through the void. Passing through that sea of thunder and lightning, it immediately pierced through the chest of the heavenly Shen Holy Maiden. Behind him, Yi Feng instantly reacted. Looking at that sword light full of anger, the divine power in his body was running. Looking at that sea of thunder and lightning, raising the Tongshan sword in his hand, sword drawing, chop, one sword of heaven and earth, destroy, purple haze sword rain, fall. A brilliant sword light flew into the sea of thunder and lightning, accompanied by the miserable screams of a person who, immediately afterward the sky was misty. A rain of swords fell towards the bottom, and just when Yi Feng wanted to continue his attack, the Tianxian Holy Maiden on the side covered her chest and pulled his arm, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Let's go! Yi Feng, who was overwhelmed by anger, listened to the weak words beside him and took out the soul-devouring streamer. Tens of thousands of fierce-faced soul bodies suffused with a deadly aura, full of murderous intent, murmured to themselves, kill. Yi Feng pinched his spell, and all of a sudden those tens of thousands of soul bodies looked in the direction of the sea of thunder and lightning. Righteousness rushed in. After doing this, only then did he hurriedly pick up the Tianqian holy maiden on the side and cut through the void to leave. Only the next moment an angry voice came out from the sea of thunder and lightning. Kid still dares to cut through the void and leave. Then you will be swallowed by space. Immediately afterward a spatial law swept into the still closed spatial passage. With a poof, a stream of blood fell from the void. Yi Feng tightly hugged Tianqian holy maiden, not caring about the power of the space laws that fell behind him. He did his best to maintain the spatial channel, and after half a tea, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted in the void. On the side, the Tianqian holy maiden who had not yet passed out took out the jade pendant at her waist, and a golden light formed as shield. Shrouding the two of them fell towards the void below. I don't know how long it took, but deep in the void of the Divine Beast mountain range, a golden ball of light fell towards the bottom. It attracted an unknown number of eyes. Bang! The ball of light landed on the earth, and a deep crater was formed. The Tianqian holy maiden looked around, her face changed, forcibly operating her power to fly towards a direction. Halfway through, he coughed violently a few more times and the surrounding trees also seemed to feel her injuries, a green light into her body, which made her feel better. Ahem! The two of them flew all the way, enough to leave the deep pit 1,000 feet away. It came to a cave before slowly stopping, and the golden light enveloping the two of them slowly dissipated. It was only at this time that holy maiden Tianqian had the time to look at Yi Feng underneath her. At the injuries Yi Feng had suffered, full of heartbreak. There's nothing there in the chest. The heart's been destroyed. His body was full of injuries caused by the spatial passage, and in just a moment blood had already flowed all over the place. Tianqian holy maiden cursed as she looked at Yi Feng underneath her, who was no longer breathing life. You dead rascal. It's only because you met me. If it were anyone else they wouldn't care if you were dead or alive. Sigh. Ugh. Taking out a jade bottle from his carry-on space, he carefully took out 2 pills. Shoving one of them hard into Yi Feng's mouth, he looked at the other one and hesitated slightly before putting it back into the jade bottle, taking out the spirit liquid and pouring it into Yi Feng's mouth. The next moment an incomparably majestic life force instantly enveloped Yi Feng, and flesh buds had begun to slowly grow on his chest. After doing all this, holy maiden Tianqian sat down on her knees. Endless amounts of green light converged from the ground towards her body. Without realizing it, 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Yi Feng, who was lying on the ground not knowing whether he was alive or dead, moved his fingers and opened his eyes with a face full of weakness, looking off to the side. In that one beauty with her back to him, as if she were a goddess descending from heaven under the rising sun. Feeling the burning pain in his throat, he said weakly, "Water, I want water." The Tianqian holy maiden, who had almost recovered from her injuries, turned her head to look at his words. 3,000 green threads moved with the wind, and this look back was instantly imprinted into Yi Feng's heart. Looking at his half-dead form, mockingly, he said, "Wasn't the kid quite arrogant when he kidnapped me? Call your sister and I'll give you water." Although she said so on her lips, but Tianqian holy maiden also hurriedly walked over, opening his carry-on space and taking out a water pot. He poured the water of life in it into Yi Feng's mouth. Only then did he carefully put him down. Yi Feng looked at the side face of Tianqian holy maiden and, unable to help himself, he said, "If I survive this time, I will marry you in the future. By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Yi Feng." Tianqian holy maiden's movements lurched and heavily threw him to the ground. Dead hooligans. Shamefully walking towards the outside world, Yi Feng looked at the stone wall above his head and laughed. Ahem! Outside the cave, Tianqian holy maiden recalled what Yi Feng had just said, and her heart was in turmoil. Inaudibly, he replied, "Yi Qingyu." At this moment a beast roar entered her ears, and Yi Qingyu's eyes lit up. Hurriedly leaving this place of wrongdoing, he flew in that direction. In half a cup of tea, carefully Yi Qingyu looked at the distant auger and suddenly his eyes lit up. Divine power was operated in fingertips pointed towards that auger, and the pilgrimage realm auger that was 100 feet away instantly died. Yi Qingyu hurriedly flew over and lifted the corpse of the auger dragon before trying to fly back. It was only the next moment that a spatial passage appeared out of nowhere in the void in front of him, and a familiar aura appeared. A smiling white-haired old man looked at Yi Qingyu and said respectfully, "See your highness, the holy maiden." Seeing the visitor, Yi Qingyu lightly hummed and handed the old man the auger in his hand. Only then did he speak. "You found me after all this time. Do you know that I almost died at the hands of those 10 treading heaven realm powerhouses?" The old man did not reply as he listened to her, but continued to look at her with a smile on his face. Taking the auger from her hand, he spoke, "Your highness, I felt the aura of that brat at that time. Do you need a lesson from me?" Yi Qingyu listened to his words and did not reply. Flying towards Yi Feng's direction, when it came to 100 feet away from the cave, it opened its mouth. "He's my friend." The old man did not reply, but stroked his beard with a smiling face. The two flew along, and when they came to 10 feet away from the Yi Qingyu's heart was beating violently again for some reason. Only when the two of them walked into the cave, Yi Feng, who was originally lying there, was already nowhere to be found. Just leave a note. Yi Qingyu hurriedly ran over, looking at the words on the top of the note, cheeks crimson, just feeling the footsteps behind him. He hastily stowed it away in his carry-on space and grunted lightly. Please ask Elder Chen to help me out and teach that brat a lesson. The old man following behind him replied with a smile. No. Immediately following the scent of Yi Feng's departure, he pursued it. Only Yi Qingyu, who was at a loss for words, was left in place. Ugh, Qingyu, at that time I really thought I was bound to die, so that's why I left, not wanting to involve you. After all, I have too many enemies, and at that time I didn't know that you were the holy daughter of the 100-flower pavilion. Yi Qingyu snorted lightly as she listened to Yi Feng's words. Looking down at Yi Feng angrily, he said, then why didn't you come to me when I issued a wanted notice for you to come back? Is it hard for you to look down on me, a woman of the Red Earth, so much? When she said this, Yi Qingyu's voice was slightly hoarse, and tears crossed the bottom of her eyes. She knew that most men minded her birth. Slightly crying, he looked at Yi Feng, but you are the only man who has seen my body since I was born. Yi Feng also hurriedly said as he listened to the words. Not really. Let me explain. Only, at that moment, a deafening sound suddenly interrupted the two, and the next moment, an angry voice came into the ears of all beings from the edge of the sky. That mole who killed my disciple. I know you're still within 100 Flowers City. Hurry up and get out. Listening to the outside world, Yi Feng hurriedly walked towards the door and opened the door of his room, raising his head toward the sky, and at that moment, in the middle of the sky, an immense and incomparable spatial channel appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the space in a 10,000-foot radius. Densely packed silhouettes appeared from that spatial passage. Each and every one of them did not conceal the aura around them, and just the weakest of them had already arrived at the Tongxian realm. And of the three old men who stood at the front of there, an angry old man instantly spotted Yi Feng, who walked out of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Kid, let the people of this city be buried with you. Chapter 24 9 Swords to Destroy the Crown Life. Yi Feng, who had walked out, looked at the figure above him, and before he could speak, Shen Fei, who was standing there, however, spoke. Don't worry, leave it to me. Borrow your sword. Yi Feng listened to Shen Fei's words and was instantly relieved. Took out the Tongshan sword and just wanted to hand it to Shen Fei. At this time, there was a rush of footsteps behind him, and Yi Qingyu came to Yi Feng's side, raising his head to look at the sky. When he saw the appearance of the Demon's Lair Demon Lord, he was suddenly horrified. Just as she wanted to crush the jade pendant at her waist, a hand rested on her hand. Yi Feng handed the Tongshan sword in his hand to Shen Fei and calmly looked at the billions of troops above. It's okay, my master is here. Listening to Yi Feng's words, Yi Qingyu also calmed down and looked at Shen Fei's back. Somehow there's always a sense of security, but there was also a slight doubt inquiring, is he really okay? You have to know that that was the Godslayer Demon Monarch, who was already a God King realm powerhouse 100,000 years ago, and the other two are both powerful at the God King realm as well. Not to mention there are so many treading heaven realm and Godfather level powerhouses. Yi Feng just wanted to explain. Shen Fei pulled a sword flower and said without looking back, there are still some flaws in that move of yours. I'll demonstrate it again for you. Yi Feng was very respectful and loosened his grip on Yi Qingyu's hand, feeling the temperature of his palm as he left. Yi Qingyu's heart felt a sense of loss. However, it did not say much, and the people present looked at Shen Fei's relaxed expression and relaxed. Shen Fei stretched his back. Looking at the billions of troops above him, he said to himself, it's not a bad idea to exercise after a meal, otherwise I'm going to get fat. Looking again at the hordes above him, suddenly turning her head to the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden at the side, she said, have that cook make another steamed sea base? The 100 Flowers Holy Maiden standing beside Shen Fei was filled with black lines as she listened to his self-talk. More and more, I think this guy is unreliable. However, since Yi Feng didn't even say anything, not to mention that there was Yi Qingyu, once there was an accident, she would immediately go and crush the jade pendant, at which time the Divine King realm would be able to cross over across space in an instant. The crowd watched as Shen Fei took step after step toward the void above. Each step spanned hundreds of feet. The three people above looked at Shen Fei, who was walking slowly, and then at his languid posture. On the side, the heavenly demon sage monarch took a step forward and stretched out a palm that was like a skeleton, grabbing towards Shen Fei. The space around Shen Fei in a 100-mile radius immediately confined him, just when the heavenly demon sage monarch wanted to make a mockery. The next moment Shen Fei took another step and came to 100 feet away in front of them, scrutinized the crowd, and the heavenly demon holy monarch who had just struck out looked at Shen Fei with a face full of gravity and said, Who is your excellency? Before Shen Fei could say anything, the Demon Slayer demon monarch on the side felt the familiar aura on Shen Fei's body angrily, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Kid, you were the one who shattered one of my soul incarnations just now. Not bad strength. So it seems you are that kid's master. Shen Fei did not reply, but stretched out his finger and, nodding a few times in the void, muttered, the strong people of this world can be much more powerful than those of that immortal world. The ignored trio laughed angrily at Shen Fei's words, and the aura around them erupted, stirring the void. Demon Slayer stepped out and looked at Shen Fei, who was still dumbfounded, and let out a sardonic smile. Since you won't answer, you can go to hell and, in a few moments your disciple will come to be buried with you. Before the words fell, the God Slayer demon lord snatched the attack. Bloodthirsty demon hands. The other two also reacted and attacked. Soul-devouring demon hand. Star-picking demon hand. In an instant, the void above Shen Fei's head shattered out of nowhere, and in the next moment, the three huge palms with different breath laws grasped towards him, the power carried on them leaking just a hint, pressing the civilians below to gasp for air. He hastily prostrated himself on the ground, his face full of horror. Shen Fei looked at the huge palm above his head and said to Yifeng below, boy, watch this. Raising the Tongshan sword, the power in his body was instantly transformed into divine power, and he let out a soft cry under his breath. Set. One sword to destroy the living. In an instant, it was as if time had been frozen in the entire god realm. Yifeng below was filled with shock as he looked at the world that had been immobilized. Yi Qingyu, who was beside him, was even worse, lifting her eyes and looking around as if she was frozen in place. And hastily spread her divine sense toward the surrounding 10 feet, 100 feet, 10,000 feet, until the limit of her divine sense can be spread. But there were still no movable creatures to be found either. Turning his head to look at Yifeng, who was full of infatuation on the side. Again, he looked at the figure above that was slowly condensing sword power, and Shen Fei muttered under his breath, this is your master. I'm afraid the limits of this world have long been exceeded. No wonder I've never heard of this person's existence even when I searched through your past. Guess, he should come from a higher world. And you, no wonder. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyu was filled with gloom, while Yifeng did not notice the difference beside him. At the moment, he was immersed in that sword stance, and as time slowly passed, his control over the power of the laws slowly grew. Without realizing it, surprisingly, even the cultivation realm had come to the peak of the Tongshan realm. Shen Fei looked at the 9 sword shadows in front of him and placed the Tongshan sword in his hand in front of him. The 9 rays of light immediately merged into the Tongshan sword. 9 swords in unison. All things perish. Slowly raising the Tongshan sword towards his body. The next moment of stop time slowly flowed. Those 3 God King realm old ancestors were still laughing. At this moment, the God Slayer demon monarch was laughing rampantly. His heart was unbridled with joy. It was only then that a sword light zoomed in his pupils, and the power of the laws carried on it caused even his soul to tremble. Desperate to get out of this shell. It was just that before the Demon Slayer could make any moves, along with that sword light slicing through the hundreds of millions of troops present instantly dissipated, and a billion-foot-long crack in the void spread out in all directions, while the sword light, it also flew towards the world beyond. Sizzle. What happened? How come I didn't see anything? The crowd below looked at the void crack and the billions of troops that had inexplicably disappeared in a daze. Even the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden was dumbfounded. She had only seen Shen Fei raise the Tongshan sword just now. The next moment a brilliant sword light cut through the sky, and without even reacting to it, those 3 powerful and strong people who had originally been ruling the divine realm hundreds of thousands of years ago had suddenly fallen. Even the countless armies had inexplicably disappeared. Knowing that the weakest among them were all at the Tongshan realm, Shen Fei looked at the void rift in front of him, skimmed his lips, reached out and waved his hand. An inexplicable force crossed the sky and it was suddenly restored as before. Only then did he fly towards the bottom, landing on the ground and throwing the Tongshan sword in his hand to Yifeng. Under his breath, he said, "This sword of yours isn't bad. I've upgraded it for you in passing." Yifeng hastily took it and carefully felt the breath on it with a face full of surprise. "Thank you, Master." Yi Qingyu hurriedly walked over and said respectfully, "The steamed sea base isn't ready yet. Please wait for a moment." Senior. Chapter 25, Proposing Marriage. Listening to Yi Qingyu's words, Shen Fei seemed to smile and just quietly looked at the two. It was not until the atmosphere had become somewhat subtle that the enclosure was opened. "There's no need to call me senior. Maybe we'll still be family in the future." Yi Qingyu's face turned red as she listened to his words, and her heart was thrilled. Shen Fei, on the other hand, slapped his forehead as if he thought of something and took out 2 red ropes from his carry-on space. It may seem mediocre. He also looked at the red-faced Yi Qingyu, and Yifeng who was pretending to be calm on the side and said, Put your hands out. Listening to Shen Fei's words, the two people at the same time stretched out their right hand, very puzzled to look at the plain red rope. Shen Fei first to Yiqingyu tied the red rope, looked at their puzzled eyes and explained. This is good stuff. There is a trace if any of the power of the laws of destiny on this. Just tie it on and then you can link your destinies together. When Shen Fei tied the red rope to Yifeng as well, the two of them immediately felt a tingling pain in their wrists. 2 drops of blood appeared out of thin air and landed on each other's red ropes. A force of destiny, if any, descended upon the two of them. Even their chi fortunes began to slowly merge. After doing all this, Shen Fei then laughed loudly and walked towards the inside of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. The women behind them, as well as the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden, were filled with curiosity as they looked at the red ropes on both of their hands. The 100 Flowers Holy Maiden touched the red rope and looked at Yiqingyu suspiciously, inquiring, "Is there any special feeling?" Yiqingyu gently nodded. At this moment her eyes were full of tenderness. Right at the moment of putting on the red string, she already knew Yifeng's heart. Even that which happened 100 years ago appeared in her mind, and she knew that the Yifeng at that time also really had no choice but to leave. At this time Shen Fei, who was already sitting on a chair, looked at the crowd outside the door and said, "Come in and eat." Yifeng was instantly like an amnesty, hurriedly ran in, while Yiqingyu also walked towards the kitchen. She was going to make a good dish for Shen Fei with her own hands. Yifeng licked a face and came to Shen Fei's side and transmitted a voice. "Master, can you get rid of this red string for me? How embarrassing does it look for a big man like me to wear a red string?" Listening to Yifeng's words, Shen Fei, who was originally full of smiles, suddenly turned pale. Hatefully, he cursed, "You kids are still pretending here. If you really want to get it off, then I'll let you." After saying that, he made a gesture that he wanted to stretch out his hand to pinch that red rope off. Only Yifeng dodged it in a hurry. That's what tells the story. Looking at Yifeng's stammering appearance, Shen Fei said in anger, "If you have something to say or say something, I'll leave right after this meal. And you're not treating me right anyway." Humph. Looking at Shen Fei, who was full of anger, Yifeng rolled and ran over. Full of attentiveness, he squeezed his shoulder, before transmitting his voice. Mainly because she is, after all, the saint daughter of one of the most powerful forces in this world. It's even one of the most beautiful women in the world's sky. I'm afraid that if I marry her, I'll be hacked to death by the men of the world. Not to mention I know how difficult it is for Master. At that time, we all ascended to other worlds, taking with us all of our Master's family possessions. I'm afraid the Master is penniless now. Moreover, Master is so powerful that he certainly can't be stingy if he's going to offer a bride price at that time. The thought of having the Master fund the disciples' marriage makes my heart ache." Listening to Yifeng's words, and looking at his pretentious expression, Shen Fei's look was then quite a bit better, and he said with a wave of his big hand with great bravado, "You kids have been pretending here for so long. Is it just that you want to make me bleed a little? It just so happens that just the wave that was just there sent me a lot of good stuff. How about I give you half of it as a dowry when the time comes? And your cultivation level is also truthfully a bit low. When the time comes, I'll raise you to the heaven-treading realm." Yifeng was happy to hear Shen Fei's words, and his hands increased in strength. Not much longer than a quarter of an hour later, Yiqingyu and the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden both walked in with a plate of food in each of their hands. Slightly restrained, he looked at Shen Fei. "Senpai." And Yiqingyu looked at Shen Fei, who was sitting there and wanted to say something. The 100 Flowers Holy Maiden on the side hastily reached out her right hand and pinched her arm. Making a wink, Yiqingyu took a deep breath before she said with courage, "Master, please try the dishes that Qingyu specially made for you." Listening to the words of Yiqingyu, Shen Fei suddenly laughed and hurriedly greeted the two to sit down. Another kick to the side of Yifeng. "Sit." Seeing the three people seated, Shen Fei took out his chopsticks and took a bite of the lotus flower carved out of tofu in front of him. "Put it in your mouth and savor it." Not long after, his eyes opened full of wonder, and he took another bite to savor it for a moment. "You actually contain the power of law here, and the law of life at that. Interesting. If a mortal were to take a taste of it, I'm afraid it would increase his life by 1,000 years. Even the flavor is excellent. You apprenticed daughter-in-law. I really wasn't wrong." Yiqingyu heard Shen Fei's compliments. Her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly stood up. With a wave of her hand, the drunken wind chant on the auction table fell into her hands. The cup appeared out of thin air, and after it was filled, it was respectfully handed over to Shen Fei. "Master, please." Shen Fei reached out to take a shallow taste and said intentionally, "Little Feng, I agree with you about paying the bride price, but since you want to get married so soon, let's wait a while and move to propose." Yifeng, who was on the side, choked when he heard Shen Fei's words. Even the drunken wind chants in his mouth spit out 2 violent coughs, and hastily waved his hand and said, "Master, where did I ever say anything like that? Yi Qingyu listened to the words between master and disciple. Her small face reddened, her heart thumped, and she lowered her head and there was not the slightest hint of the overbearing demeanor that he had when he first appeared. And the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden also hastened to pick up the conversation. Right. Yi Feng, actually my master has wanted to meet you for a long time. And master has been in a good mood lately. Plus in a few days it will be Qingyu's birthday. That day happens to be the auspicious day for the marriage again. When the time comes it's a double whammy nah. Hearing the words of Saintess of the 100 Flowers, Shen Fei hurriedly stood up. Collecting the table's wine and food into the carry-on space immediately followed. Then it's not too late. We'll leave now. For his disciples' lifelong matter. Shen Fei did not dare to be sloppy in the slightest. After pinching his fingers to figure out where Yi Qingyu's clan was located, a golden light enveloped the crowd immediately afterward. When they opened their eyes again, the 4 of them had already arrived outside the 100 Flowers Sect's mountain gate. Shen Fei kicked Yi Feng's butt and staggered him several steps. Transmission. I'll leave things up to you now. I'll just take care of the bride price step. Yi Feng listened to his words. Feeling again that tens of thousands if not thousands of auras in the void were watching him, he took a deep breath. Leaping into the void, he moved his chi to the Dantian and looked at the mountain gate. Your Highness, Xing Feng Divine King, my youngest son, Yi Feng, has come here today to propose marriage. Please also ask your Highness the God King to open the mountain gate to allow me to enter. Chapter 26, Blessing Ceremony. 100 Flowers Patriarch Yi Qingxian. Inside the 100 Flowers sect, a group of young girls who were laughing and giggling were filled with surprise as they listened to the words from outside the sect. Especially the name in it was familiar to them. Yi Feng. That's the one who makes their saintly highness chant every day. Today, my youngest son, Yi Feng, has come here to propose marriage to Tianxian Holy Maiden Yi Qingyu. A group of young girls in the square looked at each other in dismay. And just as they were about to go and see what was going on, an indifferent and incomparable voice came out from the depths of the sect. Kid, after so many years you're still the first one who dares to come and propose marriage after desecrating the holy maiden of this clan. The law enforcement team will blast this troublemaker out of here. Accompanied by that majestic and incomparable voice, the next moment hundreds of rays of light flew towards the outside of the sect gate. One beautiful young girl showed her big snow-white legs, looking at Yi Feng standing in the sky with a smile on her face and teasing. Boy, you really have guts. Within these tens of thousands of years you're still the first man to come to my 100 Flowers sect to propose marriage. Not to mention that you want to marry our saintly highness. Sisters, let's go. As soon as the words fell, the hundreds of young girls immediately swarmed up to Yi Feng, who was standing in the same place, watching them spit in their minds. Holy, that's still a good mood. Definitely tricked by that little ninny, the 100 Flower Saintess. But even so, he was not the least bit timid. It was only about 100 or so Tongshan realm powerhouses. Taking a deep breath at the thought, he was just about to make his move when a dainty cry came from below. Stand down, all of you. The group of young girls heard that familiar and incomparable voice and hurriedly looked in Yi Qingyu's direction. After seeing the several people standing there, he hurriedly bowed and said with a respectful and incomparable mouth. Law enforcement team, Sang Wanqing, Phantom Bamboo, Situning Shuang, greetings to your highness, Tianxian Holy Maiden, and your highness, 100 Flowers Holy Maiden. Seeing the crowd stop, the heavenly Xian Holy Maiden took a step forward and looked within the 100 Flowers sect to plead. Master, me. Yi Qingyu hadn't even finished speaking when a roar came from the depths of the 100 Flowers sect. Shut up. The next moment the sky began to change, and the sky of billions of feet in circumference was suddenly colored with a blood-red color. Petals coalesced as if they were blood and fell towards the bottom. One looked to be 18 or 19 years old, dressed in a long green dress, with a hairpin on her head that willow eyebrows naturally spread, without too much modification, but natural beauty. Eyes seemed to be bright like stars. Barefoot and stepping on her snow-white long legs, she walked towards the crowd from the depths of the 100 Flowers sect. With each step the figure suddenly disappeared, and within a few steps it arrived in front of the crowd. Yi Qingyu and the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden below hurriedly bowed and saluted when they saw the visitor. Greetings, senior sister. The visitor looked down at the crowd and nodded, then spoke. Kid, you actually dare to come to propose marriage? Then have you heard of my 100 Flowers sect, the necessary rituals to propose marriage? Listening to the words of the visitor, Yi Feng was dumbfounded. Just below the Yi Qingyu but the face turned red with shame, just ready to speak, only to hear the young girl above said, everyone who comes to propose marriage must go through the bridge of inquiry, the stairway to heaven, and the final step, burn the incense and take a bath to see if you are a virgin. Finally, I swear to the heavenly Tao that I will never change my heart towards Qingyu for all eternity. If you violate this oath, your form and spirit will be destroyed. Never enter the wheel. Listening to the young girl's words, for some reason Yi Feng was instantly relieved. He had thought it was some kind of unfinished task, but he hadn't realized that it sounded quite simple. You know that although he often hangs out in those fireworks places, but it was true that he was still a virgin so far, and he was so relieved at the thought that he hastened to agree. Hearing his words, the young girl nodded and looked into the void as she replied, "Master, begin." Before the words fell, the petals in the void that were still falling towards the bottom slowly converged, and the next moment a woman with a white veil over her face and a set of fire-red dresses on her body, looking as if she were a demonic elf. Even his hair was blood red, with 3,000 green silks moving with the wind and a bit of vermilion on his brow. Looking downward, her hands were as snow white and slender as jade arms. On her left hand was tied a red rope identical to Yiqingyu's. Her figure was incomparable. Even though the crowd could not see her face under the white veil, it is also undeniable that this man is the best in the world. Slowly taking a step towards the front, the sky and the earth changed color. A 10,000 feet long blood-red bridge in the void above his head spread towards the bottom and came to Yifeng's feet. Only after doing this did he look down towards Yiqingyu below and spit out green orchids. "Xingyu, are you really willing to marry this man?" Yiqingyu looked into the eyes of the visitor, unable to contain the excitement in her eyes. Lowering her head as if she were a little girl who had made a mistake, she stood up and said, "Master, I am willing." Hearing Yiqingyu's words below, the body of the Qingfeng Divine King gave a sudden lurch. For some reason the crowd seemed to hear a sigh if anything. With her hands clenched, a ray of light spread from her hands towards the surroundings. That light was as soft as a breeze. Yiqingyu felt the light brushing over herself, kneeled down on both knees, and put her hands together and a mantra was chanted under his breath. The next moment both within the 100 Flowers sect as well as those disciples of the law enforcement team outside of the sect also knelt down on one knee and his hands were joined together, and he muttered under his breath with an incredibly pious expression. Shen Fei watched all this and stroked his chin in thought. His eyes seemed to flow with some kind of rules, and he mumbled to himself in his mouth, Interesting. Enough time had passed for nearly half a tea. An iffy aura within those kneeling 100 Flowers disciples converged towards the hands of the Qingfeng Divine King. Looking at the golden light in his hand, God King Qingfeng pinched his fingers and said under his breath, "Today, the first generation patriarch of the 100 Flowers sect, Yi Qingxian, hereby invites the heavenly Tao to bestow blessings. Protecting my disciple, Yi Qingyu, has gotten his wish today. Tao couple Yi Feng, from today onwards, will not be confused by external objects. I would like to ask the heavenly Tao for blessings at the cost of 10,000 years of cultivation." In the last few sentences, Yi Qingxian looked at the dome of the sky and prayed devoutly in her heart. The ball of light in his hand slowly dissolved into a clear smoke and drifted into an unspeakable place. In the next moment, a whirlpool steeply appeared in the originally calm and incomparable sky. An incomparably splendid ball of light fell towards the bottom, illuminated by that light. Yi Qingxian's original cultivation at the peak of the God King realm that was about to reach the half-step God Emperor suddenly had a slight loosening, and under the illumination of that light, the long, blood-colored bridge that had previously appeared out of nowhere. Some kind of mutation began to take place, and in the light of that, the original bloody and incomparable killing atmosphere filled the long bridge was suddenly covered with golden light, so that the crowd could not help but feel a sense of holiness. Yi Qingxian said as she looked at the long golden bridge and then at Yi Feng below. The blessing ceremony begins. Chapter 27 One Step Kills One. Blood stains the smoke and rain building. Looking at the long golden bridge, Yi Feng took a deep breath and stepped out with firm eyes. In the next moment, Yi Feng, who was originally outside the 100 Flowers sect, suddenly appeared in a place of fireworks. Listening to the laughter of Ying Yan Yan beside his ears, Yi Feng opened his eyes full of doubts, and what came into his eyes was a charming-looking young girl. "Young Master Yi, didn't you say you would ransom your slave?" Listening to the words, a memory appeared out of thin air that Yi Feng hastily stretched out his hand to embrace the beauty in front of him into his arms, and took a sip of wine with boozy love. Looking at her beautiful side face, putting his hand into that snow-white gully and rubbing it lewdly, he said, "Beauty, how could this young master forget what he said? When this young master goes home to get some money, he will come to ransom you then." The dainty lady in his arms pouted twice at his words, and came up to his face and kissed him, and, wine gas-filled, eyes confused, stretched out the jade arm like Yi Feng's chest and laughed gently. "Then I am the young master's tonight. Ha ha." Yi Feng laughed rampantly at her words, and impatiently tried to undress his clothes. Just then there was a cacophony of shouting and cursing from outside the door. "Little lady, though you look like a heavenly creature, yet, this guest is bidding 10,000 taels of gold. What's more, your family has been destroyed, so I think you'd better comply with him. Ha ha." Outside the door a group of men who looked to be in their 40s or 50s, with lewd smiles on their faces, stood at the very center of the stage and the young girl who was blindfolded and left for dead. At the moment that young girl's cheeks were streaked with tears. Even the piece of white cloth that blindfolded her eyes was already wet, and her eyes were desperate, listening to the lewd insults in her ears full of sobs and curses. Get out! Inside the house was originally preparing to undress Yifeng heard that voice was suddenly like a lightning strike. It seemed like I remembered something, but I couldn't remember exactly what it was. Just know that you seem to be about to lose someone very important. Distracted, he immediately pushed aside the beautiful girl, and recalled in his mind the voice that, staggering, he pushed open the door of the room to look toward the bottom. With a mere glance, he saw the young girl, who was being tied up in the center of the stage. Looking at her features was like a lightning strike. At some point a voice appeared out of nowhere beside his ears. Save her! Save her! She is your future wife. The voice was extremely faint at first, but grew louder and louder behind it, and listening to the cacophony of voices beside his ears. Yifeng slapped heavily on the railing in front of him and roared. Shut up! The crowd below, when they heard this angry curse, raised their heads to look, and saw that it was Yifeng standing there. Some who knew him sneered. Yo, isn't this the loser young master of the Yi family, who spends all his time in brothels? Why are you trying to be a hero now? Listening to the words from below, Yifeng's eyes glared red, and coupled with the sounds coming from his ears. Looking down at the young girl, he said, Her, I'll take. Whatever you guys bid, I'll double it. The crowd laughed and laughed at his words. A 17 or 18-year-old looking teenager sitting in the corner mocked at his words. I'll take her, and if you go against me, I can get you killed tonight. Yifeng didn't pay attention to the teenager, and slowly walked down the steps towards the young girl. The crowd scoffed at this look on his face. I never thought that one day I would see a scrapper who would presume to heroically save a woman. Yifeng, the money that was left for you inside your house has long been squandered by you. I guess you're afraid you can't get your hands on any more money now. The pimp on the side looked at Yifeng, who was full of wine breath, and hurriedly walked over with a smile, came to his side and whispered, Young Master Yi, I see you're already drunk. Why don't you go back first? As for Ruka, I'll send her to you later. Listening to the words beside his ears, the distraught Yifeng instantly swung out a palm and, pushing the pimp out a few meters away, came to the body of the young girl, and carefully reached out his hand to lift the white cloth that covered her. And, look at the tear tracks on her cheeks, and eyes red from crying, and somehow the anger from the nightmare-like voice reached his ears. Save her. Hidden in the shadows at that moment, the man with a scarred face looked at what Yifeng had done and walked out angrily. The young girl looked at the man who walked out, her eyes filled with fear, but in the next moment converted to murderous intent. Constantly struggling in a vain attempt to break free from this rope soaked in sesame oil. Looking at the killing intent in her eyes, Yifeng's eyes were filled with heartache, and even breathing was slightly difficult. At that moment a voice came from beside his ear. Get her out. Get him out of here. I can give you the power. Yifeng's eyes were bewildered, and that burly man looked at the unmoved Yifeng with a sardonic smile, cursing under his breath. Kid, can't you hear me? I told you to get lost. With that, he walked over with his longsword. As the mastermind behind he had originally wanted to sell this young girl for a good price, but he didn't expect to be messed up by this kid. The people present watching this scene didn't stop it, but instead calculated that when Yifeng died, to whom should his few dollars belong? The burly man walked towards Yifeng, looking at the unmoved Yifeng and the young girl's eyes filled with killing intent caricatured laughter, raised the long sword in his hand, and chopped down at Yifeng's head. Only in the next moment, the long sword in the big man's hand had changed hands, and a bloody light cut through there was a splash of blood, and the big man incredulously touched his throat, where there was a bloodstain. At that moment a breeze blew outside the door, and even the sky began to drizzle, and the big man's head rolled off the stage and with a thud his torso fell to his knees in front of the two men. Blood gushed out towards the outside following the break, and it all happened so fast that by the time the crowd reacted, the big man was already dead. That old bod's eyes were full of horror, looking at all this and exclaiming under his breath, Someone, the Chancellor is dead. Who dares to cause trouble in the Smoke and Rain building? With this shout from the pimp, dozens of people, dressed in black, sprang out from the depths of the Smoke and Rain building. Men with long knives and swords in their hands, they roared in anger as they looked at the heads and bodies of the big men rolling to the ground. How dare you kill our big brother? And he foamed on the stage like he couldn't feel anything behind him. The sword light cut through, chopping off the ropes binding the young girl with a face full of pain. He said, Hold me tight. I'll take you out for the kill. The young girl looked at his eyes, subconsciously stretched out her hands and hugged Yifeng, who stretched out his left hand and braced the young girl's body and stand up. listening to the nightmarish voice beside his ear. A power came down on him from nowhere. Calmly, he looked at those black-clothed men in front of him, feeling the trembling body of the young girl in his arms, knowing the fear in her heart. Yifeng's heart was even more distressed as he watched those black-clothed men rush over with long swords in their hands. A moment of blood light blossomed. Blood spilled all over the entire Smoke and Rain building, and Yifeng held the young girl in his arms and, crossing over the corpses of one black-clothed man after another, the long sword in his hand swung towards his side, killing another person, and taking step after step towards the outside world. Anything that gets in the way along the way, whether it was those black-clothed men or those middle-aged men who had taunted him earlier, as well as that arrogant and incomparable young master from before, had fallen in a pool of blood at this moment, after a cup of tea. At this moment, Yifeng, who was already dressed in blood, walked towards the outside world, and at this moment, outside the Smoke and Rain building, whether it was the roofs of houses or pavilions or alleys, there was no telling how many black-clothed men were standing around. The moment Yifeng appeared, those black-clothed men swarmed up to, even though Yifeng's sword was as fast as lightning, those people didn't feel fear and still rushed up without any hesitation. Kill! Kill! At that moment, inside the Smoke and Rain building, a man in black staggered to his feet and, even though his abdomen was already bleeding, he still took the broken sword in his hand and stabbed towards Yifeng's back. The young girl who was held in his arms looked at this scene and hastily exclaimed, "Look out!" Hearing the reminder in his arms, Yifeng hastily flashed towards his side and that one man in black just revealed a smile of scheming success and stabbed the broken sword in his hand towards the young girl. Seeing this scene, Yifeng hastily stabbed towards him. The sword light cut through the black man fell in a pool of blood, but the others seized this momentary gap, and a sword pierced his chest at once. Blood sprayed like a column on the young girl's cheeks as Yifeng cut down the man in black without saying a word. The drizzling rain poured down on him, reflecting him as if he were an evil spirit. Holding the young girl in his arms tightly, allowing those long swords to stab at his body, Yifeng completely ignored the injuries on his body. Dragging his exhausted body, he continued to decimate a steady stream of black-clothed men. I don't know how long it took to kill. Suddenly a violent storm swept over us, as if the sky had cracked open and heavy rain poured down. The rain hit the ground, stirring up layers of water, and thunder roared. Lightning ripped through the darkness. Yifeng, who was bathed in rainwater, opened his bloodshot eyes and spat out a mouthful of bruised blood. Looking at the still steady stream of black-clothed men, he laughed miserably. Come on, let this young master kill enough tonight. Today this young master is going to kill one person with one step. Kill through this sin-filled smoky city. Chapter 28: The Bridge to the Heart. 1,000 reincarnations. A bolt of lightning cut through the sky, and listening to the rain around them, the group of black-clad men looked at each other and, looking at the hundreds of corpses beside Yifeng, even at this time, he was exhausted. However, that aura still shocked the crowd. Yifeng looked at the cowering crowd and, coughing, a mouthful of bruised blood flowed down the corner of his mouth, making him look like an evil spirit. You bunch of losers, since you don't dare to block it, get lost. With the young girl in his arms, Yifeng staggered toward the front, using the long sword in his hand as a crutch that, step after step, he led the young girl away. But the group of black-clothed men were ringing around him within dozens of feet without making a move. Time passed, and the crowd flanked Yifeng to the city gates. Looking at the tightly closed gates, Yifeng suddenly staggered twice and fell to his knees. The young girl in her arms also fell to the ground, and when the group of black-robed men saw this scene, a bright light flashed in their eyes and, look at each other. All of a sudden, they swarmed up with long knives or long swords, and for a moment, blood and light filled the air. Kill! Outside world. The women of the 100 Flowers sect were in tears as they watched this scene, and a young girl in the law enforcement team sobbed in a small voice. If only my future groom could be like this. The holy maiden of the 100 Flowers looked at the scene and, flirting to Yi Qingyu who was on the side, he said, that Yifeng kid is not doing too bad. Yi Qingyu was touched as she looked at the curtain of light above her. At this time Yi Qingxian from above came to their front. Looking at Yifeng beside them, he inquired, Qingyu, who is this? Hearing her words, Yi Qingyu hurriedly replied, Master, this is Yifeng's master. Listening to Yi Qingyu's words, Yi Qingxian looked towards Shen Fei with light flowing in her eyes. It was just that no matter how she looked at it, Shen Fei seemed like a mortal. Seeing this scene, Yi Qing put away the contempt in his heart and solemnly said, Greetings, fellow Daoist. Shen Fei nodded, looking at Yifeng who was walking on the bridge of inquiring minds above him with great satisfaction. Fellow Daoist, this sinful disciple of mine is truly unbearable, and I will have to let fellow Daoist and Qingyu properly discipline him in the future. Listening to Shen Fei's words, Yi Qingxian also replied, What are you talking about? This kid Yifeng is also considered a heavenly pride of the world, and as long as a few more 100 years go by, I don't think even the Marquis King might be a match for him. Hearing Yi Qingxian's words, the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden hurriedly said, Senior uncle, the martial Marquis King has already been beheaded by Yifeng's sword just today. Even the heavenly demon sect was destroyed by Senior Shen. Listening to the words of the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden, Yi Qingyu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and without moving, he pinched and counted. Feeling the information that came back from the heavenly Tao, with a surprised face, he looked at Yifeng and said, Fellow Daoist, good tactics. Having said that, turning around, he looked at the law enforcement team above him and said, Tell the disciples who are traveling outside to prepare to come back for the wedding. Also, all those clans that have been friends with my clan for generations are notified in place. Hearing this, the law enforcement team above them hurriedly gave a petulant cry. One after another, they cut through space and rushed towards the surroundings. After doing all this, Yi Qingxian then turned to look at Shen Fei and said, Fellow Daoist, I'm a little tired. Just let Qingyu take you around the clan. I'll just go back and rest. Yi Qingyu nodded, wanting to speak, just as Yi Qingxian was about to leave. Looking at her back, he then whispered his voice, Master, Elder Shen's cultivation is powerful. Perhaps he can unlock the seal in your body. When the time comes I think Master will be able to. Before the words fell, Yi Qingxian's body lurched, and without turning her head, she transmitted her voice. Needless to say, I, Yi Qingxian, have never asked for anything in my life. Yi Qingyu listened to these words and watched as Yi Qingxian took a step and disappeared into thin air. Yi Qingyu lowered her head and said to Shen Fei who was beside her, Elder, don't blame my master for always having such a temper. I'll take Senior on a tour of my 100 Flowers sect. Listening to Yi Qingyu's words, Shen Fei feigned anger and said, Didn't I say so? Don't call me Senior. Yes, Master. At this time the Holy Maiden of the 100 Flowers, who was on the sidelines, listening to the voice transmission in his mind, he suddenly said helplessly to Yi Qingyu at the side, Sister, I'll leave first. My master told me to go back and dress up for the wedding in a few days. Yi Qingyu nodded and watched the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden leave, leading Shen Fei towards the interior of the 100 Flowers sect. The young girls who passed by on the way were full of envy as they looked at Yi Qingyu in the void. Looking again at Shen Fei who was beside him was curious. It looks like the bone age is not too big. It can't be that Yifeng's senior brother, right? I think so. Look guys, the second illusion has begun. The crowd raised their eyes and looked, only to see that the content of the light screen above had changed, and Yifeng, above sitting in the void with his knees crossed, an invincible aura spread out on his body, harvesting a lot of fangirls for a time. Yi Qingyu looked at everything above and said to Shen Fei, Master, this questioning bridge has a total of 999 illusions. As more and more visions are experienced, fewer and fewer memories are made of me. It's been hidden deep in the heart. If every illusion Yifeng ends up choosing me, he has passed the test. Shen Fei nodded, stroking his chin and pondering whether he should change the rules of it was used to take in disciples, and by that time it was thought that each disciple had excellent qualifications. The two of them flew all the way. Some of Shen Fei's views on Yi Qingxian were shifting under Yi Qingyu's introduction. Without realizing it, it's nighttime. Yi Qingyu brought Shen Fei to a guest room, and took out a pot of drunken wind chant from his carry-on space. It was only then that he said, respectfully and immensely, I'll go prepare some meals. Master, wait a moment. Shen Fei nodded and watched Yi Qingyu slowly retreat, the satisfaction in his eyes overflowing. Come to the window. Raising his head, he looked at Yifeng who was going through the 348th test and said to himself, Kid, for the teacher, this is to find you a good daughter-in-law. You must treat her well in the future. And at this time, as in the illusion of Yifeng at this moment turned into a ragged beggar again, curled up on the side of the road, when a little girl in a long green dress came slowly toward him, placing the coppers in his hand in front of him, looking at his dirty cheeks and reaching out to brush the dust off of them. Feeling the strange sound sleep on his face, Yifeng opened his eyes, very puzzled. He looked at the strange young girl in front of him and inquired for some reason. You are? The young girl listened to his words. Her eyes curved as if they were crescent moons and looked at him with a smile. Stand up. Hands behind the back, of a few steps forward to walk out, pretending to look like a small adult, slowly turned around and laughed. My name is Yi Qingyu. Master, the meal is ready. Shen Fei, who was mesmerized by what he saw, listened to the whisper beside his ear and instantly sobered up to look behind him. There were already several plates of hot food there. Looking at the somewhat restrained Yi Qingyu beside her, she laughed. I happen to be a bit bored alone. You come and talk with me. Chapter 29, The Broken Hearts of Billions of Teenagers. Yes. Looking at the somewhat restrained Yi Qingyu, Shen Fei laughed. Am I that scary? I actually think I'm pretty easygoing, personally. With a wave of his hand, 2 wine cups appeared out of thin air. Yi Qingyu just wanted to pick up the pot of drunken wind charm and pour the wine. Shen Fei waved his hand in refusal and stood up, pouring 2 wine glasses full respectively. Handing one of the cups to Yi Qingyu, he said, I haven't been paying attention to that kid's affairs in the past 1,000 years. I wonder if you can tell me something? Yi Qingyu took a sip of the wine in her cup, and her formal demeanor relaxed. Seeing Shen Fei in front of him sitting down, he then opened his mouth and said, according to my investigations over the years, 1,000 years ago he ascended up from the lower realms, when he who doesn't yet know the rules of this world has repeatedly caused great trouble. Nothing but. Listening to what Yi Qingyu said, Shen Fei sometimes frowned, sometimes looked relieved, sometimes laughed openly. The 2 men pushed their glasses and the atmosphere eased. Unconsciously, along with the earth-shattering roar of the outside world, Yi Qingyu hurriedly stood up with joy and came to the window. Looking at the sky, Yifeng was overjoyed and looked at Shen Fei beside him and explained, Master, Yifeng has already passed the bridge of inquiring minds. Next is the second stage of the stairway to heaven. Shen Fei looked toward the top, only to see Yifeng's expression sometimes smiling, sometimes sad and angry. It was only after just a few moments that his eyes filled with determination. The next moment he turned around to look towards Yi Qingyu's direction, and the 2 of them looked at each other with 4 eyes. One reads what is in the other's mind. The corners of Yifeng's mouth curled up into a smile, full of tenderness as he looked at Yi Qingyu's lips moving slightly. At once, Yi Qingyu below turned red in the face and put down the wineglass in her hand. Covering her cheeks, she ran towards her boudoir. Shen Fei looked at this scene, seemingly smiling sip of wine in the cup, thought, kid, quite good at playing Yifeng looked at Yi Qingyu's back and smiled, slowly turning his head and looking at the heavenly ladder in front of him. One step was taken, and the power of thousands of laws carried on it immediately bent Yifeng's knees as he pressed down. But even so, Yifeng braced his body towards the ladder above. Shen Fei looked at this scene and said to himself, the first level depends on the heart, and the second level depends on the strength. I think by the time these 2 levels are finished, this brat will come to the treading heaven realm. Then wouldn't that seem to leave me out of the picture? Forget it. I was originally thinking of keeping half of it back for my senior brother to use before. Take it all out now and give it to the boy as a bride price. Those goodies won't be used by Shifu anyway. Shin Jun, who was hundreds of millions of worlds away, sneezed. Looking at Lu Ruyan and the others in front of him, he complained in his heart. Senior brother, you're still so unreliable. It's amazing how you can go missing for no apparent reason just by being asked to lead a team. But okay. Finished in second place. And I wonder when you'll be back. Heaven. An explosive news spread out from within the sects. 2 handsome teenagers within the 5 Elements sword sect were lying on the edge of a cliff. 4 or 5 feet beside them is placed on a table, filled with wine and food. Recalling today's law enforcement teen girl said the words of heartache incomparable. One of the handsome-looking teenagers dressed in white as if he was an exiled immortal stood up and threw the spirit wine in his hand on the ground. Looking at the direction of the 100 Flowers sect, I didn't realize that the heavenly Shin Holy Maiden would actually get married in a few more days. And according to that law enforcement girl, it's actually Yifeng who slighted him 100 years ago. How did that kid get so lucky? You know that the heavenly Shin Holy Maiden is one of the most beautiful people in the world. In a few days it will be the wedding day. Do you think we should go and make a mess? His best friend beside him spat at him with a blank look at his words. Don't drag me with you if you want to die. I'm going back to bed. Drink it here by yourself. The young man who was like an exiled immortal watched his best friend beside him leave. Shaking his head and pouring another large gulp of spirit wine, he collapsed to the ground in a drunken stupor. This night I don't know how many teenagers and even those old monsters who have been in the tens of thousands of years and hundreds of thousands of years have their hearts broken. Many people looked at the portrait of Yifeng in front of them. Their faces were filled with anger, and they kept slashing with the swords in their hands. Vent the anger in your heart. The 100 Flowers sect. A small courtyard with the 100 Flowers pavilion hanging on the door, planted a peach tree that, below it was a stone table with 4 stone benches, on which sat a beautiful young girl. Yi Qingyu sat on a stone bench sleepily looking at the young man who kept stepping on the heavenly ladder. Unconsciously recalling back then when they first met, Yi Qingyu was filled with shame and anger. The next moment was filled with tenderness as he looked at the young man above him and muttered to himself, I don't know why, but since that day, your figure has always lingered in my mind. I think this is what Master once said about love at first sight. In a few days we will be married. At that time I will no longer be the Tianxian Holy Maiden. Rather, it is your wife alone. Yi Qingxian in the void in front of Yi Qingyu looked at everything below him. Raising his head again, he looked at Yifeng above him. Oh demented child, I hope you get what you want. A lot had happened that night, and the dream girl of hundreds of millions of teenagers in the divine realm was about to get married. It's amazing that a wanted man known in 100 years would marry one of the most beautiful women in the world today. Without realizing it, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Feng, who had already stepped over the heavenly ladder and was burning incense and bathing in a courtyard next door to the 100 Flowers Pavilion, feeling the surging power and the power of the laws of life in his body, seemed to be enlightened. Bang! 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 Shen Fei slowly woke up listening to the knock on the side of the door, opened the door of the room, only to see Yi Qingyu standing outside the door. In her hands was a wooden basin with a towel perched on the side, followed by 4 demurely dressed maidens. Each of them was holding an object covered by a red veil in their hands, and their wonderful eyes looked towards Shen Fei with great curiosity, and they could not help but exclaim in their hearts, "So handsome!" Shen Fei stepped aside to let the crowd in and Yi Qingyu placed the wooden basin in her hand on a shelf in front of the bed. Watching the 4 young girls place those 4 trays on the table, he then spoke, "Master, these are the clothes my master has prepared especially for you. Do you need to try it on first to see if it fits?" Shen Fei, who was washing up, shook his head and said with golden light flowing in his eyes, "No need." Again, as if thinking of something, he said, "By the way, when preparing the meal, remember to prepare another copy." Listening to Shen Fei's words, although Yi Qingyu was puzzled, but she did not say anything more. A few people left slowly. Inside the room, Shen Fei looked at the table, waved his hand, and a space channel appeared out of thin air, far away within the Green Spirit sect, which was hundreds of millions of worlds away. A spatial channel appeared out of nowhere. The next moment a hand grabbed onto Shen Jun, who was meditating, pulling him into the spatial channel in his stunned eyes. The panicked Shen Jun instantly exclaimed, "Which senior took a shot at me? I'm Shen Fei's senior brother. It's that Shen Fei who kills without blinking an eye and destroys people's clans at the drop of a hat. If you offend me, when the time comes, my senior brother will definitely not let you go when he finds you." Just the next moment a burst of golden light cut through. Originally was chattering Shen Jun looked at the face in front of the dark as the bottom of the pot Shen Fei full of accompanying smile. "Senior brother, early said it was you, causing me to misunderstand." Looking around again, he was curious, and after merely taking a few breaths, his cultivation level rose dramatically. The original peak Martial King realm suddenly came to the Martial Emperor realm. Feeling the change in his cultivation, Shen Jun was surprised. "I can't believe I broke through. Elder brother, what is this place?" Shen Fei's face eased quite a bit as he listened to him. There was nothing he could do about the fact that he had such a cheeky senior brother, and could only bring him to the window. Looking at the group of young girls in the outside world who were setting up the scene, she said, "This is the God realm. Tomorrow Yi Feng will be married. That's why I brought you here to see if you're going to do me any favors. Stop acting like you have no insight." At that moment there was a knock at the door. Immediately after that, Yi Qingyu walked in, looking at the stranger in the room with curiosity. Shen Jun's nose shrugged twice, looked at the mortal in front of him and hurriedly walked over, said as he took the 2 plates of dishes from her hands and placed them on the table, "Elder brother, that kid Yi Feng even got married, so where's his Taoist couple? Why don't you introduce me to it?" Looking at Shen Jun, who was eating and stuffing himself, Shen Fei also felt helpless all of a sudden, said with a finger pointing at Yi Qingyu who stayed there in front of him, "Can't you see someone that big? There's only food in your eyes." Hearing Shen Fei's words, Shen Jun then looked up and was immediately shocked by Yi Qingyu's beauty, wiped his greasy hands, tidying up his clothes. He suddenly turned into a fairy-like appearance and, he stroked his white beard and laughed, "That Yi Feng kid is blessed." Chapter 30, I've never held a grudge. There are grudges. He stroked his white beard and walked over, circled around Yi Qingyu for a few times, nodding his head frequently and, it was very satisfying to say, "What's your name, little girl?" Yi Qingyu looked at the stranger in front of her with some constraint and replied, "My little daughter Yi Qingyu. And you are, elder?" Shen Jun narrowed his eyes at her words and said with a smiling face, "Shen Jun, you can call me senior uncle from now on." "Right. I'm here. Why hasn't that Yi Feng kid come out to meet me? It's been over 1,000 years since I've seen you," said Shen Jun. Also wanted to emit his divine sense out. Only with his cultivation of the Martial Emperor realm, it could only spread its divine sense a few meters away. Listening to Shen Jun's words, Yi Qingyu hurriedly replied respectfully, reporting back to senior uncle Yi Feng is burning incense and bathing, and after experiencing the blessing ceremony, Yi Feng has already arrived at the heaven-treading realm. It is being sensed. Listening to Yi Qingyu's words, Shen Jun was dumbfounded. What realm is the treading heaven realm? Is it very strong? Listening to Shen Jun's words, Yi Qingyu did not know how to answer for a moment. After all, in this world the treading heaven realm was considered a good strong person. Shen Fei slowly walked to pick up the conversation. "All you need to know is that the treading heaven realm wants to kill you by blowing on your breath." Sizzle. Listening to Shen Fei's words, Shen Jun sucked in a breath of cool air, filled with shock. At that moment Shen Fei waved his hand and, The trace of immortal Tao origin that had been taken out from other worlds earlier was immediately integrated into Shen Jun's body. After doing this was said, "This is the immortal Tao origin. It can slowly raise your realm. I guess it should be able to be elevated to martial honor at least. But since I brought you into this world, just take advantage of these 2 days to practice." Hearing Shen Fei's words, Shen Jun hurriedly came to the bed and sat on his knees. At once, a divine power, if any, merged towards his body. Feeling the cultivation that was growing rapidly within his body, tears streamed down his face. It was important to realize that he had very little life left, and if he hadn't come to this world this time, I'm afraid that he would have died in a few hundred years. Shen Fei looked at this scene, revealing a pleased look. This senior brother was not quite incorrigible. Taking Yi Qingyu aside, he walked out of the door to close the door to the room. Looking at the young girls who were dressing up for the scene, he said, "Tomorrow you will be married, so go back and rest for a while. You won't have to prepare the meal. I'll wander around here by myself." Yi Qingyu replied in a low voice, walking towards the 100 Flowers pavilion that belonged to her. Shen Fei turned his head in one direction. The countless female disciples who passed by along the way looked at his figure and whispered, "Guess who is stronger and weaker in terms of his cultivation compared to the patriarch?" That goes without saying. Our patriarch, however, has already crossed the divine realm more than 100,000 years ago. If it wasn't for that seal in my body, I'm afraid I would have already broken through to Divine Emperor. And this Elder Shen has had no news of him during these 1,000 years. It's only recently that they've popped up. I think it's only in these last few years that strong people have appeared. Not to mention the fact that I've been going through the Divine Realm's canonical texts just in the last few days. The fact that there was no resemblance found to match him at all means that he wasn't one of those old monsters that have lived for millions of years. Unconsciously, Shen Fei had already arrived outside the door of the Patriarch's hall, listening to the noisy sounds inside. Toward the inside, as soon as he entered, he only saw a blushing old man looking at Yi Qingxian and said, "Divine King Qingfeng, how can you marry your disciple to a wanted criminal? Wouldn't this be corrupting the reputation of the several holy lands of our divine realm?" Yi Qingxian glanced at him as she listened to his words and said with calm eyes, "What? Not marrying Yi Feng? Is it hard to marry that one unimpressive disciple of yours? Not to mention anything else, Yi Feng alone decapitated the Marquis King with his cultivation at the early stage of the Tanshan realm. I'd say how many of you here can do it in the same realm?" That one old man heard Yi Qingxian's words and just wanted to retort. Only he didn't know how to retort. After all, even the martial Marquis King belonged to the heavenly pride of the time in his era. And in the end, he could only sigh. Tearing apart the void in front of him, he slowly left with the disciple beside him. Yi Qingxian shook her head as she looked at the void where the two of them had left. Just when he wanted to say something, his eyes skimmed over Shen Fei, who walked in. Hurriedly, he stood up and said, "What is it that fellow Taoist Shen is looking for me for?" Shen Fei looked at the crowd present. Looking at Yi Qingxian above, she said in embarrassment, "I have a dysfunctional senior brother who has also rushed over specially to attend tomorrow's grand ceremony." Listening to Shen Fei's words, Yi Qingxian also knew what he was about, and her lips moved slightly. After a moment, he looked at Shen Fei below and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't worry, everything is ready." Shen Fei nodded, turned around and wanted to walk towards the outside world. Just then, 5 or 6 feet away in front of Yi Qingxian, a brutal-looking, stout man with a naked upper body, looking at what Shen Fei did, humming softly and slightly dissatisfied, he said, "You are the master of that wanted criminal Yi Feng, right? It's amazing that a seemingly polite one would teach such a lecture. It's true that what goes around comes around." The burly man hadn't even finished his words when Shen Fei had already arrived in front of him, hands clamped around his neck, eyes narrowed with a chilling light, fingers slightly harder. This powerful person who had already arrived at the late stage of the God King stage suddenly had his eyes protruding out of his 7 holes and bled, and the crowd present was filled with shock and fear as they watched this, knowing that they were all present at the Divine King realm, but none of them realized when Shen Fei came to that one stout man's body, seeing that the one stout man was about to die. An old man beside him hastened to accompany him with a smile. "Senior Shen really has a high level of cultivation. I'm impressed. It's just that tomorrow is about to be the big day. Today is really not the right day to see blood." Shen Fei pretended to think as he listened to his words. Just when the crowd thought he was going to let the one lanky man go, the finger was slightly harder, accompanied by a chilling click. The old ancestor of the body refinement sect, who had once roamed the world and was known as the Lord of Body Cultivation, was suddenly dead. Looking at the body in Shen Fei's hands, the crowd present only sighed a few times and did not say anything more. After all, they weren't exactly on good terms with this man. What's more, even the 100 Flowers sect didn't invite him to come, but instead, he came uninvited on his own. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell he's here to make trouble. After all, Hundreds of thousands of years ago he was slapped by Yi Qingxian with a single move. Shen Fei looked at the space crack in front of him and threw the lanky man in his hand in, clapping his hands immediately afterward, as if he had done a little thing. Only then did he look at the old man beside him with a smile on his face and said, "Thanks for the reminder, but I've never held a grudge." The people present looked at his smile, and for some reason, a cold air was born in their hearts. Yi Qingxian, who was sitting on the main seat, shook her head, recalling the words Yi Qingyu said at that time. His cultivation is strong. Once she thought that Jifeng was strong again, at most with her but in between. But the strength displayed in that moment just now let Yi Qingxian know that he had indeed underestimated the people of the world. It's like that list that appeared not long ago, with every person on it that he had never heard of before, but each one's name she memorized. Thinking of that top-ranked person at that time, Yi Qingxian suddenly looked at Shen Fei. Then he remembered that he had asked the heavenly Tao there was no trace of this person in this world. It can't be that Shen Fei, can it? I don't think so, it's just the same name at best. After thinking about it, Yi Qingxian shook her head again and looked at Shen Fei's back and said, "Fellow Daoist Shen, you go back and rest first. Just leave it to me here." Listening to Yi Qingxian's words, Shen Fei nodded. Instead of chatting with a group of old men here, it would be better to go back now and see what kind of realm that untalented Shen Jun has cultivated to, and guide him in the process. When Shen Fei left, the atmosphere in the room eased up. The crowd continued to discuss tomorrow's big ceremony. Be silent all the way through. Shen Fei pushed open the door of the room and looked at Shen Jun, who was immersed in cultivation, was satisfied. "Come to the table, look at the objects on it and pour up a cup of tea." Chapter 31:2 In the Maple Rain Pavilion. Husband. Next day, a ray of sunlight shone on the square of the Hundred Flowers sect. The young girl who was previously called senior sister by Yi Qingyu and the Hundred Flowers Holy Maiden hovered in the void, looking at the sky. The Holy Maiden of the Hundred Flowers stood beside her with a happy face, looking at the sunrise in the sky. Both of them pinched moments at the same time. Senior sister Chen's time has come. Let's begin. Chen Shiryao nodded her head, and with a wave of her hand, the divine power in her body worked. Under her breath, she droned. The hour has come. Sound the drum. Bang, bang, bang. With a low, powerful drumming sound coming in, the petals fell from the void toward the bottom of the 10 innocently dressed young girls, all of a sudden, flew towards the sky dome, dancing in the void against the flower petals. The next moment, the drums stopped, accompanied by the sound of a melodious ancient zither. The Hundred Flower Sect's protector formation was instantly closed. Chen Shiryao chanted, "Welcome the guests." A breeze blew by, and hundreds of spatial channels suddenly appeared in the void outside the Hundred Flowers sect. A ship hundreds of feet in size flew out of the space channel. Countless handsome men and women flew from the airship toward the bottom, each one curious beyond measure. And a little bit of excitement. When they landed, the Hundred Flower Saintess' eyes rolled, revealing a smile as she greeted them. Looking at the crowd, he said, "The gift is still to be handed over to me." There was no doubt in the eyes of the crowd that a clueless teenager looked at the beautifully built Hundred Flower Saintess and hurriedly walked over to offer all the gifts in his hands one by one. The Hundred Flowers Holy Maiden's face was ecstatic as she accepted the gift, glanced at the clothes the teenager was wearing and sang aloud. Tianxin Sword Sect. Send. 10,000-year-old Spirit Marrow. Lingji Purple Fruit. 5 Elements Sword Sect. Send Sacred Grass. Ebony Golden Seal Tree. 100 Herb Sect. Red Flame Divine Elixir. Enlightenment Dan. From the Lord of the Snowy Divine Kingdom. Dragon Bone Jade Pendant. Tian Gui Tree. Radiant Stargrass. Chen Shiryao looked at the Hundred Flowers Holy Maiden who was receiving gifts with a smile, and looked at the Lord of the Snowy Divine Kingdom in front of her, respectfully and immensely. "Father, please." "Sister Shiryao, long time no see." A young girl up to 15 or 16 years old beside the Lord of the Snowy Divine Kingdom looked at Chen Shiryao and smiled sweetly, ran over and took her arm. Chen Shiryao stroked her hair with a face full of doting, pulling her arm out of her arms and whispering, "I had the chef prepare a cardinal crisp for you especially. Sister is going to be busy later, so go ahead and wait." Saying that, he took out the cardinal crisp from his carry-on space and held it out to the young girl, looking at her excited appearance. Only then did he look at the Lord of the Snowy Divine Kingdom before him and said, "Father, please take your seat." Chen Shiryao pointed her finger in one direction, where an immense and incomparable table was set up. It was filled with delicious food and aura. "Wow. Father, let's hurry up." The Lord of the Snowy Divine Kingdom listened to the words of the young girl beside him and looked at Chen Shiryao with a desire to speak. There was nothing for it but to wait until later to inquire, allowing the young girl to pull him towards the table. Only after seeing the two leave did Chen Shiryao continue to greet the other guests. At this time inside the Hundred Flowers Pavilion, Yi Qingyu looked at her own cheeks in the bronze mirror and blushed. At the moment she was dressed in a wedding gown and looked a different kind of beautiful, and behind her the Yi Qingxian was holding a wooden comb for her hair. Looking at her appearance he couldn't help but smile helplessly and sing under his breath, a comb to the end. Second comb are girl's gray hair and eyebrows. The 3 combs of the girl are full of children and grandchildren. 4 combs. Yi Qingyu looked through the bronze mirror at Yi Qingxian who was brushing her hair. At this moment, Yi Qingxian was wearing the same red robe, his eyes full of favor. Willow eyebrows were slender and thick, adding a touch of femininity to her face, and a hairpin was pinned to her head. The snow-white jade arms gently brushed her long hair. Looking at Yi Qingxian in the bronze mirror, Yi Qingyu laughed in a low voice. Master, is this beautiful and charming? I dare not imagine that if one day when the moment comes for the master to marry, I'm afraid I don't know how many teenage hearts are broken in this god realm. As Yi Qingyu listened to her words, his mouth also snorted. Little girl, poor mouth. Stretching out her jade arm, she carefully picked up the phoenix crown beside her, and cape for Yi Qingyu to put on one by one. After doing this, Yi Qingxian took off her own earrings and put them on for Yi Qingyu one by one. Taking a few steps back and standing there looking at Yi Qingyu, he laughed. Such a beautiful person. It's really cheap for that Jifeng kid. Zhang took out the red cover and carefully covered Yi Qingyu's head. Go! Yi Qingyu looked at Yi Qingxian's outstretched jade arm, put his hand on it, and the two of them walked towards the outside world. Push open the door to the room in the compound. Yi Feng, who was waiting quietly outside, heard the movement behind him and hurriedly turned around to look at it. Seeing that Yi Qingyu at this moment had a delicate figure and was clad in a red robe, coupled with the red cover on her head, for a moment, her heart missed a beat. At this time, Chen Shuriao's voice came from above. The auspicious time has come for the groom, bride. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shaking bell and drum, 2 paths formed by petals slowly coalesced and, I don't know how many billions of miles to spread. With the sound of a sham, the bells and drums were ringing, and the cheerful sound of the instruments was heard. Just as the guests below wondered for a moment, at the end of the path of petals, Yi Feng and Yi Qingyu walked slowly hand in hand towards the crowd. A lotus flower formed underneath the 2 men's feet with each step. The cape behind her spread for tens of thousands of miles without knowing it, and the golden light on it glittered with a lotus flower condensed from the laws fell towards the bottom. I don't know how many living beings will be born spiritually because of this lotus flower to step into this radiant divine realm. The 100 flowers holy maiden below looked at the skies radiant to the core Yi Qingyu and sobbed her nose twice, rubbed his reddened eyes. Sister! And Yi Feng, who was sitting on the main seat at the moment, was wearing a red robe. Looking at the 2 men walking slowly towards him with great emotion, he stroked his non-existent beard, glancing at Yi Qingxian, who had appeared out of thin air at some point beside him. The 2 of them stood up at the same time. In the next moment, they simultaneously took a step and came in front of Yi Feng and the 2 of them. Shen Fei took out 2 jade bracelets from his carry-on space and handed them to the 2 men respectively. Yi Qingxian pulled off the hairpin on her head and handed it to Yi Qingyu, and with a wave of her hand, the same wooden comb that was combing Yi Qingyu's hair at that time appeared out of thin air and handed it to Yi Feng. Chen Shuriao looked at the scene and sang, "To tea." With this cry, 2 identical-looking maidens flew up with 2 trays of. Coming to the 2 men, there were 2 steaming cups of hot tea on top. Yi Feng's 2 hands were holding the teacups. Suddenly kneeling down in the void, looking at the 2 people in front of him respectfully, he said, "Yi Feng, Yi Qingyu, greetings, master." Seeing this scene, Shen Fei narrowed his eyes. How could he not stop the laughter in his eyes? Together with Yi Qingxian, they took the tea in their cups and drank it all in one go. Chen Shuriao looked at the sky and sang, "One bow to heaven and earth. Second worship. Husband and wife worship each other. Sent to the cave." The words fell, and in an instant, the originally bright and incomparably bright sky suddenly became dim. A ray of moonlight shone on the 2 of them, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 2 of them walked hand in hand towards the newly built Maple Rain Pavilion. After a cup of tea, Yi Feng pushed open the door of the House of the Wind and Rain Pavilion and led Yi Qingyu slowly to the bedside. Picking up the scale next to the pillow, he carefully lifted the red head, with 4 eyes facing each other. Yi Qingyu's face was peachy red, her charming eyes were like silk, and under the illumination of the firelight, it looked as if the goddess in the sky had descended to the earth. It was that charming. The watery eyes gazed at Yi Feng and trembled with a delicate voice. "Husband." Yi Feng looked at Yi Qingyu, who was wearing a joyful robe, and could not restrain the impulse in his heart, and his lips and tongue exchanged. The 2 of them collapsed onto the bed and a breeze blew through the bed curtains, which slowly fell. Chapter 32, That Splash of Huma. Just as the 2 were entwined in bed, Yi Qingxian, who had used his great divine ability to change the sky and earth in the outside world, landed on the main seat. Looking at the guests below, he said in a loud voice, Thank you all for coming over today to participate in my young disciple's wedding. What is it that Divine King Qingfeng is saying? Our two clans have been friends for generations, not to mention the marriage of Her Highness the Holy Maiden. It's natural for us to come to such a heavenly joyous event. An old man whose cultivation realm wasn't low and had reached the half-step God King realm stood up. Looking above, Yi Qingxian raised the wine cup in her hand and drank it all in one go. The other guests rushed to agree. Yi Qingxian nodded frequently as she listened to their compliments and also raised the wine glass in her hand. Looking down at the tens of thousands of guests below, he said in a loud voice, "But I still want to thank all of you for coming over to attend my young disciple's wedding. Here's a toast to you all." Yi Qingxian raised the white jade cup in her hand and looked at the people present to drink it all in one go. Placing his glass on the table, he said in a loud voice, "If there's been some hospitality, I beg your pardon." Shen Jun, who was sitting on the side, looked at Yi Qingxian, who was standing there talking loudly, and poked Shen Fei's arm on the side with his arm. In a low voice, he transmitted, "Senior brother, it seems to me that this patriarch is also by himself, and also so beautiful, or else senior brother you lay your hands on it." Then, before Shen Jun's words fell, the people present suddenly turned their heads to look in his direction. Their faces odd. Even Yi Qingxian's figure, who was in the midst of a tall conversation, gave a start, feeling the odd atmosphere around him, and looking at Shen Fei's face that was as black as the bottom of a pot in front of him. It was only then that Shen Jun remembered that every single person in the crowd present had a higher cultivation level than him, and could naturally hear the words he had transmitted. The thought of the power running through his body suddenly flushed his face. His eyes were misty, and he let out a hiccup that, looking at the crowd present, he laughed to himself. Forgive me for not being able to drink. I didn't expect to get drunk after just one drink. Everyone, eat your vegetables, eat your vegetables." The people present looked at Shen Jun, who was pretending there, and secretly laughed. But then they looked at the two men also dressed in red robes, also nodding frequently. That half-step God King powerhouse looked at the two of them and secretly whispered, "They're a good match, to say the least." "That's right, I feel the same way." The crowd in the room pushed their glasses together, slowly breaking up the embarrassing conversation. On the other side, Shen Jun slowly sat down and wiped the fine sweat on his forehead. Looking at Yi Qingxian, who was also sitting down, he said, "Sorry, I'm drunk." Yi Qingxian smiled, as if she didn't care, and raised the wine glass in her hand. Looking at Shen Fei, he said, "We'll be considered in-laws from today." Shen Fei also nodded and raised the wine glass in his hand, and as the two of them slowly collided, looking at each other, they each took a drink. Yi Qingxian finished the cup of wine and stood up. With a wave of her hand, a pot of drunken wind chanting hovered beside her, walking slowly towards the other guests. And Shen Fei stood up, with a glass of wine in his hand as well. And a jug of drunken wind chant appeared out of thin air beside him, and he walked in the opposite direction, while there were tens of thousands of guests waiting for him to toast. Shen Jun watched the two men leave before he touched the fine sweat on his forehead. At that moment, beside him, a female elder of the Divine King realm glanced at him with a smile or a laugh. His face was slightly odd as he glanced twice towards the backs of the two of them before he said, "That senior brother of yours doesn't have a Taoist couple at the moment, does he?" "I actually think the two of them are quite compatible, but it's a shame," said, shaking his head and taking a drink with a feigned look of pity. Only this sentence but caused the gossip fire of the side of Shen Jun, quickly licked a face with a smile. "What's the pity? Can you tell me?" The female elder didn't bother with him, but kept shaking her head and sighing. This banquet went on until most of the night, and only then did the guests attending the ceremony leave one after another. Shen Fei and Yi Qingxian, both of them, stood on top of the ladder, watching the last guest cut through the void and leave. This is when he slowly said, "I'm a bit tired. I'll go back to rest first." Just before Yi Qingxian cut through the void and left on the side, Shen Fei suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Have another drink with me." Yi Qingxian slowly turned around as she listened to the words beside her and watched Shen Fei pour the glass of wine in his hand. Only what she didn't notice was a sliver of moonlight also blending into the glass along with the drink. Taking the glass from Shen Fei's hand, he watched as Shen Fei poured himself another glass of. The two just gazed at the moon and the sky, slowly clinking their glasses. 4 eyes and a drink. Next day, Yi Qingyu felt the stinging pain in her lower body and slowly woke up. Looking at Yifeng, who was still sleeping on the side, was full of tenderness, and as if he had thought of something, hurriedly, he lifted the bedding and looked towards the bottom. There on the snow-white sheets was a touch of red. Looking at that dash of red, Yi Qingyu suddenly blushed, thinking of last night's madness. Looking at the bed curtains that had been lifted at some point, where their wedding robes had been thrown on the floor. Some of them were thrown on the table, and even her belly band covered Yifeng's face. Seeing this scene, Yi Qingyu instantly tiptoed from Yifeng's face and removed the piece of bib to slowly put it on. Lifting up the bedding, He looked at the touch of red and, using his fingers as a sword, carefully cut off a piece of the, slowly folding it, this was put into the carry-on space. At this time, feeling the movement beside him, Yifeng slowly woke up and looked at the wearing of a belly band. Yi Qingyu, whose face was flushed with red, had her heart beating 2 more times indisputably, eyes like a wolf like a tiger. Looking at his appearance, Yi Qingyu naturally know what he wants to do. Just before he could speak, the next moment he felt the warmth on his vermilion lips. Yi Qingyu winks and moans softly, gently. Yifeng didn't pay any attention to him, and his hand slightly clumsily unraveled her belly pocket, smoothly placed on the pillow. The bed curtains slowly closed. Outside their compound, an old woman slowly shook her head and whispered, "It's good to be young." This great battle was a stalemate for 3 hours. Yi Qingyu's face flushed red as she looked at Yifeng, who was lying beside her, and pouted. How can you let me meet people in the future like this? Yifeng listened to her words without a care in the world and smiled cheaply with his arm around her. What are you afraid of? Anyway, you're my wife. We've worshipped heaven and earth. Listening to her words, Yi Qingyu was very shy and angry, stretching out her fingers to pinch Yifeng's arm. Looked at the color of the sky, suddenly remembered something, and hastily yanked out the bib from under Yifeng's head, and hurriedly put it on, said anxiously under his breath, "I blame you. I almost forgot I had to go over for morning tea this morning. It's definitely too late to go over there now, and you hurry up and get dressed." Hearing Yi Qingyu's urging, Yifeng didn't dare to delay, and the two of them hurriedly put on their clothes. Pushing open the door of the Maple Rain Pavilion's room, he turned into a golden light and flew towards the depths of the 100 Flowers sect. Chapter 33, Departure. Weird Broken Sword. After a cup of tea, the grinding two slowly landed outside Yi Qingxian's compound. The two men exchanged glances toward the front, the courtyard door unopened by anyone. Yi Qingyu took out from her carry-on space the morning tea that they had improvised halfway across the country just now. Yifeng on the side also followed suit. Looking at each other, they walked towards the compound. Only at this moment there was a person sitting on the stone table inside the compound. Shen Fei looked at them with a smiling face. "It's already noon. Are you here to toast morning tea?" Looking at Shen Fei, who was wearing a green suit and sitting on a stone bench, another look at the steaming pu'er tea in his hand, coupled with the odd look in his eyes, Yi Qingyu's face suddenly turned slightly red. On the other hand, Yifeng, who was beside him, was obviously much more frank. Slowly, he walked over and half-kneeled to raise the tea in his hand above his head. "Please, master, have some tea." At this time, Yi Qingxian slowly walked out with a pot of freshly brewed pu'er in her hand, looking at Yifeng, who was half-kneeling there, then looking at Yi Qingyu, who was at a loss for words behind him, her face slightly red, eyes seemingly traced over her arms. And there originally in Yi Qingyu's childhood point on the Shogong sand at the moment has disappeared without a trace. Yi Qingxian sighed, having the feeling that the cabbage she grew up in her own house was being arched by a pig, but there was nothing to be done about it, and he walked slowly over to it. Yi Qingyu looked at the approaching Yi Qingxian and hurriedly walked over, half kneeling on the ground. "Master, morning tea, please." When it came to the morning tea, Yi Qingyu's face instantly rose another shade of scarlet. After all, it was now noon, and as to why they were so late, God knows. Looking at her appearance, Yi Qingxian took the cup of tea from her hand and continued, "Okay, you two go back." Shen Fei on the side also nodded and took a sip of the tea in his cup, with a smile at the fleeing-like backs of the two of them, when they both closed the door of the room behind them. Only then did he say to Yi Qingxian, who was at the side, "This matter has been settled. I should also leave." Taking out a jade pendant from his carry-on space, putting it on the table, he looked at Yi Qingxian and instructed, "If the clan encounters anything in the future, you can use this to find me. Of course, if the 100 Flower sect adds a new child before too long, you can also call me over to take a look." Yi Qingxian looked at the jade pendant and slowly put it away, placing it in her carry-on space. Looking at the smiling Shen Fei, he inquired in a slightly puzzled manner, "Why don't you tell Yifeng?" Shen Fei shook his head, took a sip of the tea in his cup, and looked at the direction in which the two of them were leaving. "The answer is not what was asked. That kid said something about finding me a dowager. In fact, I've long since seen through what's in his heart. He made a point of taking me to the 100 Flowers. It's nothing more than wanting me to help him see if Qingyu is also interested in his heart. After all, this silly boy of mine is not even as good as I am at that bit of male-female love. With me by his side, if Qingyu he has no intention of trying to force him to stay behind, I can take him away too. It's just that the moment I saw Qingyu, I knew what was in her heart. That's why this traps the kid. This is all just that kid's plan in the end, and I'm only one piece of his plan. So don't you look at that boy in my house as a fool, but what's actually going on in his mind. And not many people know about it. And that boy, he certainly knows I'll be gone in a few days at most. There. These are the prepared dowries. I'll just put them on your table, so you can take a closer look yourself, said Shen Fei took out a storage ring from his carry-on space and put it on the table. Getting up, he headed out of the compound. Yi Qingxian on the stone bench, looking at the storage ring divine sense probed out, seeing the countless treasures inside. Darkly alarmed. On the other side, the two people flying above the 100 Flowers sect transmitted their voices to each other. How do you think my master showed up at your master's place? Yi Qingyu listened to his words and thought for a moment, suddenly looked around with wide eyes and whispered in a low voice. You said they wouldn't have. Already. Listening to her words, Yifeng also came to a realization, only to shake his head the next moment and say, I don't think so. My master, as a 1,000-year-old single dog, is even inferior to me in that aspect of male and female love. Not to mention that your master also is a single dog who has lived for almost 1,000,000 years. How could it happen that two people just happened to look at it? The age difference between them is just too big for me to believe. Listening to Yifeng's words, Yi Qingyu thought for a moment and also nodded. Just at this time, a voice transmission was reflected in her ears again. Listening to the words therein instantly caused her pretty face to rise with a blush, with a slight struggle and expectation in her eyes. Looking at Yifeng's expectant eyes beside him, he whispered in a low voice, that position is very painful. You have to be gentle. Listening to her words, Yifeng hurriedly pulled her arm with immense joy to perform the transportation technique. Flying towards the Maple Rain Pavilion, in half a cup of tea, Shen Fei pushed open the courtyard and looked at Shen Jun, who was practicing, and opened his mouth. This is done. Let's go. Listening to Shen Fei's words, Shen Jun opened his eyes and, feeling the majestic and incomparable power in his body, stroked his beard and lamented. This world is really powerful. Just 2 days and I have already arrived at the martial Zun realm. I don't even want to leave. Listening to his words, Shen Fei spoke. If you go back and cultivate a patriarch, if I give him the sect's inheritance, I can consider thinking about bringing you over again. Listening to Shen Fei's words, Shen Jun's eyes lit up with excitement. Hastily, he urged, then let's hurry back. Shen Fei nodded and stretched out his fingers to point in the void in front of him. A spatial channel emitting golden light appeared out of nowhere. The two of them slowly stepped into it. The silhouettes disappeared all of a sudden. Only just after the two of them had left, Yi Qingxian appeared within the compound. The divine sense spread towards the surroundings, covering half of the divine realm in the blink of an eye. However, it was unable to find the slightest hint of the breath about Shen Fei's two men. He really is the one. Yi Qingxian looked at the storage ring and jade pendant in her hand. The light in her eyes flashed and she muttered. At the present moment, in the spatial channel, Shen Jun looked at Yi Qingxian's back and said to Shen Fei on the side, Oh senior brother, did you do it or not? I see you're so handsome. How come it's not as good as me? Shen Fei shook his head with a smile at his words and was just about to say something. The next moment suddenly looked into a world with eyes full of killing intent, unbridled, and incomparably majestic momentum toward the surrounding emanation space channel are nearly unable to hold up. Shen Fei took one step and disappeared into the spatial channel, and billions of light years away in that direction, within a great world of the utmost brilliance, an old man in the shape of a withered bone without the slightest breath around his body, his hands holding a piece of jade pendant that had already been broken, his empty eyes looking at the sky, and in front of him, 10 old men in black robes looked at the bodies of the old men below them filled with fear. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that they were not wearing black robes, but blood that had solidified. There are countless corpses down there, and blood is spreading across the land. The earth was dyed blood red, and their faces were mixed with fear and terror like they had seen some great terror. A black-robed man slowly came to the old man's body, stretched out his finger and pressed it to his brow, and forcefully drew out the few remaining remnants of the old man's soul. The other man broke the old man's hand and, immortal power surging within his body, carefully picked up the broken sword that emitted a strong killing aura. The crimson blade, with a surprisingly odd jewel at the end of it at the handle. It is as if it were an eye when you look at it closely. The crowd looked at the broken sword and couldn't help but take a few more steps back. After all, just a teacup ago, it was this broken sword that had harvested the lives of nearly tens of thousands of immortals. There was no lack of immortal exalted or even immortal emperor-level powerhouses among them. An old man with a slight fire in his eyes looked at the broken sword and whispered, Let's hurry up. The crowd listened to him and agreed. After all, they all belonged to the righteous path. If it was known that they would take the initiative to take someone's life for the sake of a sword, I'm afraid they would be laughed at, even if the sword legend has a message about transcendence. Just the next moment a chilling voice full of killing intent appeared above the crowd. Leave? You killed my disciple. Can you leave? You and other mole crickets will be buried with him. Chapter 34, The Poor Man in the Cabin. The crowd was filled with a heck of a look as they listened to the words behind them, and hastily turned to look at the. Only the next moment a giant palm slowly enlarged in the eyes of the crowd. The enormous power contained therein raised a feeling of insignificance even among the crowd that had already arrived at the immortal dignity level. As the giant palms slowly fell, the only remaining 10 black-robed people suddenly their bodies could not help but fly toward the top. The remnants of the souls in their hands and the strange broken sword fell out of their hands and flew toward Shen Fei. Shen Fei did not care about the broken sword beside him, but looked at the only remaining remnant of his soul. It was like a candle in the wind, as if it would dissipate with the wind the next moment. Looking at the remnants of the soul in his hand, Shen Fei was furious and waved his hand toward the 10 people. Along with the fall of the powerful force, a great pain immediately descended, and those 10 people immediately bled from 7 holes, and Shen Fei let out a light hum. The immortal souls of the 10 men were instantly withdrawn from their shells, and when the immortal souls appeared at the moment of all the plants around them began to grow wildly, and their auras skyrocketed. The immortal souls were as bright as 10 small suns, contrasting with the remnants of the souls in Shen Fei's hands. One of them was filled with horror, feeling the power that enveloped him. Looking down at Shen Fei, he pleaded, "We really don't know that he is Senior's disciple. If we were to learn that he has a master above the transcendence realm, we said nothing would be done." Listening to the man's words, Shen Fei glanced at him and, just one glance just now was still begging for mercy. That immortal soul suddenly turned into flying ash. Sizzle! The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air as they looked at the immortal soul that had disappeared without a trace. Their eyes filled with fear. Shen Fei looked down at the remnants of the soul in his hand as the laws of life converged. A green light that, at once, this residual soul was wrapped up after doing this, and then looked at the body belonging to the old man below, and with a slight wave of his hand, the body flew towards the top. Shen Fei pointed the residual soul in his hand, and it immediately turned into a green light and merged into that body. But even so, the body remained lifeless. Just the next moment Shen Fei pinched his hand, and a green light rose from the thousands of corpses below. An unimaginable source of life force was continuously integrated into the torso, and at this moment, the crowd behind them watched Shen Fei's series of movements. One of the immortal souls suddenly exclaimed with a face full of panic, "How dare you presume to use the life force of the entire world to resurrect him? It's impossible. His soul has long since dissipated, and it's simply impossible to resurrect him with only this bit of residual soul left." Shen Fei listened to his words. Turning his head to look at him with a sardonic smile, he said, "This little bit of life force is certainly not enough, but if more people die, I can naturally borrow a little bit of life force from the heavenly Tao, not to mention the fact that someone will be here soon." The crowd's immortal souls trembled as they listened to his words and looked at Shen Fei's face as if he were a demon. And at this moment, billions of miles away from a few of them, a flying boat that was approaching at great speed in the direction in which they were, and a man dressed in a moralistic and the dashing-looking teenager in white stood on the deck looking ahead and whispered, "We're not being followed, are we?" A maid behind her nodded. She looked at the teenager's face with admiration and, in a low voice, he said, "Senior brother, don't forget me if you transcend." The teenager was full of lecherous laughter at his words and whispered as his hand reached into the gash in front of him and rubbed it, "Don't worry, this senior brother will not forget what he said. I'll let you become an immortal emperor-level powerhouse when the time comes." "Thank you, elder brother." The young girl blushed at his words, and hastened to give the young man a kiss on the cheek, letting the teenager caress her body. She even pretended to enjoy it. And on the cabin behind them, there were hundreds of well-built and every one of their cultivation is confined, without a piece of silk, spring-light exposed body all over the place or wounds, or fear or resentment at the teenager standing on the deck. One way to fly. After a full half a tea time, the teenager came to a distance of 1,000 miles away from Shen Fei and them. Looking at the endless corpses below, the teenager was also secretly alarmed, and his immortal sense within his body spread towards the bottom. It seems to be looking for something. The teenager searched all the way and slowly flew towards where Shen Fei was. At that moment, a young girl on the side, full of surprise, pointed to a direction in front of her left. There are 2 silhouettes of green light converging there, sitting cross-legged in the void, with the broken sword hovering beside them, revealing a red light and murderous aura. The teenager looked at the broken sword with greed flashing in his eyes and hurriedly urged, "Accelerate!" The young girl listened to his words and just wanted to cast a spell to accelerate. Just the next moment the 2 silhouettes that were 10,000 miles away disappeared out of thin air. A giant hand descended from the sky, holding their flying boat in its hands as if it were a toy. "Feel the cabin vibrate." The young man hurriedly looked toward the top and threatened, "I wonder which immortal emperor powerhouse it is. I am the young sect master of the Acacia sect, so please don't make a mistake about yourself, senior. Otherwise." Before the teenager finished his threatening words, he only heard Shen Fei above him say impatiently, "Noisy." With just one sentence, the teenager's immortal king realm cultivation was like a mole cricket. and his body died. And on his side of the young girl is even more unbearable body trembling, even backward yet to speak. Shen Fei then came to her side and drew out the vitality in his body with a palm in the air, converging in the body of the old man beside him. Looking at the group of young girls in the cabin without a single piece of clothing frowned. At the moment they were full of horror. But then looked at Shen Fei with slight excitement, as if he was their savior. A well-built young girl slowly walked out, covering her chest. Looking at Shen Fei, he prayed in a low voice. Many thanks to Senior for saving me. Shen Fei didn't pay attention to her, but swept past her and unlocked her seal with a wave of his hand. That's what spoke up. You will follow me during this time and help me care for him until he is resurrected. I will then return you to your freedom. That young girl listened to Shen Fei's words and looked at the old man beside him, who was like a skeleton. Seeing the green light entering his body, even said respectfully and incomparably, "Thank you, senpai." Shen Fei impatiently waved his hand and broke the seal inside the group of young girls. Naturally, I'm not saving you guys for free. The women listened to Shen Fei's words secretly, so it was another colored demon. Only the next sentence ignited their hope for life. You guys go back to your families and do your best to find me something that contains the power of life. Another look at the firmament and a wave of the hand that hundreds of jade pendants appeared in their respective hands and said, I'll limit you to half a month. The more life force contained, the greater the benefits you'll receive. Of course you could not go looking for it, except that then you will suffer worse than death. I fear, crush the jade pendant after 15 days, and you will naturally return to me again. When the time comes, I will naturally return you to your true freedom. The women were filled with joy as they listened to his words, treasures with the power of life. There are many of them in their respective families. Bowing, he replied, No. There was a sudden springtime. After doing this, all the women looked at each other and took out their dresses and skirts from their storage rings, flying off in their respective directions. Shen Fei slowly turned around, waved his hand, and an immortal soul behind him hovered in his hand. With a calm face, he pressed his hand on his head, and the next moment, a miserable scream echoed through the cabin. The only 8 remaining immortal souls behind them were horrified. Even the young girl who heard that scream was pale and retreated a few steps. Later, spilling the immortal souls in his hands, which had turned to ashes, into the sky. Looking at the east indifferently, he said, The head of the righteous path, Tai Chi, Chapter 35 Exterminating the Sect, Old Tao of the Void God Realm. The 8 immortal souls behind them looked at Shen Fei's back in horror. As expected, the next moment Shen Fei slowly reached out his hand, and the immortal souls of the 8 of them suddenly flew towards him uncontrollably. A quarter of an hour later, throwing the last of the immortal soul in his hand into the void, he looked in a certain direction and muttered, Ruthless Sword Sect, Great Qin Immortal Court, the Acacia Sect. The young girl on the side felt the killing aura around Shen Fei and said in a low voice, Senior, these are some of the top forces in the immortal world. If Senior wants to take revenge, it's best to wait until you reach the Transcendence Realm. Speaking of this, the young girl also looked at the broken sword beside Shen Fei that emitted the aura of killing. Full of envy, Shen Fei listened to her words and stopped pinching his fingers. And just a moment ago, he already knew the sects of those who had besieged his disciple through the Tao of cause and effect in the void. With a wave of his hand, the fingers of the uncountable corpses behind him broke off and a storage compartment flew towards the 2 out of thin air. The palm of his hand was held in a false grip, and immediately the tens of thousands of storage rings shattered out of thin air. The treasures in it are like a mountain of gold spreading over a whole 1,000 miles. And it is good that this place is remote so no one pays attention to it. The young girl behind her looked at the countless treasures and gulped. Shen Fei's fingers moved slightly. The treasures containing the breath of life and that mountain of treasures flew towards the 2 of them all of a sudden. It was like a small mountain suspended in front of the 2. Shen Fei shook his head as he looked at the mountain of treasures, and with a wave of his hand, all the treasures were all collected into the carry-on space. And just these were not enough. Knowing that his disciple was a half-step transcendent existence, if there weren't enough thousands of immortal emperors and nearly 10,000 immortal dignitaries surrounding them, with the added power of that broken sword, it's simply not possible to fall. Sighing, he turned and frowned at the naked young girl to the side. Seeing Shen Fei's appearance, the young girl instantly reacted. Hurriedly, he took out a set of clothes and skirts from his storage ring and casually put them on. Seeing the young girl put on the dress, Shen Fei only nodded with satisfaction, and a golden light enveloped everyone. A single step immediately tore through space, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at Tai Sect, which was billions and billions of miles away. The young girl was filled with shock, knowing that the space of the immortal realm was incomparably solid. Even if one was as strong as an immortal emperor could only instantly move nearly 10,000 miles. Lowering his head, he looked down at the Tai Sect below, which was filled with immortal aura and looked like the leader of the righteous path. Shen Fei slowly raised his right hand, and in an instant a whirlpool billions of feet in size was formed in the void above. A giant hand emitting a golden glow grabbed towards Taiyi's own below, and at this moment, it was only then that the crowd of Taiyi sect realized that Shen Fei's trio, who were hundreds of millions of feet away, were. In the next moment, dozens of immortal emperors appeared out of thin air in the void, raising their heads to look. Their faces changed when they saw the broken sword beside Shen Fei. He also looked at the windswept body beside Shen Fei, with a guess in mind. I'm afraid that the 10 immortal emperor-level powerhouses they had sent out had already died, and the plan had been foiled. One of the immortal emperors stood up and said, "Senior immortal world is weak and strong. I am also deeply saddened by the death of my former disciple. I am willing to take out all my treasures to bring this person back to life. You should know that the founding ancestor of my Taiyi sect was transcended hundreds of millions of years ago. It's at the top of the list in the Void God realm. If Senior is relying on his cultivation in the transcendent realm, don't blame us for inviting the ancestor to come out if you insist on destroying my Taiyi clan." Listening to the words of the group of immortal emperors below, Shen Fei's face was full of disdain, and his right hand slowly grabbed toward the bottom, accompanied by the fall of that heavenly giant hand. The mountain protecting formation rose up at once, enveloping the entire Taiyi clan within it. Looking at the giant hand in the sky that was slowly falling, those 10 immortal emperors glanced at each other, simultaneously invoking a rune and reciting an incantation under their breath. Immediately afterward, they simultaneously slapped their chests and spat out a mouthful of heart blood, which landed on top of the runes, and a breeze whisked through the runes began to burn violently, followed by an old man in a Taoist robe with a kind face appearing out of thin air in the void. Looking at the slowly falling giant palm above him with a smile, he waved the floating dust in his hand and an indescribable force instantly landed on that huge palm. Just when the old Taoist thought he was feeling elated that he had shattered the giant palm with a single blow, only 2 attacks were seen colliding. It couldn't even raise dust. The attack he was so proud of dissipated at once. The giant palm slowly landed on the clan protector formation for just a split second. That great formation that he had laid down when he transcended the world shattered, and the electricity flashed and thundered. A void rift spread out towards the surroundings, slowly clawing towards the bottom. That Taiyi ancestor looked at Shen Fei's appearance above and said in a hurry, "I am deeply sorry for what my disciple has done, and I hope that your honor will be magnanimous. As long as he is sent to the Void God realm, I will definitely do my best to resurrect this person." Listening to this person's chatter below, Shen Fei impatiently waved his hand and said under his breath, "Noisy!" Stretching out his left hand and holding it in a false grip in the direction of the old Taoist, an unimaginable force lifted him up and, in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Shen Fei's body. The old man just wanted to speak. Shen Fei's left hand had already pressed on his skull, and at this moment in the Void God realm, in a golden room, an old Taoist sat cross-legged on a bed and, feeling that his Tao soul was about to detach from his body, he opened his eyes, pinched his hand, and then made a stroke towards the void. The thread of karma in the underworld is cut. The old Taoist, who had suffered a backlash, held back the flash of blood in his throat and was filled with fear as he, in an instant, he came within the world avoidance barrier and blasted out a palm with all his might, revealing a crack and flying towards the world beyond. Looking at the old Taoist in front of him in the immortal realm with a dull face, Shen Fei's mouth curled up at the corner, looking towards the firmament. The bearing where the old Tao's true body was appeared out of thin air in his eyes. Using his finger as a sword, he flicked it in that direction, and then, regardless of anything else, drawing some life force from that incarnation, he shook his head. After reaching the transcendence realm, the life force in one's body has been transformed into the Tao body, and one can live as long as heaven. Arrived at the realm of the world perishing, but I do not perish. But because the body has been transformed into the Tao, the life force is pitifully small. With his right hand clasped in vain, that huge palm in the sky slightly exerted itself and it immediately uprooted the billions of miles of space where Taiyi sect was located. Immediately afterward, it slowly shrunk and fell into Shen Fei's hand as if it were a small world. The Taiyi's own congregation inside the ball of light looked at Shen Fei and kept begging for mercy. But alas, it was like what that immortal emperor-level powerhouse had said. The immortal realm was weak and strong. The piker is not guilty of the crime. If you kill my disciple, you'll naturally suffer the wrath of those behind him. And as for those disciples, they could only be blamed for joining the Tai Chi sect. Slowly crushing the ball of light in his hand, an extremely dense green light appeared in the void. Shen Fei slightly snapped his fingers that a green light immediately integrated into the body of the old man in front of him. The young girl behind her looked at this scene and forcefully suppressed the fear in her heart. The person in front of him just now had killed nearly millions of people, but look at him as if he had killed dozens of ants. The eyes were calm and could not make the slightest ripple at all. A golden light enveloped, and Shen Fei's 3 people instantly disappeared. leaving behind only that one spatial crack. Chapter 36 Exterminating the Emotionless Sword Sect. The Birth of the Robbing Chi. When he appeared again, he had already arrived above the Emotionless Sword Sect. Shen Fei and the three of them had just appeared in the sect below, and the protector formation was automatically activated, immediately sending out thousands of sword lights shooting towards them. Seeing the thousands of lights about to fall on her, the young girl took 2 steps back. Shen Fei was filled with calmness as a golden light transformed into a shield that enveloped the three of them. Those thousands of sword lights attacked on the shield in front of them, slowly stretching out his right hand. The space below where the Emotionless Sword Sect was located suddenly shattered in the void. One of the disciples looked at the spatial cracks around him, his face filled with horror. The next moment 5 rays of light flew out from within the Patriarch's hall to stand in the void, looking at Shen Fei above with a face full of gravity. Just when he wanted to open his mouth to say something, he only saw Shen Fei above him holding his right hand in a false grip. The 5 immortal Emperor Realm powerhouses above them were instantly turned into flying dust. With a slight force from his right hand, the ball of light that enveloped the Emotionless Sword Sect immediately formed a 10,000. Chapter 37 Immortal World or Hell? The young girl looked at the calm Shen Fei and carefully took a sip of wine. Listening to the conversation of those two beside him was full of bitter smiles. At that time, he thought so at the first sight of Shen Fei. Who knew that this was a murderous devil? Stealing a glance at the calm Shen Fei, and the broken sword that was casually placed on the table as if it were trash, and said to himself in his heart, perhaps in his eyes, those people are not even worthy of a mole cricket. Shen Fei in front of her looked at her indifferently as if he could hear the words in her heart. Just when the young girl thought she wasn't far from death either, I only heard Shen Fei on the opposite side say, wait for a while, you can give my disciple a bath first. In a quarter of an hour I will naturally come back to you. The young girl nodded. Shen Fei stood up. A step has disappeared in place. Along with it disappeared the broken sword. After 10 breaths, I saw that Shen Fei really did not return to the Chapter 38 Prisoner's Cage. All killing without pardon. A transcendent 5-step powerhouse with a naked body and an incomparably strong aura. Looking at the space barrier to take out the heaven-opening axe in the Dantian. Gathering the Dao Yuan in his body, along with a golden light cutting through, he blasted towards the space barrier. The power that was enough to destroy several small worlds landed on the spatial barrier without even splashing a ripple. The others were filled with despair at this scene, and with this spatial barrier. They then knew that this person might even have surpassed the entire Transcendence realm and reached the Supreme Realm. Shen Fei, on the other side, while sipping his glass of wine, while holding the broken sword in his hand with interest, he carefully examined it. His eyes flowed with golden light as he looked at the broken sword and muttered, especially with the killing aura on it and there was that one weird, unbelievable eyeball that was even turning. So it looks like this should be a magic sword. It's just that kid didn't use this magic sword to go on a killing spree beforehand, to bring the artifacts within it. Chapter 39 Resurrection. The Test of the Eye of Heaven. Whether it is a disciple who is traveling, or the disciple who is doing business after being passed by the golden light, the breath slowly disappeared. A green light was wrapped by the golden light and flew in the direction of Shen Fei. In just the blink of an eye, the entire firmament was like a meteor shower countless green and golden lights flew in one direction. In the blink of an eye, the entire immortal realm was suddenly missing nearly half of its immortals. Maybe they don't even know what they've invited until they're dead. Some of the surviving immortal dignity level powerhouses looked at the green light above them and, unable to resist the curiosity in his heart, he wanted to fly in that direction. Only the next moment a golden light cut across his body and his breath slowly disappeared. A remote flying immortal pool was located, and as the flying immortal pool flashed with a light, a youngster who had just ascended to the immortal realm joyfully felt the immortal power in his body, walking out of the flying immortal pool feeling the immortal. Chapter 40 Transitioning Heavenly Tribulation. Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure. The Eye of Heaven's path looked at Long Zishuan, who was flying towards him, and shot out a thunderbolt. It was 100 feet thick, enveloping Long Zishuan in it. Long Zishuan, bathed in a sea of thunder and lightning, feeling the majestic power within his body, a wave of the bloodthirsty demon sword in his hand. A monstrous murderous aura condensed into a sword chi flying towards the top. In his mouth, he said in a rampant and incomparable manner, "Today, this young master is going to destroy the heavenly Tao with a single sword." I don't know if it was because it had heard Long Zishuan's words below, but the eyes of the heavenly Tao above were filled with anger. In an instant, billions of thunderbolts flew toward the bottom. Within a radius of billions of feet had turned into a sea of thunder and lightning, while Long Zishuan bathed in the sea of thunder and lightning, reaching out to stroke the broken sword in his hand. A drop of blood fell on the eye of the hilt. In the next instant the killing aura skyrocketed, and a blood-red aura enveloped Long Zishuan. Immediately afterward a sword chi that was 1,000 feet long slashed towards the eye of the heavenly Tao above, all the way through. whether it's a thunderbolt or the void. Chapter 41, Mysterious Old Man. The legendary Go Dao lineage. Listening to Long Zixuan's words, Shen Fei could only smile helplessly and sip the wine in his cup, eating that lotus flower tofu that Yi Qingyu had made for him at that time. It was only at this time that a large group of people came bustling in from outside the restaurant. Each of them was red-faced, telling their close friends beside them the rumors they had heard. Do you guys know? That absolute devil who exterminated several hundred clans, just today has been beheaded by the heavenly Dao. And I've heard that so many sects have already lowered their requirements for recruiting disciples. Even mortal immortals like us, who have just ascended, can join those once great clans. This was unthinkable in the past. Several people flocked to the table next to Shen Fei. Two people sat down. Only one of the teenagers could be heard saying with a face full of disdain, "There's no use in joining the big clans nowadays. I want to seek out the great clans that have been." Chapter 42, The White-Clothed Boy Inside the Ice Coffin. The two of them slowly flew toward that world, and after a tea, Long Zixuan was filled with astonishment as he looked at the world barrier that emanated a killing aura. Holy, to think that even the world barrier is coalesced with killing aura. What the hell is this world? However, once he thought of his strength in the transcendent realm, not to mention the fact that there was Shen Fei beside him, he came to the outside of the world barrier and reached out a little, forcibly breaking through a slit and drilling into it. Only just after the two had entered this world, a man in a red robe. The killing aura had coalesced into substance. His eyes were blood red. Looking at the backs of the two people was very excited, licking his lips and hiding in the void. Looking at the two men, he hissed to himself, "Two more fine blood meals have come in." Jie. The red-robed man hemmed and hawed at the thought, his face grimacing, stretching out his fingers as if they were chicken claws towards the dumbfounded Long Zixuan. He grabbed at him. In a flash, the sound of fine iron cutting through. Chapter 43, Nine Worlds Demon Lord. Battle in the Star River. Points of starlight began to converge, and in the blink of an eye they coalesced into a ball of light that, just the aura that was emitted caused the void to tremble and slowly shatter. Go reincarnate, Junior! With a slight snap of his fingers, the ball of light cut through time and space and arrived in front of Shen Fei in the twinkling of an eye. Just when the teenager thought that he could cut Shen Fei down with this strike, only to see Shen Fei slowly stretch out his right hand. The ball of light stopped at once. Reaching out his hand curiously, he held the ball of light, feeling the power in it, and took step after step towards the teenager. The teenager's pupils shrank as he watched Shen Fei's movements, knowing that attack was even enough to destroy half of a small thousand worlds. The Shen Fei in front of him was playing with that ball of light in the palm of his hand. Killing intent slowly surfaced, and the world barrier began to shake. Wisps of red murderous aura slowly converged towards the teenager. Looking at Shen Fei who was walking towards him, he said, "It's me who underestimated you." Chapter 44, Nine Worlds Reincarnation. True Scripture. Long Zixuan stood beside him with his hands clasped on his chest, also looking curiously at the Nine Worlds demon monarch, muttering, "This guy is very strong. It feels like I'll be decapitated by him in 10 moves at most." While Lu Chongsheng beside him listened to Long Zixuan's words, he also put away the complex emotions in his heart. Said the two who were looking at the battle very curiously, "Zixuan, who's the other guy? Do you know?" Listening to him, Long Zixuan skimmed his lips and said, "That guy is the culprit who turned that world of yours into that." Listening to the words beside him, Lu Chongsheng came to a realization. I didn't expect my own master to catch the culprit just after coming to this world, but there was also a secret worry as he watched the two men in the melee. "Zixuan, why don't we go and help master?" Listening to the words beside him, Long Zixuan was helpless and, looking at the two men who were like ancient giants, he shrugged and said, "Do you think that by?" Chapter 45, Ordinary Old Man of the Sage Realm. World Ascension. The five people behind them raised their heads toward that ancient scripture, only to suddenly get a headache the next moment. Even their cultivation began to regress, and several people turned their heads in a hurry, and those powerhouses from other worlds were also curious. But after looking at Shen Fei's figure, one could only stand helplessly in the dark as well. Looking at the unpleasant appearance of several, the ninth devil monarch lay within the ball of light and crossed his legs in mockery. "With such a meager cultivation realm as yours, how dare you look at a saint's scriptures? Merely regressing your cultivation is considered a good fortune for you. If Lord Saint were to become angry, you and the others would be killed today." Long Zixuan and the others were shaken in their hearts as they listened to the Nine Worlds Demon Lord's taunts. Saints! What kind of powerful being is that? Just a single scripture could cause several others to regress in their cultivation and even risk losing their lives. And at this moment Shen Fei, his eyes flowed with golden light. Fine. Chapter 46, He who calls me by my true name lives forever. A huge palm in the sky, grasping the world, and an unfathomable incantation came out from the space channel. An unfathomable aura spread from the palm of his hand, and within the heart of heaven, That elixir began to grow wildly. The rich aura spread toward the world. And in just a moment, the concentration of aura in the entire world then increased by nearly hundreds of times. But that giant palm still didn't stop. A ray of light spreads out from the elixir towards the world. All the way across whether it's the demons that are on the warpath, or the demonic creatures hiding in the various cracks were all reduced to flying dust. Those inhabitants within the world felt the cultivation level that was growing wildly within their bodies, looking at the sky with a face full of shock, still thinking that it was a blessing from heaven. Each one flopped down on the ground and kept thanking with their mouths. There are also only very few powerful people who can barely sense the changes in the world, not the heavenly Tao, except that they also don't. Chapter 47 Reborn and Returned Teenager? Having just landed in the palace, not caring in the least about the astonished eyes of those courtesans on the sidelines. In a hurry, he headed towards the palace grounds. It seems that this time, we have to pay blood money. The number one beauty in the world must be served. And by then, after this thigh hugging, this founding emperor already knows how good it is to hug a thigh. Having done nothing, his cultivation had already come to the 9th step. Knowing that this was a realm that he had longed for but could not seek before, he was even fantasizing that he might have come to the supreme realm after tonight. On the other side, Ingjin and another founding emperor had the same idea. In the meantime, Shen Fei, who had disappeared into the sky, walked slowly through the streets, listening to the occasional gasps of surprise from beside him. I've finally broken through. I didn't expect that one day I would be able to break through to this level of the realm. An old man in the street by the curb wept for joy, and his ragged clothes. Chapter 48 Two Identical Teenagers. Feeling Shen Fei's gaze, Li Yifan also stroked his dantian. Only the dantian was empty in his perception, and the old man on the sidelines noticed the movements of the two men, and the light flashed in his eyes as he watched Li Yifan's dantian. But with the body of a remnant soul he simply couldn't exert his true strength. Even a former Heaven's Path powerhouse couldn't see the slightest difference. Shen Fei made a grab towards Li Yifan's dantian, and in the next moment, a golden ball of light appeared out of nowhere from the depths of Li Yifan's dantian to the outside. Li Yifan was surprised when he looked at the already broken time tripod. Originally thought that along with his own death time tripod has been destroyed. Did not expect to follow his soul back to the present. And that old man looked at the broken time tripod as even more excited. Incomparable illusory figure took a few steps forward. I didn't expect the time tripod that the old ancestor once talked about to look like this. Just nay. Chapter 49, he's under my protection. Understand? Listening to the words beside him, he looked at the teenager who looked exactly like Li Yifan and laughed. I thought you weren't going to show up? Standing up, with a wave of his cuffs, Li Yifan in front of him took out a sword from his dantian and, receiving this golden light from Shen Fei, he retreated a few steps. Looking at the seemingly smiling Shen Fei laughed bitterly. This is just an experiment. And please, Your Excellency, do not interfere. That child's life was in our hands before. It's just that after Your Excellency intervened, that child's life has begun to change. As long as Your Excellency is willing to return the time tripod to me, I will naturally give Your Excellency heartfelt compensation. Listening to the words of the teenager, Shen Fei stroked his chin in contemplation and suddenly laughed after a moment. What if I don't say yes? You are planning to manipulate that child's life, but I want to see it. Chapter 50 A red-skirted boy who was seriously injured. Where the long river of space and time was located, the silhouette flew out of a small tributary towards the upstream with great difficulty. Just which senior would even look at that brat? Is it hard to believe that just because he was known in later times as the first person under the saints? Strange. The silhouette sped along. Every now and then, one or two figures also scuttled out of the river of time and space to silently watch his figure. And at the same time within the true sacred realm, Shen Fei felt that the eyes focusing on this world had disappeared. Tossing the time tripod in his hand casually twice, then cut through the crack in space. What comes into view is a long river that evolves the destiny of the world's beings. Throwing the time tripod in his hand casually, he entered a tributary. Countless splashes were made, and the fate of thousands of living beings was thus changed. Shen Fei shook his head and lost his smile as he looked at the figures that were crawling towards the shore within the long river of time and space. So what if you climb up the bank? It's just another river to enter. Closing the spatial rift in front of him, he stretched his back and flew lazily in the direction of the palace. Flying along the edge of the sky, looking down at the multitude of beings below, the countless figures down below were secretly chanting and thanking heaven for the gift. There are also those who are practicing chicken stealing. Looking at everything below, Shen Fei's eyes were calm, only to suddenly look up at the sky in the next moment. There a figure full of bloody shadows broke through the world barrier and fell towards the bottom. Only the visitor was seen wearing a blood-red dress, eyes tightly closed, a sword wound running through his abdomen. golden blood dripping down towards the bottom. The breath in his body was minimal, as if he would be dead in the next second. Shen Fei below plucked a few karmic threads and instantly knew the identity of the visitor. The corners of his mouth quirked up into a smile as he flew towards the top, a soft glow catching the incoming, slowly falling to the top of the cliff. A soft and incomparable life force instantly enveloped the future person, slowly repairing the injuries on his abdomen. Shen Fei sat cross-legged beside him, his lips moving slightly. In the next instant, Long Zixuan cut through the void and appeared beside Shen Fei. Behind him within the spatial channel was still closely followed by Chu Wanqing, who had just appeared, and had originally intended to tease a couple of times, only to see the unconscious figure beside him. Surprised beyond measure, he circled around him twice, rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "Master, who is this kid? Why is he hurt so badly?" Chu Wanqing stepped out of the spatial channel and looked at Shen Fei for a couple of moments, then immediately walked towards the injured figure. Looking at the wound on his abdomen, the small mouth opened slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he only heard Shen Fei stand up, walk over to the figure's side, and look at Long Zixuan. "I'm leaving this world in a little while. You two practice hard for me, okay? Better give me a big rise when I come back next time." Long Zixuan listened to Shen Fei's words and kept changing his eyes between him and the silhouette. A moment later a wry smile appeared. "Master, I see you two look so much alike. It's not one of your illegitimate children from another world, is it? And it's so important that he's hurt. Or why don't you just take us up to fight and avenge him?" Listening to Long Zixuan's words, Shen Fei's face darkened. With a wave of his hand, he pushed Long Zixuan back into the spatial channel, and then shot out a ray of light to envelop him. "Kid, let's get you talking nonsense. If you can't rise one great realm before I return, you just stay in this world forever." Chu Wanqing looked at the tightly closed spatial channel and Long Zixuan's wretched appearance just now, covering her mouth with a snicker. Looking at Shen Fei in front of him, he said, "Senior, he is extremely injured, but it's a good thing I have a healing potion here." Saying that, he took out a bottle of green elixir from his storage ring, which contained a rich life force. Shen Fei's exasperated mood soothed quite a bit as he listened to her words. Looking at the still unconscious figure, he shook his head. "No need. With his injuries, your divine elixir is useless. This kid was injured like this by two half-step saint-level powerhouses. The power of a saint is contained within." Chu Wanqing listened to Shen Fei's words and looked at the teenager below with a different color. He already knew from the years of that founding emperor that the reason why their world had produced such a great change was because a saint had stepped in and forcefully upgraded their world. And this teenager in front of him was actually worth making two half-step saint-level powerhouses take a shot at him. That's how tough it is. Shen Fei looked at Chu Wanqing and waved his hand. A spatial channel appeared. "You go back first. Tomorrow, remember to practice well with that kid, and by then your physique will have changed one way or another. Perhaps we can also reach the transcendent realm. You know that kid's a little unreliable, but he's got a good eye. More than enough to teach you." Chu Wanqing nodded her head as she listened to Shen Fei's words. One step forward and 3 steps back towards the space passage. Only when Chu Wanqing left did Shen Fei shake his head, and a soft light lifted the teenager and spatial passages appeared out of nowhere. The two just entered it, accompanied by the closure of the spatial passage. After a cup of tea, 2 beautiful women, dressed in long white dresses, looked down at the world below, pinching in their hands. One of them put away the blood-stained longsword in his hand and said doubtfully, "Senior sister, I can't believe that kid is gone." The other young girl listened to her words with contemplation in her eyes, pinpointing in her hands, and then took a step out, arriving at the top of the cliff where Shen Fei was before. The corner of his mouth curled up as he looked at the bloodstains there. That kid should have been saved by someone else, but having been injured by the two of us, it will indeed be difficult for him to survive, unless a saint is allowed to make a move. Let's go. Let's go back and inform the patriarch first. Luckily that kid only stole the first half of the book. At the same time, within the space channel, Shen Fei looked at the back of the 2 famous girls leaving with a smile. Beside him, the teenager's breath had gradually recovered. Perhaps it will awaken before long. Looking at the teenager beside him, dressed in a blood-red dress, he only frowned slightly and, the occasional flush on his pale cheeks, coupled with his slender frame, that blood-red long dress on his body was indistinguishable even when compared to Yichengyu. One wonders if the god of creation accidentally pinched the wrong yin and yang when he created him, turning a young girl who was good enough to charm the world into a teenager. A green light shot out from Shen Fei's hand, enveloping the teenager. I don't know how long it's been. The teenager's abdomen had slowly recovered from the missing wound, and with 2 violent coughs, open clear eyes, feeling the injuries on his body, he looked at Shen Fei's back and just wanted to stand up with strong support, only to go limp again the next moment, also could only sit on the ground, looking at Shen Fei's back and said in a delicate voice, "Little woman, Feng Qinga, Thank you senior for saving my life. Chapter 51 Entrance Examination to the Sect. Fengqinga, good name. Shen Fei mouthed a couple of words. Fengqinga looked at the spatial passage around her and took out a pill from her carry-on space and took it. The originally depleted holy yuan in his body began to slowly recover. And only then did he look at Shen Fei's back. Many thanks to senior for saving my life. It's just that bringing my little daughter with me would easily invite murder for senior. Please also let me go. Senior. Listening to Fengqinga's words, Shen Fei laughed. The scourge of killing is that book of yin and yang you're talking about, isn't it? Don't worry. You heal first. It won't be long before we can take you to the sacred realm. Whether you leave then is up to you. Listening to Shen Fei's words, Fengqinga was also helpless. But just by the fact that he mentioned the yin-yang book of, with that emboldened look, it was clear that this person must be a strong person who would crown the world. Thinking about this, Fengqinga couldn't help but put her heart down. While eating the replying elixir, he took out the upper volume of the yin-yang book and carefully observed it. The more she looked at Fengqinga's eyes, the more excited she became. Her face flushed and her heart beating wildly. See all the way to the end. The moment he saw that answer he expected. Even more, he raised his head to the sky and murmured, Zhang Lang. Shen Fei was overwhelmed with emotion as he listened to the words behind him. Time passes quickly. Fengqinga inside the spatial channel felt the holy yuan filling up in her body and stood up, walking towards the front. He came to Shen Fei's side and looked at the holy realm that was close at hand. Many thanks to senior for saving my life. After my little girl survives this one, when the time comes for the marriage ceremony, I would also like to ask senior to honor me with his presence and be sure to come and participate. Said turned his head to look at Shen Fei who was sitting cross-legged, only to be suddenly surprised in the next moment. Elder, haven't we met somewhere before? Why do I get the feeling you're familiar? Shen Fei listened to his words and did not reply, but stood up and took a step out of the space passage. Feeling the aura of the countless powerful people within the sacred realm, he instructed Fengqinga beside him, cultivating the yin-yang book. You must be careful not to make any mistakes when converting between yin and yang. When you go to get the book of yin and yang next time, you can crush this jade pendant if you encounter a crisis. He said that he took out a jade pendant from his carry-on space and handed it to Fengqinga who was at the side. One step and he has disappeared. In situ Fengqinga looked at the jade pendant in her hand, the more familiar it became. Even Shen Fei's appearance was familiar to him, but he just couldn't recall when he had seen it, but somehow it always felt intimate. Thinking of this, he hung the jade pendant on his waist, tore open the void, and flew in the direction of the yin-yang sect. After a cup of tea, arriving within a city suspended in the void, he stepped out of the spatial passage. The appearance had changed, and even the red dress she wore had become a long white dress, toward the direction of the yin-yang sect disciples. Along the way, I do not know how many men looked at him, frequently sidelong glances. A hint of covetousness flashed under his eyes. Hello, are you still looking for disciples? At the admissions office, two beautiful young girls sleeping on their desks slowly woke up and, wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, he stretched and looked at Fengqinga in front of him and took out a jade slip. Name, cultivation. Fengqinga hurriedly said at her words. Bai Ruoyo, cultivation level transcendent mortal 1. The young girl recorded the information in the jade slip. A moment later the jade slip in his hand was handed to Fengqinga and said, drop a drop of blood on it. Fengqinga listened to her words and without moving, she took out a drop of blood from her carry-on space, followed closely by the pretense of tingling fingers pressing on the jade slip. A few moments later the purple light blossomed. The two maidens said with great satisfaction, virginal body, bone age 1348. The blood in his body contains fire attributes, and he can cultivate fire attribute techniques. You wait over there for a moment. After the sun sets, I'll take you to the sect entrance examination. The young girl pointed in a direction where three young girls were playing. Fengqinga walked slowly. One of the young girls looked at the approaching Fengqinga and smiled sweetly, saying to her best friend beside her, Sister Ruoxuan, look at how pretty this sister is, but just out of shape. Cultivation is a bit low. Lu Ruoxuan hurriedly covered her mouth when she heard her words, looking at the walking Fengqinga with an apologetic face. Sorry about that, sister. She just likes to talk nonsense, but we mean no harm. Fengqinga was filled with laughter at her words and shook her head, slowly sitting down and looking at the three young girls. It's all right. My name is Bai Ruoyao. If everyone joins the clan, please take care of the three sisters. That one young girl who said Fengqinga had a bad figure before listened to his words. Proudly, she raised her head and looked at Lu Ruoxuan. Don't worry, you definitely won't suffer if you follow us, right, Sister Ruoxuan? Lu Ruoxuan nodded, savoring the tea in her cup. Without realizing it, the time for enrollment has slowly crossed. The two young girls who were enrolling in the program stood up and waved towards Fengqinga and the others. There's no one left, so hurry up and come over. I'll take you to conduct the sect entrance examination. Lu Ruoxuan's few people rushed over, only to see one of the young girls take out a jade slip. Toward the front of the body a stroke of the space channel appeared. A few people walked inside in a hurry. The next moment appeared from within a teleportation array. Just as soon as they appeared, before several people could do anything, a young girl appeared in front of them. Fengqinga looked at the young girl's face, feeling a vague pain in her abdomen. Hastily, he lowered his head, not daring to gaze into the young girl's eyes. See Elder Qin. Qin Haoyue didn't pay any attention to the two enrollment disciples, and her eyes contained a golden light that, looking toward Fengqinga's few people, when she saw Fengqinga, she frowned and droned. Raise your head. Hearing Qin Haoyue's words, Fengqinga just wanted to raise her head and, in the next instant the entire Yin Yang sect suddenly shook the ground. An incomparably familiar aura crushed towards the crowd, and only a dainty cry could be heard. "The!" accompanied by thousands of sword chi cutting through the void. "Kid, how dare you try to muddle through? You won't be able to run away this time." Qin Haoyue felt that familiar and incomparable aura, and his face changed as he took a step out and, disappearing in place. And Fengqinga similarly felt that familiar and incomparable aura, and was dumbfounded as if she were a wooden chicken as she looked toward the sky. A golden light flowed from his eyes. Billions of miles away, a young girl who looked exactly like the previous Fengqinga was fighting with the two men. Whether it was the aura or demeanor that flowed out, it was exactly the same as Fengqinga. Qin Haoyue held his long sword in his hand and pinched a knuckle in his hand. A vortex appeared out of nowhere in the sky, and in the next instant, thousands of long swords of thousands of feet fell from the sky. Shaking a finger towards Fengqinga, "Sword rain. Kid, you'd better hand over the top book of Yin and Yang to me, or else you will surely be left for dead." It was just that Fengqinga in front of her didn't say a word, and in her hands, she pinched her sword technique to resist the thousands of feet of swordlight, tearing through the void beside me. Just as he wanted to leave, the next instant a voice as beautiful as a silver bell came out from the depths of the Yin Yang sect. "Little friend, hand over the upper book," accompanied by a giant hand in the sky appearing from the void. It grabbed at Fengqinga and disappeared in an instant. Fengqinga had a guess in his heart as he watched all this, and Shen Fei's figure appeared in his mind. The more you look at it, the more familiar it becomes. And the two enrollment disciples shook their heads. To Fengqinga and the others in front of him, he said, "Let's go. That guy has already been caught. Now let's start with the sect entrance examination." Chapter 52, One-on-One, or a Group Fight? By Ruoyo. Stop gawking and hurry up and come up with us for the sect entry exam. Fengqinga nodded as she listened to the urging from above and hurriedly ran towards the top. His mind still recalled Shen Fei's appearance. Who the hell is he? Deep within the Yin Yang sect, Fengqinga is standing in a space cage, looking at the young girl in front of him without a word. "Kid, hurry up and hand over the upper book of Yin and Yang to me, otherwise I'll make sure you suffer the pain of 1,000 fires." On the patriarch's seat, a 17 or 18-year-old girl with indifferent eyes looked at Fengqinga in front of her. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes when he didn't say a word. With a soft grunt and a snap of his fingers, thousands of flames appeared in the void and descended on Fengqinga's body. Looking at him, who remained calm, the corner of the young girl's mouth curved up in an arc as she, calmly, he said, "Since you're not going to hand it over, I have plenty of time to play with you. Elder Chen, bring him into the void space. I will make him suffer from loneliness." An old woman beside the young girl bowed and replied, waving her hand and bringing the Fengqinga to cut through the void, into the void of space. In the meantime, in a small city, Shen Fei sipped his cup of tea looking in the direction of Fengqinga. Seeing that he had already passed the sect entrance examination and officially became an outer disciple, he smiled slightly. "Looks like another big battle in a few days. Sir, your food is served. May I ask what else you would like to order?" The store assistant placed the 8 precious chickens in his hands on Shen Fei's table and stood beside him respectfully and incomparably. Looking at the 4 dishes in front of him, with a wave of his hand an extreme divine stone appeared on the table. Casually handing it to the shopkeeper, he inquired, "No, but I'd like to ask you about something." Seeing that extreme divine stone, the store assistant's face was overjoyed and he hurriedly stuffed it into his arms. "I'll know what I'm talking about, and I'll know what I'm talking about." Looking at the shopkeeper's demeanor, Shen Fei was not without emotion. "You know that this is also strong enough to become a lord of a party in the outside world. An immortal emperor-level existence was so groveling, but the thought of this place as a holy realm was real. One of the great families you have here is the Wind family. Did anything very important happen at his house?" The store assistant listened to Shen Fei's words and hurriedly looked toward the surrounding area. Seeing that no one was concerned, that's what passed for a voice. "Your Excellency, don't talk nonsense in this town. Even more so, don't easily inquire about the Wind family, or else you'll easily incur murder." Listening to his words, Shen Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. took a sip of tea from his cup and waved his hand for the shopkeeper to continue. Looking at Shen Fei's emboldened appearance, the shopkeeper could only continue. Over 1,000 years ago, the third son of the Wind family, the Fengqinga, suddenly changed her name to Fengqinga for some unknown reason, and from that day on he became as fond of dress and rouge as a woman. Said here and looked around, saw that there were no people from the Wind family around, and only then continued. It's rumored that the kid is just in love with a teenager. That's why the Wind family is so enraged that they're still sending people to look for him after more than 1,000 years have passed, trying to find him back. Only from my point of view, it's 80% unlikely that that kid will ever come back. Speaking here, the store assistant wanted to say something, and with regret in his eyes, he continued, it's a shame to say that, actually, that guy was our Windcloud City's #1 heavenly pride at the time. 500 years into the transcendent realm, and then even more so, he entered the transcendent realm again within 100 years. According to rumors from guests coming and going, that boy had appeared 200 years ago. It is said to have reached the half-saint realm. It's also one of the top few heavenly prides in our entire sacred realm. If he hadn't taken a detour, I'm afraid he would have entered the saint realm by now. Listening to the store assistant's words, Shen Fei did not reply, but took out another extreme divine stone and handed it to him. Get me an upper room. The store assistant reached out to take it and hurriedly walked towards the counter. The shopkeeper looked at the store assistant who came and transmitted, Xiao Luzi, what did he ask you? Xiao Luzi looked in Shen Fei's direction and pointed in the direction of the Feng family, and the shopkeeper's face changed drastically. Looking at Shen Fei's back, he guessed, why does this guy want to inquire about the Wind family? Doesn't he know that the Wind family has an early-stage saint ancestor? Time passes quickly. Shen Fei had stayed within this small city for 3 whole days. Just when the shopkeeper couldn't wait to kick people out, this flew in one direction. After the burning of an incense stick, Shen Fei, who was hiding his breath and flying in the sky, suddenly curled the corner of his mouth. The next moment 10 teenagers stepped out of the void, each of them wearing a cocked hat and a veil. The body carries an immortal weapon that conceals the breath. Taking out the long swords in their hands, they surrounded Shen Fei in a group. Walking out, a teenager looked at Shen Fei's appearance and laughed. How dare the boy go our way? Don't you know that this is the territory that our big boss covers? But since you're already here, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave without a little toll. Looking at the 10 teenagers in front of him, Shen Fei put his hands behind his back and asked with interest, oh, I haven't really heard of any big dogs. Why don't you guys introduce me? Hearing Shen Fei's words, the teenager glanced at him and respectfully said behind him, our big boss is a supreme powerhouse who ascended to this realm over 1,000 years ago. It only took a mere 1,000 years to become a half-saint realm powerhouse. I don't know if you've ever heard of one sword to destroy the crowd, nameless sword immortal, Long Xiaotian. Listening to the words of the teenager in front of him, the corner of Shen Fei's mouth curved up in a trace of arc, and his eyes were filled with disdain. I've never heard of it, but even if he met me he'd have to serve tea. The other teenagers present listened to Shen Fei's words, and their faces showed displeasure. The smiling teenager from before, who was also full of anger, looked at him and said to the others beside him, boy, you're a big talker. Originally, I was just going to ask you for some toll money. Brothers, capture him for me and hand him over to the big boss for disposal. Nah. The teenagers present laughed harshly while slowly walking towards Shen Fei. Kid, you'd better stand there obediently, or else you'll definitely suffer more. One-on-one or in a group. You can pick anyone you want, but you better not run. Listening to their threats, Shen Fei smiled. Run? Why would I run? The next moment raised his right hand and snapped his fingers in the void. The heaven and earth cage coalesced out of thin air. The cage the 10 teenagers, forming a chain that bound the heaven and earth cage. It flew towards the depths, and the group of teenagers in the cage that, looking at Shen Fei's back, he angrily cursed. Kid, have the guts not to play dirty. Have the guts to let us out for single combat. As we flew along, every now and then a teenager or young girl sprang out of the void. Without a word launched an attack towards Shen Fei. Only they were loaded into the heaven and earth cage the next moment. After only half a pillar of incense, there were already thousands of teenage girls in the cages. Even if they are locked up in the prison of heaven and earth, every one of them also tried to do everything they could to escape. One of them was dressed in white and the teenager whose cultivation had come to the 3rd level of transcendent mortality looked at Shen Fei's back and threatened. Kid, you better let us out of here. You should know that there was also a strong person in the early sage realm 10 years ago who was as rampant as you are, but he still lost to our big boss's sword in the end as well. Chapter 53, Notify the World. Kill Fengqinga. Shen Fei didn't pay the slightest attention to the threats of the crowd behind him and slowly flew towards the front. At the present moment, 10,000 miles ahead, a handsome-looking teenager was painting inside a thatched hut. The teenager frowned at the young girl on the scroll. Unlike, again. With that, he wanted to tear the scroll from his hands. Only then a rush of footsteps came from behind him and it was accompanied by a teenager's terrified scream. Boss, I heard from the second leader that a powerful person from the Saint Realm is fighting over. Why don't we run? Hearing the words of the young man beside him, Long Xiaotian kicked him in the face and roared, running my ass. The district is just a saint. What will the other brothers think if we run away like this? Call the brothers on the fortress and follow me out to behead this man. It's only been a mere 10 years and there are people who have forgotten the old me's mighty name. Long Xiaotian walked towards the outside world as he spoke. Only the teenager beside him hadn't begun to gather his men. A silhouette flew in from a distance, holding a huge heaven and earth cage behind him. Inside, tens of thousands of teenage girls are locked up to cover the sky. Long Xiaotian looked at that silhouette being so rampant, and in anger, he took out his long sword and the vertical leap was like a stream of light, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Shen Fei. Just before he opened his mouth, when he saw Shen Fei's appearance in the moment he was shaken by his heart and soul. Unbelievably, he took a few steps back. Master! Master! The tens of thousands of teenage girls behind Shen Fei were shocked and whispered as they listened to Long Xiaotian's words. How can he be the master of the Grand Master? Didn't Big Boss say that his master was merely a small world powerhouse? How can it be so strong? Shen Fei listened to his words, his eyebrows soothed down, and in passing, he unlocked the heaven and earth cage behind him. Looking at the excited Long Xiaotian in front of him, I thought 1,000 years had passed and you didn't recognize me. Long Xiaotian touched his face in embarrassment as he listened to Shen Fei's words. Looking at the group of teenage girls behind him, go prepare some good wine and good food. The teenage girl looked at the two figures with frequent sidelong glances, and flew towards the bottom with her best friend on the side. Waiting for the crowd to leave, Long Xiaotian then flew up and asked suspiciously, Master, why are you here? Shen Fei looked at him twice with odd eyes as he listened to his words. A twinkle in his eye instantly gave him a fun idea. Didn't I come by to see if you were married? You know even that Yi Feng kid is married now. Who knows that Long Xiaotian heard Shen Fei's words shocked strange shouted, no way? What kind of girl could even look at him? Come, master, go to my room and talk, said the two of them flew towards the bottom, only when landing in front of the house. Long Xiaotian hastily looked behind him as if he thought of something and said proudly and incomparably with his finger pointing in one direction. Master, do you see? These billions of miles around are all the mountains and rivers I've fought for. He said so on his lips, but he didn't move and coalesced a doppelganger and flew towards the house. Putting that scroll into the carry-on space, it slowly dissipated. Come on, let's go inside and have a nice chat. Shen Fei's eyes became more and more odd as he listened to Long Xiaotian's words, and the two of them walked into the room. Sitting on their knees, it wasn't long before a few beautiful young girls entered the room with a few plates of rice and food. After placing it under the table, he looked at the two men for a few moments before slowly retreating. Long Xiaotian picked up a pot of wine and poured a full cup, handing it to Shen Fei with a proud face. Master, your apprentice brother, I am now a half-saint powerhouse as well. I think even eldest sister and the few of them should not have a higher cultivation level than me. By the way, have you gone to see eldest sister and the others? Shen Fei shook his head and just wanted to say something. A teenager dressed as a dog's leg suddenly broke into the room, looking at Long Xiaotian and wanting to speak. Big boss, Miss Feng. Long Xiaotian's face changed when he heard his words, and he hurriedly glanced at Shen Fei, then coughed. That master, I have something to do, so wait here for a while. With that, he took a step and disappeared. 10,000 miles away, Long Xiaotian looked at the teenager in front of him in a hurry and said, Tianyu, what exactly did you find out? Zhong Tianyu said as he looked at Long Xiaotian, remembering the rumors he had heard. It is said that a few days ago, Miss Feng intended to steal the Yin Yang sect's Yin Yang secret method, tackled by two law enforcement elders in a slip of the hand. I heard that they are now being held in the void space by the Yin Yang sect, suffered daily from 1,000 fires. Hearing Zhong Tianyu's words, Long Xiaotian retreated several steps, his eyes filled with anger. Looking in the direction of the Yin Yang sect, a voice full of anger spread over billions of miles in a radius. All listen up. Those who have the guts follow me to kill the Yin Yang sect. Today, I will ask the Yin Yang sect to hand over the person to me. The crowd of teenage girls were excited as they listened to Long Xiaotian's words. Shen Fei, who was sitting in the cabin, smiled at Long Xiaotian's words. The next moment Long Xiaotian appeared in front of Shen Fei, his face full of apologies. Master, I'm going to save a close friend, or you could just wait here for a while? Shen Fei, listening to his words full of weird, seemingly smiling. Taking a sip from his glass, he teased. Really, buddy? Long Xiaotian didn't dare to meet his eyes and lowered his head to reply in a deep voice. Buddy, go on then. Long Xiaotian listened to Shen Fei's words and walked toward the outside world, and with one step the void shattered. Looking at the group of teenage girls who were making preparations, he raised his head to look in the direction of the Yin Yang sect and broke open the spatial passage. I'll go first, you guys will arrive later. Meanwhile, the Yin-Yang sect is located. Fengqinga transformed into a butterfly and slowly flew towards the depths, and after a column of incense, had come to an unmistakably familiar building. Watching those dozens of transcendent mortal nine-realm maidens fly off towards the side, after a few more moments, they came to a remote corner. Show yourself. Taking out the boundary-breaking bead that was once obtained from a secret realm stood in the void in front of him along with a ripple passing through. Fengqinga slowly walked towards the front, not knowing how many spatial boundaries she had broken along the way. A full half a cup of tea had passed. Looking at the spatial rift in front of him, he just wanted to fly into it, and in the next instant, an indifferent voice appeared in his ears. Fengqinga, I knew that wasn't you. Hearing the voice beside her, Fengqinga's face changed and she got up, wanting to fly toward the top. Just the next moment accompanied by dozens of dainty shouts, Heaven and Earth Cage. Now, in the next instant, a 100-foot Heaven and Earth Cage appeared out of nowhere, locking him in. Qin Haoyue walked outside the cage and looked at Fengqinga inside and mocked. You think I'm going to be lied to by you over and over again? I knew you weren't that easy to catch. Bring him to the patriarch. Fengqinga looked at Qin Haoyue in front of her and held the jade pendant at her waist without moving. Half a quarter of an hour later, the lazy young girl sitting on the patriarch's seat looked down at Fengqinga and waved her hand. A bundle of immortal cords immediately bound him. Indifferently and incomparably, he said, I know you won't give an account of the whereabouts of the Book of Yin and Yang. Then you will accompany it into the Wheel of Reincarnation for a walk. Hozuki, announce it to the world, and say that the person who stole the Book of Yin and Yang will be beheaded in a quarter of an hour. I'll show the people of this world who else dares to hit my Yin Yang book. Nah. Chapter 54 9-Character Sword Duel. Destroy the crowning life. Time passes extremely fast. A quarter of an hour passed in a flash, and Fengqinga, who was trapped in the Heaven and Earth Cage, looked at Qin Haoyue in front of her. The jade pendant was clutched in his hand. Qin Haoyue stood outside the cage, looking inside. Fengqinga mocked. According to the rumors from over 1,000 years ago, didn't you have a lover? It is now a quarter of an hour since the notification. Why has he not yet come? Could it be that he has given up on you? Fengqinga was silent as she listened to Qin Haoyue's words, and a silhouette also appeared in her heart as she looked towards the sky. This person was dressed in white and was as handsome as a peerless sword immortal. Only the next moment suddenly the sky and earth changed color. The wind and clouds reversed. Billions of lightning bolts appeared out of nowhere in the sky outside the Yin-Yang sect. A vortex coalesced out of thin air in the void. Long Xiaotian stepped out of the void with his hands behind his back, wearing a white suit that, the handsome face scanned the crowd of the Yin-Yang sect below. Just by standing there at the peak of half-saint cultivation, he was able to overwhelm the crowd below. Indifferent and incomparable, he looked down at the Yin-Yang sect below and said under his breath, I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Better set him free. Fengqinga, who was below, looked at the familiar figure above her with great excitement. Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes and she murmured under her breath, I thought you'd never see me again for life. Qin Haoyue, who was on the side, listened to Long Xiaotian's words from above. Again, I felt the disdain in his breath. A mere peak half-saint wants to come to my Yin-Yang sect to forcefully demand someone take him down. With a wave of Qin Haoyue's hand, 10 young girls flew toward the top at the same time. Ariel Seal looked in Long Xiaotian's direction and drank lowly. Heaven and Earth Cage. Now, in the next instant, a huge and incomparable cage coalesced out of thin air from the originally turbulent sky. It fell towards Long Xiaotian. It was just that Long Xiaotian stood there quietly, and in the next instant his body was filled with sword intent. Using his hand as a sword to slash towards the top, the slowly falling Heaven and Earth Cage was instantly split in two. Looking at the 10 young girls who flew in again, he slid gently, and the 10 sword lights instantly chopped towards them. Immediately afterward, he drank low under his breath. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Qin Haoyue looked at the 10 sword lights and took a step out, suddenly appearing above the 10 young girls. The long sword in his hand swung toward the top. The moment the 2 sword lights collided, hers was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Seeing the 10 sword lights were about to fall on her body, a white jade hand reached out from the void and shattered those 10 sword lights one by one. The Yin-Yang patriarch stepped out of the void, wearing a long white dress that, the power of the laws of Yin and Yang filled his body, causing the void to collapse just by standing there. Looking upwards, Long Xiaotian reached out his hand and, an attack permeated with the power of the 2 laws of Yin and Yang cut through the sky. Long Xiaotian looked at the attack without dodging, letting the attack fall on his body. Standing in the spatial crack, he looked at the white-skirted girl with a face full of disdain. I've long heard that you achieved the saintly honorific position 100,000 years ago. Only now it seems that you're afraid that you're one of the weakest early-stage saints I've ever seen. If I remember correctly, I think your name is Rongyao. Not bad looking, but the strength is just a bit weaker. I'll give you one last 5 breaths of time, and if you don't hand them over again, I'll let you know what it means to be in hell on earth. Rong Yao stood in the void as she listened to Long Xiaotian's words above her. Feeling the roiling sword intent in Long Zhao's sky, one person came to mind. Your Excellency is the emotionless sword immortal Long Xiaotian. 10 years ago you defeated an early-stage saint at the half-saint realm. Don't you think you can be invincible? Today I'll let you know what it means to say that saints cannot be insulted. Be on the verge of saying what is on one's mind. Rong Yao took a step forward, and yin and yang met to form a ray of light that enveloped the billions of miles in a circle, forming a huge space boundary. In an instant, hundreds of millions of miles in a circle were wrapped in the power of yin and yang, and the void within trembled and shook. Only Long Xiaotian's sneers could be heard coming from inside from time to time. Is this the saint? You are truly worthy of being called the weakest saint. Today is the day you fall. Emotionless sword Dao. Now. Before the words fell, roiling sword intent overflowed from the boundary towards the surroundings. The dense yin and yang power was hardened and dispersed in a space of 10,000 feet. Their Long Xiaotian's eyes were indifferent as he looked at Rong Yao in front of him, as if he was a merciless immortal. Stretching out his right hand, half of the sword intent within his body condensed a long sword in the void. Shaking a finger in Rong Yao's direction, sword come. With this low roar, billions of sword lights coalesced out of thin air in the void. In the blink of an eye, he flew towards Rong Yao. Body protecting divine shield. Open. Yin and yang bodies. Split. Feeling the killing intent above the sword light, Rong Yao pinched her fingers and a 10,000-foot shield was condensed in front of her body, followed by 2 silhouettes slowly stepping out beside her. One can charm the world by raising his hands and feet. The other, with calm eyes, looked at the doppelganger beside him and glanced at the same time, it flew towards Long Xiaotian above. As for Rong Yao's true body, who stayed in place, she fended off the sword light while her fingers pinched. The power of yin and yang converged into a giant that was 10,000 feet tall and grabbed towards Long Xiaotian above, where the yin-yang sect was located. Qin Haoyue looked at the collapsed void above his head and his face changed drastically. If it wasn't for Rong Yao's boundary, which separated them from the space of the sacred realm, otherwise, if any of the aftershocks formed by the battle were revealed, it could destroy the entire yin-yang sect. At that moment a brilliant light suddenly shot out from within the boundary where the head was located, flying towards the outside of the sacred realm. In the blink of an eye and cutting through billions of worlds to a small cave in a remote world. As the light disappeared, a monstrous fury enveloped the entire small world, and there was a flash of lightning and thunder. The space shatters. The person in the cave took a step, and the entire small world turned into flying dust. An old crone in white, looking in the direction of the sacred realm, a single step brought him to the top of the yin-yang sect, entering the yin-yang boundary inside, looking at the several figures in the melee rage. Kid, a mere half-saint dares to barge into my yin-yang sect to die. Before the words fell, the power of yin and yang within his body condensed into a divine sword that, all of the endless Saint Yuan in his body was integrated into it. With a wave toward the bottom, a billion-foot sword appeared out of thin air. The yin-yang boundary, which had already been overburdened long ago, was instantly split in two. The sword chi and yin and yang power inside spread out in all directions, landing on the yin-yang sect's protective formation. The immense power carried on it even nearly shattered the boundary. Fengxinga looked at the sword mane above her and just wanted to crush the jade pendant in her hand. Only Long Xiaotian's voice could be heard coming from the broken void. Since you've come to seek death, old undead, I'll give you a ride. 9-character sword decision. 1 sword. Falling immortal. 2nd sword. Chopping god. 3 swords. Destroy the saints. 9 swords in unison. Destroy the living. Chop. Chapter 55 Yin and Yang Mixture. A sword light condensed by sword intent cut through the void and chopped towards the above. The moment the two attacks collided, space collapsed in a spatial wormhole appeared out of thin air from the void, spreading in all directions. It spread 10,000 feet in the blink of an eye, and the suction coming from the wormhole in space. It even swept away billions of miles in a radius, countless rocks, grasses, and even a few 10,000-foot mountains. All of them were sucked into the space wormhole. There was also only the yin-yang sect, which was enveloped by the sect protector formation, still struggling to hold on, but it was also faltering. Just when the sect protector formation was also close to being unable to support it, a pair of gigantic heavenly hands grabbed it from the edge of the sky. The majestic power contained within it hardened and shattered the wormhole that had formed. Rong Yao was spitting blood from her mouth and was in a sorry state, and the old woman beside her was likewise in a very sorry state. He stroked his cheek, where there was a scar, on which the sword's intent permeated. A glance was exchanged with Rong Yao beside him. In unison, the art of yin-yang combination attack. Extreme yin. The pole of yang. The two of them simultaneously swung out a palm in the direction where Long Xiaotian was, and in an instant the sky and earth changed color. The sky for billions of miles around was split in two, and on one side a cold wind was blowing, and even goosefeather snow was falling. The other side was like a golden crow falling, a sea of fire falling towards the bottom. The two attacks slowly converged in the air, forming a pillar of ice and fire that, towards the void where Long Xiaotian was attacking. And there, at this moment, Long Xiaotian wasn't doing well either. The white clothes on his body had been shattered. Naked. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the pillar of ice and fire in mockery. Two saints joining forces is nothing more than that. Today I'll let you and the others fall together. The words stumbled out of the void and the few sword intent in his body condensed into a long sword. And just as he wanted to strike, a young girl's laughter appeared out of thin air in the next moment. Boss, I didn't expect you to be in such a sorry state. The void above his head appeared out of nowhere to a 10,000-foot spatial passageway. At the head of the group was a young girl in a long dress, holding a compass in her hand. With the past and future flowing in his eyes, he took one step out to Long Xiaotian's body and, throwing the compass in his hand, it instantly became 10,000 feet larger to ward off the pillar of ice and fire. Turning to look at the wretched Long Xiaotian revealed a mischievous smile. Boss, it looks like your big boss is changing hands. Long Xiaotian coughed twice and looked at the young girl in front of him with a tragic smile. The long sword in his revitalized hand was pointing towards the crumbling yin-yang sect below. Help! The billions of teenage girls above their heads said in unison. Your Honor, the Grand Master's order. It was like a meteor shower flying towards the bottom, while Long Xiaotian looked at the young girl in front of him and laughed. Thank you very much, Second Master's son. Sun Shiqi arched her eyebrows at his words, cutting through the void to look at the two saints billions of feet away. Reaching out, he tapped him on the shoulder. One for each of us. May. Before the words fell, the young girl in front of her had already disappeared, and in the blink of an eye appeared behind Rongyao, forcibly dragged her into the other dimension. And before the old crone on the side could react, she was also dragged into the alien space by Long Xiaotian. Meanwhile, inside the yin-yang sect, the third leader forced back Qin Haoyue with an axe and roared at a teenager beside him. Helian Xian, hurry up and break Miss Feng's boundary. Beside him, Helian Xian dodged a blow from another half-saint law enforcement elder. Coming outside Feng Qingga's cage, he pinched his fingers and mouthed the words, inserted the formation in his hand into the center of the cage. Into the center of the cage, followed by a furious shout. Open! A crack appeared in the heaven and earth cage out of nowhere. Feng Qingga hurriedly transformed into a butterfly to show her real body outside and looked at the third lord and said, It's best not to hurt them. I was at fault this time. The second lord froze for a moment at his words, then suddenly laughed. Brothers, do you hear me? Miss Feng has already given the order, so everyone must not hurt the innocent. We just need to help Miss Feng seize the yin-yang book. Got it. Third leader. Listening to the answering voices of those teenage girls around her, Feng Qingga flew straight towards the depths of the yin-yang sect, and on the side, Helian Xian had also joined the fray, flying all the way to the depths of the yin-yang sect in the blink of an eye, using the boundary-breaking bead to break through the heavy boundaries. It took nearly half a tea time before he came to where the yin-yang book was. Looking at the other book above him, he carefully removed it and saw that no change had occurred. He flew straight towards the outside world, only for a roar to come from above the sky dome in the next moment. Little thief, leave your life behind. In the next instant, a ray of light cut through the sky and flew towards Feng Qingga, who was in flight. The speed was so fast that even Long Xiaotian did not react. Feng Qingga looked at the fleeting attack above and the frozen space beside her. One crushed the jade pendant at his waist. Shen Fei in the void had his hands behind his back, looking at the attack that was close at hand, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. The lips moved slightly. Extinguish. The next moment that piece of space instantly solidified, and the attack that could destroy a saint slowly dissipated. Raising his eyes toward the surrounding area again, with a wave of his hand, a spatial barrier appeared out of thin air in the space of hundreds of millions of miles, isolating the gazes of those prying eyes from the outside world. Just holding out a finger, the body of the old crone who was fighting with Long Xiaotian above could not help but fly towards the back. Even Rongyao was forcibly dragged out of the alien space to the outside world. The two men felt the power that enveloped them and looked at Shen Fei below with horror in their hearts. The heavenly Tao powerhouse. Long Xiaotian broke through the foreign space and looked at Shen Fei below and bowed and replied, Master. Shen Fei nodded, and with a wave of his hand the entire battlefield was suddenly split in two. Flying forward and looking at Rongyao in front of her, she laughed. I'm sorry, this disciple of mine is just prone to recklessness. Rongyao shook her head hurriedly as she listened to his words, her heart in shock. Under her breath, however, she respectfully replied, if my concubine had known that your excellency's disciple wanted the book of yin and yang, I would have offered it with both hands. The old crone on the side also hurriedly replied. That's right, since Senior wants the Yin Yang book, then I'll do the honors and give it to Senior. Listening to his words, Shen Fei shook his head and lost his smile. Looking at the Yin Yang sect below, which was full of pale eyes, a finger pointed out. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of millions of miles in a radius returned to its previous form out of thin air. Then a finger point shot out 2 rays of light respectively, merging into the brow centers of Rong Yao's 2 people. Looking at their horrified faces, he laughed. No need to worry. This is my reparation for taking your Yin and Yang books. Then with a wave of his hand, the hundreds of millions of teenagers present in Long Xiaotian and their several pawns as well as Fengqinga instantly disappeared in place, and the spatial barrier slowly disappeared as well. The next moment countless saints placed their eyes here. It was puzzling to see that the Yin Yang sect had returned to its previous amicable form. And above the Yin Yang sect, Rong Yao and that old crone looked at the Tao of Creation scripture in their minds with great excitement, looked at each other, and used their great magical powers to collect the entire Yin Yang sect into the foreign space, floating with the space turbulence to other worlds. Looking down at the equally dumbfounded group of disciples below, he said in a loud voice, starting today, we officially change our name to the Creation sect. Inside Long Xiaotian's fortress, Fengqinga sat on the edge of Long Xiaotian's bed, looking at him with charming eyes, softly whispered, Zhang Lang. Long Xiaotian winced as he listened to his words and looked at his stunningly beautiful side face. Resist the deer in the headlights. Coughing twice, he scrambled towards the outside world, leaving his sentence in the void. Get some rest. Fengqinga looked at Long Xiaotian's departing back and covered her mouth with a smile. Taking open the Yin and Yang next book, carefully flipped through, looking at the above answer, blush, revealing the little girl behavior. The charming eyes looked in the direction of Long Xiaotian's cheeks scarlet. Yin and Yang mingle. Chapter 56, Returning Flesh to Father, Bones to Mother. And on the other side where the Wind family is, Fengqinga's father was furious when he recalled the scene he had seen earlier, especially when you think of some of the rumors about the book of Yin and Yang. Turning his head to look at the dozens of elders beside him, he said angrily, let's go. Follow me to that Long Xiaotian kid to ask for someone, saying that nothing can make that boy do what he wants. Otherwise, how can I face my ancestors who have already entered reincarnation? One of the elders on the side was listening to his words and wanted to say something. At this time, a woman who looked 7 times similar to Fengqinga walked in. She said with a sad face and a delicate figure, looking at the furious man, husband, Fomer didn't necessarily take the Yin Yang book for that matter. Perhaps in a little while he will be lost and rejoin the family. The man listened to his words, stormed. The veins on his forehead exposed, waved his hand and shot out a golden light. Incorporate the woman into the alien space. Don't you? Chapter 57, A sword destroys the Tsong Dome, resurrecting Fengqinga. The next moment Fengqinga's body floated out of thin air, and lightning flashed and thundered in the sky, and in the next instant, a golden-colored lightning bolt tore through the firmament, cutting through the world of wind and landing on Fengqinga's physical body. One could only see the flesh begin to slowly age, and in an instant only a skeleton remained, floating in the void. Another bolt of lightning struck above the white bones. As the light slowly dissipated, only 3 relics were seen in the void. One of them cut through the sky and flew towards the Wind family, while the other one landed beside Feng Zhenhao, suspended in the void. Feng Zhenhao froze in place, looking at the single relic in front of him. I don't know when I had a full head of gray hair. Even his originally upright posture was slightly hunched, and he sighed and mumbled with a forlorn expression. Windy, let's go home. Feng Zhenhao stood in the void, holding the relic in both hands. It was as if he could see Fengqinga as a toddler smiling at him. Chapter 58, Getting Acquainted. Feeling the fragrant wind in his ears, Long Xiaotian's thoughts were as if he had come more than 1,000 years ago. At that time, Long Xiaotian, who had just ascended, was in the ascension channel flying toward the immortal world he had dreamed of. Only when he was about to reach the immortal world, he met a strange person halfway. That young man simply stood there as if he were facing the heavenly Tao, and with a mere wave of his hand, Long Xiaotian then disappeared in place, falling out of thin air from a void in the sacred realm. It coincidentally landed inside Fengqinga's compound. Bang! Who was that guy? Long Xiaotian covered his head and looked around with a confused face. Only in the next instant the Fengqinga from when he was a teenager arrived in front of him, dressed in all white. The long sword in his hand pointed at Long Xiaotian's neck, looking at him curiously. You have the scent of other worlds on you. How did you get in here? Call. Chapter 59, The Fifth Senior Sister Whose IQ is in Danger. The few people behind Shen Fei looked at Yifeng with odd faces, especially with this look he had now. Skinny and bony, as if he had suffered some kind of torture. Long Xiaotian walked forward and patted Yifeng's shoulder with his hand and said in a serious tone, Feng, you must exercise moderation. Yi Qingyu on the side blushed at his words and whispered, Master, what is the reason for your return this time? Before Shen Fei could say anything, Long Xiaotian said, Tomorrow is the day of my kiss, and I have come to invite you to attend. Hearing Long Xiaotian's words, Ji Feng was like an amnesty and hurriedly said, Then let's go now. After saying that, he couldn't wait to pull the crowd away, as if there was an evil spirit chasing behind him. Only Long Xiaotian didn't pay any attention to him, but looked at Yi Qingyu and laughed. Why don't you come with us, too? And by the way, help! Chapter 60, Boss, hurry up and save me. The Sacred Realm. Tang Miao prioritized poking her head out of the space channel to breathe in the aura of this world was surprised. This world isn't bad it should belong to the peak of the Great Thousand Worlds. By the way, where's the bride? I haven't seen her yet. Long Xiaotian smiled mysteriously at her words. Bringing the crowd to a thatched hut, he ordered the people under his hand to fetch some spirit fruits. That's what said. She should be out buying some rouge and powder with the second lord right now. There is no hurry. You will see it tomorrow. I'll go ahead and get ready. After saying this sentence, Long Xiaotian walked towards the outside, and inside the thatched hut Tang Miao casually grabbed a spirit fruit and took a bite. Her eyes lit up and she immediately took all those few remaining spirit fruits on the table into her arms. Well, this yummy is all mine. Long Zishuan and the others laughed out loud at this cute look of hers. The few people kept talking about what they had seen and heard in the past 1,000 years, and before they knew it, they had already come to the second day. Only when a bell and drum sound that resounded through heaven and earth sounded did Shen Fei slowly stand up, taking a step towards the outside world. The green shirt on his body also turned into a red robe. Tang Miao several people also walked towards the outside. Just one glance could not help but marvel, only to see that the outside had changed. Red damask came from nowhere and spread to nowhere, suspended in the sky. A group of beautifully shaped maidens were standing and dancing above the red satin of the. Below them, the third master blew the swana in his mouth, and the next moment, countless birds converged towards this place. It started raining petals all over the place. Countless spatial passages appeared out of nowhere within a radius of billions of miles. From it stepped a young boy and girl, each of them with a red sash around his waist. Just as soon as they appeared they each sang. Chen family sends guanyin lotus fruit. The Li family sends angel's tears sand. 9 heavens of gold. Xian high pearl iron. Spirit sky gemstone. Skypan jade fruit. Countless treasures fell towards the bottom, entering a specially designed small world. Tang Miao's mouth watered as she looked at those treasures, forcibly suppressing the hunger in her heart. As for Long Zishuan and the rest of them, they were filled with shock. Not just those treasures. For just those who gave away treasures, there was not a single one of them that they could see through the cultivation. That meant that every one of them was above him. Without realizing it, an hour had passed in the blink of an eye. The small worlds used to contain the treasures had been changed one after another. Long Zishuan and the others were already numb. Only Tang Miao was the only one hiding at the end with the quilt covering her head. Every now and then you could still hear her murmur a couple of sentences. No, that's all Master Xiaotian's. Just a little bit. No. Without realizing it, the auspicious time has come. Below, the third lord flew up into the firmament as thousands of guests watched, blowing the shawm in his hand. The voice cut through the sky, and the next moment Sun Shichi, dressed in a long red dress, was slowly falling from the void. He looked to the east. The auspicious time has come to invite the groom. Only the next moment a radiant and extremely bright light broke through the sky and Long Xiaotian looked dashing in a red robe, except that he was also nervous inside. Only Sun Shichi could be heard laughing. Invite the bride. Out of nowhere, there was a sound of an ancient zither, a jade shao. Pipes of all sorts of instruments rang out from thin air and played beautiful songs. Countless butterflies flew slowly from the void, forming a path that thousands of petals also formed long bridges in the void. The ballad came to its climax, only to see a bright red color come into view, and she, clad in a gorgeous, stunning robe of joy. Each step was light and graceful, the hem of her wedding robe swaying gently with her steps. Like a peony in full bloom, it blossoms with endless splendor and elegance. Hair was carefully coiled up, head wearing a phoenix crown. Wearing shapi added a few points of delicate and charming. Her face was absolutely beautiful, her skin was snowy, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her face was beaming with happiness. There was a glint in his eyes of longing and anticipation for the future. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, tracing a gentle arc of. It was as if it could instantly melt all the cold in the world, like a fairy coming out of a painting, with an endless aura of immortality and joy. The cape behind her spread for tens of thousands of miles, step after step toward Long Xiaotian. That delicate figure, the absolute face of the. A shy smile flowed into Long Xiaotian's heart. Couldn't help but take 2 steps. Even his body was trembling. Sun Shichi smiled proudly at this look on his face. Under the surroundings of thousands of flowers, Feng Qingge came to Long Xiaotian's side, her face blushing with shame, unable to contain the happiness in his eyes. One bow to heaven and earth. Second worship. Husband and wife worship each other. Sent to the cave. Time passes like a white horse. Unconsciously it was nearing evening. Tang Miao had a chicken leg stuffed in her mouth and her face was covered with grease stains. Even his arms were holding endless amounts of spirit fruits, without caring about the image. From time to time, he urged the two of them, Yi Feng and Long Zishuan, who were at the side. Only the words were slurred because of the stuffing in his mouth. Little leaf, hurry up and hurry the kitchen again. Ah, what are you doing? I'm not even full yet. Yi Feng and Long Zishuan both looked at each other also helplessly, while Yi Qingyu covered her mouth with a smile, taking out dozens of jugs of drunken wind chant from her storage ring, just before she could open her mouth. Then by the quick-witted Tang Miao grabbed a pot without even looking at it and stuffed it into his mouth. And Long Zishuan's face changed drastically when he saw this scene, and he just wanted to stop it. But the jug of drunken wind is at the bottom. Asterisk. Hurry up and call master. Before the words left her mouth, Tang Miao flopped down on the table and the food she hadn't had time to swallow was also spit out on the table. And Long Zishuan see the scene is even more shouting bad. A sight of Yi Feng reaction but much faster. Hastily crushing the jade pendant in his hand. The next moment Shen Fei came to them with a puzzled look on his face. Before he could speak he saw the drunken Tang Miao lying on her back blushing. Reaching out, a small world formed out of thin air, bringing Tang Miao into it. For just a split second, Tang Miao hiccuped with her drunken eyes wide open and a sound wave spread towards the surroundings, destroying most of the entire small world. Standing up drunk again, he looked at the ancient tree in front of him full of anger. Little leaf, you even hid such a good thing. Hurry up and hand it over to me. And you little henchman can't believe you didn't even call me for dinner, making me hungry again. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, the drunken Tang Miao swung out a fist and hit that ancient tree. All that could be heard was the shattering of space, and the entire world reverted to chaos. At this time, a ray of light cut through the barrier of the sacred realm and flew towards where she was. He merged into the small world created by Shen Fei and came to the drunken Tang Miao. Looking at the ball of light in front of her, Tang Miao touched her stomach and swallowed it in one bite. A voice blended into her mind. Boss, I've been captured by those old guys. Come and save me, or I'm really going to die. Hurry up. If you're any later boss you'll only get some soup. Chapter 61, The World's Tumor. Tang Miao, I really don't want to die. Listening to the words in her head, the drunken Tang Miao was filled with anger. Smelling of alcohol, he shouted towards the sky. Which old undead dares to bully my little brother? Master, hurry up and let me out. Outside world. Shen Fei had a headache listening to her. Let her out. But now not yet sober, only fear will be in the impulse to make a big trouble. And naturally, the two of them, Long Zishuan and Yi Feng, heard that sentence and hurriedly said, Master, you go and save that augur with 5th senior sister first. We will naturally clarify the situation with senior brother when tomorrow comes. Shen Fei pondered for a moment and nodded. Reaching out a little, that small world transformed into a bundle of immortal ropes, and looked at the wine-smelling Tang Miao and said, Just sober up and I'll take you there. Tang Miao smiled at Shen Fei's words. Only then a wave of nausea flooded his belly and he bent over in a hurry. Shen Fei, on the other hand, pointed out a finger to form a spatial rift, shook his head as he watched the countless amounts of filth fall into it. A ray of light enveloped Tang Miao and took a step towards the divine dragon realm. That gaze that was like an abyss or an ocean landed on the two again. Shen Fei squinted his eyes and looked at the sun above his head to feel the atmosphere of the entire divine dragon realm. Another step out onto the top of the clan. Only just below the appearance of Ada, who was tied to the coiled dragon pillar, saw the two people above his head in tears. Boss, hurry down and save me. Those beatniks actually tried to roast me. You must avenge me. As soon as these words were spoken, the others noticed the two men overhead. One of the old men stroked the beard on his chin and looked at the drunken Tang Miao above him angrily. Heaven-swallowing demoness. Hurry up and spit out our town treasure. Tang Miao hiccuped at the words below her. Even now she was bound by the immortal binding rope. But still arrogant. You old fart. Why didn't you guys think about that when you were using it to catch me? Is it hard to believe that you still want me to tie my hands? After struggling 2 more times, he looked at Shen Fei beside him and said, Master, hurry up and let me go. Let me teach these old nobodies a lesson. The few old men below listened to Tang Miao's words. Their eyes narrowed as they looked at Shen Fei and thought, this guy doesn't have any scent on him at all. Either that or he has a treasure that conceals his scent. Either that or it's a high level of cultivation. Thinking of this, the old man's anger eased quite a bit and said towards Shen Fei above, Your disciple ate one of my clan's treasures 500 years ago. And please, Your Excellency, let her hand it over. I will naturally release this augur when the time comes. Ada was also excited to hear the words of the old man on the side and looked at Tang Miao above him and urged, "Boss, do you hear me? Hurry up and hand over the treasure. I don't want to die yet." Tang Miao was furious at his words. Spitting a mouthful of spit towards the one old man below was full of disdain. "Old undead, that treasure of yours did taste good, but it's already been digested by me." The old man below froze at his words, his body trembled, and, a few moments later, with a few people beside him, looked at each other and said in unison, "Then you'll stay for me." Before the words fell, a spatial barrier suddenly rose above the entire clan. The aura on those old men's bodies gradually tumbled. Even his appearance had changed to that of his youth, with a stout figure and a step that, the clothes on his body were broken. And Tang Miao looked at this with a disdainful face and laughed at Shen Fei beside her. "Master District is just a few body saints. Just put me down and let me teach these old bastards a lesson. How dare you bully my mount?" Shen Fei looked at the drunkenness in her eyes had already dissipated for the most part. More importantly, with her half-step, heavenly Dao realm cultivation surely won't suffer. Nodded her head, binding immortal rope dissipated out of thin air. Tang Miao fell towards the bottom, looking at the figure in front of her as she swung out a fist, and the two fists collided. In the next instant, the silhouette below immediately flew toward the bottom as if it were lightning and smashed into the ground behind him. A deep pit appeared out of nowhere, in which countless amounts of smoke and dust were splattered. A few others responded at that point. They were merely at the cultivation level of the sage realm, and they were no match for this demonic woman at all. Back then, if it wasn't by virtue of the clan's treasure, it would have been impossible for them to escape the clutches of the devil. But it's too late for that. The next moment, a fist slowly enlarged in their eyes. Tang Miao was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, dragging those few silhouettes and violently beating them up, occasionally cursing angrily. "You old bastards, I let you off the hook back then, and now you're even catching me on a ride. You want to eat dragon meat, don't you? This girl smashes your mouth." Do was thrilled to hear the screams amidst the smoke and was just about to refuel. Only in the next moment, the entire sky suddenly clouded over. A silhouette stood in the sky above the dome of the sky, coldly looking down at everything below him. Just a hand outstretched, the barrier below shattered out of nowhere, and Tang Miao, who was violently beating up those people, changed her face drastically when she felt the aura above her. Flying toward the top to hold Shen Fei's arm, tearfully looked at the figure above. "Master, it's this guy who has been chasing me for the past few hundred years. You must avenge me." Shen Fei listened to Tang Miao's words. The corners of his mouth twitched in his heart. Just how many treasures has this little ninny eaten that she would provoke a heavenly Dao powerhouse? There was nothing he could do about it, though, and he stretched out a finger and waved it toward the top. A flash of swordlight cut through the sky, only to see the figure above suddenly blush, and the blood couldn't stop flowing out of his chest. His breath also dropped a few points, and he looked at Shen Fei, who had a calm face, with a face full of heckles. Just when he wanted to cut through the void to escape, he only saw Shen Fei below him holding his right hand in a false grip. An unimaginable force descended upon him. The cultivation level of the heavenly Dao realm within his body was instantly sealed, and he fell towards the bottom. And at this moment, the old men who had been violently beaten had regained their true forms. A face full of heckles looked at the descending silhouette, and then looked at the very calm Shen Fei above with a bitter smile. "I didn't realize that this guy's master was a powerhouse far beyond the heavenly Dao realm. It looks like we won't get our treasure back." Ugh! Tang Miao looked at the descending silhouette and hurriedly let go of Shen Fei's arm. Very excitedly, he ran over to watch the powerful man fall and smash a deep pit in the earth. Even flew into it, kicking him in the face again and again, laughing excitedly. "You old fart! It's been fun chasing me these past few hundred years, hasn't it? Now that my master is here, I'll see if any of you dare to touch me." Jie. Only then a breeze blew through, and the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed out of thin air, and a golden-colored spatial channel appeared out of nowhere. From inside flew out an old man dressed in rags shaped like a beggar's old man. And Li Qingshu, who had already arrived at the Immortal King realm, only to see the old man looking downwards with great excitement and exclaiming, "Heaven-swallowing demoness! Hurry up and return old man's treasure." Chapter 62, The Unlucky Man in the Square. Only before he could react, a powerful force bound him. Forcefully yanked downward. Feeling that power, the old man was terrified and hurriedly urged Li Qingshu beside him. "Apprentice, run!" On the side, Li Qingshu also made a gesture of trying to cut through the void. Only then did it occur to him that this was a divine dragon realm that far surpassed the great thousand worlds with his strength. It was impossible to slice through the void. One could only look down with a face full of bitterness and spit in his heart. "This master is also too unreliable. Right, and said something about bringing me up meticulously. I'm really being pitted. As soon as he thought of this, Li Qingshu also let go of his struggle, and the two of them landed on the square. Only a villainous laugh came from the smoke over there every now and then, making the two men shudder. Master, do you think that person up there could be that heaven-swallowing demoness, Master? Otherwise, the two of us can go up and beg for forgiveness, and that treasure can be considered a gift to the heaven-swallowing demoness. We just have to live it up anyway. The old man's eyes lit up at his words, and he gave him an appreciative glance that, coming to the bottom of Shen Fei, bowed and smiled. Fellow Daoist old man Gozhenjin, think you're the witch? Noticing the dangerous aura around him and the warning look of Li Qingshu on the side, Gozhenjin hurriedly changed his words. You're that Tang Miao Miao's master, aren't you? At first glance, you are so suave and handsome. I knew it had to be a reasonable man. Otherwise, fellow Daoist, let the two of us go at this point. I promise I will never trouble Tang Miao Miao again. Real go? Shen Fei stroked his chin and carefully surveyed the two below him, suddenly smiled. He had already remembered Li Qingshu's scent, and had even brushed shoulders with him right then and there in the immortal realm. I can't make a decision on this matter. You guys should ask my disciple. If you please her, I will naturally let you go. Hearing Shen Fei's words, the two were depressed and could only squat and sit in the square and complain to each other. Master, don't you think we can just go directly to your cave? It's good now, being caught here by this senior. Maybe I'll die when I wait a while. Don't blame Master if you brat. I didn't count on him having a master behind him either. You make no one think, how can a beast of heaven and earth like her have a master? Don't worry, that heaven-swallowing demoness is very easy to talk to, as long as I give out a little blood. The two were originally still complaining about each other. Only then the entire firmament was suddenly fixed and only Gozhenjin and Shen Fei raised their heads to look at the firmament. There a figure shrouded in golden light appeared out of nowhere. The aura of the peak of the heavenly Tao filled his body, shattering the surrounding void just by standing there. Realgo spat out a mouthful of saliva as he saw the figure above him with a disdainful look on his face. As expected, the next moment the golden light suddenly shattered, and the silhouette fell towards the bottom, heavily smashing into the square with a dumbfounded look on his face. 1 hour later, the entire square was filled with densely packed people, teenagers, young girls, and some demon races, too. Each of them had some injuries on their bodies in one way or another. In front of them, Tang Miao Miao looked at all this as very satisfied, coughing twice to attract the attention of the people present. Back hands, just like a boss style. The fact that so many of you have come after me is just too much of a bully. Scared my little heart into thumping. It wouldn't be right if you guys didn't pay a little bit of moral damages, would it? The people present nodded their heads in succession as they listened to his words, and Gozhenjin reacted even more quickly. Without even wiping the footprints on his face, he leapt out to Tang Miao Miao's body, taking out a fruit that emitted a wonderful odor from his carry-on space. Looking at Tang Miao Miao's eager eyes, a smile introduced. This is a Bodhi fruit that I searched for from within an eternal true realm over 100,000 years ago. By eating it, one enters the land of divine enlightenment. Even the chances of breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm are going to increase by 30%. Some of the people behind them also looked at the fruit with a greedy expression on their faces. However, there are also some people who regretted that they should have known that they should have gone up first, and looked at the dog real person who looked like a licking dog and cursed. For a peak heavenly Tao powerhouse to show such an expression is truly a disgrace to us. This Gozhenjin is sick, isn't he? Taking out such an expensive item right at the beginning. What if she doesn't see what we take behind us? It's forcing us to bleed. When I have the life to escape this time, I will definitely teach this dog trust a good lesson. On the other hand, Tang Miao Miao received that Bodhi fruit from the hands of Gozhenjin with a surprised look on her face. Reaching out his right hand again, he patted Gozhenjin's shoulder in satisfaction. Seeing as how you're so on the ball, if I remember correctly, I think I swallowed one of your Godao true scriptures a few hundred years ago. Gozhenran brightened up as he listened to her words, and with a guess in his heart, he was even more attentive. And another Bodhi fruit was taken out and handed to Tang Miao Miao, nodding her head repeatedly. That's right. That kind of thing is of no use at all to a powerful person like your excellency. Or else give it back to me? Tang Miao Miao listened to his words for a moment of contemplation. Her fingers moved again and Real Go hurriedly took out a few more Bodhi fruits. Seeing that Tang Miao Miao still didn't do anything, she took out a variety of treasures again. Pile it up into a small mountain. Tang Miao Miao nodded with great satisfaction at this. Immediately afterward, his mouth opened, and a scripture emanating an eternal aura appeared out of thin air. Casually, he threw it at Gozhenjin's hand. Here, I'm giving it back to you now, so don't you ever come after me again. Real Go nodded repeatedly, then looked at Li Qingshu, and Tang Miao Miao nodded, and the two of them exchanged glances and hurriedly tore through space towards the outside of the divine dragon realm. Having exerted several great divine powers along the way, spanning billions of worlds, even the breath was faintly inaudible, and closed his eyes to view the world around him, and saw that no one was following, even the fingers pinched and cut through the void in front of you. Feeling the eternal aura inside, Li Qianqiu's eyes lit up and the two of them hurriedly flew into it. And on the other side, Tang Miao spat out tens of thousands of treasures that, again, he placed the treasure inside the small world he created with his hands, looking at the crowd in the square. Today, this girl is so kind that she will give you a chance to redeem your treasures, but whether or not you can be redeemed depends on how you behave. The crowd in the crowd was thrilled looking at the countless treasures. On the other hand, Shen Fei, who was on the side, had his mouth twitching at the corners of his mouth. The aura of each of those treasures came to the sage realm, and there were even a number of top-tier Heavenly Dao Supreme treasures that belonged to the Heavenly Dao realm. Stroking his chin, he muttered as he looked at Tang Miao, who was collecting treasures. No wonder this little ninny's so screwed up in this world. It's already rare to swallow so many treasures and not be killed. Here, this is your Heavenly Dao Divine Plate. This is your Wuji Sword Scripture. This is the middle millennium world you created. Chapter 63, a powerful person on the Hongmeng Golden List. The legendary Eternal True Realm. That's not enough for you to get the hell out of here. Well, this tastes pretty good, so I'll give it back to you. No way. Your master hunted me down a few years ago. I'm not giving it to you. Get out of here. I don't know how little of those treasures are left. Tang Miao casually threw the giant cauldron in her hand to those few body sage powerhouses with a disgusted look on her face. Most of you body practitioners are poor, so I'll give it back to you. Those few body sage powerhouses were in tears as they looked at that huge cauldron. One of the old men who had been beaten up the worst was in tears. My clan is going to regain the splendor of 500 years ago again. Hurry up and let that group of new disciples try. Take a walk. Tang Miao watched the few old men take the giant tripod away, clapping her hands and skimming her lips in disgust. What's so good about that giant cauldron? Doesn't it only refine the body? It's no use at all to us Dharma practitioners. Turning his head again, he looked at the mountain of treasures and drooled. When these are finished eating, I should be able to reach the Heavenly Dao realm. At that time then let Master take me to the Eternal True Realm to rob a few big families. By then I will have countless treasures. Jia. Listening to Tang Miao's laughter, Shen Fei was speechless and walked forward. Can't you be ladylike? Why do you smile like a villain? Got it. With a wave of his hand, he placed all the mountains of treasures in front of him into his carry-on space, taking the initiative to take Shen Fei's arm and pampered him. Master, take me to the Eternal True Realm now. By the way, inside a recent Eternal Realm of Truth, it is said that there also exists a powerful person who is listed on the Hongmeng Golden Ranking. I just don't know which one of the strongest on the list. That's what I heard from an old guy 100 years ago. Master, do you want to go check it out? Shen Fei stroked his chin, pondering in his eyes, recalling in his mind all the names on top of the Hongmeng Golden Ranking at that time, and feeling the small hand tugging at the corner of his coat beside him. He could only nod helplessly. Okay. I also want to see who that person who ranks in the top 100 in the world really is. Maybe we'll even be able to fight him a bit then. Speaking of which, Shen Fei also jumped at the chance. After all, having been out for so long, he hadn't even met an opponent worthy of making him take a serious shot once. Maybe that Eternal True Realm powerhouse could make him enjoy himself a bit. Listening to Shen Fei's words, Tang Miao jumped with excitement. But it was just that who was bitter on the side, was. In this world his half-saint realm cultivation is not considered strong nor food though, but if we enter the eternal realm, this amount of his cultivation was simply food that others could chop up with their hands. He was just about to refuse Tong Miao but one hand grabbed onto his dragon's horn and, immediately after Shen Fei took a step, a light enveloped them. By the time he opened his eyes again, he was already outside of an immense world. Only that world was enveloped by a golden light that looked divine. There were countless rays of light all around them cutting past them into the world. The aura on each one of them was at least at the saint realm. There were even very few powerhouses that didn't hide their own aura in the slightest, that they had far exceeded the Heavenly Dao realm. Tang Miao stood behind Shen Fei and looked at the immense and incomparable vastness of the world in front of him with a surprised face. Master, this world shouldn't have been created artificially, right? Shen Fei said mysteriously with a smile as he listened to her words. The way does not end. Perhaps this world is a plaything created casually by that powerful person above the golden list. Behind him was also full of surprise when he heard Shen Fei's words. Originally in his world, the strongest of the Heavenly Dao were already at the top of the world. This was because every Heavenly Dao powerhouse could seize the Heavenly Dao of any 1,000 worlds to become a creator-like existence. There were even a very few strong people who even liked to create worlds and play with all beings in the palm of their hands. Even he himself was an overlord of a small 1,000 worlds before he met Tang Miao. At the thought he shed tears of repentance. I should have known that I shouldn't have come out of that small 1,000 world back then. Shen Fei waved a ray of light to envelop them to follow behind the crowd and flew towards the eternal true realm. Just after stepping into it, a gaze above the living crossed over them. It only lingered on Tang Miaomio for a moment, and in the deepest part of the eternal world, the appearance of Tang Miaomio appeared out of thin air in the eyes of an old man with a false head of white hair, and he muttered to himself with interest. Surprisingly, it's one of the ancient beasts, Tao Tai. But then he shook his head again with a look of pity. The only pity is that there is only a trace of bloodline. Forget it, she can barely be accepted as a disciple with this kind of talent. The other side. The corner of Shen Fei's mouth suddenly curled up as he looked towards where the old man was and muttered to himself. Barely accepted as an apprentice. This is not taking me seriously. I'd like to see what qualifications you have. Tang Miaomio beside him looked at Shen Fei, who stayed at one side and tugged hard on his coat corner. A puzzled look. Master, let's hurry down. I can smell so much treasure. Tang Miaomio drooled and sniffed in the air, suddenly looking in one direction again with a delighted expression. Wow! What delicious food on Master's side. I'm hungry again. Let's go check it out. Shen Fei reached out and touched her hair with a doting face. Fly in that direction. Many young girls in different dresses looked at them with delicate smiles on their faces. Fly past them. A quarter of an hour later, the three of them landed in front of a lofty city gate heading inside. Behind him, Da, who had already transformed into his human form, looked at the two guards with fear and trepidation. Should we be so outrageous? Peak powerhouses from other worlds are surprisingly just gatekeepers in this world. Tang Miaomio's face was full of disdain as she listened to his words. Isn't it normal for a few half-saints in the district to watch the gate? Hurry up and get in there. I can already smell the deliciousness beckoning us. Staying in that stifling divine dragon realm before. I haven't had a good meal in a long time. This time I will definitely feast on the entire eternal true realm. Followed by a bouncing walk towards the inside. The two half-saint realm guards looked at the lovely Tang Miaomio and their faces eased up, smiling gently. Little sister, if you want to enter the city, one extreme divine stone. Oh. Tang Miaomio took out 3 extreme divine stones from her carry-on space. Throwing his hand to the two guards, he ran towards the inside. Just as soon as he entered, he suddenly exclaimed, Holy, that's a lot of fruit. Do you hurry up and come in? There's even a dragon's liver in here, and a dragon's heart, and a dragon's skin. Da, do you want to eat a piece? Maybe tomorrow you'll evolve into a true dragon. Da's head was full of black lines as he listened to Tang Miaomio's words inside. I'm a dragon, eh? How dare you call me a dragon eater? Only the two had just entered it. Then he heard Tang Miaomio arguing with a man in front of a stall, only to see Tang Miaomio and an old man holding a box at the same time with the aura of eternity permeating above it. His eyes were glazed over and he looked at the old man in front of him with a face full of anger. You old fart. This treasure is the one I have my eye on. Give it to me quickly. Little girl, your mere half-step heavenly Dao dares to talk to old man like that. That's you talking, you old geezer. I had my eye on you first, obviously. Is it hard to believe that you still want to bully others? Chapter 64, Little Fox, you've offended the wrong person. Master, come quickly to help. The old man beside him was also surprised to hear Tang Miaomio's words and looked towards the city gates. Seeing just a half-saint realm augur and a teenager whose cultivation he couldn't see through for a moment also secretly shocked him. Letting go of the box in his hand, looked at Tang Miaomio busy making an excuse. Little girl, if it weren't for the fact that this heavenly monarch sees you as cute, I wouldn't let you have it. Before the words left his mouth, this early stage heavenly Dao powerhouse walked towards another street. Humph, a wimp is a wimp. What's the excuse? Tang Miaomio looked at the old man's back and spat, her face full of contempt. And that stall owner could only wipe his cold sweat as he looked at the two of them and spat furiously in his heart. Grandpa, you must stop talking nonsense. This is a Heaven's Path powerhouse. My little stand can't take it. Shen Fei and the two of them came behind Tang Miaomio, and De looked at the wooden box with curiosity. Boss, what's in here? You even grabbed it with that guy. Tang Miaomio touched her nose as she listened to his words with a proud face. In here, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the seeds of the Bodhi tree. When the time comes, if I plant it inside my little world, wouldn't there be an endless supply of Bodhi fruits to eat? Speaking of this, Tang Miaomio's mouth was watering, obviously having imagined the endless number of Bodhi fruits. And that stall owner also regretted listening to Tang Miaomio's words. He had originally thought that the treasure in here would be at most a saint artifact, but he didn't expect it to be the seed of a Heaven's Path supreme treasure. Boss, how much for this? Listening to Tang Miaomio's words, the half-saint cultivation boss's eyes rolled. Just as he was about to raise the price to extort some money, he saw Shen Fei's smirking smile, even coughed and laughed. It's not expensive. It's only 100 eternity coins. Of course, I see it's the first time a few of you have entered this world, and if you don't have the eternal coin, it can also be paid for with treasures of equal value. Probably an inferior holy weapon will do. Tang Miaomio frowned as she listened to his words. eternal coins she really didn't have. After all, this was the first time entering this world. But when it comes to treasure, there's a lot of it. Casually, he took out a scripture from his space that emitted the aura of the holy Tao and casually threw it to the stall owner. This book should be enough, right? The stall owner reached out and took it. Feeling the saintly aura on it, was thrilled and nodded his head repeatedly. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the treasures in front of him into his inner world and flew towards the outside of the city without looking back. And the other stall owners changed their minds about Tang Miao Miao at this moment. Originally thought she was a bratty little girl, bullying others, but now she seems to be a little rich girl. And maybe even a loose girl. At a moment's notice, the other vendors also came to the front of the queue with their own respective treasures. Little girl, look at me, this is a true Heaven's Path supreme treasure. Not much, just 100,000 eternity coins. I don't realize that it's already late in the evening. Shen Fei, several people came to an inn. That's an interesting name for an inn. Master, I'm also tired of wandering around. So let's rest here for the night first. Shen Fei nodded. The three of them walked toward the inside. Just entered, the shopkeeper will welcome up. Looking at the trio, was curious. Are the three of you stopping over or staying at the hotel? Stay, and serve me a little more of your inn specialty. Okay, three first to this side to sit. The store assistant led the three of them to a corner window and then rushed to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Tang Miao Miao sat by the window, rubbed her stomach again, and yelled in the direction of the kitchen. Xiao Er, remember to prepare more. Come for 1,000 people. Okay. Listening to the response from the kitchen, Tang Miao Miao was satisfied that just as he was about to share a bit of today's harvest with De, he saw another man and woman walk in the inn. The man is handsome and extraordinary, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and the woman has a delicate figure with 3,000 green threads that move with the wind. And the woman has a beautiful figure with 3,000 green threads that move with the wind. Knit your brows and smile to seduce people's hearts and souls. Bare Feet came to the dining table beside the three people and sat down. Young Master Wang, is it true that you said that the Eternal Lord will be taking on disciples in January? That one teenager was on fire at her words. Every now and then, she even reached out her arm and touched the knot of her snowy skin. That's right. According to the news coming from my father, today the Eternal Lord has plans to take on a disciple. Or they wouldn't have called me back from that remote world. Just want me to be good. You'll have to do well then, too, so it won't be in vain for me to bring you out of that world. The young girl hid a smile at his words and winks. That's natural. Young Master Wang brought me out from that remote world. If I do get chosen, I will definitely not forget young Master Wang's favor. When the time comes, slave will definitely repay young Master Wang's kindness. While saying this, the young girl also rubbed her jade feet against young Master Wang's thighs in a teasing manner. Feeling the friction below, an evil fire rose in his abdomen, and his eyes flamed as he passed on. Ahem, now that I've brought you in, then how about you repay the favor I did you tonight? The young girl on the opposite side of the room blushed scarlet as she listened to his voice transmission, and shyly and incomparably lowered her head. Eyes averted, lightly biting along her lips, she nodded softly. Well, young Master Wang looked at the shy look of the beauty in front of him, and really couldn't suppress the evil fire in his heart. Hastily standing up and slamming the table, he looked around and roared, "Boss, give me a good elegant room immediately." The shopkeeper listened to him and poked his head out from within the kitchen and laughed. "I'm sorry, sir, but I'm the only one here right now. The owner and the chef are still gathering ingredients on other worlds. The elegant room you asked for is just up the stairs in the second room." Young Master Wang listened to his words, but then he looked at the beauty in front of him and could only hold back the anger in his heart and casually took out 10 eternal coins from the inner world and threw them on the table, then held the young girl's jade hand and walked towards the elegant room. And beside him, Tang Miao Miao and Shen Fei looked at the young girl with odd faces. Even more pitying looks were thrown at that young master. Nine-tailed heavenly fox. This kid is also considered to be blessed with a lot of lust. But in a few more days, this early saint cultivation of his will turn to flying dust. That young girl allowed young Master Wang to lead her to the door, and again pretending to be shy in general. Looking sideways toward the bottom, the power of seduction on his body spread towards the bottom, wrapping the two of them, Shen Fei and Ada. Sizzle. Why do I feel a little hot, boss? Tang Miao Miao listened to Da's words, her eyes contemptuously glancing at the young girl above her. The illusion of Tao Tai appeared out of thin air behind him, his bloodthirsty eyes gazing at the nine-tailed sky fox above him. Little fox, you're offending the wrong person. Chapter 65 Indescribable Images. Disciple acceptance ceremony begins. A gaze full of killing intent enveloped the young girl, and in front of that abyssal, sea-like killing intent, the young girl couldn't help but take 2 steps back, blushing, walking into the room without looking back. Young Master Wang clapped his hands with a lewd smile on his face and, rushing in and slamming the door to the room behind him, It didn't take long for an indescribable sound to fill the inside. Tang Miao skimmed her mouth with a disdainful expression. A mere nine-tailed skyfox would have eaten her if I wasn't in a good mood today, De said with calm pride as he listened to her words and felt the fiery heart again already. What's so good about a fox? So Tai. Legend has it that there is nothing better than dragon meat in the sky and donkey meat underground. Oh. When these words came out, both Shen Fei looked at him with odd faces. The next moment Dee also reacted with an awkward smile and urged towards the kitchen. Junior, can't you hurry up? My boss is starving to death. Right away. Listening to a clanging of bells from inside and an occasional burst of food smells. Tang Miao gulped and looked at the accord above her. Master, according to those two, in another month the Eternal Lord will be taking on disciples. Do you think we should wait here? Maybe that Eternal Lord is that strong person above the Hongmeng Golden List. I also want to see what that senior is really like. What realm has been reached again? Shen Fei took a sip of tea from his cup. Fine. We'll just wait here for a month anyway. When the time comes, you can also attend to see. Usually this kind of acceptance ceremony, even if you don't make it you'll still get a notable treasure. Tang Miao also brightened up at his words, stroking her chin and revealing a small chicken thief's laugh. Jie, master is right. A powerhouse of this level casually takes out a piece of. Maybe I'll be far beyond the heavenly Dao realm after eating it. At that time, senior sister and the others must be envious. It was only then that the store assistant slowly walked out with a tray, reaching out and placing the tray on the table. The next moment space began to start folding. Tens of thousands of delicious dishes were placed on the table out of thin air, each in a different space. Tang Miao watched the scene with interest. It's a bit interesting that you can still spacefold in this world. This all belongs to a heavenly Dao level formation. The shopkeeper was also proud to hear her words. That's for sure. Our shopkeeper is a peak heavens path level formation master. This level of formation is certainly at your fingertips. Enjoy your meal. Several of you. After saying that, he pointed his finger towards the elegant room with a man and a woman and the three upper rooms next to it. Your three upper rooms are next door to those two. Tang Miao nodded and couldn't wait to grab a whole chicken and stuff it into her mouth. Again. Vaguely. By the way, Xiao Air, is there any dragon meat or donkey meat here for those? The store assistant listened to her words and pointed towards a certain space that contained thousands of delicious dishes. Sir, all the dishes in there are cooked by a real dragon. And as for the donkey meat, our inn does not support such inexpensive ingredients for the time being. And please enjoy yourselves. Ada looked at the shopkeepers departing back and gestured twice, his heart depressed beyond measure. I didn't realize that with my cultivation, I wouldn't even have the qualifications to be at the table in this world. But that's fine. Extending his chopsticks, he took a bite of dragon liver and put it into his mouth. His eyes lit up after savoring it. Sure enough, a true dragon-level powerhouse. Even if it's made into a meal, it can also increase my cultivation quite a bit. A thought of this and seeing other spaces in which every second a meal disappears into thin air and you're secretly anxious. The two of them are like starving ghosts who don't give a damn about image. Grabbing the meal in the space he poured it into his mouth. At this time two teenage girls with dragon horns on their heads walked in, and the store assistant hurriedly greeted them. Before he could say anything, he only saw one of the teenagers with a torch-like gaze looking at De who was eating the dragon meat with a face full of anger. Kid, as a lowly augur dragon who dares to eat a true dragon I think you're looking for death. The cheek-stuffed De looked towards their side in confusion as he listened to the words. With just one glance he spat out all the dishes in his mouth shivering in space. That two true dragon lords. You're looking at it wrong. This is actually donkey meat I'm eating. Another wink toward the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper instantly understood. That's right. What this guest is eating is exactly donkey meat. As the saying goes, dragon meat in the sky. Underground donkey meat that smells as if it's actually normal. That teenager listened to the two singing in unison, his face overflowing with anger. The aura spread towards the surroundings and just as he was about to do it an old man walked in. He was seen wearing a dragon's robe, and the dragon's horns on his head emanated light and there was also a sparkling jewel in the center of the two dragon horns. Putting his hand on the teenager's shoulder, he looked at Shen Fei's side of them and laughed. Please don't mind the three of you. This son of mine is just a bit of a deadhead. You guys eat yourselves. Another look at the shopkeeper casually tossed out 50 eternity coins. 3 upper rooms. The store assistant reached out to take it and led the way towards the second floor. When he just passed by Shen Fei's table with the three of them, Ada was even more nervous in his heart. After all, in his perception, the old man in front of him was so powerful that he had far exceeded the heavenly Dao realm. Eyes watched in relief as the trio walked into their respective rooms closing the doors behind them again. That really scared me. But although he thought so in his heart, his hands were moving extremely fast. With a wave of his hand, he collected all of the true dragon dishes that hadn't yet been eaten into his carry-on space. It was not until most of the night that Tang Miao touched her stomach and burped. It's been a long time since I've had such a good meal. I get a little sleepy as soon as I'm full. So let's go. Up to bed. With that, he walked towards the top. And when he passed by the elegant pavilion where the nine-tailed sky fox was located, suddenly curious, he probed out his divine sense and looked towards the inside, only to see the young master of the Wang family kneeling on the ground, two jade legs on his shoulders with his head lowered. Every now and then came sucking sounds and gasps. Looking at this scene, Tang Miao's face hunched over and lowered her head as she entered the room she was in. Without realizing it, the three of them had been at the Arigato Inn for over 20 days, countless dishes for Tang Miao to feast on. And the aura on the young master of the Wang clan, who was in the early stage of sainthood, also came to the 9th level of transcendent mortality. His eyes looked at the nine-tailed heavenly fox in front of him with fascination. In a few days the Eternal Lord's disciple acceptance ceremony will begin. When the time comes, with my skills, even if you're not accepted as a disciple, I will also take you under his tutelage together as a maid. The nine-tailed sky fox let out a delicate laugh at his words, reached out her finger and sucked it in her mouth for a few moments. Again against the young master of the Wang family's lips, he laughed. Then I really do have to thank young master. Beside them, that one true dragon-level maiden looked at this scene with a disgusted expression. That's disgusting. The nine-tailed sky fox seemed as if she hadn't heard her words. Pulling her finger out of the Wang family's young master's mouth, stepped her delicate figure towards the elegant pavilion that belonged to her, and every now and then shyly looked back at that one dragon tribe's teenager, lips slightly moving. Together, unconsciously, the time had come to the day the Eternal Lord said he would accept his disciples, and the sun was rising. It was only then that a word like that of the heavens reached the ears of all beings. Today, the discipleship ceremony begins. Chapter 66, The Eternal Lord of the Shadows at the top of Tianju Mountain. The location of the trial. Tianju Mountain. Do not move in space, do not use the hands of outsiders. All participants in the apprentice ceremony can only rely on their own strength, can also choose to form alliances with other participants. Those who come to Tianju Mountain on a priority basis will receive a handful of extreme sacred weapons. Second place, 9 turns Holy Dan. Third place. The words have not yet fallen. Throughout the eternal center of the world, out of thin air shot a light for those teenage girls to guide the way. Tang Miao pushed open the window and looked towards the outside world. Only a bright and dazzling light in that direction was seen, illuminating the entire sky. Hastily, he leapt to Da's room. Da, come on, hurry up, it's starting. He came to Shen Fei's room again, kicked open the door, and pulled Shen Fei, who was standing by the window, and said, Master, let's go. With my strength I could have come back with a top 10 at least. When the time comes, take half of the treasures obtained to honor Master. Shen Fei nodded and reached out to rub Tang Miao's hair twice. At that moment, 3 dragon chants rang out from the house next to him. Immediately following, the 3 10,000-foot giant dragons that showed their true forms and flew in that direction. Tens of thousands of rays of light followed in their wake. At this time that nine-tailed sky fox also flew out. I mouthed towards Shen Fei, smiled and showed his real body. Fly in that direction. And that teenager was reduced to flying dust yesterday. They came to the 2 men in a flaming hurry and showed his true form. The 2 flew and stood above his head in that direction. Boss, we seem to be slowing down a bit. Do was anxious, looking at the endless number of lights in front of him and those teenage girls beside him who overtook him from time to time. Tang Miao, who was listening to his words, was furious and knocked on his head to spit. You're such a loser. As a dragon you can't even fly as fast as a fox. Let this lady come. Before the words left his mouth, he leaped towards the front and showed his real body. A domineering Tao Tai with red eyes appeared in the sky out of nowhere, his body 10,000 feet long. The others also merely looked at her with a surprised face before rushing towards that side with all their might. Do was very excited to stand on top of Tang Miao's head, thought in his mind. I never thought I'd get to experience what it's like to be the boss one day. Stand still. I'm going to speed up. Bang! Tang Miao, who had appeared in her true form, stepped on an auspicious cloud, as if she were a stream of light. With her half-step heavenly Dao realm cultivation, she surpassed the other contestants in the blink of an eye. The next moment, looking ahead, the nine-tailed sky fox came to her side with a long stride. Little fox, just eat dust behind this lady. Ha ha! The nine-tailed sky fox listened to the arrogant words in front of her. Looking at Tang Miao, who had surpassed herself in the blink of an eye, was scornful. Just then there was a sound of airwaves coming from behind him, and a teenager looked handsome with his feet on a long sword. In the blink of an eye it was only tens of thousands of feet away from her. The nine-tailed heavenly fox's eyes moved, illuminating a person's power of seduction filling the air. Pretending to be pathetic, he waved towards the teenager. Fellow Daoist, please stay. Roll. The young man's body, sword intent filled, faintly glanced at the nine-tailed sky fox. To his half-step heavenly Dao realm cultivation naturally can see that this is a fox demon. Nine-tailed Sky Fox's face froze looking at the teenagers departing back secretly stomping his feet. It's true that sword cultivators know the least about flavor. I don't care if I'm such a big beauty here. In the back a chubby teenager piloting a spaceship stayed above her looking at her and laughing. Beauty. That boy doesn't know his way around. Or you can come up here first and we'll have a nice chat. The nine-tailed Sky Fox smiled sweetly and took a long, snow-white leg to come to the deck with a long stride. The cute little white rabbit jumped in the air as if it were hidden, and its delicate figure attracted the teenager's attention. It was natural to snuggle into the teenager's arms and, reaching out with her fingers on his chin, she exhaled a mouthful of aroma. With her other hand she also reached out and rubbed her fingers against the teenager's chest, winking her eyes. If you can get me into the top 10, then I can. Tonight. The fat teenager looked at her stunning face and smiled lewdly, sliding his hand into it, listening to the tantalizing gasps in his arms. His abdomen was on fire. The heart is agog with excitement. Standing up and pulling out a heavenly Tao divine stone from his inner world and stuffing it into the depression on the deck below, the speed of the airship increased steeply, rivaling even an early heavenly Tao powerhouse. Don't worry, beauty. I'm here. The teenager rubbed vigorously twice more, feeling the softness in his arms with satisfaction. And at the very front of them Tang Miaomi had come to the back of those three true dragons. With a flash of light on his body, his speed increased by another notch, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the teenager's side and laughed. Yo, the three little bugs are running pretty fast, so I won't wait for you. Eat dust in the back. Above his head, Do was also arrogantly looking at the teenage girl. Just when he wanted to taunt he met the old man's gaze and hastily dodged it. I almost forgot. There's a true dragon here that's far beyond the heavenly Tao realm. That one true dragon realm teenager was furious as he looked at Tang Miaomia's flying figure, gnashing his teeth. Arrogant my ass. If it wasn't for the fact that our cultivation is higher than ours, we wouldn't be able to fly as fast as us, father, or else. The teenager was just about to move. A crooked mind, a ray of light from the depths of Tianju Mountain came to his side in the blink of an eye, enveloping the old dragon. Breaking through a spatial channel forcibly tugged the old dragon deeper into it. Looking at this scene the teenager could only helplessly fly towards the front with his own strength. The eternal realm of truth is so large that, without being able to use spatial shifting, Tang Miaomio had to fly hard for nearly 3 hours before she could vaguely see the appearance of Tianju Mountain. Looking around Tianju Mountain, there are thousands of young girls and boys. Was fighting the figure in front of him with a variety of weapons. Tang Miaomio was excited to see this scene and licked her lips. I told you it couldn't be that simple. Master, you wait a moment. Let's go. The D above his head also showed his true form, and the two of them flew towards the front. Only the next moment two figures, whose faces were unknown to the body exudes a half-step heavenly Tao realm and half-saint's breath blocked in front of them to look at the two of them said in unison, defeat me and you will be number one. Tang Miao Miao gave a sardonic laugh. With you being a half-step heavenly Tao you can't stop me yet. Listening to Tang Miao Miao's rampant words, the figure on the opposite side of the room rushed up with a wave of the long sword in his hand. In an instant the sword light and also Tang Miao Miao's roar crushed towards the surroundings, and behind him, Shen Fei took a step across thousands of golden silhouettes to where Tianju Mountain was. Looking around they are all old monsters who have lived for billions of years. The cultivation level was at least above the heavenly Tao realm. I think all of them are the protectors and fathers of those teenage girls. Raising his head toward the top of the huge mountain beside me was like a pillar of the sky supporting the whole world beyond the sight of the top. Suddenly the corners of Shen Fei's mouth curled up, and a figure appeared in his eyes and the man sat cross-legged on the top of Tianju Mountain looking down. His body's aura as if he was from the heavens. Chapter 67, Chaotic Battle Outside Tianju Mountain. The Eternal Lord looked down at the battle below. The corner of his mouth quirked up, and his eyes looked towards where Tang Miaomio was. At this point in time, Tang Miaomio was alone with 5 half-step heavenly Tao level powerhouses but still did not lose the wind, and even scoffed from time to time. You 5 losers. Watch this girl's move. Heaven swallowing technique. The mouth of Tang Miaomio, who had appeared in her true form, suddenly opened wide. An unparalleled suction force spread towards the surroundings, unknowingly enveloping the entire battlefield. The other teenagers and young girls who were fighting blanched as they felt the suction beside them. A sideways glance toward his side, only to see those 5 half-step heavenly Tao level powerhouses on Tang Miaomio's side, even though they fought to the death. But it was still swallowed by Tang Miaomio. Feeling those 5 pure and incomparable heavenly Tao power in her body, Tang Miaomio brightened up and licked her lips, looking at the other half-step heavenly Tao level powerhouses beside him. I didn't realize that these powerful people who were illuminated with the power of the heavenly Tao. Surprisingly, it contains such a majestic power of the heavenly Tao. It seems that today is the time for me to break through the heavenly Tao realm. With that in mind, Tang Miaomio couldn't wait to look around at the battlefield that was pouring into the others like wolves into sheep. Jie. Those Tao protectors within the heavenly pillar mountain were dumbfounded as they listened to the oozing laughter and the lopsided battlefield outside. Which family's descendant is this? Surprisingly fierce. Killing those half-step heavenly Tao level powerhouses is like killing a chicken. But it's fortunate that they are all condensed by the power of the heavenly Tao, or else the Eternal Lord would have definitely intervened. At the top of Tianzhu Mountain, the Eternal Lord looked at Tang Miaomia with laughter in his eyes. A very satisfied nod. Slowly, he lifted a finger. Tang Miaomia below was instantly immobilized, and while she was in a daze, only a deafening sound could be heard resounding throughout the eternal true realm. First place Tao Tai, Tang Miaomia. Accompanying this was Tang Miaomia's 10,000 feet huge figure and domineering outward appearance together in the sky above the entire world at this time. Those teenage girls who were still halfway across the street watched as the speed of the scene steeply rose another notch, and the nine-tailed skyfox who was on the cabin also saw the figure above muttering, "Tao Tai is truly terrifying." The fat teenager beside her listened to her words, smelling her seductive aura, and also looked up at the figure above with a disdainful expression. "Don't worry, beautiful. Say what you want and I'll bring you into the top 10. Saying that, he stood up and, from the inner world, he took out a stone that emanated the aura of eternity and pressed it onto the deck below. In an instant the speed of the airship had increased by nearly 100 times, out of nowhere comparable to the peak of the heavenly Tao. The nine-tailed skyfox looked at that one stone and was secretly shocked. Wonderful eyes flowed suddenly, flirtatious smile tone, soft and sticky inquiry. "This can't be the stone of eternity, can it? This is a must-have if you want to create the eternal realm." The fat teenager listened to her, and patted his chest with great bravado, and another look at the hidden white rabbit, smiled lewdly. "This young master has plenty of such things. Don't you look at this young master's mere mid-sage cultivation, but I have countless treasures in my possession, even comparable to 1,000 worlds." The nine-tailed skyfox listened to his words, her wonderful eyes flowing, her face appropriately showing a look of adoration. "Then young master must share some of it with me, so that my slave can get a good taste of young master's light." Listening to the words of the nine-tailed skyfox, the fat young master reached out and grabbed another white rabbit, sniffing the aroma above him and laughing. "Don't worry, beautiful, but you must serve me well." The nine-tailed skyfox appropriately panted twice, her eyes flirtatious, face blushing with shame. Looking at the teenager's greasy face, a hint of killing intent flashed under his eyes, and the saint's mid-stage demonic power unconsciously merged into the teenager's heart through the teenager's breath. Below the Tianzhu Mountains, Tang Miaomia squatted beside Shen Fei's body, holding a branch in her hand, and looked at De, who was still fighting outside, and spat. "This eternal lord is really stingy. I haven't even eaten much of the power of the heavenly Tao, and he can't spare it. So stingy. Or the lord of a world? Really?" Those other powerhouses beside them changed their faces as they listened to Tang Miaomia's words. Without moving, he moved away a distance of several thousand feet before his heart palpitated and muttered to himself, "This little girl is really loud. It seems she won't live long. How dare you presume to speak of that kind of existence?" Shen Fei smiled at her words. "Well, don't get mad. You know we're on someone else's turf. Besides, didn't he also give you a holy weapon?" Tang Miaomia's face eased as she listened to Shen Fei's words. From her carry-on space, she took out the one wooden box that the Eternal Lord had given her and pondered over it carefully. Time flies like a white steed. A tea later, a bloodied teenager swung out the broken sword in his hand and, chopping the half-step heavenly Tao powerhouse in front of him under his sword, he panted and looked at Tianzhu Mountain. A ray of light fixed him, and the injuries on his body were restored as before in an instant. An elixir appeared out of thin air. Second human, Kenshin. The two teenage girls from the Dragon Clan who had just been announced as second place in that Sword Tao powerhouse who had disdained the nine-tailed skyfox had also arrived late. With just a glance at each other they rushed towards the front. After another half-tea, an imposing airship stopped at the outskirts of Tianzhu Mountain, from which flew out that fat teenager, only to see his arms holding the nine-tailed skyfox, looking at the group of teenage girls who were fighting bitterly with a disdainful face. "Sure is a bunch of losers. It's so laborious to fight against someone of the same rank. Beauty. See how this young master will take you flying." The words have not yet been spoken. Loosen the arms of the nine-tailed skyfox, step out of the body appeared out of thin air. A lock of gold armor. The right hand waved, the square sky painting halberd appeared out of thin air. It looks like a god of war. The aura of a mid-saint crushed towards the surroundings and turned into a stream of light flying towards the front. Just as the other people who came later wanted to see how this teenager would show off his power. A sword light cut through. The fat teenager fell toward the bottom of the body's breath slowly disappeared. And across from him that one figure that was also in the middle stage of sage revealed a stunned face. That easy? A hint of a scheming smile flashed across the nine-tailed skyfox's eyes. Pretending to be sad flew towards the fat teenager below, taking his body into the inner world. With an exasperated face, he watched the silhouette above him appear in its original form and engage it in battle. Without realizing it, third and fourth place had appeared. It was the two teenage girls of the dragon race. The third dragon, Dragon Ao Tian. The fourth dragon, Long Yue Zhuang. The nine-tailed sky fox listened to the majestic words in the sky. Inside the body to charm the power to spread toward the surrounding in front of the figure dazed in the moment between a fox tail through his entire chest. A devouring force emanated from it, slowly devouring a trace of the heavenly Tao power in it. Fifth place nine-tailed sky fox, Foxing Shui. Chapter 68, The Eternal Lord's Little Trick. Initial encounter. Listening to the words in the air, Foxing Shui transformed into a human form with a delicate smile and flew towards Tianzhu Mountain. It took 3 days before 1,000 of them came together, and every one of them had a powerful aura about them. The lowest cultivation level was at the early saint stage, sitting cross-legged on the square to recuperate and quietly wait for this trial to end. After another day, when a ray of sunlight shone within the Tianzhu Mountain, only then did the Eternal Lord above speak slowly. The trial is over. Those who didn't make it need not be discouraged. Each person can obtain a trace of the power of the heavenly Tao. Before the words left his mouth, the Eternal Lord lifted his finger and the fingertip shot out thousands of channels of heavenly power toward the bottom to fly into those who did not pass the trial of the teenage girl body. Feeling a trace of the power of the heavenly Tao in his body, those teenage girls who did not pass the trial bowed with joyful faces. Thank you, Eternal Lord. Those who pass the trial may climb Mount Tianzhu. During this process not a single trace of sacred Yuan Dao Yuan may be used, only to climb to the top of the mountain by the power of the flesh. Each person can use physical force to drive the others off the top of the mountain in the process. Tang Miao Miao smiled as she listened to the words of the Eternal Lord to talk about the power of the physical body. Her Taodai clan is also considered one of the best among the thousands of people here. First place gets a heart of heavenly Tao, 10 Bodhi fruits for second place. Third place. Enough time had passed for a tea, and when all the teenagers below were ready, only then did the Eternal Lord wave his hand and shoot out a ray of light that enveloped the entire heavenly pillar mountain. Now the trial begins. Before the words fell, 10,000 rays of light ran toward Tianzhu Mountain, and even Tang Miaomio showed her true form. Toward the Tianzhu Mountain ran all the way across the road. Those human teenagers and young girls hastily dodged, looking at her figure to break the curse. Isn't that cheating? Holy! The demons are too dominant. Brothers, combine together and drive them down first. Everybody. For a moment the lower part of Tianzhu Mountain was bustling with activity, while Tang Miaomio stretched out a claw and, grabbing hold of gully after gully, he thundered toward the top. And the other demonic clansmen have now appeared. Phoenix true body speed vaguely still faster than Tang Miaomio a few points. Foxing Shui also appeared in her real body of the nine-tailed sky fox, which was 1,000 feet in size, and rolled around on the wall of Tianzhu Mountain. It wasn't much slower than Tang Miaomio. Tang Miaomio, who was currently in first place, turned her head towards the bottom and laughed wildly. A bunch of losers. Let's see how this girl will take first place. Just then above her head suddenly shot down thousands of sword chi. The power carried above hardened her back thousands of feet and was instantly surpassed by a phoenix. Come down here, you little chicken. Tang Miaomio looked at the phoenix above her head and stretched out a huge palm, grabbing his claws and throwing them towards the bottom. There were many more unlucky human teenagers, who were blown down the Tianzhu Mountain along with them, could only start again. And at this time, Tang Miaomio didn't dare to be distracted in the slightest, and ran towards the top with all her might. Again, thousands of sword lights fell towards him, only that Tang Miaomio had long been prepared for it by stretching out her huge palm and swinging it towards the top. The airwaves generated by the collision of the two attacks blew off an unknown number of those ancient sky-high trees on Tianzhu Mountain. Don't bring out this kind of small divine ability to make a fool of yourself. First place must be this girl again. When that sword light slowly disappeared, Tang Miaomio ran towards the top again, and only then below her were all sorts of weapons flying towards her. Feeling the power coming from those weapons below, Tang Miaomio opened her huge mouth and took a deep breath. All those weapons were swallowed into their bellies, looking down in mockery. Bunch of idiots. Immediately afterward, he took another deep breath and exhaled a gale of wind toward the bottom of the countless rocks and trees instantly shattered and fell towards the bottom. Directly below Tang Miaomio, Foxing Shui, who was in second place, changed her face. Hurriedly, he circled towards the other side of Tianzhu Mountain. But there were also quite a few people who couldn't dodge and were smashed down. A wailing sound came from Tianzhu Mountain. Who was directly below, looked at Tang Miaomio, who was climbing, and shouted with his hands synthesized into a trumpet shape. Boss, come on, go for it. The other human powerhouses were also puzzled as they looked at the distantly ahead Tang Miaomio. Why do I get the feeling that the Eternal Lord favors this little girl a bit? It's as if all these trials were tailor-made for her. I think so. You guys don't think too much. That little girl, apart from being covered in Taodai bloodline, what else could be looked upon by someone as powerful as the Eternal Lord? It must all be a coincidence. As the other powerhouses listened to this man's persuasion, their doubts were dispelled a bit. There were only a number of people who looked skeptical. Shen Fei listened to the words of those strong men with the corners of his mouth curled up and stroked his chin, looking up at the eternal lord above him thoughtfully. Tong Miao passed through light after light. Even though he was already carrying the weight of dozens of middle thousand worlds on his body, but his speed didn't slow down much. Unconsciously has come to the halfway point of the mountain, looking at the light thousands of feet away, and laughed. It must be adding another world's worth of weight. It's so pedestrian, really. It was just that she was already in a fantasy world the moment she passed through that light. Eyes in a daze, mouth murmuring. The eternal lord above looked at Tang Miaomia halfway up the mountain with a smile. The figure of Tang Miaomia appeared out of thin air in his eyes, only to see that at that moment, Tang Miaomia was like a small beast wandering within a broken world, looking around at the cries of despair. I don't know how much time passed. The figure of the eternal lord appeared out of nowhere as if he were a true god and saved her life. Shen Fei below watched the scene with a smile at the corner of his mouth. That's not taking me seriously. A ray of light silently merged into Tang Miaomiao's sea of consciousness. In the next moment, the eyes of Tang Miaomiao, who had originally fallen into a daze, suddenly cleared up and roared towards the top. You old undead! How dare you try to change my memories? A sound wave dispersed the mist within the world, and Tang Miaomiao ran toward the top with all four hooves waving angrily. Like a stream of light, it broke through an unknown number of rays along the way. The Eternal Lord murmured as he looked at Tang Miaomiao, who had regained her clarity, with a surprised expression. Impossible. How could this little ninny's half-step heavenly Dao realm cultivation possibly see through my Dao? It's hard not to. A guess surfaced in his mind. Eternal Lord looked down towards the bottom. The moment their eyes met, they were already in a marvelous place. Shen Fei smiled as he looked at the figure in front of him that was shrouded by a mist. Why don't you show your true form? Listening to Shen Fei's words, the mist on the Eternal Lord slowly dissipated. A white-bearded old man appeared out of thin air wearing a Taoist robe. With a curious expression on his face, he looked at Shen Fei, who was as if he was a mortal below. Your Excellency is the Lord of that eternal world. Chapter 69, Two People on the River of Time and Space. Hearing the Eternal Lord's inquiry, Shen Fei stepped forward and laughed. I'm just a man of a small world, not exactly an eternal master. As for this entry into the eternal true realm, it was merely to accompany my rebellious disciple over for a pleasure trip. I wonder which one of you is on the Hongmeng Golden List. The Lord of Eternity froze at Shen Fei's words, suddenly shook his head and lost his smile and stood up, looking down at Shen Fei. Since your Excellency is unwilling to tell the truth, I won't force myself. As for me, I'm only ranked 99th on the Hongmeng Golden Ranking treasure list. Listening to the old man's words, Shen Fei was not surprised, because the person in front of him was merely an eternal true god. If he could still enter the battle power list and realm list like this, wouldn't it be a travesty? The old man looked at Shen Fei's expression and also knew what was in his heart. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Eyes leapt to temptation. If your Excellency is looking for other powerful people on the Hongmeng Golden List, I do know one. However, I wonder if your Excellency would be willing to discourse with me for a while. Listening to the Eternal Lord's words, the two of them simultaneously smiled at each other. Please. The next moment the aura on the Eternal Lord slowly changed. No longer an amiable old man, simply standing there was beyond anything in the world. Taking a step backward, he came billions of light years away. Looking at the back of the hands of Shen Fei, a smile, a wave of the duster in the hands of the eternal gas spread toward the surrounding. Countless worlds were born out of thin air wherever the light passed, and Shen Fei on the opposite side merely raised a finger. A world several times larger than the eternal true realm was born out of thin air, and around it hundreds more great thousand worlds appeared out of thin air. The thousands of middle thousand worlds and countless small thousand worlds. Both men waved their hands almost simultaneously. The airwaves born from those tens of thousands of worlds colliding out of thin air mixed with the eternal chi and the origin chi inside Shen Fei's body, spreading out in all directions. Not knowing how many small worlds had been created and how many worlds had been destroyed, the Eternal Lord stroked his beard with his right hand and laughed loudly as he looked at Shen Fei's figure. The power of space and time permeated inside the void in front of him as he tore through it. Fellow Taoist and I will enter the time and space river to fight. The corner of Shen Fei's mouth curled up, and the void in front of him shattered out of nowhere, revealing the appearance of a long river of space and time. Both of them stepped into it at the same time. At this moment, the long river of space and time is where countless strong people above the heavenly Dao realm are painstakingly crawling towards the shore, and every step seems to be experiencing thousands of pains. Just the next moment, two figures shrouded in light appeared out of thin air in the upper reaches of the long river of space and time. The mere flow of aura caused those powerhouses above the heavenly Dao to be unable to move. Looking at the two above with a heady expression, the moment the two entered the river of time and space, countless gazes from the past, the present, the future, the they had plunged into the river of time and space to watch the two. There was surprise, calm, indifference and curiosity. It was just that the two did not care, but instead looked at each other with a smile and each launched an attack. The aftermath alone caused a hard rip through a tributary. A powerhouse above the heavenly Tao realm who was inside the long river of time and space muttered as he looked at the two figures that were mixing upstream. One day I will also become an eternal true god. In the meantime, outside world, Tang Miao had taken nearly 3 hours. It was only then that he ascended to the top of the mountain panting and looking around. His eyes filled with anger. Old undead, you have the guts to come out for me. It was only when her 10,000-foot body looked over this entire mountaintop that only to suddenly find it empty. There's not going to be nobody, is there? Or else, hey, Tang Miao had an interesting idea with a twinkle in her eyes. A ray of light flashed across the spot and an old man appeared, looking at his appearance exactly like the Eternal Lord. A couple of coughs. Doing his best to converge the smile on his face to take out a heavenly Tao supreme treasure inside the body of the power of the heavenly Tao surged, and immediately a mist shrouded her, which could only be vaguely seen as an old man, floating up out of thin air to where the Eternal Lord sat before. Looking down at the players below who were still desperately trying to climb up the ladder, smiled, simply holding out a finger. The power of the heavenly Tao within his body then enveloped the entire top of Tianju Mountain. Countless debris mixed with various attacks fell towards the bottom. Looking at the surprised looks of those players who hastily dodged, Tang Miao smiled. Interesting. The next moment there were countless more attacks falling towards the bottom. Foxing Shui below looked at the increasingly violent attacks, very puzzled, but she did not think much about it. Dodge in a hurry. Closely following behind those two dragon race teenage girls, they ran towards the top. There was no telling how long it had been, but Foxing Shui took advantage of the moment of rest the two above them to instantly overtake them. Long Ao Tian looked at Foxing Shui's figure filled with anger. Good for you, little fox, letting us fend off your attacks from the front. You yourself retained the strength to run ahead of us. Leave it for me. Foxing Shui didn't bother with them, but instead entered the illusory realm in front of her. After only a few moments of confusion he had broken free of the illusion and was running towards the top, and I don't know how long it took. Exhausted, Foxing Shui climbed to the top of the mountain and, just before she could open her mouth she saw a mist-shrouded figure slowly flying towards her. Foxing Shui looked at the figure with a startled face and hurriedly transformed into a human form and respectfully inquired, Your Excellency is the Eternal Lord. Tang Miao nodded and spat out a stone of eternity. The eternal chi above her filled the air, making her look even more mysterious. Reaching out a hand, he gently patted on Foxing Shui's shoulder and said softly, Not bad. You are the first one to come up to see this seat today. Just hand over to this seat the treasures you acquired in the last round. This seat will then give you your reward for this round. Foxing Shui was puzzled listening to her words, however she didn't suspect anything. One must know that this was the top of the heavenly pillar mountain. How could someone dare to impersonate the Eternal Lord? What a terrifying existence that was. When he thought of this he handed a scripture he had obtained to Tang Miao in front of him. Seeing her reach for it, stood expectantly at her side. Feeling the expectant gazes beside her, Tang Miao turned to look over the scriptures in her hands while saying, Aha! You've done well. When they come together, I'll naturally give you the heart of the heavenly Tao then. Foxing Shui nodded and respectfully stood beside Tang Miao. At this time, the two teenage girls of the Dragon Clan also flew up, just wanting to settle the score with Foxing Shui. Then he saw the figure shrouded in mist and the eternal chi heart was shocked. Hurriedly, he half-kneeled on the ground and said respectfully, Dragon Clan, Long Yue are you? Long Ao Tian sees the Eternal Lord. Tang Miao nodded and walked over slowly, uttering the same set of words she had just used again. A moment later, looking at the two treasures in front of him was satisfying. Looking at the trio he casually pointed to a clearing. You guys just wait there. The three of them nodded respectfully and incomparably and hurriedly headed that way. While walking, Long Yuro and Long Ao Tian, both of them were still looking at Tang Miao's figure and discussing. I didn't expect a powerhouse of the Eternal Lord's level to be so amiable, but it's also really stingy, giving us something to take back in the second round. Maybe we'll be asked to take this round back again at the end of the third. Long Ao Tian nodded in agreement. Only at this time, Long Yuro, who was on the side, turned to look at Foxing Shui and said, Can you change your position and not stay with us? Foxing Shui listened to her words and put on a pitiful look. That flash of snowy white happened to be reflected in Long Ao Tian's afterglow, coupled with her stunning face, pitifully said, I don't want to, but didn't the Eternal Lord tell the three of us to stay here? While saying that, he ran forward 2 more steps and, Long Ao Tian looked at the hidden touch of snow white, awkwardly averted his gaze to look at Long Yuro beside him. Leave her alone, just pretend she doesn't exist. Long Yuro lightly hummed and looked at Foxing Shui with a look of disgust, and although Long Ao Tian said on his lips that he treats her like she doesn't exist, however, when he sat across from Foxing Shui, His gaze drifted towards her body from time to time. After all, at this moment, Foxing Shui was lying diagonally across from him. The deep groove that caught his eye. The body of the white veil while Foxing Shui's delicate posture reflected hidden looks more charming. The snow-white long legs were exposed in the air, and the 3,000 green silks moved with the wind. Full of teasing eyes gazed at Long Aotian, stood up again and stretched a lazy waist delicate body exposed in the air. Chapter 70, The Melee Above the Long River of Time and Space. Long Aotian looked at her delicate figure, awkwardly moved his eyes away and coughed twice. Pretend to look down towards the bottom without realizing it. Ahem. And I wonder what the third round's test is? And the other side of Tianzhu Mountain, Tang Miao Miao from the hands of Jianxin received the 9 revolutions sacred dance smelled above the breath of life immovable turn. A mouthful of swallowed immediately after. Find yourself a seat and wait. Kenshin nodded. Looking at the old man's hidden figure in the mist did not have the slightest suspicion. Hands holding the long sword to the top of the cliff. Looking toward the bottom. Only to see countless other contestants below running towards the top with all their might. Among them, the demon race showed their abilities. And only a few human powerhouses were still following them. Looking at this scene, Kenshin wasn't surprised to know that in terms of physical strength alone the human race is at a disadvantage. But looking at it he realized that something was wrong. Where's that Tang Miao Miao? She was in front of me before. Why can't I see her anymore? Incarnated as the Eternal Lord, Tang Miao Miao listened to his murmur. Coughing twice he walked over to his side and patted his shoulder again, beckoning towards Foxing Shui and the three of them to come over before saying, "Now begins the third round of trials. You just have to hold off the others to keep them from coming up. As long as you can hold out for a day, then you can become my named disciples." The four listened to Tang Miao Miao's words with a delighted expression, not even doubting the truth of it. Leaping 4 people in 4 directions stood at the top of the mountain looking down and launched an attack. Along with these 4 intense attacks falling towards the bottom, many more unlucky people were blasted off the mountain. Just as they wanted to continue climbing up, they only heard a disembodied voice that spread throughout Tianzhu Mountain. The third round of trials begins. As long as you take one of these 4 men standing at the top of the mountain, persist for a day without being defeated by the others and you can become my registered disciple. Even if you can knock all 4 of them off the mountaintop, you can even become a personal disciple. And those who were eliminated in the first round can also participate. Remember not to use sacred Yuan Dao Yuan, only the power of the physical body. Those who disobey are expelled from the eternal realm of truth. Now the trial begins. Those who were originally eliminated in the first round looked elated when they heard these words. You should know that there are even quite a few heavenly Dao realms among them, although they can't face the same realm of powerhouses. But those 4 at the top, but there was also a saint middle stage, which was one of the biggest weaknesses. Thinking of this, the tens of thousands of people ran towards the bottom of Tianzhu Mountain as if they were ocean waves. Foxing Shui's direction had the largest number of people, and even had at least fully twice as many people as the others. Looking at the crowd below as if they were ants and those strong people of the demon race, Foxing Shui revealed a smile that looked charming. This is to see that I'm easy to bully. But fortunately, Elder didn't say that you can't use treasures. Who's a prey when there's a treasure to add to it? It's not clear who's the hunter. Immediately after forcibly breaking through that fat teenager's internal world, looking at the endless treasures inside for a moment, also could not restrain burst a foul mouth. Holy, that kid really isn't lying. This is simply richer than the Lord of a great thousand worlds. But it's all mine now. Covering his mouth with a smile and reaching out between his hands, 10,000 talismans appeared out of thin air in the sky. The demonic power in his body merged into those talismans, and in an instant thousands of rays of light appeared out of nowhere. The upper part of Tianzhu Mountain was enveloped in thousands of attacks out of nowhere. Countless fire meteors and 9 heavenly Shen Fei fell toward the bottom. Sword lightblade like countless attacks even made the void tremble for a few points. And those contestants below Foxing Shui looked at the attack from above with their faces changing drastically. In a hurry, he flew in the direction of the others. Holy, that's cheating. I don't think so. Didn't you hear that the Eternal Lord didn't even speak? So it looks like all 4 of those up there can use treasures and the Dao source in their bodies. And the other 3 looked at all these tactics of Tang Miao Miao's. Plus the Eternal Lord beside him didn't stop looking at those contestants below with a smile. Coincidentally took out various treasures. And before they were told to hold out for a day, they didn't have a bottom in their hearts. After all, the gap between the heavenly Dao realm and a half-step heavenly Dao was like heaven and earth, but it was different now. For a moment the entire upper part of Tianzhu Mountain was all enveloped by all sorts of treasures. Tang Miao Miao lay with her hands behind her head, lying in the middle of Tianzhu Mountain, looking at those treasures above, drooling. I didn't realize these 4 guys were so rich. And again, as if he had thought of something, his lips moved slightly and, right below the original was climbing Tianzhu Mountain. Ada heard the voice transmission in his ears, face changed, and hurriedly flew down Tianzhu Mountain to stand in the square to look at the melee above full of admiration. A boss is a boss. How dare you do such a thing? But what about that master? If we wait a while, and that eternal lord comes back, I'm afraid the boss and I can't get away. It looks like we have to be ready to run away first. Thinking of this not moving, he came to the edge of Tianju Mountain ready to bolt at any time. On the other hand, the Shen Fei he spoke of was in a melee with that eternal lord. Of course, saying that it was a melee, it's actually a one-sided crush. Shen Fei forcibly dragged the eternal lord out of the time and space river. The smile on his face could not be suppressed. Another finger pointed out billions of swordlights that could destroy countless thousand worlds flying towards the eternal lord. And across from him the eternal lord was in a sorry state, his face covered in bruises. Even the clothes on his body were already torn and tattered, and he laughed out loud at the impending attack in front of him. Good coming. A wave of the duster in his hand below the long river of space and time splashed out of thin air, a wisp of waves in the blink of an eye nearly 10,000 times larger, resisting those countless attacks. Meanwhile within the spacetime of that one wave likewise stood an eternal true god. Looking at the tens of thousands of swordlights flying in the sky from the past, he shook his head and lost his smile. These two guys don't know how to keep it together. Snapping his fingers out of thin air, two figures walked out of thin air beside him. It contains hints of the past and the future. The three of them looked at the sword light that was about to fall in the sky, pinching in their hands. The power of space and time enveloped the entire world. Endless light. A low cry came out of the eternal lord's mouth, and a ray of light containing the power of eternity, the power of time and space, and the power of destruction flew towards Shen Fei. And opposite him, Shen Fei looked at the light flying from billions of light years away. A finger pointing out above the power of creation and the power of space and time filled also turned into a ray of light flying towards the front. The moment the two attacks collided, the power contained within it even splashed the long river of space and time below with countless waves. The destinies of the living beings in countless worlds within it began to change radically. There were some waves that were supposed to be flowing towards the bottom of the. However, because of the shock, it flew toward the top of the long river of space and time for a distance of nearly 1,000 feet. Chapter 71: A Baby Within the Time and Space River. Strange trials. Throughout the agitated upper reaches of the long river of time and space, countless waves fall in one different time and place after another. Being within the time and space, those strong people above the heavenly Tao who were still struggling looked terrified as they withdrew from the long river of time and space to avoid those waves. Even the future beings downstream of the long river of time and space, it also gazed at the two hazy figures that were in the middle of the melee. Fellow Daoist, come again. The Eternal Lord slightly waved his hand towards the spacetime river below an unimaginable force. The agitated river of time and space was smoothed out. His eyes were agitated, and he had already touched another layer of realm above the eternal true god in the moment of fighting with Shen Fei. Seeing this scene, Shen Fei naturally knew what was in his heart and shook his head with a dumbfounded smile. Mobilizing a sliver of origin power into an immortal binding rope, forcibly tugged the Eternal Lord towards the upstream of the long river of time and space. Along the way, the long river of time and space below was split in two, with the water spreading towards the bank, splashing a barely visible wave out of thin air. In it, an abandoned baby was faintly visible, following Shen Fei's power toward the upstream of the long river of time and space. When after coming to a certain piece of ancient history, which slowly fell down, a powerhouse beyond the eternal true god suddenly opened his eyes on the shore, gazing at the wave in his hand holding a fishing rod. Suddenly the corner of his mouth turned up and he swung the rod in his hand to catch the wave, looking at the crying baby. From now on your name is Sky. Just as this mutation occurred within the long river of space and time. The battle for the outside world is still in full swing. Get off your asses. The dragon Aotian, who appeared in his true form, with a huge size of 10,000 feet, looked at the demon and human races below him. A ball of light coalesced in his mouth. With a roar, that ball of light suddenly shot out a ray of light sweeping toward the bottom. Countless strong people rushed to dodge this attack. Tang Miao looked at the 10,000-foot dragon above her head and skimmed her lips. It's just a little bug, and it's making such a big deal out of it. Looking towards Fox Xing Shue's side again in surprise, he said, I didn't think the little fox would last this long. It seems she's not as simple as she seems, either. And at this moment, Fox Xing Shui was not as relaxed as Tang Miao had imagined. She had already used up nearly a third of her treasures in order to deal with this great battle. But even so, the treasures in her hands also continued to fall towards the bottom as if they were endless. And without realizing it, those powerhouses under her mountain had already gone to take over the others. Time flies like a white steed. But in the case of Long Aotian, several people have passed an extraordinarily long time. Just when a few of them were already exhausted and wanted to give up, they only heard a deafening bell sound from above their heads. Bang! The trial is over. And the fourth round of trials will now begin. Hearing the words behind them, Long Aotian's 4 people hurriedly collapsed on the ground, looking at the sky and gasping for air. The countless wounds on his body looked exhausted, and Tang Miao didn't bother with them. Choking in his hand, a soft light enveloped the entire top of Tianju Mountain. After a tea, when the light dispersed in front of the face, has appeared out of thin air a huge incomparable ring in the center of the most, placed an alchemy furnace and the other side of a set of kitchen utensils placed. While the crowd wondered what this was all about, then he saw Shen Miao Miao flying up into the void at the top of Tianju Mountain. The next moment a heaven and earth phantom as huge as 10,000 feet appeared out of thin air, and it was clearly the appearance of the Eternal Lord. The eyes that were like the great sun swept over those contestants below. With a wave of his hand, a force of creation grabbed the four long Aotian, and their excited eyes healed all the injuries on their bodies. The four of you have passed the test and can now be this seat's named disciples. Of course you can also continue to participate in the next round of trials, but whoever passes can become my official disciple. But if you can't pass it, you'll be cancelled as a registered disciple. Think for yourselves. The four people below hurriedly half-kneeled on the ground in unison as they listened to the words of Tang Miao Miao above them. We are willing to participate in the next round of trials. Tang Miao Miao nodded, as if her eyes were the eyes of a great sun gazing at the people and demons that had already climbed up. The fourth round competes in the art of pill refining. All you have to do is refine a heavenly Tao divine pill. The top three chosen according to their quality will be able to become my official disciples. Some people who don't know the art of refining medicine listen to Tang Miao Miao's words with sadness and then listen to her continue. Of course, those who don't know the art of alchemy can also compete in the art of cooking. First place. I will accept him as a registered disciple. This is the last chance. I hope you will cherish it. From today onwards, this seat will never take in any more disciples. The crowd below felt more and more out of place as they listened to Tang Miao Miao's words. Only they didn't dare to cast their pupils to look at Tang Miao Miao. After all, those eternal beings, by virtue of their cultivation. But anyone who looks at it may even suffer a backlash and die. Watching the reaction below, Tang Miao Miao carried her hands behind her back as she looked towards those strong people above the heavenly Tao in the square. As far as the eye could see, those powerhouses above the heavenly Tao below hurriedly prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to look at the Eternal Lord above. Seeing this scene, Tang Miao Miao then exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath to herself. Looks like this Eternal Lord is even more powerful than I thought. These guys even dare not gaze at his gaze. Then this is not. Jie Jie. Stroking his chin, he watched with interest as those powerful people below him casually selected 10 people or demons of different races. You guys come up and be the judges. Those 10 chosen powerhouses looked delighted, however they didn't raise their heads. Instead, they bowed their heads and spoke in unison. Thank you, Eternal Lord. Tang Miao Miao nodded her head, gazing at the teenage girls below, especially Foxing Shui and the others. The trial begins. With a wave of his hand, 11 chairs appeared out of nowhere in the void after the other few had all taken their seats. Only then did Tang Miao Miao sit on the throne that belonged to her. The strongest one closest to her felt the eternal chi beside her, her expression constrained and her head lowered, summoning the courage to inquire. Lord Juggernaut, why a cooking competition? And that first round, Tang Miao Miao, I saw her step up to the top of the mountain with my own eyes. How come it's gone? Tang Miao Miao was also nervous listening to him. After all, this was a strong person above the heavenly Tao. It was 1,000 times better than her. But the thought that they didn't dare to look at themselves with their pupils, together with the eternal aura on his own body, he could only say calmly, she has passed all my trials to enter my inner world. You have questions? Since you're talking so much, I guess you don't really want to be a judge. So get the hell down. The powerful man beside him, listening to the words of Tang Miao Miao beside him, he wanted to say something, but once he thought of the power of the eternal true God, exterminating him even with just a look, he could only fly helplessly towards the bottom. Tang Miao Miao looked at his back with great satisfaction, and the others even dropped the seats that belonged to them another 100 feet. It wasn't until they couldn't feel the aura of eternity that was suppressing them that they simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, and the thought crossed my mind, this eternal Lord doesn't seem to be as amiable as the rumors. Only to see Tang Miao Miao above her, again pretending to point inadvertently to the edge of Tianju Mountain. Look in the direction of Lower Ada. That little scaly dragon, the seat sees you very favorably. Come up here. Da, who was originally at the edge of Tianju Mountain, listened to Tang Miao Miao's words, eyes wide with wonder, and looked at that dome above. The other 9 figures could only tremble and fly up, slowly sitting beside Tang Miao Miao under the gaze of tens of thousands of people. The pressure multiplied, his heart almost collapsed, and he looked at the calm Tang Miao Miao inside the mist beside him. Raising his head to the heavens, he crumbled and thought, oh master, don't you come and control this disciple of yours. She's in big trouble. My life is over. Chapter 72, Exposed. Return of the Eternal Lord. Tang Miao Miao watched aside Ada's crumbling appearance and did not take care of him. Instead, he looked with interest at the teenage girls below who were refining pills or frying vegetables. Time passes quickly. Unconsciously, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, with countless explosions ringing out from below. Finally, a strange fragrance filled the void. A young girl who looked 17 or 18 years old with a delighted face pinched her hands together and, finally, he slapped it on the alchemy furnace in front of him. An elixir emitting a 7-colored glow emitted a light that formed a pillar of light that, across the clouds, and that heavenly Tao divine elixir had just been formed. Then he wanted to transform into a human form and escape just as a powerful person above the heavenly Tao sitting below Tang Miaomio waved his hand, and the pill was suppressed by a powerful force. Hooking his finger, that elixir came to Tang Miaomio's face. Everyone, what do you think of the quality of this elixir? Tang Miaomio reclined on the chair, looking at the elixir in front of her and inquiring at the bottom, below it, a white-bearded old man, whose body was perfumed with the scent of medicine, listened to her and slowly stood up and flew forward to carefully observe the pills in front of him. The more he looked, the more pleased he was, and only after a few moments did he say, "From my experience in alchemy for billions of years, this elixir also belongs to the upper echelon among the Heaven's Path divine elixirs. Everyone, please take a look. There are 8 heavenly Tao divine patterns engraved around this elixir. It also belongs to an unrivaled good under the very best of elixirs." The young girl who had concocted this elixir down below listened to the words from above and his face looked at the Eternal Lord at the top with joy. Tang Miaomio listened to their words and hooked her finger. The pill entered the mist out of thin air. The others hurriedly bowed their heads, not daring to gaze at the Eternal Lord. Tang Miaomio, hidden in the mist, stretched out her fingers and pinched the elixir. "Put it in your mouth and savor it." This heavenly Tao divine elixir had only just been swallowed into the abdomen. An incomparably pure energy entered Tang Miaomio's body, and even her cultivation grew by a hair. Skimming his lips, he looked at the young girl who had refined the elixir with intent. "You're in first place for now, but everyone has 3 chances. You can choose to continue refining." The young girl nodded her head repeatedly as she listened to her words, and with this one success, she was sure that she would be able to refine an extreme Heaven's Path divine pill the next time around. At this time, hundreds of rays of light crossed the clouds at the same time in the alchemy square. Hundreds of pills all came out of thin air, transformed into human form, and flew towards the sky. The crowd above held out a finger at the same time and those hundreds of pills were instantly fixed and suspended in front of them. "This one I think could be rated as excellent. Don't take this one out to make a fool of yourself. Surprisingly, there's only one divine pattern. This one I think would be barely behavioral good." After those 9 powerhouses had all finished their tastings, only then did Tang Miaomio swallow all those pills into her stomach. Without realizing it, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was accompanied by a bell that resounded through heaven and earth. The lower ones who were still refining pills and those who were frying vegetables under the selection hastily stopped their hands, looking towards a list that appeared out of nowhere in the sky. First place Foxing Shui. Second place, Hua Yu Hua. Third place Yu Zihan. Fourth place. At the bottom of the square, some of the strongest people on the list looked at the top 3 with envy. From today on they will be completely 2 worlds apart. Tang Miaomio slowly stood up to attract the attention of the crowd below. Looking at the list in front of him, he opened his mouth after a moment of contemplation. From today onwards, Foxing Shui, Yu Zihan, and Hua Yu Hua officially become disciples of this seat. Long Yu Rou becomes this seat's named disciple. Of course everyone else. Tang Miaomio hadn't even finished speaking when a vortex appeared out of nowhere in the sky above Tianzhu Mountain, immediately followed by a figure stepping out from the space-time passage. The eternal chi from above enveloped the entire eternal true realm. Just standing there caused the entire eternal true realm to prostrate themselves on the ground and tremble. And below, Tang Miaomio's face changed. Reaching out and grabbing the Ada in front of him, he just wanted to tear through the space in front of him and leave. Only then a powerful force imprisoned him, and that one powerful person above the heavenly Tao who had been scolded by Tang Miaomio stepped forward to gaze at Tang Miaomio with a fierce smile on his face. "I just don't feel right. How could the Eternal Lord conduct such a trial? How dare you impersonate the Eternal Lord? The nerve!" With a hook of his hand, the power of the heavenly Tao in Tang Miaomio's body was instantly sealed. The mist that enveloped her also slowly dissipated. Even the eternal stone fell towards the bottom, and those contestants below also reacted, looking at Tang Miaomio, who showed her true form with a face full of anger. "Kill her! Don't you dare fool us! Everyone together!" The imprisoned Tang Miaomio looked down at the angry-faced crowd below and smiled sarcastically. "That actually I was joking with everyone, so don't take it personally." At the side, Da's legs and feet also weakened under the gaze of those strong men, and he smiled sarcastically. Yeah, it's just a joke. People, don't worry about it." A grizzled, soot-covered teenager below listened to his words, and he was even more furious and threw the pot beside him and the dishes that hadn't been fried towards Tang Miaomio. "Boss, I told you you shouldn't have done that. Hurry up and call the master." Da looked at the pots and pans that smashed over they, hastily sidestepping just a split second before it was about to hit the 2 of them. A ray of light held all those pots and pans in place. The Eternal Lord stood above them, The. Looking down below, Tang Miaomiao's eyes were full of smiles. Gaze at the entire Tianzhu mountain, saw Shen Fei's figure at the very end, and her lips moved slightly. Fellow Daoist, take this disciple of yours away. Fingertips condensed a ball of light flying to the front of Shen Fei. Laughed. This is the coordinates of that Daoist. Shen Fei reached out and took looking at the coordinates in front of him with a wave of his hand. Tang Miaomiao and disappeared out of thin air in the sky dome. Those powerhouses below saw this scene and looked suspiciously at the Eternal Lord above them. Foxing Shui, Long Ao Tian, Long Yu Ro, Jian Xin. The few people below listened to the words of the Eternal Lord, looked at each other, and had a guess in their hearts that, hurriedly, he half-kneeled on the ground, and as expected, he only heard the Eternal Lord continue, take you as disciples, if you wish. A few people looked at each other with joy and said in unison, greetings, Master. Looking again at those powerful people below who had been teased by Tang Miaomiao. The Lord of Eternity also had a headache, however, compared to Shen Fei's favor of allowing him to break through a great realm. These were trivial. With a wave of the hand, the majestic power of the heavenly Tao converged toward the bottom. Every one of them advanced a small mirror realm. Thank you, Eternal Lord. The Eternal Lord nodded as he listened to them, stroked his chin and took a step backward behind him, and a mysterious space passage appeared out of nowhere. The four people behind them looked at each other and followed behind the Eternal Lord to enter it. Chapter 73, Shi Tian De Shang. Son, you little guy is surprisingly bold. This time if it wasn't for me and the Eternal Lord who just happened to show up, I'm afraid you little ninny is going to get killed alive by those guys. Tang Miaomiao heatedly laughed at Shen Fei's words on the side, and with a wave of her hand, tens of thousands of heavenly Tao Divine Dan proudly appeared out of thin air in the void in front of him. Master, don't talk about me. It's for the good of Shifu and the others. Look at how low each of their cultivation levels are. With so many divine elixirs, they'll be able to grow up very quickly. When the time comes, Master, you will lead us across the world, destroy whoever we see as disagreeable, and wherever there are treasures we'll snatch them. And I've heard that there's an eternal true realm where all the women are among the most beautiful in the world. When the time comes, I'll knock the place down and offer all the women in it to the Master. Shen Fei cried and laughed at her words. Opened the ball of light in his hand slowly. A monkey hair emitting a 7-colored glow appeared out of nowhere in the starry sky. Tang Miaomiao was very curious as she looked at the monkey hair, extending her finger to touch it lightly. A spatial channel formed out of thin air in front of the monkey's hair as it shot out a ray of light. Just the aura emanating from within was nearly dozens of times stronger than the eternal true realm. Master, which world is on the other side? Did you have a fight with that Eternal Lord when you disappeared earlier? Who lost and who won? Anyway? Shen Fei looked at the spatial passage in front of him, touched Tang Miaomiao's hair on the side, and laughed. Of course Master won. Let's go. There's a very powerful person in this world. Tang Miaomiao was also curious as she listened to him. The two men and the augur just walked in a dignified manner. At this time on the opposite side of the spatial channel a silhouette shrouded in golden light sat cross-legged in the void, feeling the opposite breath-mouth corner. It twisted, interested in talking to himself. Is this the strong person that kid was talking about? It doesn't look like much more than that. I'd like to see if you've really transcended that realm. Thinking about it, the golden figure slowly stood up and, with a wave of his hand, a long stick flew into the spatial channel in front of him, rapidly becoming 10,000 times more massive. And at this moment, Shen Fei in the space channel suddenly smiled and Tang Miaomiao's puzzled eyes slightly snapped his fingers and a golden light crossed. The next moment the entire spatial channel shattered out of thin air. A shield appeared on Shen Fei's body to envelop the three of them, and slowly took a step, waiting for the reappearance as come to the body of that golden figure. Shen Fei's eyes flowed with golden light. Suddenly out of the blue, Pilgrim, who knew that the figure on the opposite side listening to his words, suddenly stormed out and pulled out a long stick from his ear, on which were clearly written a few big words: Rui weapon. Without saying a word, he smashed toward Shen Fei and said angrily in his mouth, "Your grandfather, I am the great sage of Qi Tian." Bang! This attack cut through the sky. Feeling the might from above, Shen Fei took a step towards his side, came to the world beyond. All that could be seen was a ray of light suffused with destructive power slashing through the. In the next instant the entire eternal true realm was split in two out of thin air. Tang Miaomiao and De looked dazed at the world that had been split in two in front of them. Holy, this is a strong breakthrough. Are we still in a world here? Before the words fell, another sky-blinding light smashed towards them. The corner of Shen Fei's mouth curled up as he watched the attack above with interest. A finger pointing out the eternal true realm began to slowly close. A ray of light enveloped the two. Tang Miaomiao looking at the impending attack in front of them. Come on! Shen Fei tore through the void in front of him. Fingers pointed out only to see a deserted world suddenly appear on the opposite side of the room. Not caring about the impending attack, stepping into it. The next moment the golden silhouette flew into it as well. Looked at the front of Shen Fei. A stick swung out between the moment heaven and earth changed color, space broken. But the next moment and back to the beginning. Shi Tian Deshang froze for a moment, looked at the world in front of him and then looked at the smiling Shen Fei and laughed. This is indeed a good battlefield. At least it won't be destroyed by me. Let me see if you're as powerful as that kid says you are. The golden light enveloping him in the next moment slowly dispersed. Taking a step forward, a radiant battle armor coalesced in the void. The body of that battle armor shone with a mysterious and dazzling light, seemingly condensed from the light of countless stars. The armor is tightly connected, layered like dragon scales, and each piece seemed to contain infinite power. And under the sunlight, the battle armor refracted a colorful light, like a dream. Dazzling. Above the helmet, two long plumes stood proudly, fluttering in the wind. It is just like the burning flame, showing the majesty and dominance of the Monkey King. Holding the Rui weapon in his hand, the golden light of the rod flowed through his body, mirroring the battle armor. And with a slight movement, the battle armor then made a crisp sound. And under the reflection of the battle armor, the eyes were even more sharp and majestic, as if they could see through all the illusions in the world. One step out of the incomparably powerful breath spread towards the surroundings. The void shattered, and the sky and the earth changed color. The sun, moon, and stars were eclipsed at this moment. Wielding the Rui weapon, watching the opposite side of Shen Fei swing out a stick, whether it is a mountain or the bright and dazzling stars above falling towards the bottom. Bang! When the Rui weapon smashed on Shen Fei's body, the entire world trembled twice. The airwaves formed, crushed all the way around both the peaks and, or maybe the star that had just landed on the ground instantly turned into a smash. The whole earth was devastated and the sun and the moon did not shine. One could only hear countless clashing sounds in Shi Tian Deshang's excited voice coming from the air from time to time. Again, Dharma, heaven and earth. A little light suddenly appeared in the darkened world. The next moment was like a great sun shining over the entire world. I only saw that the Shi Tian Deshang at this moment was billions of light years tall. Countless worlds are created and destroyed in the space of a breath. The eyes were even more massive than an eternal true realm, illuminating the entire savage world. It's like an ancient monkey. The Rui weapon in his hand was even as if it was an ancient artifact waved toward the bottom. Space shattered and chaos appeared. Below, Shen Fei's fingers pinched and coalesced into an ancient giant that resembled Shi Tian Deshang. A long stick was also in his hand, swinging from the bottom up towards the top. When the two attacks collided, between the moment of chaos appeared hundreds of worlds tens of times larger than the eternal realm appeared out of thin air and began to evolve countless living beings. But in just the next instant, another ray of light cut through all those worlds just created were destroyed one by one, as if the ancient giants, a person and a monkey, in the depths of space were the chaotic manifestation of a mixed battle. From time to time, the excited words of the Shi Tian Deshang could still be heard. Boy, you're not bad. You're the first person in all these billions of years to make me stressed. Kid, you are qualified to know this seat's name. Remember, my name is Sun Wukong. Chapter 74, Insatiable Tang Miao. Six-eared macaque appears. At the same time, the two outside world Tang Miao flew into the eternal true realm before them. Looking at the spatial crack in the sky that was still slowly healing, his expression was shocked. Holy, no wonder those people don't dare to gaze at the eternal Lord. It's so powerful and terrifying. I thought it was because I was a good actor, but it looks like it's because they're scared. On the side, Da nodded his head in succession as he listened to her words. This attack had refreshed his worldview. One must know that the eternal realm in front of him was nearly 100,000 worlds in size, but it couldn't even withstand an ordinary attack from a monkey. It made them both sweat just thinking about it. At that moment, an old monkey with white hair flew in from the depths of the eternal true realm. Smilingly, he looked at them. The two of you must be the guests that Lord Monkey King has ordered. Please follow me. Tang Miao Miao looked at the white-furred monkey in front of her, following closely behind him. It didn't take long to arrive at a mountain forest full of fruit trees. Immortal chi filled the surroundings and there was even immortal liquid flowing in the river. Curious, he looked around and followed the old monkey to the bottom of a waterfall. The waterfall revealed a curtain of water out of nowhere. Please. Ada looked at the dark hole in front of him and secretly shook his head as he transmitted his voice. Boss, I suspect there's a chance he's trying to capture us. If we go in, we might be trapped inside right away. Tang Miao Miao didn't pay any attention to who was on the side, but sniffed in the air and, suddenly full of surprise, he looked inside the waterfall cave, turning into a stream of light. He flew into it, and behind him, De could only fly in with a heart-on amidst the odd smile of the old monkey on the side. With a flash of light, the originally dark hole had disappeared. What came into view was a new world filled with a rich immortal aura. There were countless peaks floating in the sky, and even rivers flowing between them. Inside, you can faintly see some fish playing happily in it. Some birds and animals also flew into the river, and the whole new world looked peaceful. Looking ahead towards the endless fruit trees inside, Some little monkeys watched the two of them babbling curiously. They suddenly looked in a direction where a peach grove, hurriedly flew over and casually picked an already ripe peach, then exclaimed, "Holy, this can't be peach, can it?" Behind him, the old monkey nodded as he stroked the hairs on his chin and, smilingly, he looked at them. "That's right, you too can enjoy it. This batch has just ripened, and it's filled with immortal energy. I think it should increase your cultivation. I'll just go ahead and take care of some things." After saying that, he only saw the old monkey withdraw a step backward, and his figure had disappeared. Tang Miao Miao looked at the direction of the old monkey was shocked. Just by that moment just now. She didn't even notice how the old monkey left. Stroking his chin, he muttered, "This old monkey seems to be a strong person above the heavenly Tao as well. It's truly terrifying. It's just that I don't know what level of realm he's at above the heavenly Tao. Forget it, it's none of my business. He left me here anyway, and with master around, he shouldn't dare to touch me. As for now," Tang Miao Miao drooled as she looked at a peach forest in front of her. Eyes are very excited, strange scream, even eat with take. Do not realize that the whole piece of peach forest peaches have disappeared into an aside. Ada also reacted. This kind of heaven and earth treasure is not rare. It's best to take more now if you can. When they had plucked all of the entire peach forest towards the next heaven and earth wonders, but did not realize that the flow of time had been different where the entire peach forest was located. They had only just left when they produced many more peaches. "Boss, I've got the 9 specters green underworld tree on my side. Sky rising jade bamboo, Sanlong fruit." The two were immersed in the countless heavenly treasures, but they didn't realize that above their heads, there was an eccentric monkey watching them with interest. Are these two little guys the disciples of that strong man? A half-step heavenly Tao peak and a half-saint. Having this cultivation level at this age is also a rare talent. Just let me. Only this monkey didn't even finish his sentence. Suddenly turned his head to look outside the waterfall cave. Face changed angrily. Unbridled. Along with this low drink, the entire new world within the waterfall cave trembled twice. And the two people below who were picking various heavenly materials also looked towards the sky in confusion. But nothing. Looks like I misheard you. I see a watermelon over there. Let's go pick it quickly. Anyway, that old monkey said for us to enjoy ourselves. Ada nodded. And the two of them turned into a stream of light and flew towards the other side. And at this moment the odd-looking monkey at the mouth of the waterfall cave was looking at the firmament with a face full of anger. Just the next moment, the entire eternal true realm was suddenly surrounded by a wave of darkness, and the entire heavens and earth were devoid of light from the sun and moon. Countless demon race powerhouses raised their heads toward the top, their faces filled with anger, only to see hundreds of figures standing above the sky, each with the cultivation of the heavenly Tao realm. A figure shrouded in golden light that stood at the forefront of them, looking as if it was a heavenly god, gazed down at the odd monkey outside the waterfall cave below. "Tomahawk monkey, tell your king to get his ass out here." The tongue-arm monkey at the mouth of the water curtain cave laughed angrily at the words from above. "A bunch of miscellaneous fish from the heavenly court are just that. How dare they say such big words? Today, I will let you and the others have no return." Before the words left his mouth, he took a step forward, his body rapidly expanding billions of times. The two arms that were like whips swung toward the front. The figure standing at the very front looked at the attack with disdain. "You and I are both under eternity. I can't be afraid of you." Chopping dragon break. The golden figure waved the long sword in his hand, and a golden light pierced the sky, and the hundreds of heavenly Tao realm powerhouses behind him also shot out together. Hundreds of them that emitted a 7-colored light fell towards the bottom. The arm of the Tony ape monkey suddenly swelled up another billion times and clenched towards the top. No matter what kind of attack landed on top of the arm, it couldn't splash a single ray of light. Seeing that the arm was about to descend upon them, just the might that permeated from above let this golden silhouette know that there was a world of difference even in the same realm. The might that came from up there was not even close to that of an eternal true god. Suddenly looking up into the firmament at the thought, he exclaimed, "Monkey King, save me." Before the words fell, a golden ball of light cut through space out of nowhere to come to him, instantly shattered. In it was a monkey hair that emitted a 7-colored glow. The next moment, the entire world darkness dispersed by the Buddha's light, shrouded in a robe wearing 6 ears of the odd monkey, seemingly smiling, not smiling, looking at the front of the through-armed apes and monkeys, taking out the random iron rod soldier towards the bottom and gently throwing it, instantly penetrating the palm of the tongue-armed monkey's hand. The Tongjia monkey looked up at the odd monkey above him and exclaimed in shock, "Six-eared macaque?" Chapter 75, The Legendary Buddha. The figure above faintly glanced at the Tongjia monkey, exceeding the realm of an eternal true god. It instantly made the tongue-arm ape monkey stay where it was and not dare to move. Raising his eyes toward the eternal true realm, he suddenly let out a light eep and the corner of his mouth curled up. "I can't believe that stinking monkey isn't there. It seems that he also knows that I crossed the eternal true God to another realm. Now I'm afraid that I've gone to other times and spaces. In that case, the six-eared macaque, looking down at the hundreds of millions of demon clans below, revealed a cruel smile. From today onwards, I am the master of this eternal true realm. As for you, you will be my food. The entire eternal true realm's demon race was filled with rage as they listened to the six-eared macaque's words. You traitor of the demon race, brothers to me. Before the words fell, countless rays of light flew toward the six-eared macaque. Only the six-eared macaque above merely glanced toward the bottom. The hundreds of millions of demon clans in that direction instantly turned into flying dust. In an instant, the entire eternal true realm was filled with a murderous aura. After doing this and looking in the direction of the water curtain cave on the mountain of flowers and fruits, revealing a cruel smile, a monstrous killing aura filled the entire Mount Huagua. Step after step towards the mountain of flowers and fruits, the void trembled. Along the way past, countless demonic beings were suppressed by the pressure, hard prostrate on the ground. Looking toward the top of the mountain of flowers and fruits, where a billion-foot statue of it was clearly the appearance of the great sage of Qi Tian, Sun Wukong. With a mere stretch of his hand, the entire mountain of flowers and fruits floated up out of thin air towards the six-eared macaque. Looking at the mouth of the water curtain cave, the Tongjia monkey's eyes were crimson red and laughed. Billions of years ago, that stinking monkey drove me out of this world. Today I will take back everything that is mine. When this day is over, I'm going to look for him in the river of time and space. Let him taste the humiliation I once suffered billions of years ago. As for you, the six-eared macaque looked at the tong-arm monkey and said indifferently, if you worship me as king from today, I can reluctantly spare your life. The through-armed ape at the mouth of the waterfall cave listened to his words and, feeling that pressure on his body, he coughed, spat out a mouthful of black blood and laughed miserably. Don't get all righteous here, you traitor. Billions of years ago you tried to sell us to the Buddha realm as their traitors. I'll be damned. I'm sick of just those bald asses licking my feet. The six-eared macaque listened to his words, revealing a smile that seemed to be a laugh. Immediately afterward, he made a look of pity for the heavenly beings, shook his head and sighed. Since you do not wish to call me king, then you and those monkeys behind you will enter reincarnation and walk with him. Great compassion at hand. A palm condensed from Buddha's light in the starry sky grasped toward the bottom. The sound of Brahma above filled the air as if the true Buddha had descended, easily breaking through the world barrier to bring all the billions of miles of the world where the entire mountain of flowers and fruits is located into the palm of his hand. It's like a plaything. The six-eared macaque clenched one hand in the air, and the entire mountain of flowers and fruits instantly shattered. The tong-arm monkey looked at the shattered space in front of him and suddenly laughed miserably as he looked at the six-eared macaque. You traitor! When I am resurrected from the river of time and space in the future, I will personally fight on Spirit Mountain. Before the words fell, a golden light suddenly appeared out of nowhere outside the eternal true realm. With that golden light falling, the great compassionate hand instantly shattered. A light accompanied by a strong aura spreading towards the surroundings, only to hear Sun Wukong's words coming from the depths of the smoke. You traitor! How dare you come back? It's either you or me today. The light dispersed only to see the Monkey King wearing the lockjaw gold armor holding the Rui weapon. Just by standing there, an air of disdain filled the entire eternal true realm. The six-eared macaque looked at the Monkey King standing there and smiled, the robe on his body shattering. Below the Sui Xin iron rod soldier came to his hands, looking at the opposite side of the Sun Wukong, licked his lips, his eyes red, sardonic smile. Today, you die. Before the words fell, the two golden lights flew toward the outside of the eternal true realm at the same time. A melee broke out just as they arrived in the void. Fighting from the outskirts of the eternal true realm all the way to the depths of the starry sky attracted the attention of an unknown number of powerful people. And at this moment, far away in one of the eternal realms, only to see that the entire eternal realm of truth was enveloped by the Sanskrit sound filled with Buddha's light, looked peaceful. At the top of the deepest spirit mountain sits a kingdom of Buddhas, in which bodhisattvas, low hands. There are countless true Buddhas. A Buddha who was filled with Buddha's light and looked kind and benevolent suddenly looked in the direction of the two monkeys. A moment later, he whispered to a billion-foot-tall Buddha beside him, Buddha, that monkey has been lured out of the eternal true realm by 6 ears. That one treasure should still be in the deepest part of the eternal true realm. Beside him, the Buddha, sitting high above the 9 heavens, slowly opened his eyes. The next moment, a spatial channel shrouded in Buddhist light appeared out of nowhere above the entire eternal true realm. The enormous suction force instantly swallowed the eternal true realm below. At the same time, far above the eternal true realm where Shen Fei and the others were hundreds of millions of light years away, space shattered out of nowhere, and the Buddhist realm slowly descended. Just as soon as the Buddha's light appeared, it converged toward the eternal true realm below. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire eternal true realm. The Buddha above the 9 heavens looked toward the bottom only to see an odd bead hidden in the depths of this eternal true realm. The Buddha's light on it was filled with light, and it was even a few degrees more pure than this Buddha's light. Come to. With a call, the odd bead flew toward the top. Just then a hand suddenly took hold of the bead and Shen Fei gazed at the Buddhist realm above with a smile, and then measured the beads in his hand mockingly. Is this the legendary Buddha? How dare you make plots and tricks to try to steal other people's treasures? The Buddha above listened to Shen Fei's words and slowly shook his head as the Brahma sound burst out. Scholar, this is a treasure that my Buddha kingdom left behind in this world. Please don't make a mistake about yourself yet. I observe that a murderous aura fills the body of the cultivator, and I don't know how many worlds of living beings he has slaughtered. Might as well put down the butcher's knife from now on and become a Buddha. With the cultivation of the scholar you can attain the Buddha's fruit. Shen Fei narrowed his eyes with a smirk as he listened to his words and looked at the Buddhist realm above. You want me to enter the Buddha? I think you're trying to get me demonized. And you said that this thing was left over from the Buddha's kingdom. Did he agree when you asked him to look at it? Listening to Shen Fei's mocking words, Buddha narrowed his eyes gazing at the figure below pretending to look like a compassionate celestial being and shook his head. Since the monk insists on wanting to enter the wheel of reincarnation for a walk, I'll just send you to reincarnation. As for the living beings of this world, they will also be buried with the schizo, but I will chant daily to wash away the sins from their bodies. Slowly stretching out their palms, the Bodhisattvas, Buddhas, and Lohans beside them, chanting scriptures under their breath. A gigantic palm of Buddha's light that was billions of light years old appeared out of nowhere in the depths of the starry sky under the empowerment of the scriptures. Instantly, the eternal true realm below was held in his hands, and in an instant, electricity flashed and thunder roared in the heavenly Tao. But the entire eternal realm of truth is weird as hell. Both the demon race and the few remaining human race sat dumbfounded on their knees on the ground, chanting scriptures under their breath. A small amount of Buddha's light also permeated his body and was absorbed by the huge palm of the pale sky above. Shen Fei shook his head and took a step out, coming from the depths of the center of the earth to the void to similarly extend a palm. The palm holding the eternal true realm shattered out of nowhere, and a gigantic hand of the heavens grabbed it from the depths of the void. Instantly breaking through the world barrier of the Buddhist realm. The Buddha's light inside instantly dissipated, the void shattered, and the entire Buddhist realm was instantly immobilized. The Buddha, who was sitting high above the 9 heavens, felt the aura that transcended everything and his face changed greatly. Just as he wanted to transform into thousands of bodies and enter the river of time and space, he was fixed by a force. Only a faint sentence could be heard echoing in the Buddhist realm. Extinguish. Chapter 76, The Six-Eared Macaque. Destruction of the Heavenly Court. The giant hand of the heavens that held the entire Buddha realm slowly closed, and the entire Buddha realm was instantly destroyed. At the same time, far away in another eternal true realm where immortal chi filled the air, the Lord of the Heavenly Court above the 33 heavy heavens suddenly burst into a rage and looked toward the Buddhist realm. Fine. How dare you destroy the Buddha realm? Gather the 5 square heavenly emperors for square wandering gods and kill this person for me. Only the next moment Shen Fei suddenly looked in his direction and revealed a wry smile. Slowly lifting his right hand above the eternal immortal realm, a space vortex instantly appeared only to see a long sword instantly running through the entire immortal realm. With a click, the entire eternal true realm suddenly exploded, and countless treasures flew into the great thousand worlds around it. Only a very few mighty men under the eternal had the good fortune to escape, but also deeply and seriously injured gaze horrified at the eternal immortal realm that had already gone up in smoke. Go, hurry up and leave this place of wrongdoing. Sensing that a great power in the heavens is about to watch this place, those powerhouses that escaped hurriedly tore through space to leave. After doing this, Shen Shuwei put his hands behind his back and looked towards the depths of the starry sky. There the 2 ancient divine monkeys were in a melee, having fought from the surface of space to the chaos manifestation. Feeling the pressure on his body, the 6-eared macaque spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were maniacal, and he laughed twice. I didn't expect you to have crossed into the eternal exalt realm as well. Sun Wukong listened to him and smashed his stick on 6-eared macaque's shoulder. Watching him fly 10,000 feet away, he threw the weapon in his hand in his direction and said in his mouth, "You didn't expect much. You think you can hold me back for so long just by being you? If it wasn't to draw out those 2 eternal exalted behind you, you would have died under my stick. Before you die, let's show you how powerful the realm above eternal exalt is." The 6-eared macaque was just about to scoff twice at his words, but an unimaginable aura spread from Sun Wukong's body towards the surroundings, greater than the heavens. Just a breath of air. It then caused the heavenly Tao of the surrounding great thousand worlds to cry out in sorrow. His eyes were filled with golden light, and the monkey hair on his body was shrouded in 7 colored rays of light, and he looked wholly beyond good. And, like a divine monkey, he waved his hand and the weapon was back in his hand. Looking at the 6-eared macaque inside and drinking lowly, the heaven-breaking stance. Perish! With a devastating attack. It was as if the time and space around them were frozen in place. When the weapon penetrated the six-eared macaque's chest, he reacted and looked at the divine monkey above him with a face full of astonishment. Eternal God King Realm. In the next moment, he wanted to use his entire body to tear open space and enter the river of space and time to escape. Only a monkey's paw was already on his head, and only Sun Wukong's voice could be heard as if it was coming from the 9 underworld rivers. The mistake I made 1 billion years ago. I won't make it again. Rotate away. With a slight force from the monkey's paw, the six-eared macaque's head instantly shattered, and the aura on his body instantly disappeared. An unimaginably huge vitality spread in the starry sky toward the surrounding countless forces of law. The power of destruction. The eternal power that overrides the heavenly Tao. In just a split second, the closest thousand world would be under the majestic and incomparable eternal chi to carry out the world ascension towards the eternal true realm. And the other middle thousand worlds and small thousand worlds, even the small worlds that had just been born, were coincidentally undergoing world ascension. Sun Wukong looked at this scene indifferently. Also felt those unsuspecting gazes in the heavens. Eternal God King Realm breath spreading towards the surroundings. Golden yellow eyes looked towards the surroundings. Get out! At the same time, countless eternal true gods in the heavens and the worlds hastily avoided his gaze. Even the eternal Exalt lowered his noble head. With only the eternal God King and those supreme beings above him, Fade watched this with a shake of his head and a laugh. I didn't expect him to have arrived at the eternal God King realm. Looks like I still have some work to do. Eternal Exalt is far from enough. The Lord of Eternity nodded to each other in the moment when he and Sun Wukong's gazes crossed, feeling the power that made his soul tremble. He also couldn't help but smile bitterly. With his hands behind his back, he turned to look at the 4 long Aotian people and said, "In your realm, I have taught you all that I can. The rest is up to you to comprehend. This is the life-preserving jade tablet given to you by your master, and it contains my full strength strike. Never use it until you have to. Meet me here again in 10,000 years. 4 jade cards appeared in front of each of the 4 of them. After doing this, waving his hand, the 4 of them disappeared into his internal world at the same time. It came to the top of the heavenly pillar mountain in the eternal true realm. The 4 of them looked at each other and glanced at each other, flew in 3 directions respectively. On the other hand, Sun Wukong quietly waited for the gazes in the heavens to dissipate from his body. Only then did he take a step out to the top of the eternal demon realm that belonged to him. Looking at the entire eternal demon realm that was full of ravages through the corpse of the 6-eared macaque in his hand towards the bottom, only to see that the corpse had just entered within the eternal true realm. The heavenly Tao roared and a trace of eternal chi entered the depths of the heavenly Tao space from the 6-eared macaque's body. Immediately after that, Sun Wukong threw the weapon in his hand towards the bottom, hovering in the center of the world. The eternal God King's origin power in his body converged towards the bottom with a low gulp. Backtrack, only to see that heaven and earth were suddenly quiet, and the entire eternal true realm suddenly turned in the opposite direction. After only a tea's worth of work, the entire eternal true realm was restored to its original state. One step out has arrived outside the water curtain cave in the mountain of flowers and fruits, watching the Tongjia monkey with a finger pointing out the wound healed. Thank you, my lord. The Monkey King nodded his head towards the waterfall cave. The light flashed and had come to the new world. Looking at the new world as usual, the Monkey King smiled. A single step had brought him to the depths of the new world. There Shen Fei sat on a stone bench savoring the fruits in front of him. In his hand he also held the odd bead. Sensing Sun Wukong's approach, he threw the beads in his hand towards his back and said, "This thing is a powerful relic of an eternal god emperor who practiced both Buddhism and Taoism. It's of no use to me. You can keep it, and maybe in 1 billion years. You can also enter the eternal god emperor realm with it." Sun Wukong looked at the relic and thought for a moment, suddenly shook his head and lost his smile. "This stuff doesn't do much for me. I cultivate the way of invincibility. As long as I remain undefeated, then my cultivation can keep growing, and a piker is a piker." Saying that, he looked towards the sky again, the corner of his mouth quirked up into a smile, feeling those hidden gazes that, raising the Sherpa in his hand, the space in front of him shattered and the long river of space and time appeared. Throw yourself into it casually and splash numerous waves. Looking at the sky, he laughed. "If you guys want it, go look for it yourselves in the long river of time and space." Chapter 77, An eccentric teenager within the long river of time and space. The countless eternal true god-level powerhouses hidden in the void, watching that one relic tear through the space in front of them in droves and enter the long river of space and time. Even the eternal exalted one appeared to come to the top of the long river of space and time to look down towards the bottom. The past and the future flashed in his eyes. Sun Wukong shook his head and lost his smile as he looked at everything in the space-time river. Watching Shen Fei's back walked to sit across from him, and with a wave of his hand, a bottle of monkey wine appeared on the stone table out of thin air. 2 stone cups also appeared out of thin air. Will be one after one can full. Placing one of the cups in front of Shen Fei, he drank it himself before saying, "If you want to find a strong person on the Hongmeng Golden List, there's nothing I can do. After all, I'm also only the last place on the Divine Soldier ranking. Those powerful people, I don't know in which part of space and time they are hiding. And maybe they've already transcended time and space and entered the realm of the unspeakable." Speaking of which, Sun Wukong sighed, shook his head and poured another cup. Shen Fei laughed dumbly at his words, lifted his cup of monkey wine and took a sip and said, "I'm not interested in the strong ones." Sun Wukong nodded his head and laughed to himself even as he listened to his words. "Also, Your Excellency is so strong that, even when compared to those powerhouses on the Hongmeng Golden ranking, on the Battle Power ranking, or even on top of the Realm ranking, it's not in vain. But I still have to thank Your Excellency for allowing me to cross over into the Eternal God King realm." Speaking of this, the Monkey King stood up with a cup of monkey wine in his hand and proceeded to drink it all in one go. Shen Fei also raised his cup of wine and drank it down in one go. And the one person and the other looked at each other and smiled. Placing the stone cup in his hand on the table, with a wave of his hand, the dumbfounded Tang Myomya appeared out of thin air. One could only see that her hands and arms and even the inside of her mouth were stuffed with all sorts of spirit fruits. Looking at Shen Fei, said vaguely, "What is Master, Father, doing?" Shen Fei looked at those spirit fruits in her arms and mouth with a smile and pointed at the stone table with his finger. Tang Myomya instantly understood, and after swallowing all that was in her mouth, he also put all the spirit fruits in his hand into his carry-on space with a wave of his hand. Tens of thousands of dishes suddenly appeared on the stone table in front of them, although very few of them looked badly sold. But it also gives off a delicious odor. "Master, the food for the next drink is all there. I want to." Tang Myomya's eyes looked towards the monkey wine on the stone table, smelling the wine and gulping her saliva, eyes full of longing. Only Shen Fei didn't indulge her. Instead, with a wave of his hand, Tang Myomya disappeared into thin air, having arrived at the edge of the new world. Tang Myomya, whose face was full of longing, looked at the familiar surroundings and pouted and muttered, "What a bad master, not letting me have any wine at all, and I'm over 1,000 years old." At that moment a surprised voice came from not far away. "Boss, hurry up and get over here. So much fruit over here." On the other hand, Shen Fei looked at the Monkey King in front of him and shook his head and lost his smile, handing the chopsticks in his hand to the Monkey King. "That's what said. If you have wine, you have to have food. Why don't you come and have a few drinks with me?" Sun Wukong reached out and took the chopsticks at his words. A small piece of carp was chucked into his mouth and savored for a moment before his eyes lit up. "It's not bad. I've never had anything like it before," he said, and drank another cup of monkey wine, looking at Shen Fei on the opposite side. "Please." Just as the man and the monkey were cozying up to the food and drinking monkey wine, the long river of space and time had already brought together countless powerful people from the heavens. Every powerhouse under the Eternal God Emperor presumed to search for that one odd relic. It was just that they didn't notice a teenager hidden in a black robe silently entering a certain tributary of the long river of space and time. His mouth chanted scriptures, and those scriptures drifted towards the surroundings flowing down the long river of time and space. Nor do we know how long it was, when a certain scripture came to a piece of ancient history after the odd sherry hidden within a small world suddenly flickered twice, and it was as if those scriptures within the river of time and space had been summoned in some way, converging towards the relics. I don't know how long it took, but the top of the relics were already enveloped in Buddha's light. The young man located at the upper reaches of the long river of space and time suddenly took out a long sword and stabbed himself in the chest. From it, he picked out a drop of purple blood that emanated a dignified aura. As soon as it appeared, the drop of purple blood flew downstream uncontrollably. The moment the blood touches the sherbet, a rampant laughter emanated from within the entire small world, and an illusory figure appeared out of thin air. With each step, the aura on his body gradually strengthened by 1 point. When he came above the whole little world, it was evident that he had already arrived at the realm of a half-step eternal true God. Today, I, the Wayless Buddha's son, returned to the world. Just the next moment a huge palm of the heavens stretched out from the void in front of him, filling the air with the aura of eternity. Those who have already died should not try to revive through the river of time and space, and enter the wheel of reincarnation. The Wayless Buddha's son looked at the huge palm in the sky in front of him and extended a finger with a disdainful face. The destructive power above filled the air, and with a gentle stroke towards the front, accompanied by a miserable scream, a drop of purple blood fell towards the bottom. An arm slowly fell from the void. Pathless Buddha's son reached out and grabbed that huge palm, took a deep breath, and all the blood inside was swallowed into his stomach, and his cultivation level came to the eternal true God realm. An unimaginable aura spread towards the surroundings, and bloodthirsty gazes looked towards the top of the eternal true God from earlier was frantically flying upstream. "Stay, The Wayless Buddha's son had his hands behind his back. The void channel appeared to step out into the long river of space and time. And the other eternal true gods that had just appeared within the long river of space and time also discovered him. Feeling the aura of only an early-stage eternal true god on him, face greed. In a flash, countless rays of light flew towards the pathless Buddha's son. It was only at this time that the teenager shrouded in black robes had already arrived in front of pathless Buddha's son. Slowly removing his hood, he saw only a red-lipped and the appearance of the young man with the sword and starry eyes was in the eyes of the beings. Indifferent eyes looked toward the long river of space and time below. With just one glance, some eternal exalted ones who knew the teenager tore through the space in a hurry, escaped the entire length of time. When he came to the outside world, he was gasping for air, full of fear and dread. Why is this kid here too? Does he know this Wayless Buddha's son? Meanwhile, that teenager within the space-time river looked at the thousands of attacks in front of him. A right hand swung toward his side. Within an eternal true realm shrouded in mist, a long sword cut through space and time and hovered in front of him. Holding the long sword in his hand, the eternal power within his body merged into it and looked at those attacks and drank lowly. 10,000 swords return. Chop! Billions of sword shadows appeared out of nowhere in the void, only to see the young man gently waved billions of sword shadows flying in all directions out of thin air, colliding with those attacks. Before those eternal true gods or eternal exalted level powerhouses could react, only the young man standing above the long river of space and time could be heard indifferently saying, "Today, those who stand in my way, kill without mercy." Chapter 78, Mysterious White-Skirted Girl, Unspeakable Realm. Those eternal true god or eternal exalted level powerhouses in the long river of space and time below gazed at the teenager above them, feeling the aura coming from him, and were as quiet as chills. The Wayless Buddha's son took a deep breath as he looked at the young man in front of him, strongly suppressed the excitement in his heart, full of relief, flew forward to his side, whispered, "You're growing up." Looking at those eternal true gods below again, he smiled sarcastically. "Today, my master and disciple will kill through this long river of space and time. Those who don't leave after 3 breaths will be killed without pardon." 1 breath. The eternal true god or eternal exalt level powerhouses below felt the intense killing intent from above. Face to face. 2 breaths. Go! Sensing that the murderous aura from above was just too much, this group of eternal true gods powerhouses could not help but retreat a bit, tearing apart the long river of space and time, leaving only a few scattered people within the entire long river of space and time. They were all eternal exalt level powerhouses, and there was even a half-step eternal god king. 3 breaths. Before the words fell, Dallas Buddha's son and the teenager struck out at the same time. Great Sumarupam. Ruthless sword art. Chop. Go reincarnate. Wayless Buddha child. Eternal light. Go. The two of them, Shen Fei and Sun Wukong, watched what was happening within the long river of space and time, while sipping from their cups of wine. A couple of compliments every now and then. This Wayless Buddha's son is worthy of being a figure from the past. Even after being resurrected, you can still battle those eternal exalted with your eternal true god realm. Even that teenager next to him doesn't lose to that half-step eternal god king. And I don't know what part of ancient history they belong to in the past. Shen Fei took a sip of the wine in his cup at Sun Wukong's words and narrowed his eyes and laughed. No matter what, that pathless Buddha's son was once at the eternal god emperor level. When you reach that realm one day, you'll know the other side of it. Sun Wukong froze for a moment listening to Shen Fei's words, and suddenly inquired with a curious smile, "Then may I ask what realm your excellency is in now?" Shen Fei raised his cup of wine to look at the bright moon and said to himself, "I don't know." Sun Wukong naturally didn't believe Shen Fei's words and just assumed that he didn't want to say it. The two of them just drank for 3 days and 3 nights within the new world. The great battle within the long river of time and space also came to an end. The Wayless Buddhist son and junior, merging into an eternal half-step god king realm powerhouse, Buddha's light and Daoqi filled his body, forcing that one half-step god king out of the space-time long river hard. This tore open the space-time long river. "I don't know where to go." Inside New World, Sun Wukong looked at the empty stone table in front of him, lifted his cup of wine and toasted to the distance. "I hope that when we meet next time, your excellency's name will already be on the Hongmeng golden list." In that direction, Shen Fei and Tang Miao stood on Ada's body and flew in the Star River. The originally smiling Shen Fei suddenly looked in one direction. A wonderful figure stepped out of thin air from the void, like a lily in its first bloom, standing quietly in that void of the clear skin seemed to be gently kissed by the moonlight, with a faint glistening luster. Those eyes, like a clear spring in the deep mountains, clear and deep. It's as if it cleanses the world of all dust. Her long hair was like a waterfall, falling gently to her waist, swaying gently in the wind, with a hint of unadulterated freshness. She was dressed in a white dress, the hem of which swung gently with her steps. It is like a fairy descending to the earth without a trace of mortal dust and fireworks. Eyes suffused with golden light gazed at Shen Fei's group below. Your Excellency is a strong person on the Hongmeng Golden List. Shen Fei narrowed his eyes at her words. Feeling the scent on her, slightly smiled in awe in her mind. No! Tang Miao Miao also gazed at the young girl in front of her, sensing her unkind aura, and just about to make a move. Who knew that the young girl on the opposite side of the room tore through the void and flew towards another eternal true realm simply by looking at them? It was only when that young girl left shortly after that Tang Miao Miao dared to open her mouth to speak. Master! She wouldn't want to challenge the strongest on the Hongmeng Golden Ranking as well, would she? What realm is she in? Shen Fei listened to the words of Tang Miao Miao aside, dotingly stroked her hair and said in a low voice, she has come to another supreme heaven and earth, in the realm of the unspeakable. Tang Miao Miao was puzzled by Shen Fei's words. Looking at the direction the young girl left with interest, he transmitted his voice. Master, why don't we follow her and take a look? Shen Fei pondered for a moment, just about to agree when he suddenly looked in one direction. A golden light enveloped their group. Space shattered, the group flew into it. Billions of light years away in that direction, a blood-covered Kuan Pang, his mouth contained a jade pendant that had been broken. Feeling the countless breaths behind him, angrily cursed. You scumbags! How dare you sneak up on my senior sister? When my master comes over, it will be the day you die. Behind him, a group of men in black shuttled through the void, following closely behind him. One of them was holding a jade bottle to collect the golden blood coming out of the Kuan Pang's body. Listening to the Kuan Pang's words in front of him, he laughed. Who do you think is standing behind us? That's the last person on the battle power list on the Hongmeng Golden Ranking. Is it hard to compare the master behind you? A mole. To me? A few others laughed out loud. It was only then that a nebulous word came from the depths of the void. Set. Before the words fell, those hundreds of strong men behind them were instantly fixed in the void. A face full of heckling gazed ahead. Immediately after, the void in front of them shattered. A young girl in a white dress appeared out of nowhere in the void, indifferent eyes looking at the group of black-clothed people. The person behind you is a strong person on the Hongmeng Golden List. One of them swallowed his saliva and gazed at the beautiful young girl in front of him, inquiring carefully in his heart. Your Excellency is his master. The young girl did not answer their words, but merely glanced at the figure who had spoken, and an unknown aura instantly destroyed that strong person above the heavenly Tao. A purple soul appeared in the river of stars, and before he could react, then he was grabbed by a huge hand and came to the young girl's body full of fear. Senior, behind us is the last Wuji Heavenly Father on the Hongmeng Golden List. I don't think Senior wants to offend us either. Just set me free, and I'll be sure to pretend this didn't happen. Instead of answering, the young girl reached out her right hand to rest on his skull, and in an instant monstrous screams spread in all directions. The group of one person after them hurriedly lowered their heads, inwardly regretting as they heard the screams. I didn't expect this kid to have such a strong person behind him. And at this moment, that Kuan Pang was also looking at the white-skirted girl in front of her with a dumbfounded expression. At this time, the void in front of him shattered, and Shen Fei stepped out from it to look at all this. With a wave of his hand, that Kuan Pang instantly regained his freedom and looked at Shen Fei in front of him to transform into a human form. Hurriedly, he knelt down in front of him and wept. Master, those guys have captured Senior's sister. I can't feel her aura anymore. Will. Shen Fei listened to his words, his eyes looking forward indifferently. Chapter 79, Kill Without Pardon. Tang Miao Miao was also filled with anger as she looked at the group of black-robed men in front of her. Shen Fei took a step forward and came beside the white-skirted girl, gazing at the black-robed men in front of him with a wave of his hand. The soul of one of them was instantly drawn out. Only after receiving all the information did he look in one direction. With a wave of his hand, all the black-clothed men in front of him turned into flying dust. Just as she was about to leave, that white-skirted girl also crushed the soul in her hand and looked at them. Go! Shen Fei nodded and turned to gaze at the Tang Miao Miao crowd. I already know all about them. You stay here and take care of little six. In less than 3 days, I will bring one heir back. With a wave of his hand, a golden light enveloped Tang Miao Miao's crowd, and the space shattered as they flew towards the holy realm. When they left, Shen Fei and the white-skirted girl looked at each other and, together, they tore through space towards the edge of the Star River. A quarter of an hour later, both of them stepped out from the space passage at the same time. Looking at the incomparably thick cosmic barrier in front of them, a finger pointed out the space shattered, forming a passage that could allow 2 people to enter and exit, and both of them stepped into it at the same time. When he opened his eyes once more, he had appeared on the outskirts of countless balls of light. There are large and small shapes in them. The white-skirted woman looked at those balls of light in front of her and introduced them. This is the cosmic sea of stars. Each ball of light represents a universe. The disciple you want to save and the Hongmeng Golden Ranking powerhouse I'm looking for are in that one universe. Saying that, he pointed his hand in one direction, and there was a huge ball of light over there, dozens of times more massive than the one behind them. The two looked at each other and took a step out to the outskirts of that universe. Spatial channel appeared. The two stepped into it at the same time. only just went in only to see the sky and the earth change color. The countless great Tao True thunder struck towards both of them at the same time, only to see the white-skirted girl humming softly as she made a sword with her fingers and swung it toward the top. The robbing thunder above his head that could easily destroy an eternal god emperor instantly disappeared. In the next instant, countless gazes like abysses and seas descended on the two. Among them curiosity. There was surprise. And more envy. The two men's divine sense emanated, instantly enveloping the entire universe, and countless old monsters instantly awoke with a start. With a face of horror, he looked toward the heavens. It is the realm of the unspeakable? They won't come to find the Wuji Heavenly Father, right? Before the words fell, the two people at the edge of the universe looked in one direction at the same time. Over there a white-bearded old man was looking at the two of them with a smirk on his face. An aura that was above all beings descended on the two of them. Fellow Daoist, what is the reason for looking for me? Before Shen Fei could say anything, the white-skirted woman on the side had already torn open the space and flew in that direction. Shen Fei, on the other hand, pinched twice in his hands, and his eyes flashed where Murongwaner was at this time, only to see that in a blood-colored world, Murongwaner was set up on top of a high mountain. The chains were bound to his body. Heavenly fire burned her body. Countless heavenly thunderbolts struck her body, and from time to time, thousands of sword shadows passed through her delicate body. But even so, she didn't snort lightly, but instead looked towards the dome of the sky with a face full of anger. Emotionless son, don't be delusional. Even if I die I won't agree to be your cauldron. A shadowy-looking teenage doppelganger appeared out of thin air in the celestial dome above. With a lecherous smile on his face, he gazed at Murongwaner below. Even if you don't agree, 1,000 years from now when you've been tortured by me into insanity, at that time I will naturally possess your Yuan-in with ease. Enter the eternal truth. As a fine cauldron, you should have realized this long ago. Ha ha. Just then a space vortex suddenly appeared above his head, and Shen Fei put his hands behind his back. Appear in this blood-colored world. The chains binding Murongwaner below shattered out of nowhere, and at the same time, hidden deep within the earth, a young boy with a shadowy face was enveloped by an unimaginable force out of nowhere, forcibly yanking him toward the top. Feeling that power, the teenager with a shadowy face struggled frantically and his face was horrified. However, in the next moment he looked upwards with a feigned calmness and said, "Dare I ask which senior made a move on me? My master is Wuji Tianzuan. I hope your honor will not make a mistake." Before the words fell, a flash of light, he had appeared in thin air beside Shen Fei. The half-step eternal true god realm was instantly imprisoned, and he watched Murongwaner fly to his body. Kill him. Murongwaner nodded, looked at emotionless son in front of her with a hateful face, and stretched out her right hand and it instantly ran through emotionless son's entire chest, pulled the heart out of it and looked at his horrified form. Bite after bite of the heart in his hand. The blood splashed Murongwaner's face, but she didn't care. Instead she licked her lips and made a look of enjoyment, and forcibly extracting emotionless son's soul, he took out the 10,000 soul streamer amidst his horrified eyes. Include him in it. Only then did he look at Shen Fei in front of him. Master. Shen Fei nodded and looked at those strong people above the heavenly Tao who had rushed to say to Murongwaner beside him, "Kill." Feeling the endless power within her body, Murongwaner let out a sardonic smile, watching those black-robed people instantly rush into it. Just then suddenly the sky and earth changed color, and 10 spatial passages appeared out of thin air in the void above his head, only to see 10 strong men who emitted the aura of Eternal God King stepping out from the air with faces full of killing intent gazing at Shen Fei. "Who is your honor? How dare you offend His Majesty the Peerless Heavenly Father?" Unknown. Shen Fei narrowed his eyes and raised his head to look at the dome of the sky. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Noisy. Before the words fell, the 10 Eternal God Kings above them instantly lost their voices, and Murongwaner also rejoined Shen Fei's side covered in blood. The long sword in his hand was stained with blood, and drop after drop fell towards the bottom. In front of it there was already a river of blood, corpses everywhere, countless limbs flying across the sky, and the grievances were overwhelming. Master. Shen Fei nodded his head towards the depths of the starry sky. There that white-skirted woman was holding a sword single-handedly and mixing it up with the Wuji Heavenly Father. Just the aftermath of the engagement destroyed an unknown number of thousand worlds. Some reacting eternal true god powerhouses maneuvered the eternal true realm to fly in other directions. Is this the last place in the battle power list? It's nothing more than that. The starry sky echoed with these words from the white dress girl. In front of him, Wuji Tianzuan was cloaked in hair, looking woefully out of shape. Dodging a sword chi that stabbed at him, looked at the delicate face of the white-skirted woman in front of him and laughed. District of the Unspeakable Realm. I'll show you why I can ascend the Hongmeng Golden Ranking. The heavens open. Before the words fell, the aura on the Peerless Heavenly Father instantly skyrocketed dozens of times. A crack appeared above his head, A long sword emitting an ancient aura fell out of thin air. After the peerless Heavenly Father gripped that long sword, the aura on his body skyrocketed hundreds of times more. A sword swung out, a brilliant light instantly sliced through billions of light years, and all the way through. Either the eternal true realm or the great thousand worlds were instantly split in two. In a flash, he broke through the cosmic barrier into the cosmic sea of stars. The white-skirted girl watched all this with a face full of indifference, and with a pinch in her hand. Billions of sword shadows appeared in the void, and each strike was enough to easily decapitate an eternal god emperor. Sword rain. Fall. In an instant countless sword shadows flew towards the Wuji Heavenly Father, and in the split second of a tight collision, the long river of time and space is revealed. Just in the next instant, the entire long river of space and time was split in two, forming a new tributary. Shen Fei slowly withdrew his gaze and gazed at a world that was thousands of times larger than the eternal true realm. Feeling the gazes gazing at him from the heavens, he had already arrived in that world with a single step. Eyes flickered as he watched what was going on in the world, already furious at the body beside him. Morong Wanner, who was like a bloody person, said indifferently and incomparably, "Kill without mercy." Chapter 80, Human Purgatory. There were quite a few people within the world below who saw the two in the sky just about to make their move, only to see Morong Wanner, a half-step eternal true god, make a bizarre pose. The long sword in his hand swung in the air, and in an instant the sky clouded over. Meteor sword rain. Fall. In an instant, countless rains of swords fell towards the bottom. Only then a barrier shields the entire world within it. A powerhouse above the eternal god emperor. With his hands behind his back, he looked indifferently at the two people above him. "Does your excellency know who you have offended? My master is the Wuji Heavenly Father." Shen Fei heard his words, smilingly lifted a finger. A powerful force that. He was immediately confined. Noisy. Fingers gently pointing, a heavenly thunder falling out of thin air. That powerhouse above the eternal god emperor instantly turned into flying ash, with only a remnant of his soul attempting to escape into the long river of space and time. It was just that Shen Fei did not leave him a way out, and with a wave of his hand, the entire world was isolated outside of space and time. The river of space and time that had just appeared also dissipated out of thin air. That remnant soul looked at Shen Fei in the sky with fear on his face and raised his head to the sky to scream, "Heavenly Father, save me!" Shen Fei did not heed his words, but reached out his fingers to gently point at Morong Wanner's shoulder. In the next moment, an extremely powerful force poured into her body out of nowhere. Looking at everything below, he took one step and had disappeared between heaven and earth, leaving only one sentence behind: "Kill without mercy." Feeling the majestic power within her body, Morong Wanner let out a sardonic smile, and it was like a demon rushing toward the bottom, those powerful above the true gods of eternity below. Looking at the demonic Morong Wanner in the air, she also let out a fierce laugh. Sword of time, gather. Light of destruction, chop. Countless attacks flew towards Morong Wanner, only to dissipate in thin air as it neared the circumference. "Die, you scum!" Morong Wanner reached out and pointed to the heavens and bellowed, "The divine sword of destruction." Heaven opens. A vortex appeared out of thin air above the world, and countless robberies of lightning flickered with light, shrouding the entire world. A divine sword condensed from the great Tao True Thunder slowly fell towards the bottom. The void collapsed, followed by countless divine swords appearing in the sky. With a wave of Morong Wanner's hand, she instantly fell towards the bottom. The eternal gods below looked at the attack from above and did their best to form a shield, wrap the whole world. It was just that the divine swords in the sky seemed to be endless, and after only a quarter of an hour, with a click, the shield condensed by the eternal chi instantly shattered. Countless avenues of true lightning condensed into a divine sword toward the bottom. Instantly the whole world was devastated. Corpses everywhere like a hell on earth. Blood flowed on the earth, coalescing into a long river, with countless mutilated limbs and broken arms flowing down the river. Looking at everything below, Morong Wanner lightly hummed. The hatred in her eyes dissipated a little. Instead of stopping, though, she took a step out into a dilapidated palace, and the long sword in his hand came out of his hand, instantly decapitating those teenage girls who had survived throughout the palace one by one. Toward the depths there, a young girl in a white dress without a scratch on her body. Filled with fear, she looked at Morong Wanner, who was walking towards her, constantly kowtowing and pleading. "I'm sorry, I too was mesmerized by Ruthless. That's what got you caught in the trap and captured in this world. But you just have to let me go this once. I'll be your slave for the rest of my life. Never betray." Morong Wanner looked at the familiar face in front of her, her eyes filled with hatred as she walked slowly to her body. With cold eyes, a sword pierced through her dantian, and her heavenly Tao realm cultivation instantly dissipated. The young girl's appearance also instantly became drooping. Her breath of life close to non-existent. Blood drenched her white dress, and her pale face looked towards Morong Air filled with fear. It's just that Morong Air waved her hand and shot out a light of life, restoring her face and the bruises on her abdomen as they were. He whispered with a hand on her chin. Didn't you want me to be someone else's cauldron? I'll let you try that life is better than death feeling. 2. With his left hand around her neck, he took a step out into a small, broken world and, standing above the sky, looking at the silhouette below, his left hand vibrated. The white dress on the young girl's body instantly shattered, and her delicate figure was exposed to the air. The Morong Air threw the young girl in her hand towards the bottom, instantly fell into the city below, causing a commotion. Just when the crowd thought that the sky had descended on the goddess, they only heard Morong Air from above indifferently say, asterisk 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 her or die. The sky shattered before the words fell with a wave of his hand. Those lower-ranked cultivators below were dumbfounded as they watched the scene. A shadowy-looking cultivator filled with the aura of wine and color looked at the terrified white-skirted girl in the center of the city and instantly pounced on her with a clench of his teeth. Others also reacted to the moment below as if it were a hell on earth. One could only hear the angry curses of the white-skirted girl. Morong Air, you can't die well. Asterisk 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 off you guys. Get out. A day and a night later, a man who was shrugging suddenly realized that the white-skirted girl beneath him was dead, and incredulously probed her nose. Immediately after that, he instantly retreated several steps back and looked at the white-skirted girl who was screaming in terror. She's dead. Dead? There's a commotion in the crowd. Morong Air, who was sitting on top of the sky, opened her eyes and looked at everything below with a calm face. With a wave of his hand, a rope condensed from eternal chi bound the body of the white-skirted girl. Come to her side. A finger pointed out in the air and the life breath emerged. A quarter of an hour later, the white-skirted girl's eyelashes fluttered twice to open her eyes, looking at Morong Air in front of her with a face full of malice. You'll be damned if you do. Morong Air listened to her words and slapped her face, her tone cold. You should have thought of this day when you sold me to Ruthless. Turning to another city, he threw down the maiden in his hand. Asterisk 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 her. The white-skirted girl landed on the ground, looking at the group of men beside her as if they were jackals and cursing angrily. You bunch of losers. Get the hell out of here. Morong Air, when I survive this time, I will definitely make your life worse than death in the future. And the men beside her gulped as they gazed at her pretty face and, with a lecherous grin on his face, he walked over. A day ago I heard that in the next city the sky descended to the goddess. I never thought I'd be able to enjoy this level of beauty one day. What a way to die. And those young girls on the sidelines gazing at the scene had sideways glances that they couldn't bear to look at. Morong Air from above calmly watched all of this. A day later, the breath of the white-skirted girl covered in filth slowly dissipated. Her eyes were filled with malice, but there was no remorse at all. Morong Air from above slowly stretched out her right hand and a disembodied soul was instantly drawn out to be put into the 10,000 souls fan by her, suffering countless tortures. Chapter 81, The Hongmeng Golden List reappears. By Wan Qing. After doing this, broke through space and flew towards where Shen Fei was. And at this moment Shen Fei was in an inn, his eyes looking towards the starry river. Every now and then, he shook his head and savored the wine in his glass. It seems like the Hongmeng Golden Ranking is going to change before long. And at this moment, in the middle of the Star River, the white-skirted woman pinched her hand and drank lowly. The body transforms into thousands. With this low drink, billions of spatial channels appeared out of nowhere in the surrounding space. The countless figures stepped out from it, and their bodies were filled with an aura of eternity. Each one of them was identical to the woman in the white dress, holding long swords in their hands to surround the Wuji Heavenly Father. At the same time, he pointed the long sword in his hand towards the Wuji Heavenly Father. God destroy. In a flash, billions of rays of light enveloped the Wuji Heavenly Father, could only faintly hear the words coming from inside. Is that all you've got? Little girl. Reincarnation break. A sword intent filled with the aura of reincarnation ripped through the heavens towards the white-skirted woman's true body. Looking at the upcoming attack, the billions of figures simultaneously choked in their hands and let out a low cry. 2-year seal. Billions of seals permeated with the chi of yin and yang flew toward the front at the same time. The moment the two attacks collided, the whole starry river, within billions and billions of light-years of chaos broken. A tributary of the long river of time and space flowing through this universe appeared out of nowhere in the heavens. The peerless Heavenly Father looked at the tributary of the long river of space and time above his head and instantly flew into it. The white-skirted girl followed close behind. Just after entering the long river of space and time, a divine sword instantly stabbed at the chest of the white-skirted girl. Just the next moment a jade hand stretched out from within the river of time and space with the aura of the future permeating it. 2 fingers gripped the tip of the sword. The future white-skirted girl gazed at the past Wuji Tianzu and a great battle broke out in an instant. Cloud Crane Finger. Green Rainbow Technique. the entire long river of space and time continued to roar, and the next moment a sword light sliced through and the long river of space and time shattered. The white-skirted girl watched as the true body of the Wuji Heavenly Father above her used the river of space and time as a sword, instantly isolating Wuji Tianzuan's past from the future, followed by a fingertip tracing along the blade of the sword. The purple blood flowed on the tip of the sword as he looked at the true form of the peerless Heavenly Father in front of him. The breath and the body coalesced radiantly and a radiant to the extreme light instantly split the peerless Heavenly Father in two. The next moment the soul of the Wuji Heavenly Father appeared, only to see that he was also holding a long sword in his hand, gazing at the white-skirted girl in front of him with maniacal eyes. Die together. Immediately followed by a flash of light in his eyes, a wave of reincarnation chi coalesced above the blade. Chop soul. Feeling that aura of death, the white-skirted girl's eyes remained indifferent, pinching in her hands. The body transforms into thousands, countless figures, some poking out of the long river of space and time. Some stepped out of the void indifferently gazing at the attack while using their fingers as swords. Zanjutsu. Break. Billions of attacks converge into a single ray of light that, toward that sword she flew in the moment of collision. The Wuji Heavenly Father instantly tore open the long river of space and time and flew toward the outside. He came to the edge of the universe in an instant, and was just about to tear open the cosmic barrier. Shen Fei, who was sitting in the middle of the inn, had a flash of vision and the corner of his mouth curled up, gently stretching out his hand and pointing his finger on the wooden table in front of him. A ray of light crossed over, instantly enveloping the entire universe. By this time that white-skirted girl had also arrived behind the Wuji Heavenly Father. The long sword in his hand was filled with a terrifying aura. A sword pierced through the Wuji Heavenly Father's chest, and an unimaginable devouring power came from it. The soul of the peerless Heavenly Father was instantly incorporated into it. The next moment billions of universes simultaneously shook for an instant. The golden list of Hongmeng reappears. The white-skirted girl gazed at the Hongmeng golden list above, especially the first place. It was covered by an inexplicable power, and even she didn't know who was sitting high above the 9 heavens, overlooking the heavens. In the next moment, the last name belonging to Wuji Tianzuan on the Hongmeng Golden Ranking Battle Power List was slowly erased. Battle Power List, number 100, by Wan Qing. Billions of cosmic beings gazed at that last name and looked at each other. Who is this by Wan Qing? Surprisingly, it's so terrifying. It's the world's number 100 that deserves it, but at the same time, there are those who have changed their minds about the gazing at those strong people on the list. Turns out they're not invincible. In the center of a world shrouded in mist, where a thatched hut, there was a stream 10 feet away, and an old man with a white beard was sitting in a chaise longue, with a fishing rod in his hand, and, gazing at the Hongmeng golden list in the sky, suddenly stood up. A low chuckle to the one teenager who was sharpening his sword outside the door. Come on, follow master out for a walk. Goten. The one teenager who was sharpening his sword looked up with a face full of joy as he listened to his words and, returning the long sword in his hand to its scabbard, he followed behind the old man towards the world beyond. Bai Wanqing's eyes were indifferent as she gazed at the first place name. One day I will surpass you. Then looking towards where Shen Fei stepped out with one step, has come to Shen Fei's front, looked at his smiling face and frowned. Why are you helping me? Shen Fei listened to her words, picked up the drunken wind charm on the table and poured a cup and handed it to Bai Wanqing in front of him. Only after seeing her take it did she say with a smiling face, I also just want to see if the strongest person on top of the Dao Gold list is that unbeatable? Bai Wanqing frowned as she listened to his words, and the aura within her body instantly enveloped Shen Fei. Seeing that he still had a smiling look on his face, he instantly drew the long sword in his hand, racked on Shen Fei's neck, said in a cold voice, Go out and fight me. Shen Fei was dumbfounded at this look of hers, and it was just at this time that Moron Wan Er came outside the inn. Looking at Bai Wanqing, she instantly drew the long sword in her hand and wanted to attack. It was just that Shen Fei laughed and pointed his finger to the glass of wine on the table and said, You drink and I'll fight you. Bai Wanqing frowned at his words, and with her left hand, she picked up the cup of drunken winchant and drank it down, just wanting to speak. The next moment Shen Fei in front of him had already disappeared without a trace. Even Moron Wan Er had disappeared into the entire universe. Bai Wanqing looked at the place where Shen Fei disappeared with a face full of anger and instantly crushed the wineglass in her hand. Just want to chase out, only to find Shen Fei's table is clearly written a few words with a set of white dresses being folded neatly. This jug of wine is a token of filial piety from my daughter-in-law, and it is yours. Whenever you finish this pot of wine, I will naturally appear to fight you. By the way, your dress is torn. Bai Wanqing gazed at the words on the table and muttered to herself with a light hum. A man of his word. Returning the long sword in his hand to its scabbard, he took a step out and, the figure had already disappeared into this world. What disappeared together was the pot of drunken winchant on the table and the set of white sarongs. Chapter 82 Supreme Forgetfulness. On the other hand, Shen Fei and Hongmeng walked in the cosmic sea of stars. Every now and then, a few rays of light cross their paths into other universes. Look for those strong people on top of the Hongmeng Golden List. Hongmeng looked at those rays of light enviously, and suddenly thought of that scene in the inn again. Asked softly, "Master, who was that girl just now?" The corner of Shen Fei's mouth curled up as he listened to her words. She's that Bai Wanqing. Before the words were spoken, a ray of light rested in front of them. A man with a shadowy face shrouded in demonic aura came out from it, looking at Shen Fei and the two of them with a face of contempt. "Kid, where is that Bai Wanqing? I might be able to make you suffer less if you talk." Shen Fei narrowed his eyes at his words, raised a finger and, instantly binding the demonic powerhouse in front of him. The person in front of him instantly turned into flying dust after hooking his finger. After doing this, just ready to open the space channel, dozens of rays of light will come in front of the body, which is either old or young. There was even a great phoenix demon shrouded in flames. "Kid, you just said you know that Bai Wanqing. If you don't tell me where she is, I'm afraid you won't live through today." Hongmeng looked at the dozens of figures above her, and each one was as if the sun was impossible to look at, but she wasn't worried. Fittingly, only to see Shen Fei beside him step forward with a contemptuous look at the dozens of people. A bunch of mole crickets. Before the words fell that one of the Phoenix True Demons was instantly enraged. The flame light on his body blazed out toward the Shen Fei below. "Kid, die!" And the others watched the scene with indifferent eyes. Just the next moment, only to see the Shen Fei below merely lifted a finger. A power that could not be described in words instantly descended upon them, only to hear a cry from the void. "Extinguish!" Those dozens of strong men instantly turned into flying dust without even reacting. Some of those people in the cosmic star sea who were still hitting Shen Fei's idea instantly hid their gazes. Who is this kid? It feels quite a bit more terrifying than that Bai Wanqing. Looks like I'm still too arrogant. Let's go back and cultivate for 1,000,000,000 years first. Some of the strongest people are secretly wondering in their minds. It didn't take long for most of the hundreds of rays of light in the original cosmic sea of stars to leave. Shen Fei clapped his hands after doing this and opened the cosmic channel in front of him, into that part of the universe that belongs to him. Smelling the familiar odor in the void, Hongmeng's tense heart also soothed down, and his face eased up quite a bit. "Come on, I'll take you to Little Six and the others." Hongmeng, listening to Shen Fei's words, is very puzzled. Just before opening his mouth in front of the void broken, revealing the face of the holy world, feeling the familiar aura coming from inside, Hongmeng looked delighted and hurriedly flew into it. And Shen Fei, who was on the side, had just wanted to enter the spatial channel, only to suddenly smile in the next moment, turning his head toward behind him, only to see the void behind him shattered. A jade foot stepped out from it. Bai Wanqing looked at Shen Fei with a smile on her face. She had the long sword in her hand. The white dress looked so beautiful. A man of his word runs pretty fast. "Eat my sword. God destroy." Shen Fei looked at the light and took a step backward, and the void behind him shattered. A barbaric world appeared out of thin air and laughed. "Then I'll cut my teeth with you." Bai Wanqing looked at Shen Fei's face and let out a light hum as she flew into that barbaric world. Just went in. Bai Wanqing instantly pinched in her hands and drank loudly. The body transforms into thousands. As he watched, the billions of Bai Wanqing stepped out of the void in silhouette. Shen Fei also took a step forward. Instantly countless Shen Fei appeared in the world out of thin air. Using his fingers as a sword, he looked at Bai Wanqing in front of him and swung. 9-character sword decision. Chop. Seeing the countless sword lights coming in an instant, Bai Wanqing pinched her hand and a light flashed in her eyes. The great grinding wheel of yin and yang. Now, a billions of feet of light appeared out of thin air in the void above his head, and from it fell an exterminating millstone that emanated an aura of destruction. The moment Shen Fei's sword light and the magic disc collided with each other, the entire world was instantly split in two, countless stars falling. But the attacks didn't stop. One sword to the immortal. All things perish. The river of time and space. Now, just as the two were mixing it up in the savage world, a true dragon powerhouse of the demon race stepped into a mysterious and unpredictable universe in the cosmic sea of stars. Only he was instantly decapitated just as he entered. Before he died, he saw a horrible scene. The entire universe was a void, with only a young boy sitting cross-legged in the center of the universe, his eyes closed tightly, as if he was sleeping. Beside him, a long sword hovered around him, emitting a brilliant light. Upon closer inspection, only two words were clearly written on the hilt of the long sword: forgetfulness. And on the other side of the universe beyond, a true dragon powerhouse whose breath was far above unspeakable suddenly looked at that universe with a furious expression. With a wave of his hand, dozens of rays of light flew from the distance with a puzzled look at his figure. "Father, why have you suddenly summoned us?" That true dragon snorted lightly, and with a wave of his hand, a ray of light enveloped them. Instantly to that universe beyond, The other powerhouses that were just approaching also felt the aura of the true dragon that had fallen earlier. How dare you behead my son? Go! The true dragon powerhouse took a step forward, and the universe in front of him shattered out of thin air as spatial passages appeared. The dozens of true dragon powerhouses behind them were also filled with anger as they walked towards the inside. And right now, in the center of the universe, that teenager is still sleeping. The long sword beside him, however, suddenly trembled twice. A void passage appeared in front of him, and he flew into it, arriving in front of that true dragon powerhouse in an instant. An illusory figure appeared out of thin air beside Forgetfulness, bearing a 7 or 8% resemblance to that teenager, reaching out his illusory right hand to hold Forgetfulness. The eyes are indifferent, emotionless, and, watching those few true dragon powerhouses that appeared out of nowhere instantly launched an attack. Supreme Forgetfulness Technique. Chopper. A brilliant light instantly cut down those dozens of true dragons. The light flew towards the universe beyond, instantly attracting an unknown number of gazes. A group of powerhouses of the unspeakable realm instantly gazed at this universe. Only when they saw the face of that teenager plus the words engraved on the long sword in his hand they all lowered their heads. The mind heckled. Sword of Forgetfulness. He's a powerhouse on the realm list. Taishan Forgetfulness. Run. In just a split second, those powerhouses tore through space with faces full of terror and, fleeing hundreds of universes away in an instant. Only then did he gasp and look grateful. And on the other side, the illusory figure looked at the cosmic sea of stars with a cold gaze. Only after all those powerful people had left did he turn around and look at the teenager in the center of the world. The figure slowly dissipated and merged into the Forgetfulness sword. Breaking through the spatial channel, he came to the teenager's side in an instant. Suspended in the void. Chapter 83, I will find you. A ray of light dangled down the tip of the sword into the void, and the light cut across the entire universe. I don't know if it's an illusion, but it seems like this universe has expanded a few more points, and in the cosmic sea of stars, some of the strongest people on the Hongmeng Golden Ranking battle list were also discovered. It was only when those powerful people thought that they too could take it over, like by Wanqing. It was only then that I realized that every single person on the gold list made a world of difference. Countless strong people had fallen, and they still couldn't shake those strong people on the battle power list. And at this moment within the Holy Realm, Morong Wan Air stood on top of the dome of the world, feeling the whole world's. Suddenly, with a happy face, they flew towards Long Xiaotian's direction. A quarter of an hour later had arrived above the wooden house where Long Xiaotian and the others were. I was just about to fly down, when I remembered that I was wearing a blood-colored dress that, the flash of light had changed into a long white dress. Only then did he fly toward the bottom, and when 1,000 feet nearer the cabin, inside the wooden house, Xiao Luzi suddenly opened his eyes and said to Yiqing Yu beside him with a happy face looking towards the dome of the sky, "My senior sister is back." Inside the cabin, Tang Miao Miao raised her head towards the dome of the sky. A face of surprise flew out to Morong Wainer's body to hold her arm. Surprise. "Elder sister, it's good that you're back. You're not hurt, are you?" Morong Wan Air stroked Tang Miao Miao's hair with a doting face and whispered, "It's fine, and I'd like to say thanks to Little Six." The two flew and landed in front of the cabin and headed inside. Inside the wooden house, Yifeng, Long Zishu and several senior brothers looked at the oncoming Morong Wan Air and said in a hurry, "Sister." Morong Wan Air answered and came to the bedside looking at Xiao Luzi, who was lying on the bed, and said softly, "Thanks a lot, Roku-chan." Little Six shook his head at her words in a hurry, looking behind her with a puzzled expression. "Sister, you're all the way back. Where's Master?" A few others also looked behind them with puzzled faces as their divine sense swept across the entire sacred realm. But nothing came out of it. Looking at Morong Wan Air suspiciously, sensing the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Morong Wan Air slowly sat down and, taking out an elixir and feeding it to Xiao Luzi, he then said, "Master is sparring with that Bai Wanqing." Tang Miao Miao listened to her words indistinctly, sketching out Bai Wanqing's appearance in the void. "Is she?" Morong Wan Air nodded. "That's right. According to Master, she's Bai Wanqing, who ascended to the 100th position on the battle power ranking not long ago." Several other people gazed at the figure in the void, but how could they not see her face? Several people present also had seen her real body. Xiao Luzi, Morong Wan Air, Tang Miao Miao, 3 people could see her stunningly beautiful face. However, the others also knew that the person in front of them was the 100th in the battle power ranking. There were exclamations of astonishment. At that moment, Little Six suddenly said, "By the way, senior sister, how is that emotionless son doing now?" "And that one?" Morong Wan Air listened to his words, and with a light humming sound 10,000 soul streamer appeared out of thin air. Only the punishment that emotionless son and the white-skirted girl were suffering at the moment was revealed on it, only to see emotionless son surrounded by thousands of flames, and countless divine swords passing through his chest. 9 heavenly thunder also bombarded his body. The white-skirted girl on the side was even more miserable, being abused by those souls in the 10,000 Souls fan. Xiao Luzi looked at the two figures, the anger in his eyes then slowly dissipated, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Bah! These are still too light for these two guys. Let me. Raising his right hand, an ethereal aura descended into the world of 10,000 Souls fan. The next moment both men screamed at the same time. Just as Little Six was torturing these two souls, the battlefield on Shen Fei's side was also slowly approaching the end. Bai Wanqing looked at Shen Fei, who was billions of light years away, and wiped the fragrant sweat on her forehead. The long sword in his hand pointed forward. Where do you rank on the battle list? Shen Fei pretended to be contemplative as he listened to her words. Then the corner of his mouth curled up and said with interest, when you finish that jug of wine, I'll naturally tell you. As Bai Wanqing listened to his words, the light in her eyes flickered, and with a light hum, she pinched her hand. God appears. Before the words fell, a vortex enveloped a circle of billions of light years from which shot out a ray of light. Hidden within the light was a looming figure, dressed in a white dress that resembled the divine, and she held a lightsaber in her hand. Bai Wanqing from below flew to the front of that figure and said with the long sword in her hand pointing at Shen Fei, divine punishment. In the next moment, the figure behind him raised the lightsaber in his hand and chopped towards Shen Fei. The tip of the sword slashed through, and the long river of space and time appeared to shatter instantly. Shen Fei looked at the lightsaber and raised his right hand and made a sword finger to wave it toward the front. The two attacks collided, and a spatial channel appeared out of nowhere. A powerful suction force from it instantly took Bai Wanqing in. In front of the spatial channel, Shen Fei watched Bai Wanqing's figure with a smile on his face as his lips moved slightly. Your dress is torn. Bai Wanqing listened to his words. The light in his eyes flashed through all the power in his body instantly infused in the long sword, and he swung it toward the front and drank. You wait. The next moment the spatial channel slowly closed, and Bai Wanqing was already in another universe. At this time behind him a spatial channel appeared out of thin air, and a middle-aged man stepped out from it, looking at Bai Wanqing's delicate figure, especially the broken skirt, exposing her long legs to the air. The middle-aged man licked his lips, and a hint of lust flickered in the bottom of his eyes. Vertically coming behind Bai Wanqing to stretch out her right hand to try to latch onto her shoulder, she inquired under her breath. Beauty, I don't know if you have a dog. What do you think of me? Hearing the words behind her, Bai Wanqing turned to look with an angry face, accompanied by a poof of. A drop of blood floated in the void, and the middle-aged man's body and head were instantly split in two, falling towards the bottom. After doing this, he looked at the direction where Shen Fei was with a face full of anger. I will find you, Humph. And on the other side, Shen Fei seemed to have heard her words, stroking his chin and shaking his head. Looks like it's still not good to be too handsome. Shaking his head, he stepped out of this barbaric world and took a step out to where the sacred realm was. Protecting his hands behind his back, he broke through the world barrier and flew towards it. It was only the next moment that Shen Fei suddenly looked toward the Wind family compound, where a spatial channel appeared out of thin air. A figure stepped out from it, and Feng Zhenhao held the soundly sleeping baby in his arms with a doting expression. Shen Fei looked at this scene and said to himself, resurrected? Talking to himself, he flew towards where Long Xiaotian and the others were. Not long after, the leisurely Shen Fei finally came to the top of their thatched hut and slowly fell down. Hearing the words inside revealed a smile and headed inside. At this time, Tang Niumia's afterglow just happened to look at where Shen Fei was, and suddenly ran over with a face of surprise. The corner of Shen Fei's mouth curled up into a smile, and he just wanted to touch her hair, only to see Tang Niumia but suddenly ran behind him towards the surroundings, raising her eyes to look at herself. Where's that big beauty? Why didn't she come along? What a shame. Chapter 84, The Empire of Paradise. Master, why didn't you bring that big beauty here? Yi Qingyu inside the room, listening to Tang Miao's words, hid her mouth and smiled, just about to open her mouth. It was only the jade plate at his waist that suddenly flickered. There was a clicking sound revealing a crack closely followed by a widening crack. It slowed to a stop just moments before the jade was about to shatter. My master is in danger. Yi Qingyu picked up the jade tablet in her hand and looked at Ji Feng and the people beside her with a worried face, and at this moment in the other world, Yi Qingxian, who was already in the Divine Emperor realm, was being chased by three peak Divine Emperor powerhouses. Every now and then, he swung out a sword, chopping to the rear, and flew toward the front in a sorry state. The fiery red dress on her body was already broken most of the way, and the spring light was leaking out. Little beauty, His Majesty the God Emperor wants to take you as his consort. Why are you hesitant to do so? That's right, you should know that His Majesty, the God Emperor, as the lord of a party's divine kingdom, you only need to marry him. In the future a large portion of the kingdom of God belongs to you. Yi Qingxian spat out a mouthful of bruised blood as she listened to the words of those three people behind her, and didn't pay any attention to the three of them, covering the penetrating wound in his abdomen. He did his best to fly towards the edge of the world. It was only because of his excessive injuries that he only maintained a distance of 1,000 feet from those three behind him. The incomparably desperate Yi Qingxian just wanted to die together. Then with the rest of the light to see directly in front of the space actually out of thin air broke and appear a space vortex do not know where to go. Looking at that spatial vortex, Yi Qingxian hurriedly flew towards the front. The long sword in his hand also shot out 3 brilliant rays of light towards his back, and in the blink of an eye, he flew into the spatial vortex. In the next instant, the space vortex slowly closed, and those 3 people behind them looked at the place where the spatial vortex disappeared and kept pinching themselves, looking anxious. This little is so insensitive. What now? What else can we do? Run away. Of course. If His Majesty the God Emperor blames us, I'm afraid even our family will be destroyed. The 3 of them looked at each other and were just about to fly towards the clan they belonged to. Just a spatial passage appeared in front of him. Shen Fei stepped out from it and swept his gaze across the entire world, but did not find any trace of Yi Qingxian. Stretching out his right hand, the 3 God Emperor powerhouses below instantly flew towards him, just as they wanted to beg for mercy for a split second. Their divine souls were also forcibly extracted, and Shen Fei read the memories in them. A face full of coldness looked in one direction. God Emperor? One step out has come to the top of a radiant divine country, slowly stretching out his fingers, and the next moment the entire heaven and earth changed color. A finger of billions of feet fell from the void toward the bottom. The mere formation of the airwave caused space to shatter, and the entire heaven and earth were devoid of sunlight and moonlight. Within the god's country below, a middle-aged man flew out of the palace and raised his head toward the top. The next moment, that finger smashed into his body, instantly crushing him towards the palace below. The entire world was instantly penetrated as the finger fell, revealing an abyss where the palace had been. Those God Emperor realm powerhouses down below or the supreme existences at the Godfather level prostrated themselves on the ground, watching the heavens. Please forgive the heavenly Tao. Mercy. And at this moment, Shen Fei had already arrived outside the world, extending his right hand and grasping the thread of causality, pinched in the void for a moment. Suddenly looking in one direction, the cosmic passageway appeared out of thin air, and one step was taken into it, and half a cup of tea ago. In another universe Yi Qingxian fell from the space vortex with a wretched face, coughing violently twice. Before she could react, countless chains appeared out of nowhere from the depths of the void to bind her. Immediately after a teenager appeared beside her out of nowhere. After carefully surveying the wretched Yi Qingxian, he stroked his chin and smiled lewdly. In comes another beauty. Come with me to the empire of ultimate bliss. An unimaginable force descended on Yi Qingxian's body, and space shattered. The teenager forcefully dragged Yi Qingxian into it. Inside the spatial channel Yi Qingxian looked towards the end of the spatial channel and her face changed drastically, only to see an empire suspended at the end of the space passage. But the strange thing is that there are only countless young girls in the whole empire and they are kneeling on the ground without a single piece of clothing on their bodies, their eyes looking blankly and numbly to the heavens, just a ball of light above that empire. Every now and then the body of a young girl was thrown downward from that ball of light. The next moment hundreds of young girls within the empire floated out of thin air and flew towards that ball of light. A few moments later there was another moan. The teenager looked at Yi Qingxian, whose face had changed drastically on the side, and smiled. Beauty, all you have to do is serve my master well, and then he'll delegate you to me. I'll be gentle with you. Don't worry, and don't you dare expect to escape this world. Even if you escape, a large portion of this entire universe is my master's territory. You can't escape either. So yeah, you might as well actively enjoy it. Not to mention that my master is the 95th strongest person on the Hongmeng Golden Ranking battle power list. If you serve him well, maybe he'll grant you a little something nice. Make you an eternal true god. Yi Qingxian was filled with despair as she listened to the teenager's words. His right hand didn't move as he reached toward the hem of his skirt below to grip a jade pendant. With a slight force, the jade pendant was instantly split in two, and the teenager on the side noticed her little move. Only it didn't bother him. It wasn't long before the two had arrived at the end of the spatial passage. The teenager forcefully tugged Yi Qingxian towards the ball of light above and stayed outside of it. Respectfully, master has another beauty, and an extremely good one at that. Before the words fell the ball of light instantly dissipated. Only to see that inside was a huge and incomparable bed filled with all kinds of stunningly beautiful young girls. Some of their faces were fearful, some were scared, some were shy, and some looked numb, but without exception, all of them did not dare to resist. And in the very center of the big bed a middle-aged man looked at Yi Qingxian's eyes lit up. Very roughly, he threw the young girl beneath him off the large bed and let her fall towards the bottom. Then he looked at Yi Qingxian's stunning face and delicate figure drooling with a lecherous smile. Sure is a superb beauty. You're not bad. It's not in vain that I've taken you as my disciple. All the women on this bed are all rewarded to you. The teenager's eyes lit up at his words and a wave of the hand will instantly bed tens of thousands of young girls all into the body world. God respectfully flew toward the bottom, into the midst of the palace that belonged to him, and threw the maidens all on their beds. Then he pounced on it with a lecherous grin on his face. And at this moment the middle-aged man in the void was walking towards Yi Qingxian with a lewd smile on his face. Beauty, after tonight, I'll let you experience what it means to be on Earth. That overwhelming feeling is sure to last you a lifetime. Yi Qingxian gazed at the man walking towards him, full of despair, trying to struggle. But her body and cultivation had all been imprisoned. It was also all she could do to go limp in the void and allow the man to reach out his evil hand towards her. Chapter 85, The Meaning of Eternal Life? Only then, a billion-foot vortex appeared out of nowhere in the sky. A spatial channel appeared out of nowhere, instantly attracting the attention of the billions of young girls below. Only they remained numb, and only a very few of the young girls. The face gazed upward with excitement. Shen Fei stood above the dome of the sky, gazing at everything below with a face full of cold intent. The chains imprisoning Yi Qingxian instantly snapped, and a soft light enveloped her with eye. Flying towards the firmament, gazing at Shen Fei above, Yi Qingxian suddenly smiled. Paralyzed in the void, the delicate figure was exposed. Coupled with her flaming red gown, she looked flirty as hell, and it raised a strong desire to protect. The Emperor of Ultimate Bliss down below suddenly sneered as he watched this and stretched out his right hand, while above the dome of the sky appeared out of thin air hundreds of millions of tens of feet of chains toward Shen Fei. Attacked at the same time, a playful face said, "Kid in the hands of this emperor wanting to play the hero to save a beauty routine. You're not qualified. Today I will capture you and let you see with your own eyes how I toyed with her." Shen Fei was filled with coldness as he listened to the words of the Emperor of Extreme Bliss and let those attacks fly towards him. A transparent shield emerged in front of his body. Those attacks that were enough to easily destroy 1,000 worlds couldn't even splash a single ripple in front of the shield. Step after step towards the bottom. It was as if heaven and earth had felt Shen Fei's killing intent. The originally blood-colored dome of the sky revealed a crack out of nowhere. The countless peaks of the entire world shattered out of nowhere, and the mountains and rivers turned upside down. The world revealed crack after crack of killing intent spreading through the world towards the outside. Along the way, countless stars shattered out of thin air. Shen Fei came to Yi Qingxian's side and shot out a ray of light that, recovering all of Yi Qingxian's injuries, he looked at everything below and said in a cold voice, "How do you want him to die?" Yi Qingxian stood up and stretched out her hand to block the hidden mountain peaks. Her snow-white jade legs were exposed in the air, and she looked down at the Emperor of Extreme Bliss with a face full of anger. "I will draw out his soul, and I will make him suffer 10,000 fires and flay him." The Emperor of Extreme Bliss below laughed twice as he listened to their words. With a disdainful face, he looked at the two men above him. "Beauty, it's best if you don't resist, lest you suffer some more flesh and blood." Before the words fell behind him, billions of spatial channels appeared out of thin air. Countless figures permeated with eternal chi stepped out from it. There are countless eternal god kings among them. There were even not a few eternal god emperor and god emperor level powerhouses on it, each of them holding a stunning beauty in their arms. There were even 5 figures that were like great suns in which a half-step unspeakable aura permeated. Standing at the forefront, one, even more so, had reached the realm of the ineffable, shrouded in mist. Only a delicate figure could be faintly seen. The Emperor of Ultimate Bliss felt the breath behind him and laughed twice as he took a step out towards his body. Looking above, Yi Qingxian took a deep breath and made an intoxicated look and said, followed by a wave of the hand. Behind him flew out a stunning beauty at the eternal true god level, very naturally snuggled into his arms. Removing the clothes and skirts from the stunning beauty's body, and exposing her stunning figure to the air. Put his hand into it, rubbed it, listening to the panting sound beside him. He looked at Shen Fei above with a lewd smile and said, "Fellow Daoist, how about we make a deal? As long as you join us, after today, the women in this entire universe are at your disposal, and she only had to stay with me for a mere 1,000 years. When the time comes, I will naturally return her to you." Daoist, you know what we cultivate so powerfully for? It's still not for these stunning beauties in the world. Otherwise, what's the point of us living this long? As long as you join us, in 1,000,000,000 years I'll take you on a quest to conquer other worlds, preying on the beauty of other worlds. You know that I'm the 95th strongest person on the battle power list. How? Yi Qingxian listened to the words from below. Her face full of anger, her hand waved. A long sword appeared in her hand and roared, "Die for me, you demon." An extremely bright sword light flew towards the bottom, but the billions of powerful people below didn't care. Only Shen Fei raised his right hand and extended a finger. A light flashed across the entire universe, instantly split in two. At the same time, a brilliant light cut through, isolating this half of the universe from space and time. At the same time, Those imprisoned maidens in the billions of worlds disappeared out of thin air. Going to the other half of the universe, there are only countless men who are having fun looking down at their bodies with blank faces. After all this, only then did he reach out and point a finger. An unimaginable force instantly descended on Yi Qingxian's body, raising her realm instantly to the realm of the unimaginable. Feeling the unimaginable power within, Yi Qingxian froze but instantly reacted to Shen Fei beside him. That Emperor of Ultimate Bliss is all mine. I'm going to make this demon suffer through torture. After saying that, he flew towards the bottom. And the Emperor of Extreme Bliss looked at the two figures above with a light hum. Do you think you can escape from me with your secret arts? Since you don't know what to do, you're all going to die. Countless chains flew towards the two of them from the dome of the sky, and Yi Qingxian was like a stunningly beautiful butterfly. His figure drifted and flashed through countless chains, arriving at his side in the blink of an eye. The long sword in his hand stabbed at his heart. Die! It was only then that a lance came from behind her. That one unspeakably strong person instantly struck out. Yi Qingxian hurriedly dodged to the side, instantly appearing within the starry sky. Eyes flashing light, looking at the figure in front of him is even more furious. The long sword in his hand was pointed at the young girl light years away. You as a woman are aiding and abetting. I will cut you down here today. The words have not yet fallen. Starry sky behind her, out of thin air appeared billions of swordlight toward that delicate figure. It was just that the figure didn't care about her attack. Instead, she hid a smile and pinched her hands together to raise a barrier against the billions and billions of attacks. Gazing at Yi Qingxian's stunningly beautiful face and delicate figure, licked his lips, revealing a flirtatious smile. When this day is over, that lover of yours was decapitated by the Emperor. How about we serve him together then? I'm sure you'll love the overwhelming experience, and when the time comes, I think you'll willingly prostrate yourself under him, too. Otherwise, if you beg me now, I might even get the Emperor to spare your lover's life. Let him watch you serve the Emperor with me. I don't think you've tried that feeling yet, said Wings to Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian's face was filled with anger as he listened to her words, his sword pointing to the heavens. 100 flowers, 10,000 flower sword. Countless flower petals condensed from blood appeared out of nowhere in the void. It was filled with sword intent and countless forces of law that instantly surrounded the delicate figure. Chop. Chapter 86. You are the one who is the best in the world. Just as the two were mixing in the starry sky, Shen Fei in the world of ultimate bliss used his finger as a sword. He had killed countless eternal true god-level powerhouses. But even so, there were also countless powerhouses in the greater half of the universe that were coming through the spatial channel at breakneck speed. Even though there were already corpses and rivers of blood down there, they still couldn't stop them. The Emperor of Ultimate Bliss flew toward the heavens with a wave of his hand. The Ultimate Bliss Empire below floated out of thin air and quickly shrunk. It transformed into a flipping seal held in his hand. The space channel appeared behind him and looked at Shen Fei, who was surrounded by the crowd, and laughed. Kid, I don't care if you're the #1 ranked powerhouse on the battle power list, but this Emperor wants to escape. With you can't stop it. It was only then that a cold word appeared in his ears out of nowhere. Oh yeah? The next moment a right hand grasped his neck, and calm eyes gazed into his face. Meanwhile, those eternal true god or above powerhouses also reacted, with their hands pinching. Countless attacks that could destroy an eternal true realm blasted toward Shen Fei. The entire Elysium was instantly destroyed, and the void shattered into nothingness. Shen Fei watched those upcoming attacks. Raising his left hand, a shield instantly enveloped the two of them, allowing those attacks to fall on the shield. The right hand exerted a slight force that. It was only at this time that Emperor of Extreme Bliss coughed twice and looked at Shen Fei with a reddened face. Fellow Daoist, you'd better not kill me. I have placed restraints on all those maidens you teleported away from earlier. Once I die they will never survive either. But if you let me go by swearing to the gods of the way, I'll undo the restraints in their bodies right away. Shen Fei listened to his words with a twinkle in his eyes. That a soft light shot out from his fingertips, cutting through half the universe to the other half and into those young girls. At the same time, the Emperor of Ultimate Bliss suddenly coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of bruised blood, looking at Shen Fei in front of him with a face full of heckles. How can you break through my restraints? You're a powerhouse on the realm list? Shen Fei didn't pay any attention to the Emperor of Extreme Bliss. His right hand exerted force and, instantly, his soul was drawn out into the 10,000 soul streamer. Only then did he put his hands behind his back and gazed at the hundreds of millions of strong people or demon and devil races in front of him. Slowly raising his right hand, the next moment a vortex rose out of nowhere above the cosmic sea of stars. A celestial giant hand reached out from the vortex and grabbed that large half of the universe below, instantly attracting the attention of more than an unknown number of powerhouses. All of them looked up in the direction of the giant hand of the pale sky with a face of surprise or fear. Which senior is this again? Is simply comparable to an avenue god. It looks like another strong person on the Hongmeng Golden Ranking has struck. I'll have to check it out right away. Countless unspeakably strong people instantly flew towards Shen Fei's direction in a moment. Shen Fei's eyes within the extreme bliss universe looked indifferently at the hundreds of millions of strong people in front of him, and he took one step forward. Coming to Yi Qingxian's side, he casually waved his left hand. That unspeakable powerhouse instantly turned into flying dust. Putting his hand on Yi Qingxian's shoulder, he stepped out, having arrived in the cosmic sea of stars. At the same time, the half of the universe behind him instantly exploded. The fallout blew the nearest half of the universe billions of light years away. Those powerful people who were still rushing to the scene were also sent flying by the aftermath of the aftermath for a distance of nearly 100 million light years, their faces looking at the center of the explosion with a heated expression. Is this a cosmic explosion? Holy, which strong person is so murderous as to forcefully crush a universe? So are we still going? Master? Go to hell. Run quickly. It's a good thing that strong man didn't notice us. A master and disciple gazing in the direction of a cosmic explosion. With a palpitating heart, he patted his chest and ripped open the space to leave in a hurry. But there were some strong men who looked as if they had thought of something. Filled with greed, he flew in the direction of the cosmic explosion. The center of the cosmic explosion. Yi Qingxian gazed at Shen Fei's indifferent side face with a heady face, then laughed bitterly twice. I really wasn't wrong. You're the world's number one. Shen Fei did not answer her words, but raised his right hand and probed towards the center of the cosmic explosion. The next moment half a crystal core as large as 1,000 worlds cut through the void and landed in front of the two of them. Feeling the massive energy in that crystal core, Yi Qingxian was puzzled. What is this thing? What a huge amount of energy. Shen Fei used his finger as a sword and divided the half crystal core in front of him into dozens of parts. This is the heart of the universe, something that every universe must have, with countless world origins inside. Then a flame rose out of nowhere in the void. Refining those dozens of copies of the heart of the universe into a finger-sized bead. One flew out from it and cut through the barrier and hovered in front of the two. With a puzzled expression, Yi Qingxian reached out and probed to grab that cosmic heart in her hand. What's the point of this thing? Only the next moment that cosmic heart suddenly flew into her mouth and, entering the dantian, was accompanied by a click. A majestic power instantly filled the dantian, and Yi Qingxian also suddenly closed her eyes and, sitting cross-legged in the void, with an aura that, in the blink of an eye, he crossed the divine exalt to the divine emperor, growing rapidly towards another realm. Shen Fei watched all this and waved his hand and shot out a ray of light that, enveloping Yi Qingxian, also sat cross-legged beside him. I don't know how long it took, but the aftermath of the explosion slowly dissipated. One could only see countless small worlds created because of the explosion suspended in the void, flying towards other universes. After another tea time, Yi Qingxian hadn't shown any signs of awakening. But there were already countless strong people who had come within the range of the cosmic explosion and instantly discovered the two. One of the old men hid behind the crowd and, touching the beard on his chin, he gazed at Yi Qingxian, who was in the midst of enlightenment, muttering with a twinkle in his eyes. This little guy couldn't have just eaten that cosmic heart, could he? Another look at Shen Fei, who was sitting cross-legged beside Yi Qingxian, darkly pondered. This guy doesn't look like a powerhouse that can destroy the universe in any way. Still, be careful. That's when a shirtless, a man whose body was shrouded in flames looked at Yi Qingxian, who was in the midst of enlightenment, and instantly struck out. Only the next moment Shen Fei suddenly opened his eyes, and the killing intent in his eyes condensed into a long sword. It cut through his chest in an instant. Even the souls were instantly annihilated, and the tone of those powerhouses looking around was indifferent. Get out! A sound wave cut through, and the torsos of some powerful people who didn't react instantly shattered. Only the soul remained, flying towards the back with a face full of heckles. That old man also reacted, instantly cutting through space and flying towards the other universes, enough to flee hundreds of universes away. It was only with a heck of a face that the old man looked back with a grateful face. It's a good thing I didn't make a move earlier. This is definitely a powerhouse on the realm list. It looks like I'll have to go back to go for another epic. Seeing that those strong people had already left, Shen Fei then slowly closed his eyes and continued to wait. Yi Qingxian's cultivation beside her had also unconsciously come to the transcendence realm, but it didn't stop there. It's still growing by leaps and bounds. Chapter 87, The Mysterious and Unexplainable Reincarnation. Time is like a white horse. Without realizing it, January will be gone in a flash. Shen Fei, who was hidden in the void, suddenly opened his eyes to look aside. Yi Qingxian's eyelashes fluttered and suddenly opened her eyes, shooting out two rays of light as she stood up, and the aura of a half-step eternal true God dispersed towards the surroundings. A full quarter of an hour passed before this exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and his eyes filled with light. Look out into the cosmic sea of stars. Is this the real universe? I am now more than 1 billion times more powerful than before. Yi Qingxian felt the power in her body. It was as majestic as the sea, giving her an illusion that it was as if a mere look could decapitate billions of previous selves. But somehow, she always felt the gaze of countless eyes hidden in the void on his body. Shen Fei, who was on the side, frowned and looked towards the surroundings, and those gazes instantly dissipated. Go! Yi Qingxian nodded. A light enveloped the two of them. In front of them spatial channel appeared. Both of them stepped into it at the same time. When the two of them had been gone a full half-quarter of an hour. Only then did those strong people hidden around them reveal their true forms and head for the center of the explosion in the universe. And at this moment within the spatial channel, Yi Qingxian looked at Shen Fei and wanted to speak, feeling the eyes beside her. Shen Fei waved his hand and two souls appeared in front of him. One was that God Emperor, and the other was the Emperor of Extreme Bliss. The moment he had just appeared, the Extreme Bliss Emperor cried out and begged for mercy. Big brother, it's me who has eyes to see. I really shouldn't have spoken to this beauty like that in the first place, and please let me live. The God Emperor powerhouse on the side also knelt in the void and begged for forgiveness. Elder, I didn't realize she was your woman. Yi Qingxian listened to the two of them, especially looking at the two of their faces with a look of disgust. A frown whispered, kill it, if this Emperor of Extreme Bliss really lets him out. I don't know how many young girls from the universe he's going to wreak havoc on again. Shen Fei nodded his fingertips and shot out a ray of light that enveloped the two of them. The breeze had dissipated the two figures between this heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the outside world. The Hongmeng Golden List appeared out of nowhere. The name belonging to the Emperor of Ultimate Bliss was erased by an inexplicable force. He was replaced by the original 96. This time quite a few of the strongest people on the Hongmeng Golden List also looked at the heavens with bemused gazes. A white-bearded old man in a vast universe gazed smilingly at the Hongmeng Golden List above him and muttered, it seems that countless more powerful people are about to fall. And at this moment, far away in a cosmic sea of stars, Bai Wanqing, who was fighting with dozens of unspeakably strong people, also raised her head to look at the heavens, where she had already come to 99. The corner of his mouth curled up, and his absolutely beautiful face revealed a hint of a smile, looking towards the dozens of unspeakably strong people in front of him. Just with you guys you want to cut me down. God appears. Divine punishment. The radiant attack fell towards the bottom, and those dozens of powerful people below had horrified gazes. Feeling the aura above him hastily tore through space to quickly escape. Bai Wanqing looked at the direction they had left in and did not pursue them, but walked through the cosmic sea of stars, taking step after step in the direction of Shen Fei. Each step was a distance of dozens of universes, but in this vast sea of cosmic stars, it was unknown when it would be possible to reach where Shen Fei was. At that moment, a sword light shot out of the void, and at the same time, a teenager stepped out of the void. His gaze was bland as he looked down at Bai Wanqing. I'm only the strongest on the Hongmeng Golden Ranking after today. Bai Wanqing used her finger as a sword to swing toward the front. A sword breaks the sky, Yi Qingxian said as she gazed at Shen Fei's side face in the space channel. You're the world's number one, aren't you? Shen Fei did not deny it. Instead the corner of his mouth curled up as he looked at Yi Qingxian's stunning face. You'll naturally find out later. Qingyu and the others are still waiting for you. Listening to Shen Fei's words, Yi Qingxian was also delighted and just wanted to continue to inquire. At this time, however, Shen Fei suddenly looked in a direction, and the smile on his face slowly dispersed, and his face was like frost. I'm going to go first. You talk to Tipping Rain and the others. Yi Qingxian was puzzled by his words and subconsciously reached out to pull Shen Fei's shirt. The next moment the spatial channel shattered and the long river of space and time appeared. At the same time, countless eternal true god powerhouses instantly discovered the two who had appeared out of thin air. In particular, the killing intent on the body of one of them was spanning the entire length of space and time. Yi Qingxian pulled Shen Fei's shirt, gazed at this mysterious and unpredictable spacetime river with a shocked face, subconsciously inquired, where are you going? Shen Fei didn't reply, but flew towards the downstream of the long river of time and space. I don't know how long it took, but it suddenly stopped at a certain piece of ancient history into the river of time and space. Having just entered it, what met his eyes was a world that was about to shatter. The whole world is collapsing like a leaky balloon. In the deepest depths a young girl, shrouded in the aura of time, lay in the center of the world with a look of despair on her face. Her body was penetrated by countless long swords, especially her abdomen was bleeding countless amounts of blood, and she was holding a complete jade pendant in her hand. Shen Fei slowly came to her side, slowly lowered himself to close her eyes and, killing intent permeated his body. A soft light enveloped the body of the young girl, and a spatial passage appeared in front of her out of nowhere. Yi Qingxian, who was beside her, looked at all this and wanted to say something, and after a long time, it was only then that he mustered up the courage to say, with your strength you should be able to bring her back to life easily. Listening to her words, Shen Fei sighed. Depending on which way the resurrection takes place, I could be considered resurrected if I intercepted some piece of ancient history to pull her out of it, but that wouldn't be the full her. It can only be considered a past or future her. In this case, her soul will not exist in the present world. If that happens, she will never be able to step into that unspeakable realm for the rest of her life. And this little ninny's soul has already been taken into the land of reincarnation by a certain being. As soon as we go into the depths of reincarnation and resurrect with our souls, this is a real her. And having experienced the great catastrophe of life and death, in the future she will enter the realm of the unspeakable more easily than others. Listening to Shen Fei's words, Yi Qingxian seemed to understand, especially that what is the realm of the unspeakable? And what realm is that? Which of your disciples is she? Shen Fei looked at the body of the young girl in the light full of favor and said in a low voice, she's my third apprentice. My Achiku, the most well-behaved and knowledgeable of my 10 disciples. But because of that, she didn't crush the life-preserving jade pendant I gave her until she died. Definitely don't want me to worry. Speaking of which, Shen Fei sighed again. But luckily I planted a little soul-protecting light in her soul. It's what kept her from having her soul annihilated by someone else. There. Here we are. Yi Qingxian listened to Shen Fei's words and looked up towards the front, only to see ahead of us an incredibly dim world, with countless wandering souls and ghosts flying between the skies. Flying towards a certain spot, countless limbs and broken arms were floating in the long river coalesced from blood below. On it an ancient bridge spanning the sky emitted a brilliant light and an inexplicable aura. Chapter 88 A Remnant Soul by the Three Live Stone. The two of them stepped out of the spatial passageway. Yi Qingxian just wanted to emanate her divine sense to sweep across the entire world. Then suddenly a great crisis came upon her. With a surprised face, he looked towards the depths of the world and muttered to himself with a palpitating heart. What just happened? Shen Fei's eyes flickered as he looked towards the depths of the world for a moment before he said, that was a warning from the Lord of Reincarnation. Before the words fell, an illusory soul flew in from the distance and stopped beside the two with a respectful face. May I ask if you two are here to resurrect this one woman? Said that soul as it looked back at Myriad Bamboo meaningfully. Hearing his words, Shen Fei frowned, but then said calmly, what is your business? That illusory soul saw that Shen Fei's face eased up, and only then did it speak. I just want to tell you too that it's best not to probe the whole world with your divine sense, otherwise there will be a great crisis coming. And if this woman has only just fallen a short time ago, the odds are that her soul is still on its way to Fengdu. Shen Fei listened to his words, pinched his fingers and rattled the karmic branch for a moment before nodding. This little Nini soul is indeed still in Fengdu. We must hurry over there as soon as possible. She'll be in trouble if she steps over the bridge to the afterlife. Before the words fell, a ray of light enveloped the three of them as they flew towards Fengdu. Countless evil spirits passed by along the way gazing at the three of them with spiteful eyes. I don't know how long it took the three of them who had been flying all the way finally saw a huge city. The two guards at the entrance of the city, who were just about to fly into it, suddenly transformed into billions of feet and blocked in front of them. Sounding like thunder, two eyes were like a big sun gazing at the two of them. No strangers allowed. Outsiders. People have an irreversible cycle of life and death. If you act against the heavens, you will be punished by the heavens one day. So please return. Shen Fei frowned as he listened to the words of the two goalkeepers, waving his hand and shooting out a light that, setting the two gatekeepers in the void towards the inside. Only just inside, countless attacks instantly descended upon them, in which Qi filled the air. Death by touch. A barrier appeared on Shen Fei's body, enveloping the three of them in it. Without caring about the attacks that were about to arrive, he flew towards the inside. At the same time, a young boy in the depths of Fengdu City instantly opened his eyes and, looking in the direction of Shen Fei, stood up, and with one step had arrived in front of Shen Fei. Just wanted to make a move, but Shen Fei just looked at him, the killing intent of which instantly made him fixed. Don't dare move a muscle. Gulping, he was shocked. Who is this guy? Definitely beyond the realm of the unspeakable. Standing in the center of Fengdu City, Shen Fei looked towards the whole Fengdu with a light suffused in his eyes. But the strange thing was that there was not a single soul in the entire Fengdu City. That teenager looked at Shen Fei's face, forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart and said respectfully, Your Excellency, if you're going to resurrect that one woman behind you, you'd better hurry, because she has traveled to where the three life stones are. In a little while, when she steps on the bridge to the afterlife, it will be too late by then. As Shen Fei listened to his words, his eyes looked toward the back of Fengdu City. There, billions of light years away, countless souls were flying in the direction of the three life stones. Go! The spatial channel appeared the next moment. The golden robbing thunder split toward the three of them out of thin air. The power contained within it was enough to instantly destroy a strong person in the realm of the unspeakable. Shen Fei raised his head towards the heavens and let out a light hum, and that robbing thunderbolt instantly shattered. It was only in the split second when the three entered the spatial channel and disappeared that the teenager behind them gasped for air and muttered to himself with a shocked expression. Holy Avenue gods! We have to inform Lord Mona quickly. In his hands, a Inchi cut through the endless space and arrived at the end of the bridge of life in an instant. There, a wrinkled-looking Aryan old woman with a surprised face opened her eyes and looked towards the direction of Fengdu City, passing the manhwa soup in his hand casually to a wisp of residual soul beside him. Just when he wanted to send out a message to inform the prefect behind him, the next moment the void shattered. 3 figures stepped out from it. Shen Fei's eyes flickered as he stood in the void and looked toward the bottom. At the same time, a wisp of residual soul that was watching its past life and present life by the 3 live stone instantly looked at Shen Fei's location with a bewildered face. The moment he saw Shen Fei's face, he subconsciously said, "Master, Father," as if hearing a call from the underworld. Shen Fei looked in the direction of that soul. At the same time, a light enveloped that soul, cutting through endless space. He arrived beside Shen Fei in the blink of an eye. Yi Qingxian, who was on the side, was shocked as she looked at the miserable state of that soul. Just see, the soul in front of you is almost unrecognizable as a humanoid illusory. It seemed as if it would dissipate between heaven and earth at any moment. If it wasn't for a little aura that had been maintaining her existence, I'm afraid she would have died out a long time ago. Shen Fei gazed at the wisp of residual soul in front of him, and behind him, the body of Miaozhu floated up out of thin air, and at the same time, that one soul also flew towards the body uncontrollably. The moment the two collided, the sky and the earth changed color. Countless great Tao True Thunder suddenly appeared above the entire river of forgetfulness. The aura coming out of it made those souls on the bridge to the next life tremble, and a face of horror looked up. Holy, which strong person is this? Surprisingly, he forcibly resurrected someone else in his reincarnation, but he should be struck to death by the great Tao True Thunder. So envious. Holy, how come I don't have an old ancestor like that? Every now and then a blast of sour air came from the entire top of the bridge to the afterlife. Shen Fei at the top gazed at the great Tao True Thunder that was forming without moving and said to Yi Qingxian at the side, "You go down and wait a while. It's too dangerous for you to stand here." Yi Qingxian nodded and flew towards the bottom, landing on the bridge to the next life. Feeling those unsuspecting gazes around him, the aura of a half-step eternal true god penetrated his body. At the same time, Shen Fei above suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed toward the forgetful river below. A wisp of river water, flying out of thin air toward the top, and using his fingers as a sword, chopping towards where the 3 life stones were. Meng watched this and suddenly exclaimed in shock. Is he trying to create a Hotian reincarnation body? Before the words fell, Shen Fei suddenly looked toward the depths of the wheel. There the 6 paths of reincarnation exuded a mysterious and unpredictable aura. Shen Fei let out a light hum. Strangling in his hand a wisp of breath out of thin air from the 6 paths of reincarnation flew toward where Shen Fei was. It's just that at this point, a word suddenly came from the depths of the wheel. Fellow Daoist, stop in moderation. Only to see where the depths of reincarnation lie, a young boy sat cross-legged in the void. Just the wisp of aura that flowed out was billions of times stronger than the realm of the unspeakable. Chapter 89, Resurrection of Myriad Bamboo. Body of innate reincarnation. His eyes flashed with the past and the future as he gazed at where Shen Fei was. The two looked at each other across billions of space, but only for a moment. The teenager suddenly coughed and a wisp of blood dripped down the corner of his mouth into the chakra below. With a horrified face, he looked at Shen Fei's indifferent eyes and laughed bitterly twice. Only then did he look at the ice coffin behind him and mutter to himself, "No wonder Master won't let me make a move. This must be an existence in the top 50 of the realm list. Maybe." On the other side, Shen Fei used his finger as a sword to chop down a corner of the bridge to the next life, and at the same time pinched his hand. Hongmeng Fire appeared out of nowhere in the void, instantly refining those 4 treasures, and at the same time, by the river of forgetfulness, a pigeon flower also flew toward the top, staying below those 4 treasures. At that moment a great thunderbolt of true lightning fell, and instantly split in two. It simultaneously split on myriad bamboo and those 4 treasures. An inexplicable aura merged both of them, and Shen Fei's right hand clenched in vain. Those 4 treasures instantly converged together, turning into an odd stone bead that emitted the aura of reincarnation. Slowly falling above the pistol of the other side, a ray of light crossed the little mouth of the mythical bamboo suddenly opened and the Pisces flower in the bizarre stone bead suddenly flew into her abdomen. Another great Tao True Thunder fell, and the aura on myriad bamboo's body began to gradually revive. Shen Fei withdrew a step backward to the bridge to the hereafter and gazed upward. It's kind of a blessing in disguise. Yi Qingxian looked toward the depths of the Wheel of Fortune with a worried face as she listened to Shen Fei's words. I'm afraid that Reincarnation Lord is going to be coming out soon if you do that. The corner of Shen Fei's mouth curled up as he listened to her words, and a scroll appeared in front of him with a wave of his hand. Above it was where the teenager was, pointing a finger at the ice coffin behind the teenager. She won't wake up for a while. Yi Qingxian looked towards the ice coffin with a puzzled expression. Why? An existence that masters reincarnation shouldn't die, right? Shen Fei gazed at the myriad bamboo that was slowly recovering above him. Her soul is now reincarnated. At best, a remnant of a soul is now taking hold of her body. At most, they can only exert the realm of a great Tao god. Listening to Shen Fei's words, Yi Qingxian seemed to understand, but looking at his relaxed appearance also knew that, even if the reincarnation controller revived, I'm afraid he wouldn't be a match for him. After all, her imagination rightfully assumed that a reincarnation controller was at least in existence in the top 10 of the realm rankings. Even if there was a gap with Shen Fei, I'm afraid it wouldn't be too big. One after another, great Tao True Thunder struck Myriad Bamboo's body. The reincarnation aura on her body was also getting stronger and stronger, and her cultivation realm was slowly recovering. The 10 figures in the depths of the chakra gazed at the reviving Myriad Bamboo and inquired to the teenager above them. Lord Sovereign, if we keep indulging him like this, I'm afraid my reincarnation's majesty will be lost. That's right. Now what? The teenager also had a headache listening to the voices whispering below, but with his strength, he was not a match for Shen Fei. At that moment, a wonderful word suddenly came out from the ice coffin in the back. He'll naturally leave after he brings that one back to life. You guys don't have to worry. Immediately after, a gap appeared out of thin air within the ice coffin. A drop of blood emitting the aura of reincarnation flew out from it. The solid and incomparable space collapsed out of nowhere in the instant it just appeared. Only the young girl inside was heard to say, "Give this drop of blood to that young girl, as a good karma." The young man stood up with a respectful look on his face as he listened to the words behind him. Holding out his right hand, the drop of blood rested in his palm. A step out of the spatial channel manifested. The young man stepped into it as the 10 large figures watched. A spatial channel appeared on the bridge to the afterlife. Sensing the aura emanating from it, Mengwu's complexion changed drastically, and she flew over in a hurry. A respectful face waited on the sidelines. Respectfully, Lord Juggernaut. The young man stepped out from it. Indifferent eyes gazed at those residual souls and evil ghosts on the bridge to the next life toward Shen Fei. A remnant soul of the immortal emperor realm gazed at the teenager's back with a horrified face as he muttered to himself. This can't be the reincarnation controller, can it? A soul at the immortal king realm beside him spat out with a look of disdain as he listened to his words. You dirtbag, didn't you hear that old woman just now say that this is a lord? Perhaps it's a certain prefect. Shen Fei gazed at the slowly approaching teenager with a smile on his face and snickered. Why? It hurts. Listening to Shen Fei's words, the teenager bitterly smiled in shame. Thank you, senior, for being merciful. This is a drop of my master's blood. It can change the Hotian reincarnation body of the young girl above into an innate reincarnation body. Shen Fei gazed at the drop of blood, suddenly smiled, reached out and pointed the blood out of thin air toward the top, into the body of mythical Bamboo. Looking into the depths of the wheel, he said, Don't worry, I'll naturally leave after resurrecting my disciple. I also hope that you, Tao friend, will reach another layer of the realm as soon as possible. A word from the future in the void reached the ears of all beings. Thank you for your kind words, fellow Taoist. Time flies like a shuttle, and without realizing it, Shen Fei had also stayed in the reincarnation for more than 10 years. Shen Fei, who was sitting at the edge of the river of forgetfulness with a fishing rod in his hand, gazed at the end of the bridge of the past life. There Yi Qingxian held a bowl of manhwa soup in her hand and handed it to the soul in front of her with a smile on her face. Here's your soup. That ethereal soul, with a face of excitement, received the bowl of manhwa soup from Yi Qingxian's hands. First, he sniffed in the air as if he could smell a strange fragrance, and only then did he drink it with satisfaction. A few moments later, a bewildered face went toward the front. Just then there was a sudden commotion on the bridge to the afterlife. An unspeakably powerful man flew from Fengdu towards the bridge of the living dead. Just after appearing, he grabbed the soul of a teenager dressed below and just wanted to break the void and leave. The 2 gatekeepers from Fengdu City also appeared at his rear. A wave of the chains in his hand instantly controlled that strong man. The cycle of life and death is irreversible. Go back. The 2 chains shattered the void, throwing this powerhouse out of the wheelhouse in an instant. The soul of the teenager in his hand also fell towards the bottom and came in front of Yi Qingxian's body. Master, forget about the apprentice. The teenager murmured as he gazed in the direction the old man had been thrown, tears glistening in his eyes. In front of him, Yi Qingxian reached out and touched the teenager's head with a sudden smile. To the side, Meng sighed helplessly, breaking the void and grabbing the teenager by the shoulders and throwing him towards the outside. That's the 10th one already. Yi Qingxian listened to her words and smiled sweetly at Mengpa. Thank you, sister. Mona nodded. Just then a powerful aura suddenly came from above her head. The aura of reincarnation pervades it. Not even close to the Mona below, those souls on the bridge to the next life raised their heads toward the top end, a bewildered look on his face. What happened to that son? Are you an idiot? We're all dead. It's reincarnation. There's a ing son. That's the moon in plain sight. Okay? Who are you calling stupid? You deadbeat. Speaking of you, This Grand Master was also an immortal emperor powerhouse in his lifetime. Have the balls to practice. Shen Fei opened his eyes and looked toward the top, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Have you finally come back to life? The eyelashes of the wonderful bamboo body above, which shone like a blazing sun, suddenly moved twice, and opening his eyes to the heavens hissed a voice that echoed through the chakras. I am back. Chapter 90, The Holy Maiden of Reincarnation. Miao Zhu. At the same time, that one ice coffin in the depths of the Wheel of Fortune let through a slit that an incomparably pure chi of reincarnation cut through endless space and merged into myriad bamboo's body. A disembodied voice came into the ears of all beings from the depths of the Wheel of Fortune. This day, seal myriad bamboo as my holy maiden of reincarnation. The upper can enter the 9 ghosts. The next may enter the Wheel of Reincarnation. Before the words fell, an unimaginable golden light pierced through the endless void from the past, the future, the now, fused into a single ray of light. It merged into myriad bamboo. Above the bridge to the afterlife, Myachiku opened his eyes and, in the left eye, a bridge to the next life is vaguely visible situated on the river of forgetfulness, and in the right eye, countless flowers on the other side of the river rotate around the 3 live stone. The 6 paths of reincarnation were faintly visible in the depths of his eyes as they slowly rotated. Lowering her head towards the bottom, those souls on the bridge to the next life were instantly caught in her eyes. Into the depths of the eye, the 6 chakras. A long skirt woven from the flowers of the other side of the river appeared out of thin air on his body with one step, and the water of the river of forgetfulness was flowing. At a glance, it is as if the soul is included in the cycle of reincarnation. A mark appeared out of thin air in the center of his eyebrows, and it was faintly visible, with the 6 paths of reincarnation clearly inscribed on it. Miaozhu choked in her hand. A figure from the past stepped out from behind her. Only the visitor was seen wearing a black robe. Just after appearing, he flew towards the depths of the Wheel of Fortune, entering a palace and sitting on his knees. Slow slumber. Shen Fei below watched this scene and shook his head and lost his smile, raising his head to look at where the ice coffin was in the depths of the wheel. I thought you would really willingly give away an innate reincarnation body, but that's fine. Looking upwards, myriad bamboo, whose breath was gradually rising, muttered to himself, Nei-san, you're blessed by this, too. The resurrected myriad bamboo above sat cross-legged in the void. A ghostly black longsword appeared beside her out of thin air, emitting the aura of reincarnation from it, and it was clearly a half-step great Tao divine treasure. Yi Qingxian flew across the river of forgetfulness and came to Shen Fei's side to look upwards and asked suspiciously, what realm is she in now? The corner of Shen Fei's mouth curled up and he threw the fishing rod in his hand onto the bank, throwing the hanging head toss above back into the river of forgetfulness. He then slowly spoke. This little ninny has now arrived at the Eternal Godhead realm. It should be possible to reach Eternal God King in a short while. Yi Qingxian also looked towards the top enviously as she listened to Shen Fei's words. However, when he thought that his own strength was also due to Shen Fei, he could only say with envy, how long do you think it will take me to get to her level? Listening to the words beside him, Shen Fei revealed a mysterious and enigmatic smile. As long as you comprehend the way of time, you can naturally step into the eternal true God. At that time you merge the past, the future, and the present into one. From then on no one will be able to cross time and space to kill you as a young child. As long as we don't encounter unspeakable beings isolating time and space. An eternal true God is an existence that is at large in the long river of space and time. The universe perishes but he does not. Listening to Shen Fei's words, Yi Qingxian seemed to understand. The mouth murmured, time, past, present, future. Time passed like a white horse, and another year had passed since the resurrection of Miaozhu. Those souls on the bridge to the next life below gazed at the myriad bamboo body above them with frightened hearts and envious faces. This seems to be the eternal true God. Unlike us who even when we come above the heavenly path still cannot escape death. I also don't know if I can recultivate to eternal true God after this reincarnation. After another year had passed, Yi Qingxian had just handed the manhwa soup in her hand to the soul in front of her. There was a strange odor coming from above. The 6 paths reincarnation sword excitedly circled around myriad bamboo's body. In the next instant myriad bamboo suddenly opened his eyes. The aura of a half-step eternal God Emperor swept toward the bottom. Below, Meng simply lifted her finger. Transcendent unspeakable power instantly enveloped the entire bridge to the afterlife. Feeling the power in his body, myriad bamboo muttered to himself with a look of pity. Just a half-step eternal God Emperor? It's not enough to want revenge. Thinking of the day when he was chased downstream of the long river of time and space by an eternal Godhead-level powerhouse. Just when she cast a secret technique thinking that she would be able to escape, a half-step unspeakable powerhouse appeared and forcefully killed her, drawing out all the power of her eternal true God. It was incorporated into the body of a teenager who was merely in the heavenly Tao realm. What's even more ridiculous is that teenager or himself brought him into the cultivation world. Thinking about what happened that day, Killing intent filled Myriad Bamboo's eyes. The Six Paths reincarnation soared beside her also seemed to sense her killing intent and spun excitedly. Shen Fei below watched all of this, stroking his chin and muttering, "This little ninny's personality seems different, but that's good. She was too indecisive before. The only way to survive in this world is to kill and destroy." Slowly standing up and putting the recliner and fishing rod into his carry space. Yi Qingxian also crossed the river of forgetfulness to his side, and the two of them flew towards the top. Feeling the aura from below, the killing intent in Myriad Bamboo's eyes was hidden in the depths of his eyes. Looking at the familiar face below, the cold as ice and frosty face also involuntarily showed a smile. "Thank you, Master." Shen Fei came to her side, gazing at the stunning beauty in front of him with great satisfaction. "Let's go. Master will lead you to revenge." "Just who knows?" Mythical Bamboo nodded and shook his head again, and the killing intent on his body filled the void behind him and shattered. "Please also let me destroy them with my own hands, Master. Especially that sinful disciple." When talking about that teenager, Miaozhu gritted her teeth even more. Shen Fei gazed at Miaozhu in front of him and was pleased to hear her words. "Then Master will not do it. I've found the ancient history of time and space where they are. Let's go." With a wave of his hand, the long river of space and time appeared out of thin air in the midst of the wheel of reincarnation. The aura that flowed out from above made the billions of souls below look mesmerized. Myriad Bamboo looked at the long river of space and time in front of him and stepped into it with determination. It was only after the three had left that a passage of words suddenly rang out from that void. "Thanks a lot." The long river of space and time. Yi Qingxian looked at the piece of ancient history that was speeding by. "Feel the scent of it if you are enlightened." Miaozhu beside him also looked at Yi Qingxian with a curious expression and transmitted a voice. "Master, is she Master's wife?" Shen Fei coughed violently at her words. Seeing that Yi Qingxian beside him was sensing the way of time, he then transmitted his voice. "Don't you talk nonsense. I was just about to continue, but time had come to that piece of ancient history that." Shen Fei stood up. The void in front of him shattered, revealing a radiant universe. Yi Qingxian was also instantly awakened and looked into it. Miaozhu took a deep breath and turned back into her previous cold as ice appearance. Stretching out her right hand and, holding the Six Paths reincarnation sword by his side, the spatial passageway manifested. The three flew into it, while at the same time in the deepest part of this radiant universe, a feast is being held in a world of immense proportions. Chapter 91, The Six Paths of Reincarnation. In a vast world, a middle-aged man was holding a wineglass in his hand above the celestial dome. Below him, a 15 or 16-year-old teenager stood at the top of a mountain smilingly gazing at the billions of living beings below. The aura of a half-step eternal true God flowed from his body, his eyes indifferent, and it was as if the billions of beings below were all ants, flying up into the sky to stand beside that middle-aged man. Holding 3 pillars of incense in his hand, he emitted a tiny green smoke that went up into the sky. "Master." The teenager's eyes were indifferent and his tone was as cold as ice. Kneeling in the void with a respectful face, "Receive 3 obeisances from your disciple." Bang! 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 Before the words left his mouth, the teenager suddenly kowtowed 3 times in the void. Only then did he look at the middle-aged man in front of him with a face full of blood. Gazing at the blood on the teenager's face, the man stroked the beard on his chin with a satisfied look and with a wave of his hand. The teenager stood up out of thin air, with his eyes on the world, his tone indifferent, and looking toward the entire universe. The words resounded through the heavens. "Today, I, Daoist Jade Void, accept him as my disciple. Take my mantle. Give me the name Tendozi, enthronement as a holy son of our clan. North of the Tsongnan universe is the heavenly Daozi territory. Outsiders may not cross it." The billions of living beings below listened to the words of Daoist Jade Void above them. With envious faces, they looked at the heavenly Daozi standing beside him, and they prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted, "By the order of your holiness." Hearing the Jade Void Daoist's reward, Tian Daozi suddenly knelt in the void and shouted, "Thanks for the reward, Master." Daoist Jade Void stroked Tian Daozi's hair with a doting face and instructed, "When you advance to eternal true God in the future, Master will have a better gift for you. You have to work hard to digest that woman's divine power and come to the eternal true God as soon as possible." Tian Daozi's eyes flickered as he listened to his words, his tone indifferent. "And rest assured, Master, when my disciple goes back and secludes himself for 100 million years, he should be able to reach the threshold of an eternal true God. It's just that the woman's divine power is too violent. Please forgive me, Master." The apprentice is going back to the retreat immediately. Daoist Jade Void nodded as he listened to him and stroked his hair with a doting face. "Go on then." With a wave of his hand, a void channel appeared as he watched Tian Daozi about to step into it. A vortex suddenly appeared above the whole world, and at a glance, I don't know, billions of light years, a wisp of reincarnation breath spread from the vortex toward the bottom. Space shattered, and the sun and moon in the sky and the earth went dark. Countless flowers on the other side of the shore fall from the depths of the vortex toward the bottom looks eerie. At that moment a miserable scream resounded through the sky, and countless grievous souls flew out from the vortex. In its wake the waters of the river of forgetfulness flowed slowly. The blood-red river water was interspersed with countless withered bones and wronged souls, and it looked eerie as hell. The bridge to the past life was accompanied by lightning and thunder, poking out from the depths of the void. A figure shrouded in light slowly stepped out from the depths of the vortex as hundreds of millions of beings below watched. The hem of the skirt blown by the wind flowed out of the river of forgetfulness and the flowers on the other side of the river. Under the heavenly Tao, one was instantly mesmerized by just a glance. The aura of a half-step eternal God Emperor on his body spread towards the bottom. Taoist Jade Void gazed at the figure above him with a grave expression on his face. Stepping forward and bowing, he said, "I wonder what the reincarnator is up to." Beside him, Tendozi also gazed at the figure above him, and even though it was hidden by the light of but somehow he always had a sense of familiarity. Listening to the words from below, Miaoju's body could not restrain the killing intent to form a flower of the other side of the river falling towards the bottom, enveloping the entire world. The aura of reincarnation filled his body, and the Six Paths reincarnation sword in his hand pointed downwards at Taoist Jade Void and Heavenly Daozi. The words spread throughout the heavens. 3 breaths later, those who do not leave this side of the universe will be killed without mercy. Those powerhouses in the universe, listening to the words of Myriad Bamboo, didn't care that because it was only a half-step God Emperor. 1 breath, the chi of reincarnation in his body converged towards the 6 Tao reincarnation sword. 2 breaths, an unimaginable force oppresses the void, and the world shakes. The Jade Void Taoist felt the pressure coming from the 6 Paths reincarnation sword and was filled with shock as he gritted his teeth and inquired, "I wonder if I have offended the Lord Messenger in any way, and please, Mr. Messenger, speak plainly." As if she didn't hear his words, Miaoju gave him an indifferent look and uttered the last 2 words. 3 breaths, 6 Tao reincarnation sword decision. The sword of the past life. Drop. Swinging the sword of the 6 Paths of reincarnation in his hand, a wave of pervasive death, time, and there was also the radiant attack of the chi of reincarnation that somehow spread billions of light years falling towards the bottom. Taoist Jade Void looked at the attack, pinching his hand, and the 2 chi of yin and yang filled the void, forming a long sword. Reaching out, he grasped the unspeakable convergence of power within him and swung it toward the top. The moment the 2 attacks collided, the entire Jade Void world instantly shattered. The countless living beings under the heavenly Tao were turned into flying ash, their souls flying towards the myriad bamboo above. Entering her eyes, the chi of reincarnation was a few more points thicker, and the 6 paths of reincarnation in the center of sword pointing to the vault of heaven's brow flickered for a moment. A low gulp escaped his mouth. 6 paths of reincarnation. Open. The next moment the void shattered. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared out of thin air in the middle of the starry river, spreading for billions of light years without knowing it. Some of the beings under the heavenly Tao in the universe had their souls incorporated into them after merely gazing at them. Taoist Jade Void gazed at the 6 paths of reincarnation above him, his face filled with horror. That mysterious power was even going to incorporate his soul, forcefully lowering his head to pinch in his hands. The river of time, present. Just with a flash of light the entire universe was instantly isolated from space and time. Taoist Jade Void looked out into the universe and gazed at the myriad bamboo above him with an angry cry. "Do you think you can forcefully bully me just because you're a reincarnation? Today I will let you fall completely." Emotionless sword domain. Now, plunging the long sword in his hand into the void, a ray of light spread out towards the entire universe. At the same time, the entire universe of living beings was instantly controlled. From the eternal God Emperor down to the heavenly Tao above with cold faces, they cut through the void and rushed towards this place. Just above, the myriad bamboo wielded the 6 paths reincarnation sword in his hand, and at the same time, the 6 paths of reincarnation silhouette above his head suddenly condensed 6 rays of extremely bright light, cutting through the endless void, instantly descended on Taoist Jade Void's body. Enveloped in light, Taoist Jade Void forced himself to endure the pain to take out a compass-like treasure from the world within his body. A shield was formed in the split second it appeared. Only the next moment, accompanied by a series of clicking sounds, the shield instantly shattered. And taking advantage of this split second of time, Taoist Jade Void had already left billions of light years ago. I only saw that at this time he did not look like a man or a ghost, but lived like a withered bone, standing in the void. Only some flesh buds were faintly visible on the body that were growing rapidly. Behind them, countless void passages appeared out of thin air, and billions of powerful people appeared in the starry river. Countless attacks were sent flying towards the top in the split second they had just appeared. Myriad Bamboo pointed the Six Paths reincarnation sword in her hand remotely toward where Taoist Jade Void was. The next moment the 6 channels of reincarnation toward the Jade Void Taoist were to shine. All the way through the countless worlds instantly destroyed, hundreds of millions of souls flew into the eyes of the Myriad Bamboo. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Heavenly Humanity. Divine Punishment. Chapter 92 Tendon Sun. Myoshin. The Terror of the 18th Floor of Hell. Before the words fell, one of the rays of light in the 6 chakras suddenly stepped out, a silhouette that there is a 7 or 8% resemblance to Myo Bamboo. The void collapsed the moment it appeared. Eyes glowing with golden light, holding a long sword in his hand, chopping towards the Jade Void Taoist below. Hungry Ghost Road. Soul Devourer. Countless evil spirits flew out from one of the rays of one of the 6 reincarnation shadows, charging towards the billions of strong people below. As if a wolf had entered a flock of sheep, the countless powerhouses below instantly disappeared for the most part. Listening to the screams behind him, Jade Void Taoist looked at the impending divine punishment sword pointed to the sky. Jade Void True Body. One sword of heaven and earth. Break! His body instantly expanded by 1 billion light years, and with the long sword in his hand, he swung it towards the top. The moment the 2 attacks collided, a wave of air spread out towards the universe, slicing its way through the I don't know how many worlds have been reduced to flying ash. Uncountable souls flew into the eyes of the Myriad Bamboo above. The realm had also unconsciously crossed over the Eternal God Emperor to the half-step Eternal God Emperor realm, with the 6 Tao Reincarnation Sword, a half-step Great Tao Divine Treasure. It was even vaguely stronger than a half-step Unspeakable Powerhouse by a hair. Feeling the endless power within her body, Myriad Bamboo took a deep breath, and the 6 Paths reincarnation images in his eyes were also slowly rotating. Holding the 6 Paths reincarnation sword in his hand and pointing towards the heavens, the reincarnation shadow behind him suddenly trembled and an unimaginable figure stepped out from it. Only the figure was clearly a woman, and on closer inspection, there was a 9-point resemblance to the young girl inside the ice coffin in the middle of the reincarnation. In the split second it just appeared, the entire universe began to crumble. The Myriad Bamboo spat out a mouthful of bruised blood, pointing the long sword in his hand at the Jade Void Taoist below. Reincarnation Sword Decision. 6 Roads Reincarnation Chop. The silhouette of the young girl above used her fingers as a sword, and gently swung it toward the bottom. The 3 bright and dazzling rays of light from the past, present, and future merged into a single attack and swung toward the bottom. The sword light is hundreds of millions of light years long, spreading over an unknown distance. In the blink of an eye it descended on Taoist Jade Void. For just a moment, the billions of strong people behind them were then instantly turned into flying dust by the countless laws carried by the attack. Only the Jade Void Taoist was left in the universe, still struggling to hold on. Only even so, he also took step after step toward his back. A trace of blood spilled out of his mouth, his face full of madness, shouting under his breath, "I wonder when exactly I offended your excellency." Only Myriad Bamboo still did not answer. The figure shrouded in mist took a step forward, accompanied by a clicking sound. The shield that enveloped Taoist Jade Void instantly shattered. The sword light sliced through the Jade Void Taoist, instantly being split in 2. Purple blood was thrown into the void, emitting a mysterious and unfathomable law that countless small worlds flowed back and forth between creation and destruction. The body that was split in 2 also fell towards the bottom, its eyes full of unbelief. Soul through the body just wanted to struggle. Above the young girl's silhouette stretched out a finger. The terrifying power instantly descended on Taoist Jade Void's body. Feeling the aura that was already comparable to an unspeakable aura, Taoist Jade Void was filled with despair. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation silhouette in the sky flickered, and an unimaginable force instantly destroyed his soul. On the other hand, Tian Daozi stood in the void gazing at Taoist Jade Void's body. A light flickered in his eyes, and in the next moment, he suddenly knelt down in the void to look at the Myriad Bamboo figure above him with a respectful expression. "Many thanks to Senior for avenging me. This old undead struck down my master more than 10 years ago. It's just that I'm helplessly weak, so I can only lie in wait and lurk in his clan. Luckily, today, Senior acted on behalf of heaven and avenged me. If Senior doesn't mind, I'm willing to be the sharp sword in Senior's hand to cut down all enemies in the world," said flopped down on his knees in the void, unwilling to raise his head for a long time. Myriad Bamboo stood on the bridge to the next life, taking step after step towards Tian Daozi. The mist on his body dissipated with every step, and when it reached the front of Tian Daozi's body, the mist on his body had disappeared without a trace. Tian Daozi, who had his head lowered as he gazed down, spoke indifferently. "Keep your head up." Hearing those slightly familiar words, Tian Daozi raised his head with a look of surprise. Only when he saw the face of Miaoju's face changed greatly, and he subconsciously blurted out, "Bitch, aren't you dead?" Miaoju listened to his words and looked at his innocent face. The corners of her mouth curved up in a curve and The killing intent coalesced into a long sword held in her hand. Of course you can't wait for me to die. Well, I'm using my power to my liking. Putting the long sword of killing chi in his hand against Tian Daozi's chest with a slight effort, blood flowed out. The countless killing chi followed that wound and merged into Tian Daozi's meridians, wreaking havoc within his body. Forcibly enduring the pain, Tian Daozi barely revealed a smirk as he looked at the myriad bamboo in front of him. Master, do you remember when you took me on as your disciple back then? That day Master saw my pity, saved my life, and gave me the name, Miaosheng. From now on, pass on my cultivation skills, teach me to read and write, so that I can take step after step to the top of my training and kill my enemies with my hands. Even more so, he stepped in to save me when I was in the most danger. A scene from the past is always in my mind. Master is so kind and moving. I'm sure it must be to test me. It was only at that time that he was decapitated by that old undead. The disciple has not failed his master, and has realized that the great Tao only requires billions of years after the. Then you will be able to cross over into the eternal true God to join Master in getting away with heaven and earth. Listening to the words of the heavenly Daozi below, especially when he heard him say Miao Shang, the killing intent even penetrated his body, and the long sword in his hand instantly pierced through his chest. Looking at his dismayed face, he slowly drew the killing longsword out of his hand and blood dripped down into the void, and his indifferent eyes gazed at the heavenly Daozi below. You don't deserve to mention that name. My disciple died 100 years ago. The Six Paths reincarnation sword beside him seemed to have sensed the uncontrollable killing intent on myriad bamboo's body. The chi of reincarnation filled the air suspended above Tian Daozi's head. Accompanied by a miserable scream and plea for mercy, Tian Daozi's soul was pulled out of thin air. Meanwhile, a spatial vortex appeared out of nowhere at the tip of the Six Paths reincarnation sword, instantly incorporating Tian Daozi's soul. Looking closely, I saw that each of the vortexes was divided into 18 layers. Each floor has a myriad of frightening penal laws. Tian Daozi, who had just entered it, was instantly forcefully divided into 5 parts by countless bull-headed ghost-faced people with chains. A bull-headed, ghost-faced man took his head and forced his mouth open, a pair of pliers in his hand, into which he viciously probed, accompanied by a fierce cry of dismay. A bloody tongue was instantly pulled out. Only the next moment the power of reincarnation descended on his body and his tongue grew back instantly. And where his body was there were countless evil spirits, with a small knife in their hands. Piece after piece cut into Tendozi's soul. All of the soul power that was cut down was swallowed into their stomachs. Feeling the pain that penetrated deep into his soul, Tian Daozi's eyes cut through the void and, looking through the space to see Mayatsuki's face breaking through. When I escape the reincarnation hell one day, I'll make sure you can't live forever. Chapter 93, Countdown. Cosmic Heaven's Pride Tournament. Listening to the curses in his ears, Miaoju's eyes were cold, and he pinched in his hands and, at the same time, Tian Daozi's sense of pain was instantly expanded by 1,000,000,000 times. Seeing that the spatial vortex belonging to the 18th floor of hell slowly closed, it was only then that mythic Bamboo looked at the universe in front of him, only to see that the entire universe had been crippled because of the great battle between the two of them. Countless spatial cracks as well as destructive aura and laws of chaos appeared out of nowhere. Like a leaky balloon, the entire universe began to slowly shrink. Myriad Bamboo was holding the Six Paths reincarnation sword, and the figure of the young girl above her was also pointing her sword at the sky. One sword heaven opens, accompanied by a dainty cry. The young girl's silhouette swung toward the bottom end. The chi of reincarnation was mixed with the chi of creation on his body, and he appeared in the void out of nowhere. Along the way, countless small worlds were born out of thin air and began to evolve chaos. With another swing of the sword, those space-time cracks in the universe were instantly repaired. The countless laws were also collected into the cosmic space. Myriad Bamboo stepped forward, her body filled with the power of time, instantly enveloping half the universe. After pinching his hands for a few moments, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the shadow of the Six Paths of reincarnation in the middle of the Star River slowly rotated. A force of time probed out from it to envelop the entire universe. Time acceleration. Before the words fell, time in the entire universe accelerated out of nowhere, and countless small worlds were instantly populated. After doing so, mythical Bamboo staggered back 2 steps, looking at the universe wearily. Behind her, Yi Qingxian appeared out of thin air, holding her with a worried face and wiping the fragrant sweat on her forehead. On the side, Shen Fei also stepped out of the void. Looking at the exhausted figure of Miaoju, shook his head and said, "Why are you doing this?" Miaoju listened to his words. Uncountable souls flew out of his eyes and fell into those small worlds that had just been created. Most of them were spared. I have no time for them while fighting, but now there's nothing we can do but bring them back to life to make amends. Let's go. Master. Mayachiku braced herself and stood up. The aura on his body also came from the realm of a half-step eternal god emperor to a half-step eternal god emperor. Listening to Miaoju's words, Shen Fei stroked her hair with a face full of favor. I thought you were blinded by hate. It's going to be a murderous fiend then. Now it seems that you really are still that kind little disciple of mine. Come on. I'll take you back to the wheel to recuperate. A spatial passage appeared in front of them, and the three of them flew into it. And there's a slow evolution going on in the universe behind us. Perhaps an eternal true god powerhouse would appear countless epochs later. In the reincarnation channel, Myriad Bamboo looked at Shen Fei and inquired while adjusting her breath. Has Master ever seen eldest sister and the others? Shen Fei shook his head and sat on the ground. Those two guys' natural talent is more terrifying than one another. Now perhaps it's in the middle of which universe to challenge the strongest person on the Hongmeng Golden List. Don't you worry about M. Mind your own business. Your indecisive nature really needs to change. This time you were assassinated by your own disciple you took in. You need to learn a lesson. Mythic Bamboo nodded, talking about that apprentice, and her eyes were remorseful. A quarter of an hour later the three had arrived at the end of the spatial passage. Just after the appearance of countless chakra chi was integrated into Myriad Bamboo's body. The breath on his body that was so frail and unstable was also slowly stabilized. Exhaling a mouthful of cloudy air, he looked down at the chakras and muttered to himself. I'm afraid I'm going to be here for the rest of my life. Come on, Master, into my palace for a stroll. A spatial passageway appears in front of us. A few moments after the three of them stepped into it, they were already in the middle of a lofty and incomparable palace. A wandering spirit dressed as a butler just appeared and instantly flew up with a respectful face. Welcome, holy maiden, back to the palace. Mythic Bamboo nodded and slowly dropped to the ground. Heading inside, passing along the way, countless wandering souls knelt on the ground, gazing at Myriad Bamboo with a respectful expression. Welcome, holy maiden, back to the palace. The three of them went all the way towards the depths of the palace, only to travel halfway. A silhouette suddenly stepped out from the spatial channel to stand in front of the three, with 10 other figures following behind it. It was clearly the young man who was honored as the Lord and the 10 prefects. Yi Qingxian merely glanced at one of the prefects, and the half-step eternal true god realm on his body was eliminated by 3 points out of thin air. Beside Shen Fei with a smiling face put his hand on Yi Qingxian's shoulder, instantly restoring her cultivation, instructed. It's best not to look them in the eye. Every one of them is an existence of the great Tao gods. It's easy to die if you're not careful. Listening to Shen Fei's words, Yi Qingxian was appalled. And that teenager known as Juggernaut took a few steps forward and looked at Yi Qingxian with an apologetic face. Another look at Myriad Bamboo shot out a chakra breath from her fingertips to envelop her, instantly healing her injuries. Just as Miaoju looked at her with a puzzled expression, she only heard the teenager say, in another year, we reincarnate, and then we will be with the 9 hells and the Yellow Springs, and hell. Send out 1 disciple each to fight against those powerful clans in the cosmic starsea. Perhaps there are also prideful celestials from the past and the future who will also compete. First place, you can obtain a complete Tao divine treasure. You can also ask those old guys to send you to the Hongmeng universe. They're with your current natural talent at most 10,000 years. You can cross the unmentionable. Come to the realm of the unseen. I wonder if you'd be interested? Miaoju listened to his words thoughtfully and inquired to Shen Fei beside him. Master, what is the Hongmeng universe? Shen Fei listened to her words, a smile in the eyes of a golden light flashed, touching his chin, and a huge ball of light appeared in front of him with a wave of his hand, and countless stars were faintly visible behind that ball of light. It was only upon closer inspection that it was realized that it wasn't starlight, but countless universes. Compared to this ball of light, it is the difference between a firefly and a white moon. This is the Hongmeng universe. To enter it, one must at least reach the realm of the unspeakable. Otherwise one would have to have the recommendation of 10 great Tao gods to enter it. You can understand it as the eternal world. It's a plaything created by a powerful person of the Hongmeng Golden Ranking realm ranking. It's as if the reincarnation we're in now is a special Hongmeng universe. And that strong man, comparable to her. Shen Fei's eyes looked towards the depths of the Wheel of Fortune with intent. Yi Qingxian on the side listened to Shen Fei's description with a yearning face. Ever since she had seen this radiant great world, she then realized that even if she had come to the realm of a half-step eternal true god, she was still like a mole cricket. The teenager on the side listened to Shen Fei's words, and the more he listened, the more his heart jumped. Gazing at Shen Fei's face, he secretly thought, indeed, it is not a simple character. Perhaps the ranking is not far from Master Sphere. The Myriad Bamboo on the side pondered for a full quarter of an hour before nodding her head and looking at the teenager in front of him. Yes, but I want my master and sister Qingxian to accompany me. Listening to Miaoju's words, the teenager nodded with a smile on his face. Yes, you can. Just use this year to properly condition the breath on your body. Strive to stabilize, and I will naturally inform you when the time comes. You will stay for now. Chapter 94, Cosmic Pride Gathering. conflict within the spatial passage. Without realizing it, a year has flown by. Yi Qingxian was still handing out manhwa soup at the end of the bridge to the next life with Mengwoman. Even the aura on her body was much stronger than a year ago. Clearly something had been gained. Shen Fei reclined on a recliner holding a fishing rod in his hand and faked a nap by the river of forgetfulness. Next day, Niuzhu, who was regulating her breath, opened her eyes and the cultivation realm had also reappeared at the half-step eternal god emperor realm, and the six paths reincarnation sword on the side automatically hovered beside her. Exhaling a cloudy breath, he looked into the depths of the wheel. Time's up. A breeze whisked by, and two vortices suddenly appeared above the wheel of fortune from which two figures stepped out. A young man was dressed in a red shirt, suffused with the aura of the yellow springs, his eyes indifferent and the eyes looked across the chakra as if searching for something. Beside him, a young girl was dressed in a set of long dark dresses, from which emanated countless starlight. It's mysterious and beautiful when you look at it closely. Cocking a sweet smile, her innocent eyes cut through the endless void and looked towards where the myriad bamboo was. When the three of them looked at each other for a split second, the aura on their bodies couldn't be restrained from spreading towards the surroundings. Stirring up the wind and clouds, even the void shook. Myriad Bamboo's eyes were ancient as he gazed at the two men above him, two eternal god emperors, and the two men above them gazed into the eyes of the mythical bamboo. Just as the three of them were about to reach the peak of their aura, the young girl on top suddenly stepped out and laughed. Little Lady Hell. You Yao. Myriad Bamboo took a step forward and came into the void to gaze at the teenager opposite the three. Myachiku, the teenager said indifferently as he listened to the two of them. Xiao Haoran. At this time a figure appeared out of thin air in the very center of the three of them. The teenager known as Juggernaut looked at them with a smile on his face. Since you all know each other, there's no need for me to make more introductions. Xiao Haoran. Yu Yue Yao. Myachiku. You'll be the captain. Remember to make sure you manage these two guys well and don't let them get into trouble. Yu Yao pouted at the words of the Juggernaut and flew forward to hug his arm and complained. What makes you say that, Lord Juggernaut? Do I look like the kind of guy who gets into trouble? Juggernaut listened to her and did not reply, apparently acquiescing. Then waving his hand, three tokens appeared out of nowhere in the void. Here are the tokens for your entry. Because we reincarnate beyond all beings, you can also participate directly in the finals, but others can challenge you as well. So it's best not to take it lightly. As long as you follow the token you can get to where the entry is. Remember, this token must not be snatched by anyone else, because from the moment you step into the space passage, the race has begun, so you'd better get your act together. It was just that the Juggernaut hadn't even finished his sentence, and Xiao Haoran had already reached out and grabbed a token. With the spatial channel appearing, it had disappeared without a trace. The Juggernaut looked at this scene with a helpless face, holding his forehead with one hand as he looked at the two remaining people and instructed them. Remember, it's best to go together. Myriad Bamboo nodded and reached out to receive the purple token in the void flying towards the bottom. Yi Qingxian, who was at the end of the bridge to the next life, also flew to the side of the Myriad clan and looked at the master above. So, can I join in? Juggernaut nodded. This competition is open to countless universes, down to half-step eternal true gods, up to a half-step of unspeakable power, so you should be careful, because anyone you meet behind you could be your future opponent. Niuzhu nodded, and the three of them landed beside Shen Fei. The Juggernaut Jr. came to Shen Fei's side and said with a respectful salute, "Then, please lead the way. Senior, escort a few of them to safety." Shen Fei opened his eyes and stretched. Accompanied by that purple token, a flash of spatial channel appeared. The three of them slowly walked towards it, and Yu Yue Yao, who walked at the end, looked at Shen Fei's back and secretly pondered. As the spatial passage slowly closed, a teenager identical to him stepped out from behind the Juggernaut. The scent of the past permeated his body. Take a step and disappear into the wheelhouse. Yi Qingxian in the spatial channel felt the faintly indescribable hint of time power in it with a puzzled face. Why do I feel the aura of time? Is it hard to believe that we're not competing in this time and space? Yu Yao heard Yi Qingxian's inquiry and covered her mouth with a smile as she bounced to her side. Stretching out his fingertips to touch the spatial channel, he looked towards those dots of starlight outside the spatial channel. Competing in our time and space. Of course, the power of time in here is the first gift prepared for those powerhouses who are half steps towards eternal true gods. If sister were to carefully perceive it, perhaps she could cross over into the eternal true god today, because the power of time in here is completely different from that in the river of time and space. It's a time truth forcibly condensed by a powerful member of the great Tao gods. It contains the mysteries of space and time. Yi Qingxian listened to her words and also looked outside the space-time channel. Their countless starlight was receding at a rapid pace, and the power of time in it was indeed not as obscure as the long river of time and space. Just by looking at it twice, The cultivation within his body grew by another point. The great Tao gods are truly terrifying. Looking at those starlight, Yi Qingxian was overwhelmed with emotion. He hurriedly sat down on his knees, feeling the mysteries in detail. A quarter of an hour later, Yu Yao, who was sitting at the very back with her hands propped up on her cheeks, suddenly looked beyond the spatial channel, where another spatial channel had suddenly appeared out of thin air, only to see a white-bearded old man and a teenager who looked 17 or 18 years old sitting cross-legged in that spatial channel. The other contestants? Or else? Hey! A bad idea suddenly came to her mind. Yu Yao revealed a devilish smile. It looks adorable. Crept to the edge of the space passage, and was just about to tear through the space that, only to hear the myriad bamboo at the forefront suddenly cough with intent. Since the others didn't mess with us, then we'd better not hit anyone else either. Listening to Miuzhu Yueyao's words, Ye Yao sat down on the ground with an exasperated sigh. Looking at Shen Fei's back, secretly speculated. Time passed by so fast that without realizing it there were already tens of thousands of spatial passages beside them. A token escorted them in front of each spatial passage. One could even faintly see Qiao Haoran's back. So boring. After another quarter of an hour, the spatial passages had come to 1 billion and, along with the growing number of people, there is a conflict brewing in the shadows. Suddenly a sword light flew towards the spatial channel they were in. Feeling that flying breath, Yu Yao stepped out with an excited look on her face and, using his finger as a sword, he swung it toward the front. Cracks in space appeared the moment the two attacks collided, but they were restored in the blink of an eye, as if a falling stone had fallen into a calm river. The next moment the entire spatial passage suddenly erupted into a chaotic battle. Green Rainbow Technique. The Nine Spectres Xian Heavenly Formation. Rise. Chapter 95, Hell's Three-Headed Dog. Meeting by Wan Qing again. Yu Yao looked at the teenager who had issued the attack with an excited expression on her face. The aura of hell that was unique to his body spread towards the surroundings. Countless evil spirits hovered beside her, looking at where the teenager was constantly hissing. Kids got guts. Hell sword. Reaching out towards the void, a long sword that emanated a hellish aura was held in her hand. Soul Devourer. Lynch. Countless souls and countless swordlights flew towards where the teenager was. In the melee of those who feel the breath of witch, hastily flashed away from the eye to see the two attacks crossed, which is the heart of the palpitating glance at each other. We'll fight, Your Excellency, when it's official. Let's go. As the souls and sword light passed by, countless strong people instantly stopped fighting and left in a hurry. And that teenager who had sent an attack against myriad bamboo and the others, sensing the aura of those two attacks, with a scornful glance at her, he threw down a word and left quietly. The people of hell are truly different and reverberating, and can be compared to the half-step unspeakable realm. Before the words fell, countless teenage girls also looked toward where they were. If we take advantage of the melee now to snatch her token off wouldn't I be in the finals without having to compete then? Countless teenagers and young girls present were calculating in their hearts, feeling the unkind aura around them. Myriad Bamboo opened his eyes and held the sword of the 6 paths of reincarnation in his hand. The aura of his body also gradually rose, coming to the half-step unspeakable realm. Standing up, he took a step forward, his cold eyes gazing at the teenage girls around him. You guys can try if you want to enter the wheel. Yu Yao also came to her side, both of them exuding a half-step unspeakable aura at the same time. Crush the 4 directions. A teenager gnashed his teeth with a jealous look at the longsword in their hands. Half-step avenue divine treasures. Hell and reincarnation are really too extravagant. Master, look at the others and then look at the weapon you gave me. The old man beside him coughed twice with an embarrassed look on his face, and the speed of the hand-pinching spatial channel steeply increased by 1,000 times and quickly left. Seeing that the crowd didn't dare to make a move, Yu Yao gave a light humph. Looking around at the teenage girls in the shadows, he said, "What? That's a wimp? Sure is a bunch of losers. TSK. I'm afraid your guts have gone to the dogs. Forget it, this lady let you go. Get lost. A bunch of trash. This young lady doesn't care to fight with you." A teenager was furious and just wanted to make a move, instantly controlled by the old man behind him, shaking his head and flying off into the distance. But there were also countless attacks falling towards where Shen Fei and the others were, accompanied by countless angry curses. "If it weren't for your half-step great Dao divine treasure, how dare you, an eternal god emperor, provoke me? Today, let this young master teach you a lesson. How dare someone from hell be so arrogant? Get the hell back." Yu Yao was excited as she looked at the countless attacks around her. Reaching out, he tapped his finger twice on the hellsword. Immediately afterward, a spatial vortex appeared out of thin air in front of his body, and in the spatial vortex, a bizarre figure stepped out from it, instantly becoming billions of times more massive, opening its huge mouth to swallow all those attacks into its stomach. A hiccup that resounded through the heavens and earth reached the ears of all beings. Hiccup. The figure that covered the sky slowly shrunk and stood beside Yu Yao's body, roaring towards the surroundings. Woof woof. A wave of sound cuts through the entire passage of space. The powerhouses under the half-step Unspeakable had headaches, a face of horror as they looked at the figure. One after another, they said to the protectors of the path beside them, "Go!" Watching the men lumber away. Only then did Yu Yao proudly return to the spatial channel that belonged to them. The black shadow also entered it right after him. Only his body was still covered by the mist. It makes it hard to see what it really is. Niaozhu also withdrew her breath. Throwing the Six Paths reincarnation sword in the air and sitting cross-legged at the end of the spatial passage without saying a word, a young girl scrutinized myriad bamboo and the Six Paths reincarnation sword beside her with eagerness in her eyes. I can't believe she would be a reincarnation. Beside her, a person dressed as a maid listened to her words and hastened to persuade her. Can't afford to mess with it, miss. You mustn't do anything. And with a wink to an old crone behind him. The old crone behind her instantly knew the meaning in her eyes and quickly left with a pinch in her hand. On the other hand, Yu Yao sat cross-legged in the void channel and picked up the mist with her hands and laughed playfully. Had enough this time? A childish voice came from the mists. I mean, big sister. I'm still just a toddler. You actually made me take so many attacks that it almost held me up. Shen Fei sat beside Yu Yao and muttered as he looked at the mist. Hell's three-headed dog? In the meantime, walking in the cosmic sea of stars, Bai Wanqing looked at the light in her hands, suddenly jumped, instantly reacted. Pinching in her hands. A moment later the absolutely beautiful face revealed a hint of a smile, and suddenly made a casual grab towards the void in front of him. Space shattered, and that jade hand cut through endless space, coming to the depths of the void. There an old man and a young man were flying towards a certain direction under the leadership of the token. Bai Wanqing's eyes flickered with light, and that jade hand instantly grabbed towards the spatial passage. The unimaginable force instantly struck open a crack. Instantly lightning flashed and thunder roared. The token radiated a brilliant light, and the spatial passageway was instantly restored. An old man and a young man looked at the giant hand of the sky with a horrified expression. It was just that Bai Wanqing let out a light grunt, her jade hand slightly exerting. The spatial passage instantly revealed a crack that could accommodate one person to enter and exit. Amidst the horrified eyes of that old man and young man, Bai Wanqing hurriedly flew into it, and just as he entered he felt a familiar aura. Hastily, he looked toward the front. At the same time, Shen Fei also suddenly turned his head toward his back and looked. A delicate figure appeared out of thin air in both eyes. In the split second between the four eyes, Bai Wanqing suddenly smiled and stepped out of the spatial channel, flying toward the front. The speed of the hand pinch decision instantly increased 10,000 times, flying toward where Shen Fei was. At the very front of the spatial passage, Shen Fei gazed at the delicate figure and muttered, "Why is she here?" Yi Qingxian listened to his words and opened her eyes with a puzzled look to the back. "Anyone you know?" Shen Fei nodded, stood up, and said to the puzzled eyes of the crowd, "You guys go ahead. I have things to do." With his hands behind his back, he looked at Bai Wanqing's figure that had disappeared without a trace with a single step. Yu Yao looked at the place where Shen Fei had disappeared and inquired to the hell's three-headed dog beside her, "Do you feel the spatial fluctuations?" At his side, the three-headed dog of hell looked at the place where Shen Fei had left with a gloomy face and spoke his guess. He is at least a great Tao god. And on the other side Shen Flight walked in the space passage. Each step was a distance of tens of thousands of universes. Those teenage girls watched Shen Fei walk towards the back with a puzzled face. After retracing his steps for tens of steps, he had arrived at where Bai Wanqing was. Looking at Bai Wanqing's stunningly beautiful face with a smile, she sighed again, seeing the torn part of her skirt. "Didn't I tell you? Your dress is torn." Chapter 96, The Extremely Extravagant Wang Family. Yi Qingxian and Bai Wanqing's first meeting. Bai Wanqing smiled sweetly at Shen Fei's words and took a step forward. Delicate posture confused the crowd. The long skirt of the torn place to reveal the snow-white skin. If hidden, looks even more charming, incomparable. If it's broken, it's broken. And we're going to split the difference today no matter what. With a wave towards his body, the long sword appeared out of thin air just as he was about to launch his attack. A figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the two. The light dispersed. It was a white-bearded old man sitting in the void as if he were immortal. Looking at the two men, he shook his head. "I'm afraid that if the two of you are fighting in this spatial passage with your realms, you'll be affected by it. Why don't you give me face and fight another day?" Bai Wanqing listened to his words with a glint in her eyes, and after a moment, she took her long sword back to look at Shen Fei. "Yes, but you're not getting rid of me either." The white-bearded old man listened to Bai Wanqing's smile and took out two tokens between waves of his hand, suspended in the void. "With the cultivation realm of the two of you being able to serve as judges for the competition, I wonder if you would be willing to do so." Both of them contemplated for a moment at the same time before simultaneously stretching out their hands to hold the token in their palms and glanced at each other. "May. Yes. seeing that both of them received their tokens at the same time. The white-bearded old man stroked his beard. Figure has disappeared at some point, leaving only one sentence in the void. Then this Tao will be waiting for the two of you. Bai Wanqing hung the token in her hand on her waist and flew to Shen Fei's side. Let's go. You even appeared here. So I guess you must be someone else's protector. The corner of Shen Fei's mouth curled up, and he hung the token in his hand on his waist with interest. Looking at the stunning beauty in front of them, a ray of light enveloped the two of them, and taking 10 steps forward, he had already arrived in the spatial passage where Yi Qingxian and the others were. Just as it appeared that the spatial passage had come to an end, a brilliant light flashed and several people, Yu Yao, could not help but cover their eyes, and only after the light dissipated did they look ahead with a shocked expression. Holy, how many people is that? The hell's three-headed dog in Yu Yao's hand appeared in its true form, as if a little puppy standing on the shoulder of looking ahead, only to see countless spatial passages at the edge of the universe in front of them, from which countless teenagers and girls flew out. The aura of the past and the future permeates the body. There were even countless great demons showing their true forms, and a roar came from time to time. Looking toward the center of the universe again, I saw there was a world of immense proportions that it takes up almost the entire universe. Countless teenage girls and those great demons that have just appeared. With a provocative face, he watched the surrounding players fly into it. Miaozhu stood up and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air to forcefully suppress the excitement in his heart. These are all true heavenly pride. I don't know if I'll run into eldest sister and the others. Beside her, Shen Fei's eyes flickered as he looked at the entire universe and shook his head. Haven't seen them yet. Come on, let's go in first. Once these words came out, the people present realized that Shen Fei had already come behind them at some point. Yi Qingxian looked at Bai Wanqing beside Shen Fei, with that stunningly beautiful face and delicate figure. This, coupled with the torn gown, made her snow-white skin look even more flattering. Coupled with her aura of transcendent ineffability, she looked even more transcendent. Somehow subconsciously blurted it out. You are? Bai Wanqing listened to Yi Qingxian's inquiry and also surveyed her appearance and stature with interest. Half-step eternal true god. Cultivation is okay. Bai Wanqing. With these words, countless teenage girls and their protectors plus those great demons in the universe suddenly turned to look at where Bai Wanqing was with a surprised look on their faces. And Yu Yao, who was on the side, also withdrew a step backward with her small mouth slightly open with a surprised face. I think it's a rename? Bai Wanqing smiled sweetly looking at Miaozhu with interest. You're supposed to be his apprentice, right? Miaozhu nodded and looked at Bai Wanqing in front of her with a grave expression. My little daughter has met Senior Shen Fei, who was on the sidelines, saw that things were getting worse, plus there were more and more people, and said with one hand on his forehead, don't talk, wait until we get inside. The crowd nodded and flew towards the central great world. And all the way there, countless teenage girls retreated in a hurry. With a surprised face, he looked at Bai Wanqing. I didn't think that she, a rising powerhouse, would come over. You guys, the token on her waist should be a judge. Listening to the whispers around them, the crowd flew into the central great world with a calm face. The hellish three-headed dog that had just entered it on Yu Yao's shoulder looked forward with another shocked face and spat. Holy, that's just extravagant. Our hell is like a heaven and a hell compared to theirs. The crowd raised their eyes and looked around, only to see pavilions towering in front of them, and countless mountains suspended in the void. Each of the mountains emitted a brilliant light, with indescribable auras emanating from them in succession. There was even a river flowing in the sky of the entire central great world, and on closer inspection, that turned out to be a river of stars, spanning the entire central great world. Inside the river, just those fish breaths had already come to the heavenly Tao realm. Below that river an unknown city hovered in the void. Just the outside walls alone were golden. The three-headed dog of hell took in the scent above him delicately and, eyes looking to the tiles above the walls of that city sucked in a breath of cold air. Surprisingly, even those decorations are half-step unmentionable artifacts. This is just too extravagant. When the hell are we going to be like this? Yu Yao's face flushed playfully as she listened to the hell's three-headed dog's tirade, flashing a light that, press on his mouth. Can you keep your voice down making it sound like we're poor in hell? What a lack of knowledge. I'm regretting letting you out. It's a disgrace. Go! The crowd flew towards the city above that knew no boundaries, and after arriving at the steps below the city, that's when it slowly fell. The three-headed dog of hell could only whimper anxiously as he looked at those countless treasures. A few people headed upward, and when they came to the gates of the city, a middle-aged man in a brocade suit looked at the crowd and grinned. Inside his mouth was a piece of gold teeth, each of which emanated an aura above the heavenly Tao. A big grin said, you all must be the guests of reincarnation in hell. Please, my Wang family has prepared meals and housing for all of you. and I ask you all to follow me." Before the words left his mouth, the middle-aged man walked towards the front, and no one opened the gates of the city by themselves. I just saw that it was bustling with an unknown number of people. A few people walked toward the front, and when crossing the gates of the city, the three-headed dog from hell looked at the piece of scenery in front of him and excitedly jumped off Yu Yao's shoulder, all three heads sniffing the air at the same time, drooling profusely. "Mine are all mine." Chapter 97, A Pot of Acacia. The two people in the courtyard, eyes on the countless delicacies all around. The three-headed dog of hell that had suffered in hell for countless years flew into the tavern beside him. "Junior, give this master all the town treasures inside your store." Yu Yao looked at this scene and hurriedly covered her reddened face and walked towards the restaurant, her heart breaking down. What a shame. The dead dog. The few people behind him also walked into the inn. I just went in and saw the three-headed dog from hell standing on the table and jumping around. The middle-aged man shook his head and lost his smile as he watched the scene and said to the shopkeeper, "Put this meal on my tab, please." Seeing that several people sat down, the middle-aged man waited respectfully at one side looking at Shen Fei and Bai Wancheng. The old ancestor commanded that as long as one holds the token, in this universe, all consumption everything is paid for by my Wang family. At these words, the two men nodded and, across from them a teenager also looked at him with a hesitant face and asked, "The Wang family, is that the Wang family?" The middle-aged man introduced himself with a proud nod. "That's right, I am the 18,961st generation heir grandson. Name, Wang Fugue. Yu Yao, who was on the side, coughed violently twice at the sound of his name and swallowed the tea in her mouth. Feeling Wang Fugue's gaze, he praised it again and again. "Nice name, tasteful." Wang Fugue nodded with a proud face even as he listened to her words. With a wave of his hand, he took out 2 purple jade tags, and 3 golden jade tags and handed them to the crowd. "In a few moments you will find your residence by following the jade's guidance. There's still a month left before the competition starts, so please have fun. I have some business to attend to, so I will leave first." The crowd took the jade cards and watched Wang Fugue leave the crowd before they exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Bai Wanqing looked with interest at the jade tablet in her hand with great emotion. "I didn't expect that just an Earsun cultivation realm would be a half-step in the realm of the unspeakable. This is the legendary wealth that can lead to God." The people in the room nodded with a look of recognition and, with their vision, they could naturally see that Wang Fugue's natural talent wasn't that high, but the fact that he was able to reach the half-step unspeakable realm was enough to illustrate the terror of the Wang family. At this time, the store assistant came to the side of the crowd with countless dishes and cast the space-folding technique, laughing as he placed all the dishes in the void. "And please enjoy yourselves. The words have not yet been spoken." The three-headed dog of hell then prioritized drilling into one of the folded spaces and began to wolf it down. Yu Yao's pretty face slightly reddened as she watched this scene. Jade hands reached into space and lifted him out onto a chair. "Can't you keep up appearances?" The three-headed dog of hell listened to her words and swallowed all the food in his mouth with a hefty grin. A flash of light had transformed him into a young boy who looked 3 or 4 years old. Grabbed the chopsticks on the table and looked at all the people present and said, "Everyone is welcome." Shen Fei took out his chopsticks and reached into a certain piece of emptiness, clamping a piece of duck meat into his mouth and savoring it. Feeling the relaxed atmosphere of several people, Yi Qingxian smiled sweetly, took out a pot of wine and put it on the table and filled up one of the cups and then handed it to Shen Fei. "I made this myself. I named it Acacia. Would you like some?" Listening to her words, Shen Fei reached out and put his hand on the rim of the cup and gently waved, nodding frequently at the whiff of wine. "No wonder it's named Acacia. It really is the only good wine in the world." Bai Wanqing on the side brightened up and poured herself a cup to continue savoring it. There is a pot of acacia to open the box of words between the crowd seat. Atmosphere is also more lively. Unconsciously several hours had passed, and it was dark outside. The three-headed dog from hell lay on the table, burping and patting its rounded stomach as it looked at Yu Yao. "Hiccup, I just can't eat anymore. Come on, go back and rest. It's been thousands of years since I've been this full." Shen Fei drank the acacia in his hand and one go also stood up and walked towards the outside. "Let's go. You guys still have to participate in the big battle in a month. Recuperate first." Myriad bamboo. Several people nodded and took out the jade cards, and several people followed behind the, flying towards the depths of the city. The whole city's bustle came into view as we passed by. Countless children frolicked between the streets and alleys. A quarter of an hour later, the myriad bamboo. Several women arrived inside a quiet manner. Shen Fei and the two of them watched them enter the compound before leaving. Flying towards the compound belonging to the two of them, Yi Qingxian stood within the compound and watched the backs of the two men as they left, and then looked at the side of the wonderful bamboo tone gentle soft voice. "Go!" Myriad bamboo stood watching the scene. Suddenly the corners of her mouth turned up, and a light flashed in her eyes. I don't know what I'm thinking about." Another look in Shen Fei's direction smiled sweetly. Oh master. On the other hand, Shen Fei and the two men were flying in the sky watching everything below. For some reason Bai Wanqing suddenly said, "What do you think of Yi Qingxian?" The corner of Shen Fei's mouth curled up as he listened to her words, looking with interest at the stunningly beautiful face beside him. Her natural talent belongs to the upper echelon, and can barely be considered demonic. As Bai Wanqing listened to him, the corner of her mouth curved up in a stunningly beautiful arc, and her eyes glittered with light. Suddenly a stunning smile appeared. At this time, the purple jade tablet in front of him suddenly flew towards the bottom and landed in a courtyard. Bai Wanqing also followed suit and put away the jade tablet in front of her, looking at Shen Fei beside her. That old man is pretty good at his job. This way I'll see how you get rid of me. Shen Fei held his forehead with one hand and walked into it with a helpless face. Bai Wanqing also walked into the quiet courtyard that belonged to her. Just stepping into it, what caught my eye was a day tree that. The breeze whipped through a leaf that trembled twice and suddenly landed in Bai Wanqing's hands. Eyeing the falling leaves in the hand, Bai Wanqing suddenly looked at Shen Fei where she smiled sweetly. A light enveloped the falling leaves as they floated out of thin air with a finger pointing out. When the light dispersed, an absolutely beautiful figure appeared in the void. A long emerald green dress, the hem of which was gently raised, like the freshest willow leaves in spring, light and airy. The body posture is delicate, like a fairy out of ancient paintings, showing the splendor between the hands and feet. That long green dress mirrored her skin, making her skin as white as snow and her eyes like stars. It was as if the whole world had lost its color. Looking at the beauty in front of her, Bai Wanqing was very satisfied, and picked off another fallen leaf, transforming into a long sword. She stretched out her jade finger to point at the beauty's brow in front of her and spat out a mouthful of fragrant wind. The beauty in front of her suddenly smiled and, looking in front of him, Bai Wanqing reached out and picked up the long sword that had materialized in the void, over the courtyard wall, stabbing towards Shen Fei, who was sipping tea in the courtyard. Looking at the stunning figure in the void, Shen Fei shook his head and lost his smile. Extending his fingertips to take out a drop of tea, he flicked it towards the void. Another Shen Fei appeared out of thin air and flicked out another drop of tea, manifesting a long sword. Looking at the overwhelming figure in the void, he instantly flew up with his long sword in hand. A breeze whipped by, blowing up the skirt of the stunning beauty above. Chapter 98. The great competition begins with the team elimination round. Bai Wanqing sat in the courtyard. A breeze whisked by. The jujube tree slightly trembled. The two green jujubes landed on the stone table in front of them. Stretching out her jade finger to pick up one and put it into her mouth, savoring it and looking at the two people above who were in the middle of a melee. At the same realm, it looks like I'm not a match for you yet. Where exactly do you rank on the realm list? In the compound next door. Shen Fei took a sip of tea in his cup and extended his fingers to gently knock on the stone table in front of him, and a date on Bai Wanqing's table floated up out of thin air. After coming in front of Shen Fei and putting it in his mouth, he said, "Why are you so obsessed with defeating me? Anyway, is it hard to believe that you want to be number one in the world?" Bai Wanqing listened to his words and did not reply. Spitting out the jujube core in his mouth shattered the out-of-body incarnation belonging to Shen Fei and walked towards the inner room. The out-of-body incarnation wearing a long emerald green dress flew down and sat in front of Shen Fei guffawing. "You'll naturally find out later." The breeze whipped through the out-of-body incarnation and disappeared without a trace. Hearing the familiar words, Shen Fei shook his head and lost his smile as he stood up and walked towards the inner room. Push open the door of the room. Into the eyes of some of the usual furniture furnishings came to the bedside, slowly lying down. Before long only some faint breathing could be heard. I don't realize how quickly January has passed. A breeze brushed by, and Bai Wanqing's figure appeared in Shen Fei's house. Very skillfully came to the table and poured a cup of tea looking at Shen Fei's figure. "Today is the day the contest begins. How long are you going to pretend to be asleep?" Listening to the words beside him, Shen Fei had a helpless face and got out of bed on his side, looking at the absolutely beautiful face to spit. "Can't you knock every time you enter my room?" Bai Wanqing listened to his words and did not reply, drinking the tea in her hand. At that moment a bell suddenly rang out in the sky above the entire central great world. A figure like a great sun appeared in the sky. "The contest begins in a quarter of an hour. The contestants are ready." Before the words fell, countless rays of light flew towards the top. Bai Wanqing stood up and walked to the window, looking at the countless rays of light in the sky. It turned into a wisp of fresh wind and flew towards the top. Shen Fei also took a step forward and came beside the figure that was like a great sun, looking at the white-bearded old man in front of him. He smiled slightly. "Doyle." Bai Wanqing also came to the two of them and looked at each other. Only then did the white-bearded old man look at those contestants below. With a wave of his hand, a ball of light appeared in the void, and upon closer inspection, it was actually a world. The first round is a team elimination tournament, or of course you can have a team of your own, as long as you defeat the opponent in front of you. Stick around until you get within 100. 000th place and you can advance to the next round. There's a token to enter the next round hidden inside. 2. Only it's guarded by some great demons of heaven and earth. As long as you can get it, you can still move on to the next round. Of course the players who were eliminated from the tournament need not be discouraged. Weapon refiner, formation refiner, alchemist. There's a chance of making it to the elimination rounds. You can be resurrected for the next round as long as you can get a unanimous rating from these judges. Before the words fell, 8 figures appeared out of thin air beside Shen Fei, and the two of them there were men and women. There was even a great demon, but without exception, all of them were permeated with an aura above unspeakable. Just after appearing, those contestants were staring at them without exception. The 3 of them, Yi Qingxian, who were hidden in the crowd, also discovered the presence of the 2 Shen Fei. Now the great competition begins. With the white-bearded old man's command, countless rays of light flew into the casually created world before them, and those powerhouses above the eternal true gods just entered and tried to tear apart space and time, only to suddenly realize that the connection between the space-time river and them had disappeared without a trace. One by one, they looked at each other and flew in other directions without looking back. Myriad bamboo and the 3 of them also held hands and flew into it together. The just entered and flew off in a random direction. I don't know how many people I've met along the way, but we all know what we're talking about. There wasn't an immediate battle. Perhaps waiting for the first token to appear would be the start of the big battle. The 3 of them flew for billions of light years, staying on top of a mountain peak looking at the vastness of the world with emotion. Is this the great Tao God? Creating a world with his hands. Even we can't see the edges at all. Yi Qingxian also nodded deeply as she listened to Miaoju's sentiments. The 2 of them looked at Yu Yao and said in unison, "Can you with the highest cultivation count where those tokens are?" Yu Yao listened to both of their inquiries with an embarrassed face. Actually, I haven't learned the art of measuring at all, so I'll have to rely on you too. Miaoju listened to her with a helpless look on her face. Reaching out, he tried to pluck the threads of karmic branches and destinies in the void, but he couldn't feel the heaven and earth connection at all. Suddenly looking up into the firmament, he muttered to himself, "Karmic destiny has been shielded. I guess we'll just have to rely on our luck and see if we can stumble upon it." At this time, the hell's 3-headed dog standing on Yu Yao's fragrant shoulder raised its head with a proud face and looked at the 3. "You see, it's up to me when it counts. I have a nose that can smell within a billion million feet. There's nothing around here. Let's change places." The 3 of them listened to the 3-headed dog from hell, and then it occurred to them that there was a dog beside them, and a dog with 3 heads, picked a random direction and flew towards it. I don't know how many more light years I've traveled along the way. The 3-headed dog of hell suddenly looked in one direction. "Go look over there." The 3 of them looked at each other, and exerted their full strength to fly toward that side, and after a quarter of an hour had not yet come close to. Then he sensed the aura of 2 battles ahead of him. 2 half-steps are not to be spoken of. The 3 of them looked at each other to hide their breath and felt toward that direction, and after another tea time, it was then that they vaguely saw 2 figures in a melee at the very front of them. One of them is like an ancient dragon that changes the color of heaven and earth as it breathes. The other looks surprisingly like a 4 or 5-year-old kid. He's holding a 1,000-foot cauldron in his hand. The figure was as swift as lightning as it smashed into the body of the swift dragon. With a wave of his hand, countless treasures appeared in the sky and fell towards the bottom. It was like a rain of swords falling on the body of the ancient dragon. Listening to the hissing of the ancient dragon below, the brat above laughed sardonically. "That's some fine armor you've got there. Fall. Purple electricity, 1,000 rainbow fire. Refined." The words have not yet fallen, lightning and thunder in the void, and a hot breath came from the cauldron the next moment. The monstrous flames flew out from it, enveloping the ancient dragon below. Monstrous screams came out from the flames, even causing the void to quake. Only a dragon's roar that resounded through the sky and earth could be heard coming from the flames. Yi Qingxian, as the one with the lowest cultivation level, changed her face when she heard the dragon's roar, forcibly yanking up the 2 beside him towards the back of the room. A breeze blew, and countless snowflakes fell from the void, and when they reached the ground, instantly iced over a 10,000-foot frontier, and it was still spreading towards other frontiers, frozen within light years in the blink of an eye. Chapter 99, Yi Qingxian promoted to Eternal True God. Light years away, the 3 gasped for air and looked at the frozen frontier with a look of fear. It was horrible. It was so close. "Let's get out of here. The smell of battle has gotten out of here. I'm afraid more are coming later." Yi Qingxian looked at the frozen frontier in front of her. Another look at the very center, looking at a little kid with a big tripod in his hand. The other 2 nodded with a look of recognition and flew in the opposite direction. Only just after they had left, the Taiku dragon that had been sealed in ice suddenly opened its eyes and the powerful force instantly shattered the ice on his body. With a furious roar, He opened his giant mouth of the abyss and swallowed that one little brat instantly into his stomach. Meanwhile, inside another sphere of light in the outside world, the bored few looked at the empty square in front of them, and one of the young girls spat. Why hasn't anyone been eliminated yet? I thought the judges were some kind of high and mighty before, but I didn't realize it was just to stay here. If I had known I wouldn't have agreed to that old white-bearded man. Just before the words left his mouth, there was a flash of light in the square. A little kid with a big tripod in his hand appeared in the square with a dumbfounded look on his face. Watching a few people on the judges' table look confused. I'm outta here? The next moment the young girl who had spat earlier flew forward to stand beside him with an excited look on her face. Patted him on the head. Congratulations on being the first one eliminated from the game. Now start refining. The brat's face reddened at the young girl's words, and he looked at the crowd present with a light grunt. I wouldn't have been eliminated if I hadn't gotten careless. Forget it, let's show you guys a real master refiner. Throwing the cauldron in his hand onto the square, he pointed towards the bottom of the cauldron with a finger in his hand. Purple electricity, thousand rainbow fire. Now, flames appeared out of nowhere. Lightning flashed and thundered. The little brat waved his hand and took out countless heavenly treasures and threw them in. Bai Wanqing on the judge's bench propped up her cheeks and looked at Shen Fei beside her and laughed. Do you think your protege will make it to the finals? Smelling the aroma beside him, Shen Fei shrugged. It doesn't matter. Even if they don't make it to the finals, I can still take them into the Hongmeng universe. When these words came out, the several judges present also looked at Shen Fei. One of them gave a light hum. Do you think you're above the gods of the way? Shen Fei did not pay attention to that one judge, but looked at Bai Wanqing's stunningly beautiful side face. What about you? Do you want to go to the Hongmeng universe with us to have some fun? Bai Wanqing suddenly smiled mysteriously as she listened to his words. Yes. At that moment there was a flash of light, and a half-step eternal true god powerhouse appeared in the square with a face of fear. He was seen in rags, covered in black dust and bruises. At that moment the teenage judge waved her hand and looked at him with a look of disgust. If you don't know how to refine pills, formations, or weapons, you get out of my way and don't get in the way here. The teenager nodded his head repeatedly at his words, and with a fawning face, he looked toward the audience and, only then a wave of heat reached him. The teenager looked in the direction of the brat with a puzzled look on his face and muttered to himself with a grateful expression. It's a good thing I'm not the first. The face of the brat who was refining weapons stiffened, and in an instant, his mind lost control, and the refining tripod instantly shattered. The red eyes looked at the teenager with a snarl. Get out! The teenager nodded his head repeatedly and left the square. With a flash of light the figure quickly disappeared into this world. Just the next moment the whole square suddenly expanded in space and tens of thousands of teenagers and young girls appeared within the square with a face of fear, with some frost still remaining on their bodies. Holy, that ice dragon is really too terrifying. I don't know who it was that pissed him off. The young girl at the judge's table manifested a hammer on the table in front of her. With an angry face, he looked down at the teenage girls. Those who aren't qualified to participate in the resurrection tournament, get out of my way and don't get in the way there. Shen Fei gazed at those teenage girls in the square. Touching his chin, divine sense probed towards the other world. And within the other world, the ice dragon had been scarred but there were still countless strong people coming, spitting out a mouthful of dragon's breath, freezing the space around him. Without looking back, he flew towards the direction where Yi Qingxian and the others were. And over there Yi Qingxian's few people were also caught in a bitter battle. Holding the 6 paths of reincarnation sword in his hand, Myriad Bamboo looked at the 3 figures in front of him and chanted an incantation under his breath. Suddenly the sword points to the sky. A billion light-year long sword appeared in the void towards the 3 people in front of them, while the 3 half-step unspeakable powerhouses pinched their hands and formed a sword formation. Divine Luo sword formation. Countless sword lights cut through the void and met them toward the top. The void trembled the moment the attacks collided. On the side, Yu Yuya was also holding the hell sword, pointing it at the 2 half-step unspeakable powerhouses in front of her. Chop Soul. An ethereal sword light cut through, and those 2 powerhouses instantly froze for a split second. The hellish 3-headed dog with a body of 10,000 feet took advantage of this blink of an eye to pick up the 3 people and flew towards where the ice dragon was in the form of a recluse. In the blink of an eye, he was billions of light years away, and after he couldn't feel the aura behind him. It was only then that he panted and led them into a cave. The aura belonging to hell enveloped the entire cave, and just as he was about to speak, that's when an unimaginable force crossed above their heads. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, it disappeared into the sky in the twinkling of an eye. The 3-headed dog of hell exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked at the direction the ice dragon flew away with a grateful face. Holy, it's a good thing this ice dragon isn't dead. He's so strong. I'd like to see if those few from the past can resist. In front of him, Niaozhu took an elixir, which made him feel much better. spitting out a mouthful of bruised blood. There was a glint in the direction the ice dragon had left. We'd better recuperate while we can. When that ice dragon mixes it up with those guys, let's cross over. Nothing can be said to make it easy for those guys. Sister Yi, are you alright? Yi Qingxian spat out a mouthful of bruised blood and wiped the corner of her mouth and shook her head. I'm fine. I'm glad you guys held back those half-step unspeakable powerhouses. I'm only dealing with one eternal true god. Speaking of which, it's still me whose cultivation is too low, dragging you guys down. Speaking of this, Yi Qingxian was eerily sad. Only the next moment, from the depths of her dantian, an unimaginable power suddenly emanated, instantly carrying out around her body to restore all the injuries on her body. The soybean-sized heart of the universe in the deepest part of the dantian suddenly shattered. From it came a ray of time force. Instantly Yi Qingxian will be enveloped. The cultivation realm had also come from a half-step eternal true god to the true eternal true god realm. The next moment the light dispersed. Yi Qingxian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and suddenly looked towards the sky and muttered to herself. Is that you? Chapter 100, The Battle for the Token. Feeling the strong and incomparable power around his body, at least 10,000 times stronger than before. Only the power of time had disappeared just as soon as it appeared. Mayatsuki stepped forward to place a hand on her shoulder for a moment before shaking her head. You can only be considered a pseudo-eternal true god now. This world is isolated from time and space, and you can't put the past, the present, the future merges into one. So are you going to join us in figuring out how to get to the next round, or are you going to get out now? Yi Qingxian listened to her inquiry and pondered for a moment, looking up in the direction of where they had fought before she smiled sweetly. I've already lived for billions of years. It's not so bad for a moment. And I also want to see that rumored Hongmeng universe. Let's go. That ice dragon should be fighting them. Just in time to get your revenge while you can. The two of them, Niuzhu, listened to Yi Qingxian's words and glanced at each other with a slight smile. Jumping on top of the three-headed dog of hell flew towards where the ice dragon was. Just before we could see the silhouettes of the people they were fighting, a heat wave swept over them from afar. Accompanied by countless snowflakes passing by them. They did fight. Go! A couple of people looked at each other and sped up a couple of. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the place where the battle was the most violent. A heat wave swept over the area just within 100 million feet. The myriad bamboo six paths reincarnation sword was thrown towards their bodies, forming a shield that enveloped the several of them, crossing over the flames that could burn the worlds into the center of the battlefield. The miserable hissing of the ice dragon could be heard before he even got close, and the smug laughter of the figures from the past. I didn't realize it was so lucky. Let those women run away while this ice dragon throws itself into the net. You guys look at his eyes, in there I actually see 6 tokens. As long as we kill him, I'm afraid the first place in this round will definitely be us. And that ice dragon can't hold out much longer now. Let this seed add more fire. 9 heavenly divine flames. Fall. 9 brilliant rays of light fell from the hands of that silhouette towards the bottom, enveloping that ice dragon. A few people were amused as they listened to the sometimes intense, sometimes shriveled screams inside. The Yi Qingxian few people hidden in the voidicide looked at this scene with blank stares. Yu Yuya was very anxious and transmitted her voice. What to do? I didn't realize those guys had some skills. There was a twinkle in the eyes of Mayatake. At this time, the corner of Yi Qingxian's mouth on the side curled up to look at where the ice dragon was. There's no rush. We'll strike when they let their guard down. With the battle power of the two of you, you should be able to cut down 3 in an instant if you sneak attack. Not when the time comes. Take a break and see what's good. And that ice dragon shouldn't be only this strong. The two of them thought about it, and a few people were sitting on the hell's 3-headed dogs to scrutinize the ice dragon that was being burned by the flames. Unconsciously, a quarter of an hour passed in a flash. The screams of the ice dragon incinerated by the flames were also faintly audible, and the 6 figures from the past that, seeing this scene there was a glint in the eyes of the young man at the head of the group, looking down and waiting for a few more moments. Seeing that the ice dragon remained silent, the few people then flew towards the bottom. The monstrous flames automatically formed a path that spread all the way to where the ice dragon was. The 6 of them stood 100 feet above the ice dragon with reckless abandon. The teenager at the head of the group used his fingers as a sword to swing towards the bottom. Just the next moment in their eyes, the originally silent ice dragon suddenly opened its eyes and, before the 6 people above could react, they spat out a mouthful of dragon breath, instantly enveloping the 6 people above them. Only a miserable shriek could be heard. One of them was eliminated in the blink of an eye, and the remaining 5 were frozen in the void. Just for a moment, the 3 Yi Qingxian, who were hidden in the void, glanced at each other and attacked at the same time. 6 Dao Reincarnation Sword Decision. God appears. Hell Sword. Lynch. 100 Flowers. Flower Chaos. Numerous tiny swordlights converged around a swordlight that was strong enough to cover the sky, and upon closer inspection, there were also countless flower petals around those swordlights. 3 attacks landed on those 5 in the blink of an eye. The teenager at the head of the group instantly regained his senses and looked towards the heavens, where 3 figures and a hellish 3-headed dog watched them with a face full of indifference. The teenager was filled with anger. His face flushed red as he looked at the 3 people in the void. I remember. Without even finishing his words, he was instantly annihilated in the swordlight. The unstoppable 3 attacks that, swinging all the way down towards the bottom, it chopped at that ice dragon again. An unimaginable abyss was instantly formed, spreading out for an unknown number of billions of light years. It was only this attack that attracted the attention of countless powerful people, and with a sardonic laugh, it turned into countless recluse lights and rushed towards where they were. At this moment 6 tokens suddenly flew out of that abyss, all the way to the top of the dome, emitting 6 rays of light instantly attracted the attention of an unknown number of powerful people. Myriad Bamboo looked at this scene and said that it was not good, instantly flew up into the firmament and pocketed all 5 of the tokens, leaving only 1 token that, it also emanated countless rays of light and breath in the sky. Myriad Bamboo landed on the body of the 3-headed dog of hell. The 6 paths of reincarnation sword in his hand pointed to the east. Come on, there's the least amount of people over there. The 3-headed dog of hell also reacted and instantly left this place of wrongdoing, and the 3 of them had just left for a split second. Countless auras that covered the sky came to where they were before in the blink of an eye. The breath was so strong that it stirred the void and those flames were instantly extinguished. Looking at the last token in the sky, one of the teenagers had red eyes and the long sword in his hand pointed downward at the countless half-step unspeakable powerhouses below, and his body was permeated with the aura of the past. This seat, red-blooded demon sovereign, the last token will be mine, but anyone who dares to go beyond that will be killed without pardon. On the opposite side of him a teenager with a futuristic aura on his body grinned conspiratorially. Egu, and red blood demon sovereign, I haven't even heard of your name in the future. No little mole like you is worthy of my ears. Such things are of course for those who can afford them. None of you ants deserve it. The young man laughed, and waved his hand as the sky and earth changed color. A 10,000-foot giant hand of the heavens fell towards the bottom. Only the next moment countless attacks instantly chopped his giant hand into pieces, as if a stone had fallen into a calm lake. A melee instantly erupted among the many half-step unspeakable powerhouses present. The abyss below, which knew no boundaries, collapsed in an instant, and the winds and clouds inverted. The void was shaking. On top of a mountain peak that was somehow far away from them, a half-step eternal true god powerhouse held a dog's tail grass in his mouth as he watched them with interest. Bunch of idiots. Instead of grabbing that 1 token, why don't you want to find a way to survive to the last 100? 000? Sure enough, in terms of intelligence and wisdom, who in this world can match me? Speaking of which, the teenager raised his eyebrows rather narcissistically, the dog's tail in his mouth fluttering in the wind. It looks laid back. Chapter 101, Former Teammates. Former Rivals. Beside him also lay a yellow dog nodding thoughtfully. That's right, all those idiots need to do is live well. It's not like it's hard to be just 100. 000th. Come on, let's go into the depths of the center of the earth and stay well. The teenager listened to him and also cast the earth escape technique towards the ground in a bored manner. Not far from this man and dog Yi Qingxian several people stayed in a dense forest. The 3-headed dog of hell gasped for air, feeling the tens of thousands of half-step unmentionables behind him who were in the middle of a melee with a thankful face. Holy, it's a good thing this lord ran fast. Let's go now. Miaozhu nodded, just about to take out the token to leave, suddenly thought that there seems to be another person in this world. Should we ask Xiao Haoren to leave with us? We have an extra token now anyway. Yu Yueyao and Yi Qingxian both looked at each other in dismay. And a moment later Yu Yueyao nodded. Yes, I'll contact him right away, said the hand strangling mouth, reciting incantations. A breath belonging solely to the hell flew toward a direction, and at the end of that direction, billions of light years away, Xiao Haoren, who was flying towards that 1 token, suddenly froze. Listening to the information in his head darkened his thoughts. I didn't think these guys were capable of anything, but I don't need your charity. However, despite saying so on his lips, his body flew towards where Myriad Bamboo and the girls were. After all, now that we're in, if we're eliminated in the first round, I'm afraid I'm going to get a lecture from the master when I get back. After all, he was the one who didn't want that spot in the finals, wanting to make a wave. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Haoren finally saw a few people in the middle of a dense forest. He just dropped down and looked at them with a face of indifference. Go! Myriad Bamboo threw the last token in her hand to Xiao Haoren, and a drop of blood flew out from her fingertips. It landed on the token in front of him. The next moment 5 brilliant rays of light pierced the clouds and the few people in the glow slowly flew towards the top. In the midst of that blazing great sun in this world, a young boy, dressed in a gold. Suddenly his eyes flickered with interest as he looked at a few people. I didn't expect someone to get the token so soon. Feeling the aura of the myriad bamboo, few more suddenly froze, rubbing his chin and muttering to himself. Aren't they reincarnated? Why are they still here for the first round? Never mind, everyone has everyone's idea. The others were secretly anxious as they watched the 5 people cut through the clouds and leave this world, and at the same time, the figures of 5 people suddenly appeared in the audience in the other world. Just after appearing, Yi Qingxian's body suddenly glowed with a great deal of light. The power of time descended on her body, and above her head, the river of time and space appeared out of thin air. The aura that belongs solely to the eternal true God spreads toward the bottom, and Shen Fei, who was sitting on the judge's table, smiled slightly. A ray of light shot out from his fingertips, instantly enveloping Yi Qingxian. The next moment 2 silhouettes stepped out of the long river of space and time. One suffused with the scent of the past was wearing a long, fiery red dress and looked cold, and the long, snow-white legs stepped straight toward the bottom. The other reeks of the past, but it was shrouded in mist that made it impossible to see her true appearance. The 2 figures walked slowly from the long river of space and time towards where Yi Qingxian's current world was, without any hindrance. It broke through the barrier set up by Shen Fei and merged into Yi Qingxian's body. The next moment a rich force of time overflowed from it. And Yi Qingxian's cultivation had truly arrived at the eternal true God realm. The players in the square who were participating in the resurrection match also noticed Yi Qingxian, who was advancing to eternal true God. Holy, it's amazing that someone has advanced so quickly and won first place, and such a weak team at that. Are you blind? Can't you see that the others are all reincarnated? Since they dared to give up their place in the finals to fight with us in the first round, there must be something real. Or be careful. The young girl sitting at the judge's table tapped the hammer that had materialized in her hand, looking at the whispering teenage girls in the square with a disdainful face. What are you losers who were even eliminated in the first round still discussing here? Why don't you hurry up and refine weapons and make pills? Still want to be resurrected for the next round? After saying these words and then looking sideways towards Yi Qingxian, what came into his eyes were those 2 huge peaks. Another looked down at the horse below him and a soft grunt. Bigger means. Bai Wanqing, who was beside her, smiled slightly as she listened to her words, looking at Yi Qingxian, who was in the process of metamorphosis, then looking at Shen Fei beside him. You don't count that as cheating? Shen Fei sipped the tea in his cup. She just happens to be broken. Without realizing it, January will be gone in a flash. Hundreds of contestants who had obtained their tokens to pass the first round also appeared in the audience. Only everyone looked at Yi Qingxian unanimously. Shen Fei took the elixir in his hand to feel the power change in it, and slowly opened his eyes a moment later, looking at the young girl in front of him with an agitated face. May. Listening to his words, the young girl cheered and flew up to the audience with an excited look on her face. And the others who were still struggling looked at her back with a look of envy. More than a month had passed without realizing it. This day Yi Qingxian slowly opened her eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Her eyes were filled with the past and the future, and an aura of transcendence. You can charm the world with your hands and feet. A single knit of the brows made the mouths of those teenagers in the audience water. Stepping forward, the power of time filled the air, instantly breaking through the passport set up by Shen Fei. Lowering his head towards the judge's table, his lips slightly moved gentle as water words into Shen Fei's ears. Thanks. Beside him Bai Wanqing narrowed her eyes and smiled slightly. What do you think of her? Shen Fei took a sip of the tea in his cup before turning his head to look at Bai Wanqing's stunningly beautiful face. The top choice for natural talent. Hearing this, Bai Wanqing guffawed. Without realizing it, more than a year has passed. Shen Fei, who was observing the vessels in his hands on this day, was suddenly interrupted by a loud voice. The first round is over. Before the words left his mouth, the world that had been casually created shattered out of thin air. Countless rays of light flew out from it, and every teenage girl among them had countless wounds on their ragged clothes. It was only when they saw the person in front of them that they muttered to themselves with an excited look on their faces. I advanced. Holy, who just chopped me? Have the balls to step forward. The white-bearded old man raised his hand slightly as he looked at the farce before him, and the bottom was instantly silenced. The second round starts in January. Alchemy, weaponry, and array refinement can be competed separately. The others will compete in one-on-one elimination matches according to their respective cultivation levels. The final 100 who compete will take part in the final round. Those teenage girls in the audience looked at each other, not realizing that their teammates in the first round. Surprisingly, it will be a second round opponent. Yu Yao and Xiao Haoren also glanced at each other. Good luck not running into me. Yu Yao lightly hummed and looked at him with a displeased expression. You better not touch me either, or I'll beat the out of you. Shen Fei stretched and stood up, talking to himself. It's been sitting there for over a year and my body is getting rusty. Beside him Bai Wanqing smiled faintly and the right hand rested on Shen Fei's shoulder in a lightning-fast manner. Stepping forward, the void shattered. When he reappeared he was already in a barbaric world. Then let's get moving. Looking at Bai Wanqing's stunningly beautiful face and delicate figure, Shen Fei smiled slightly. Moving his body around he took a step forward, shooting a maim from his fingertips. Come on. Chapter 102, The Fight Between the Six Paths Reincarnation Sword and the Regulus Sword. Time passes like a white horse, and January goes by in a flash. When a bell rang in the heavens and earth, the second round of the grand competition had begun. Shen Fei took a step forward to the judges' table that belonged to him. Beside him, Bai Wanqing's figure also appeared out of thin air, a languid face on a reclining chair, coupled with her long, torn white dress. The hidden snow-white jade legs were exposed in the air. The other teenage judges hastily averted their eyes and coughed twice. Countless rays of light fell above the square. A big sun-like figure appeared above the square, and the white-bearded old man stroked the beard on his chin. Looking down at the contestants below, he said in a deep voice, "The one-on-one match is not limited to any means or magic treasures. Winner takes all. The alchemist needs to refine the heavenly grade 9 heavenly sandalwood dan. The materials are provided by the Wang family." With a flash of light, a figure flew out of the audience and, standing in the center of the square smilingly, he looked at the players. On closer inspection it turned out to be Wang Fugue. Waving his hand and turning the sky upside down, countless materials fell from the void. The aroma of medicine filled the entire square. With another wave of his hand countless materials for refining weapons also fell from the dome of the sky. Only the white-bearded old man above was heard to continue. "A refiner needs to refine a heavenly eternal divine artifact. Of course the quality is up to you, the judges, to decide. As for the array refiner, he needs to refine a heavenly array disc. You can advance as long as you can take a blow from an unspeakably strong person. You can start now." Before the words fell, countless flames surfaced out of thin air on half of the square. A blazing aura filled the audience, and those players who were eliminated in the first round looked at those in the center of the square with envious faces. The old white-bearded man looked across the square to the other half of their countless attending incomparable teenage girls jumped at the chance. The martial arts competition draw will now begin. With a wave of his hand, a curtain of light appeared above the dome of the sky. On it were clearly the names of those contestants who had already advanced to the martial arts competition. A glance could not be seen, and along with a wave of the white-bearded old man's hand, the curtain of light above began to rotate. Those teenage girls below also looked at the light curtain above with an expectant face. Yu Yao looked at Xiao Haoran and waved her small fist. "Better let me meet you in the first round." Xiao Haoran was silent, just looking at the light screen above him. As time passed, the light curtain instantly stopped after a quarter of an hour. At the same time, countless rays of light suddenly shot out from above the curtain of light, enveloping the contestants below. By the time they opened their eyes again, they had come to a world of immense size, and there is a world of flames as well as endless seawater, and even more so in the middle of a long river of space and time. Only a voice could be heard coming from the edge of the sky: "Defeat the opponent in front of you." Before the words fell, great battles erupted out of thin air within countless small worlds. Yi Qingxian looked at the young man in front of him and waved his hand with a breeze that whipped by. Countless petals fell from the edge of the sky to envelop her right hand toward the void. Grabbed by the petals, Ling gathered long sword appeared in the hand out of nowhere. A distant finger was pointed toward the teenager in front of him. 10,000 flowers technique. Everything destroyed. Countless petals coalesced with the aura of destruction and flew towards the teenager. Only the teenager on the opposite side of him shook his head and took a step forward. A long spear appeared in his hand out of thin air, and the lockjaw gold armor appeared on his body out of thin air. The spear in his hand flew toward the front, and the destructive intent of the tip of it even made those petals shatter instantly. When coming within 10,000 feet in front of Yi Qingxian, the endless power in his body converged in the long spear in his hand. Looking down below, the light in Yi Qingxian's eyes flickered and he shouted angrily, "Heaven-breaking stance! Stab!" The bright light cut through time and space, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yi Qingxian's body. Feeling that destructive intent, Yi Qingxian pinched her hand and threw the longsword in her hand into the air. Manabu Jutsu, protect, endless flower domain, present. The next moment countless petals fell out of thin air in the entire world. Each petal condensed from blood. It looks bewitching. Even the power of the law above each petal was different. It flew towards the teenager in the split second it had just appeared. Manhwa technique, sword of time and space, chop. Waving his hand, he grabbed the long sword condensed by the flower petals in front of him, and the power of time and space coalesced within his body. A brilliant light shot out towards where the teenager was. The teenager, who was shrouded in flower petals, looked at this with an indifferent face. Heaven-breaking second stance. The void shatters. On the other side of the room, Mythic Bamboo and a few of them had already ended the battle in the blink of an eye. Wait quietly for a new round. In the outside world, some of the teenage girls who had been eliminated out looked indignantly at the figures on the light screen who had already finished their battles. It's so unfair. It's even better for a half-step eternal god emperor of reincarnation to take a half-step great Tao divine treasure. Why should those from the ancient celestial court have this kind of treatment? And those from the future have so many great treasures? This is still a bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Just use the equipment to crush it. Listening to the indignant words from below. Shen Fei raised his head to look at the curtain of light belonging to the one belonging to Miuzhu that had begun to rotate again. A moment later there was a sudden smile. That little ninny is in trouble, yeah. Fittingly. The next moment 2 rays of light enveloped Myriad Bamboo and the person from the ancient celestial court, respectively, transporting them within a new world. The light dispersed, and Myriad Bamboo, who was holding the 6 Paths reincarnation sword, had sensed the aura of the person in front of him. Eyes staring, and hundreds of millions of light years away across from him was a teenager with his hands behind his back. Unexpectedly, with sword brows and starry eyes, red lips and white teeth, wearing a white coat, he looked so handsome. Beside him, a long sword emitting an ancient aura emitted a gust of swordsmanship that, as if to provoke, the 6 Paths reincarnation sword also floated up out of thin air. The aura that belonged solely to reincarnation and the aura of the ancient heavenly court stirred the void. 2 illusory figures appeared out of thin air beside the 2 long swords, bearing a 9% resemblance to the owner of the 2 of them. The sword spirit of the 6 Paths reincarnation sword, holding the 6 Paths reincarnation sword in his hand, looked at the long sword in front of him with an indifferent tone. 6 ways. The illusory figure on the opposite side smiled faintly, also holding a long sword in his hand. Regulus. Hearing his words, Rokuda's pupils shrunk. The longsword in his hand swung towards his body and roared. Just you deserve to be called Regulus. 6 Paths of reincarnation. Open. Spirit of reincarnation. Now. Shen Yuan looked at the Dao figure that appeared out of thin air in the void with a faint smile, his sword pointing to the sky. Spirit of Regulus. Present. 1 sword, time and space destruction. As the 2 sword spirits mingled in the void, the Myriad Bamboo and that teenager also took a step forward at the same time. Both of them simultaneously used their fingers as swords to swing towards the front. Sword drawing. Go! 9 swords breaking the vault. All things perish. The 2 attacks in endless time and space collided in the void. Reincarnation sword intent. Gather. 6 Paths of reincarnation. Heavenly humanity. Divine punishment. With Myriad Bamboo's cry, the sword condensed by the 6 Paths of reincarnation pointed to the sky. The silhouette of the 6 Paths of reincarnation appeared out of nowhere above the 10,000-foot dome. The next moment a figure appeared out of thin air holding the 6 Paths reincarnation sword in his hand. An unspeakable aura filled the air and chopped towards the teenager. Only the teenager billions of light years away laughed. The same hand held the Xian Yuan sword intent and the sword pointed to the sky. Xian Yuan's true body. Now, in the next moment, a crack appeared in the firmament out of nowhere, and a figure came from the past towards the present world. Every step he took caused countless waves to splash within the long river of space and time. In the blink of an eye, he stepped out from the river of space and time, holding the 6 Paths of reincarnation sword intent in his hand, toward the divine punishment above to meet it. Chapter 103, Entering the Hongmeng Universe. Another reincarnation master appears. In a flash, the entire small world instantly shattered. The power of endless time and space and the power of reincarnation collided in the void. Regulus heaven-breaking technique. Sword chop. A brilliant light chopped towards where Myriad Bamboo was from the depths of the shattered void. The 6 Paths of reincarnation. Hungry Ghost Road. Soul Devourer. Countless hungry ghosts flew out from the Hungry Ghost Road and greeted the brilliant light. At the same time, and the sword pointed to the sky, the void shattered. A brilliant sword light cut through the void. Chopping towards the teenager from the ancient celestial court. Regulus true body. Protect. The one Xian Yuan real body that was fighting with the heavenly humanity shot out a ray of light, shrouding that sword light. Just in the moment when the 2 attacks collided, that ancient celestial court's teenager suddenly smiled wryly and take a step backward. In an instant the mountains and rivers turned upside down, and the young man appeared behind mythical bamboo without a sound. Regulus sword intent stabbed towards Myriad Bamboo's chest. Just the next moment, a splash of blood appeared out of thin air. The teenager was full of consternation, covering the wound at his neck. Step backward. Myriad Bamboo flew up with the 6 Paths of reincarnation sword intent and stabbed at the teenager's chest, accompanied by a plopping sound. The 6 Paths reincarnation sword penetrated through the teenager's entire chest. With a face of indifference, he drew out the 6 Paths reincarnation sword. Blood dripped down into the void. You've lost. As the Xian Yuan sword master, you've disappointed me too much. and with a monstrous roar above his head, the Xian Yuan sword fell from above and dense cracks spread on the sword. The sword spirit holding the Regulus sword also disappeared out of thin air, merging into the Regulus sword and cutting through the void. It fell to the teenager's side and slowly rotated. A ray of light enveloped the teenager, and the next moment he appeared out of thin air in the audience. The blood dripped from his chest onto the steps below. Raising his head towards the curtain of light above him, he just happened to see mythical bamboo standing in the broken void. The hands on the 6 paths of reincarnation. I never thought I'd lose to the future. In a flash of light beside him, a teenager appeared out of thin air resembling him by 9 points. Only his body was permeated with an aura that transcended the unspeakable. With a majestic face, he looked down at the teenager below. You were careless. Go back and practice your sword for 100,000 years. Listening to the words beside him, the teenager nodded and half-kneeled on the ground with a resigned face. Honor. Father's order. Shen Fei on the judge's table watched the scene and stroked his chin in delight. Looks like the little ninny has improved again. Time is like a white horse passing by. Without realizing it, 10 years have passed in a blink of an eye. It was a pity that Xiao Haoren and Yu Yueyao never ran into each other. I don't know if it was meant to be or if someone was working in the dark, with the light curtain used to shake the numbers above shattering instantly. The 700 rays of light stepped out from it to stand above the firmament. Each of them was dressed in rags, with countless wounds on there, but all of them coincidentally permeated with an aura of invincibility. The white-bearded old man appeared out of thin air, looking at the 700 teenage girls in front of him with a satisfied expression. With a wave of his hand, those teenage girls below who had passed the judge's test also floated up out of thin air. The white-bearded old man's lips moved slightly and, the next moment 9 great sun-like figures appeared from the void instantly causing a commotion below. Only that white-bearded old man could be heard opening his mouth and laughing. 100-1 in the final round. Location of the match. Hongmeng Universe. The winner gets a lifetime token to enter the Hongmeng Universe, plus a great Dao Divine treasure, and also meet the creator of the Hongmeng Universe, he said and looked down towards the judge's table below. Come with me, everyone. Shen Fei and Bai Wanqing both looked at each other and flew towards the top. Their 10 judges stood at the very front of those contestants. The next moment an incredible scene appeared. One could only see those 10 powerful people of the great Tao gods in front of them chanting incantations under their breath. With the passage of time, that one incantation echoed between heaven and earth. Those players under the eternal true gods felt that even their cultivation had improved by 1 point. Enough time had passed for a tea. Shen Fei suddenly looked in one direction, only to see an extremely bright light in that direction coming from nowhere. The aura that permeated Hongmeng cut through the void and instantly appeared above those 10 great Tao gods, breaking open the void passage. A white-clothed young man stepped out of the void passageway and his eyes seemed to be able to see through all the illusions of the world. His body was permeated with the power of countless laws, and countless worlds were created and destroyed between breaths. The aura of the great Tao God permeated his body, and when he appeared the moment those 10 powerful people of the great Tao gods below could only lower their noble heads. So visible in front of this teenager's cultivation realm is afraid to be unimaginable. See, Your Honor, all of these kids down here are good prospects who have passed 2 rounds of testing. The teenager nodded, his eyes looking downward toward every teenage girl who was watched by him felt as if all her secrets were known to him. He suddenly frowned when his gaze crossed over Yi Qingxian's several people. Only when he sensed the aura of reincarnation on them, he was relieved. Looking down at the 10 great Tao divine powerhouses below. Come with me. Before the words fell, the teenager prioritized toward the void passage with his hands behind his back, and behind him, that white-bearded old man rubbed the false sweat on his forehead and exchanged glances with the other great Tao divine powerhouses. Your Holiness, cultivation is strong again. Turning to look at the 1,000 or so teenage girls behind him, a light appeared out of nowhere to envelop them and flew into the void passage in front of them. Shen Fei and Bai Wanqing both looked at each other and flew into it right after them, looking at the teenager standing at the very front. Seeing that the void passage was about to close, that teenager, however, suddenly turned his head to look behind him and, raising the fingertips of his right hand, a strand of Hongmeng purple chi flew out towards the universe behind him and fell. It shattered into countless strands of Hongmeng purple chi in the void and merged into the bodies of those contestants. The void passage closed, and thousands of people flew towards the Hongmeng universe in great numbers. Shen Fei gazed at the teenager's back with a playful face as he looked at Bai Wanqing beside him. Don't you want to challenge the strongest person on the golden list? He is. Just who knew that? Bai Wanqing suddenly smiled and looked at Shen Fei in front of him and transmitted his voice. You think I don't know you're better than him? The last time I made a move, I could even feel that you didn't even use 1/10,000th of your strength. One day, I will naturally defeat you. At the very front of the void passage, that one teenager's ears twitched slightly, and the corners of his mouth curved up in an arc. And that white-bearded old man was looking at Bai Wanqing and Shen Fei with a sweaty face, thinking in his heart, Jesus, do you guys realize who you're talking about? That's a powerful person who has traveled across countless universes. Even the outer heaven has his name. Time flies. Shen Fei, who was originally chatting with Yi Qingxian and a few of them, suddenly looked towards the end of the void passage, where the aura of countless powerful people emanated. Even when they were hidden in the void passage, they could feel the power of the Hongmeng universe. At this moment, deep within the Hongmeng universe, the young man known as the Juggernaut was playing chess with an old man. Suddenly both of them looked towards the void passage at the same time. Only that old man could be heard stroking the beard on his chin with a curious expression as he looked at Shen Fei's figure. Mizusawa, is he the one you were talking about? Chapter 104, with the living world as a chess game. Everything in heaven and earth is a ruminant. Shuizhe nodded, looking at Shen Fei's figure with a slight smile. According to my master, I'm afraid that his strength is not below that of a Zuni. The old man nodded with a curious face. Only then Shen Fei suddenly looked up in his direction and a meaningful smile was given to him. The old man was startled. He can actually feel my gaze. Indeed, he is not beneath me. However, I would like to see what kind of strong person you are. The old man smiled faintly, pinched up a chess piece and flicked it towards where Shen Fei was. That black chess piece instantly cut through the endless void, and in the blink of an eye it flew into the spatial passageway. It was like a star falling towards Shen Fei. Looking at the black flag above his head, Shen Fei smiled slightly and stood up to stretch, raising his right hand and stretching out his index finger. The black flag instantly disintegrated amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd. Speaking softly to the several people beside him, Yi Qingxian said, I'm going to go and come back, and since we're already in the finals, you guys are going to have to use your full strength. There can be an unimaginably great chance in this universe. When the crowd wondered why Shen Fei had said this, his figure had already disappeared without a trace. At his side, Bai Wanqing looked into the depths of the Hongmeng universe, and just as she wanted to follow, she heard a sentence enter her ears. I'll leave a couple of them to you. Listening to the words in her ears, Bai Wanqing smiled slightly. At the same time, Shen Fei put his hands behind his back, and each step was hundreds of universes away. Dozens of steps later had arrived at the deepest part of the Hongmeng universe. Outside the wooden house, Shuizhe stood up with a respectful face and looked at Shen Fei. See you seniors. Shen Fei nodded, a smile on his lips, and walked towards the front. When coming to the opposite side of the board, sit down on your knees. Across from him, the old man also naturally knew what he meant and smiled slightly. Please, please. With a wave of his hand, the pieces on the board instantly disappeared. The old man narrowed his eyes and picked up a black seed and placed it on Tian Yuan. Shen Fei's eyes narrowed slightly with a smile at the corner of his mouth as he picked up a white chess piece and gently placed it on the chessboard. The next moment the sky turns upside down. Two universes appeared out of thin air in the cosmic sea of stars, and one of them was filled with a murderous aura. The other was more gentle. The old man picking up a black piece and placing it on the board. Meanwhile, in the cosmic sea of stars, a gigantic hand from nowhere held a universe in its hands and fell towards the bottom. Countless unspeakable powerhouses looked at this scene with fearful faces. Who is this? Using the living as a chess game, treating all living things under the sky as ruminants. I'm afraid it's a powerhouse at the level of a Hongmeng Zuni. An old man who had reached the unseeable realm looked at the countless universes slowly falling in front of him with a look of envy. And a step backward was a distance of hundreds of universes. At the same time, in the middle of the cosmic sea of stars suddenly stretched out a giant hand in the sky. Crush one of the universes to smithereens. Shen Fei smiled at the corner of his mouth and placed a black stone in his hand outside the chessboard. Please. The old man's eyes narrowed as he looked at the black piece off the board and suddenly smiled and placed the pieces in your hand within the board. In an instant the whole situation on the board began to reverse. An aura of killing and destruction permeated the cosmic sea of stars. Mizusawa stood by with a smirk on his face as he watched the game of chess in front of him. Just as the two of them were using the living world as a chess game and waving their hands, they didn't know how many universes they had broken. Yi Qingxian and the girls had also arrived at the competition site. It was just that this time those 10 great Dao gods were even more amiable towards Yi Qingxian's several people. That white-clothed young man, standing in the void looking at the heavenly jade-glazed pagoda in front of him, a void channel appeared with a wave of his hand. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the contestants. You only need to break to the top of the tower to win first place. The players present looked at each other with puzzled faces, looking at the heavenly jade-glazed pagoda that only had 100 floors. That simple? The white-clothed teenager took a step to the side, revealing the space channel to look at those players with a cold tone. Get in there. Yi Qingxian's few people followed the crowd and looked at the spatial passage that was close at hand and flew into it hand in hand. Xiao Haoren was close behind. A few people just went in and looked around with a wary look on their faces. Only a light suddenly shot out from the deepest part of the top of the tower to envelop them. Their cultivation, which they were once proud of and could destroy the heavens and the earth, was instantly sealed, uncontrollably falling towards the bottom. It took a full hour to fall to the ground. Once all the contestants have entered it, only an indifferent voice could be heard coming from the top of the tower, the first level of the stairway to heaven. The next moment countless ladders landed in front of each of them from the depths of the void. Yi Qingxian's marvelous eyes flowed as she looked at the several people beside her. The odds are that this level is more than perseverance. As long as you don't give up halfway through, you should be able to enter the second level. The few people beside him agreed, glancing at each other and stepping towards the top together. Outside world. The white-robed teenager waved his hand and 9 tokens landed in the hands of Bai Wanqing, and a few of them said at their puzzled looks, "You guys can go to the Hongmeng treasure trove and pick any treasure you want. Any treasures will do, if you can gain their approval." He also looked at the 10 great Tao gods with their heads bowed. "You guys come with me." In a flash of white light, the white-robed boy and the great Tao god disappeared together between heaven and earth. Only a few people were left staring at each other. "Who the hell is this guy? As if one more word would kill you. Really?" The one-horse young girl looked at the token in her hand and skimmed it. Another look at the few people beside him. "Let's go. Let's take a look at the Hongmeng treasure trove. There might even be treasures above great Tao divine treasures inside." Bai Wanqing was also somewhat moved by the young girl's words, and glanced at each other. Following behind, the token flew towards the depths of the Hongmeng universe, with the speed at which they can cross 100 universes in a single step. In the blink of an eye, he arrived outside a lofty palace. Only the 9 tokens were seen set in the gate outside the palace, and with a loud rumble the door that weighed like 1,000,000 pounds slowly opened. The scent of countless treasures emanated from it. Several people flew up and walked along the long corridor towards the depths of the palace. Bai Wanqing, who was following closely behind them, had just entered the depths of the palace when she suddenly felt as if there was something in the void that was calling her. With a flash of light in his eyes, he didn't move and broke away from the group, heading towards another long corridor. After a T has come to a thick stone door, which is covered with soot. Bai Wanqing gently knocked on the stone door, her eyes glowing as if she were looking through the void. But with her having just entered the realm of the invisible, she couldn't see anything. "What the hell is in here?" Muttering to himself, he took out his longsword and looked at the stone door in front of him. All of the invisible power in his body converged into it, accompanied by a dainty cry instantly stabbing towards the front. "Open!" Chapter 105, Hongmeng Supreme Treasure. White Zephyr. Above the invisible, billions of swords were stabbed out in the blink of an eye, and a wisp of dust finally fell from the stone door in front of him. Bai Wanqing looked at the wisp of dust and took a few steps forward, placing her hand on top of the stone door. Closing his eyes, the countless laws were all integrated into them. In the blink of an eye, he dissected all the origins of this stone door, exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, and opened his eyes. The 9 quarters of the flowing haze Hongmeng stone. I didn't realize it was protected with such a good thing. That's the treasure behind it, shouldn't be lower than the Hongmeng Supreme Treasure. Thinking of this, the corner of Bai Wanqing's mouth curled up as she pinched in her hands and chanted under her breath. A few moments later, the long river of space and time appeared in the corridor. Countless figures stepped out from it towards Bai Wanqing in the present world. The breath rose as those figures merged into it. Invisible, mid, late, all the way to the great circle, and across the invisible again, came to the unthinkable, the early mid-late grand rounds. As the billions of figures merged in, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of Bai Wanqing's mouth. The eyes gazed indifferently at the stone door in front of him. After another quarter of an hour, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the endless figures behind him. A sudden lurch stepped toward the river of time and space, and Bai Wanqing's cultivation level had crossed the unthinkable to the half-step great Tao divine Ming realm. Feeling the cultivation level that was rapidly declining, Bai Wanqing raised the long sword in her hand, and all of the endless power in his body was incorporated into it, and the long sword began to crumble. But Bai Wanqing didn't stop there either. After a tea time, she suddenly stabbed towards the front end. An earth-shaking roar echoed through the promenade. The smoke cleared, only to see that the stone door cast from the 9 quarters flowing harmony stone revealed a tiny gap, and it was still slowly healing. Coughing, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the tiny slit that the body transformed into a wisp of fresh wind and flew into it. And just as she entered, she was shocked by the treasures that filled the sky. The tree of infinite source, the pearl of ducks and phoenixes, the crystalline tree, the colored glazed flower, purple obsidian divine liquid. Looking at the almost endless treasures, even most of them she couldn't pronounce the names. After resting for a few moments, it was time to head inside, and only those countless treasures that were wrapped in the ball of light saw her coming and came to her side curiously. The countless number of artifact spirits were lying on their instants discussing Bai Wanqing, the realm of the invisible. How did this little ninny get in here? Who is it? Disturbing our slumber. Bai Wanqing ignored the words of those vessel spirits and followed the call of her heart, toward the depths of the palace. Along with the passage of time, those treasures beside them gradually diminished. From being able to see billions of treasures with a casual step, to now having one visible only a few hundred meters away. Behind Bai Wanqing, those artifact spirits were either lying down, lying on their backs, or sitting on their knees, watching her back with a look of surprise. Why is she still going inside? Can it be that there is a treasure inside that she is destined for? I think it's also possible. I wonder which senior is summoning her from the depths of the palace. And I don't know how long I've been walking. From a few meters a step at the beginning to a universe a step later. By now hundreds of universes could be crossed between one step. But that long corridor was still out of sight. It was only that instead of being tired in by Wanqing's eyes, instead, a bit of excitement flowed vaguely. Right up ahead, after a distance of several thousand paces more, those treasures around the aura of each piece far exceeded that of a great Tao divine treasure. Suddenly Bai Wanqing looked ahead and after dozens of steps had arrived in front of a long sword. I only saw the long sword suspended in the void, its scabbard inlaid with countless jewels. The breath of the law permeated unimaginably powerful. Bai Wanqing stretched out her right hand to hold on to the hilt of her sword. The light shone brightly. An unimaginable sword intent merged into Bai Wanqing's body. White Zephyr, is that your name? Starting today, I will definitely restore you to the glory you had countless epochs ago. Bai Wanqing stroked the white zephyr in her hand. The corner of his mouth curled up as he felt the Hongmeng Supreme Treasure aura coming from the sword. Countless rays of light flowed above, a drop of purple blood shooting from his fingertips. Toward the white zephyr below it fell. The moment the blood melted with Bai Zhe, the breath on Bai Wanqing's body couldn't stop rising, stirring the void. After a full half a bell, the gradual rise of the breath then slowed to a halt. And Bai Wanqing's realm had miraculously come to the realm of the unthinkable, thus showing the power of the Hongmeng Supreme Treasure. Removing the scabbard from the void and hanging it at his waist, he returned the white zephyr within the scabbard, toward the outside. Each step surprisingly came to a distance of thousands of universes. After only walking a few hundred steps he had already arrived at where the stone door was. Those treasures above the great Tao divine treasures were also surprised when they looked at White Zephyr, who was hung at his waist. Isn't that Lord Shirazawa? She has been sleeping for countless epochs, and I didn't expect to find a suitable master for her in this epoch. This human girl is so lucky. Bai Wanqing put her hands behind her back and looked at the stone door in front of her as she took a step forward. With a rumbling sound, the stone door instantly opened, and Bai Wanqing took a step forward and the mountains and rivers turned upside down, instantly spanning the distance of thousands of universes to arrive at the gate of the Hongmeng treasure trove. As she watched the door to the Hongmeng treasure trove slowly open, Bai Wanqing took a step to the outside, looking towards the depths of the Hongmeng universe. The eyes reflected Shen Fei, who was playing chess at this time, and his mouth curved up into an absolutely beautiful arc. I've taken another step forward, and one day I will naturally defeat you. And deep within the Hongmeng universe, Shuizhe was also surprised when he noticed Bai Wanqing's gaze looking at the long sword at her waist. I didn't expect this old man to choose this little girl as her master. The creator of the Hongmeng universe on the side also looked at Shen Fei with a slight smile and snickered. You're a peach blossom. Shen Fei didn't answer. Instead, with a smile on his face, he took 7 more black pieces from the board and placed them outside the board. Looking at the Hongmeng universe creator, I'm afraid you're going to lose if you don't get serious. The creator of the Hongmeng universe stroked the beard on his chin, and looked toward the chessboard. There are only a few dozen black pieces on the board, while white has already taken over half of the territory. TSK. This kid, Shui Zhe, even said that your cultivation is not below mine. I'm afraid it seems beyond me now. I lost. Again. With a wave of his sleeve. At the same time, thousands of universes disappeared out of thin air in the cosmic sea of stars. But playing chess like this is a bit boring. Why don't you and I have a little discussion? The Hongmeng universe creator looked at Shen Fei with a smile on his face. From behind him came out a teenage figure that resembled him 7 or 8 times. Shen Fei smiled faintly. And another figure also stepped out behind him, snapping his fingers, and the void channel manifested. Watching the 2 out-of-body avatars step into it at the same time, stretching out their right hands and grabbing towards the void, a cup of tea appeared out of thin air, took a sip, and looked at the Hongmeng universe creator in front of him. Pinch up a white seed and place it on the sky dollar, please. Chapter 106, Second Disciple. Woji. The Hongmeng universe creator watched this scene with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Pinch up the black seed and place it in the left star position, please. The Hongmeng universe knows no age. As if it were a year or maybe a decade or a century, the celestial jade-glazed pagoda suddenly flickered with light. The 4 figures stood at the top of the tower gazing at the entire Hongmeng universe. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the 4 of them. Niuzhu, Only at this moment, they were no longer enough to be described as wretched. The body was all bruised and disfigured, and if it were not for the fact that by virtue of the scent, it doesn't even know if it's alive or dead. It took another year or so before the last three made it to the top of the tower. One of them was a great demon of the Dragon Clan. The other was a great demon of the Phoenix and a human teenager. As the seven stood at the top of the tower, the white-clothed boy appeared out of nowhere and, indifferently, he glanced at a few of them. 7 tokens appeared with a wave of his hand and landed in each of their hands. This is the Hongmeng treasure trove in your past to enter this side of the universe in the future. Your great Tao divine treasures are in the Hongmeng treasure trove. Go find them yourself. Looking again at those contestants in the heavenly jade glazed tower below who had yet to pass, with a wave of his hand the sky turned upside down, and in the next moment those teenage girls who had not yet passed through had been sent to the time and space where they belonged. Or within the world where they belong. After doing this, taking a step forward, his figure had disappeared without a trace. The myriad bamboo several people looked at each other, looking at the token in their hands with a bewildered expression. Yu Yao spat as she looked at the place where the white-clothed boy had disappeared. Can't this guy be more detailed? At his side Yi Qingxian nodded at the token in his hand and said, Never mind, we'll get it ourselves. A few people flew towards the outside of the heavenly jade glazed pagoda. With a flash of light Bai Wanqing appeared before their eyes. Looking at the tokens in their hands was also satisfying. Come with me. A ray of light enveloped them, and just by taking a step forward, the mountains and rivers were turned upside down. Arrived outside the Hongmeng treasure trove. Your great Tao divine treasure is in it. Before the words left his mouth, his figure had already disappeared without a trace, already heading towards the depths of the Hongmeng universe. After only 2 steps he arrived outside the compound. It was just as if there was an infinite space separating the two of them. No matter how much he walked, he couldn't get closer. Shuizhe slightly smiled as he took a step forward and arrived in front of Bai Wanqing. Just wait a moment. The two of them are in the middle of an argument. They shouldn't be able to wake up for a while. And the moment Mizusawa just appeared, the white zephyr that Bai Wanqing had hung around her waist then suddenly trembled twice. Bai Wanqing instantly knew the meaning, narrowed her eyes, and drew out her white zephyr. Looking at the watery swamp in front of him, please. The aura of his body continued to rise, augmented by the white zephyr of the. Surprisingly, he had already arrived at the half-step great Tao divine realm. Shizawa shook his head helplessly. Stepping backward the void shattered. In which revealed a vast and infinite large universe looked at Bai Zhe and snickered. I haven't seen you for countless epochs, but you still want to fight me. Please. The two stepped into the void without even splashing a ripple. On the other hand, in the Hongmeng treasure trove, Yi Qingxian had already gotten the great Tao divine treasure that belonged to her. That turned out to be a long sword condensed from flower petals. Recognizing the moment of mastery, the cultivation realm within Yi Qingxian's body was also growing crazily, crossing over the eternal true God. The eternal exalted one had actually arrived at the eternal God King realm. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, he raised his head towards the front, within which were endless great Tao divine treasures. No wonder so many people want great Tao divine treasures. I didn't expect the increase in realm to be so great, but this realm is only temporary after all. Feeling the endless power in his body, he took a step out and walked in the direction of the others. And over there, myriad bamboo fused the violet obsidian divine liquid in his hand into the 6 paths reincarnation sword on the side. Feeling the 6 paths reincarnation sword's advancing grade nodded frequently. At most, it should be able to become a great Tao divine treasure in another 10 years of containment. Beside her, Yu Yueyao also incorporated the violet obsidian divine liquid into the hell sword. The two did this and also walked towards the others. It wasn't long before the crowd had all gotten their hands on the great Tao divine treasures and left the Hongmeng treasure trove. On the other hand, Shen Fei, who was discussing with the creator of the Hongmeng universe, suddenly opened his eyes, toggled the threads of karma and destiny with the wave of a hand. His eyes cut through infinite space and time, looking toward a certain universe. Behind him stepped out an incarnation. One step out had arrived behind Yi Qingxian and the few of them, looking at Miaozhu and said, Your second brother was killed. Miaozhu hurriedly said at his words, I'm going over to help. Just who knows Shen Fei but shook his head, stretched out his finger in the void. A light curtain appeared. In one of them, a young man dressed in black, with sword brows and starry eyes, and an imposing aura was covered in a demonic aura. Countless worlds shattered with a wave of his hand, and in his hand he held a long, dark sword that, it gives off an evil aura. You won't be able to help if you go. He's being controlled by the artifact spirit of that great Tao divine treasure. You can just practice here. Another look at Yi Qingxian faintly smiled. You may also take this time to search for a great opportunity hidden in this Hongmeng universe. There's at most a year to go before it shows up. You should prepare yourselves and take this time to consolidate your cultivation. Maybe one of you will be the first powerful person to be promoted to a great Tao god. Before the words fell, the figure had already disappeared. Yi Qingxian looked at Shen Fei's departing back and touched the 10,000 flowers sword in her hand. It was as if some sort of determination had been made. Go! After exchanging glances with the few people beside him, they prioritized flying in one direction. And on the other side, every step Shen Fei took was an infinite distance. A mere 10 steps brought him to the outskirts of that one universe. Taking a step forward, he was already in the middle of the universe. Only just as he entered, a sword light chopped towards him from an infinite distance away. Feeling the breath in it, Shen Fei did not dodge and took a step forward to come behind the black-clothed teenager. An unimaginable force instantly took control of him and sighed as he looked at the teenager's face. Wake up! A word came from nowhere. Into the teenager's mind along with the voice echoed through the universe. Countless previously shattered worlds also began to coalesce, and the crazy eyes of a burnt-out teenager suddenly calmed down, looking at Shen Fei in front of him half consortio in the void with a face of shame. Thanks for saving me, master. Shen Fei shook his head with light flowing in his eyes, looking at the sword of evil spirit in the teenager's hand. Wu Ji, you don't need to be so obsessed with strength, it's more about heart. Wu Ji naturally knew the meaning of what he said as he listened to him, only that his eyes were filled with unwillingness. But eldest sister has now reached the unthinkable realm. With her natural talent I will never be able to catch up with her if I don't work hard to raise my cultivation. Chapter 107, One Flower, One World, One Leaf, One Bodhi, World Tree. If I don't make an effort, the gap between me and her will widen. Listening to Wu Ji's words, Shen Fei also had nothing to say. If anything, he did take on a great big apprentice. In terms of natural beauty, it's the greatest demon in the history of the world. On the enlightenment also in this world belongs to the existence of the demon level. I am afraid that in this world few people can be compared with it. Otherwise it wouldn't have been just 1,000 years. One can then cross with countless realms to the realm of the unthinkable. One must know that that layer of realm is an existence that countless people have been looking at for their entire lives. But definitely not the end of his great discipleship. It may even be just the beginning. Thinking about this, Shen Fei also booed. Looking down at Wu Ji, he raised his head to look above the cosmic sea of stars. Come on. I'll take you to a nice place, where if you can pass the test, it can close the gap between you and her a little. Speaking of this, Shen Fei looked toward the cosmic sea of stars again. There a young girl in a white dress was walking indifferently through the cosmic sea of stars. Her unthinkable aura spread unchecked in all directions, crushing and, even her cultivation grew by 1 point with each step. Perhaps in a short while, she would come to the realm of a half-step great Tao deity. And that young girl also seemed to feel Shen Fei's gaze, suddenly turned her head to look at where Shen Fei was. Frowning slightly, he muttered to himself, Master? One step out has torn the space without hiding the breath, flying towards where Shen Fei was. On the other hand, Shen Fei had already led Wu Ji towards the top of the cosmic star sea. Each step is a distance of tens of thousands of universes. It took dozens of steps before he saw an immense and incomparable cosmic barrier. With a wave of his hand, he broke through the barrier and the two of them stepped into it. Only the two had just left and not for long. The young girl in the middle of the cosmic sea of stars also appeared right after them where they were before. Feeling the breath left in the void. Wu Ji, like there's a master? I only saw her using her fingers as a sword, and the breath in her body rose up and it was very easy to cross the half-step Great Tao Divine to the pseudo-Great Tao Divine realm. With a wave towards the front, the light dispersed the cosmic barrier revealing a gap, and just as he wanted to fly into it, a figure permeated with an unthinkable aura then flew up recklessly from below. Looking closely, it was Bai Wanqing. She was seen holding a white zephyr looking at the white-skirted girl above her, her four eyes facing each other. The white-skirted girl also naturally felt the aura belonging to Shen Fei on Bai Wanqing's body. There was a twinkle in his eyes and a playful smile. Taking a step forward, the unthinkable aura of his body coalesced into a long sword that, stabbing towards Bai Wanqing below. And below, Bai Wanqing looked at that attack with the corner of her mouth curled up, holding a white zephyr that, toward the white-skirted girl all in one dainty voice. A sword breaks the sky. The white-dressed girl looked at the familiar moves more firmly in the heart of the conjecture. Even the longsword at his waist was not drawn. He just used his fingers as a sword and swung it towards the bottom. A sword breaks the sky. Two identical attacks colliding in the void allowed Bai Wanqing to instantly know her identity. Just as he was about to open his mouth he heard a sentence coming out of the void. Nan Miaomeng, seen your mother. Bai Wanqing lightly grunted as she listened to that one sentence and looked at the figure that had already left. There were still slowly healing seams in which to fly longitudinally. On the other hand, Shen Fei had already appeared in a vast and boundless world with Wu Ji. Countless laws filled the entire world, and the great Tao was revealed. Looking toward the front, there was an ancient tree there. As far as the eye could see, each leaf radiates a bit of starlight in which countless universes are created and destroyed. Wu Ji, who had just appeared, looked at the sky-high tree in front of him with a shocked expression. Another looked toward the body below him. This can't be the legendary world tree, can it? Shen Fei nodded and grabbed his arm with his hand and flew towards the top of the world tree. When he came to the center of the world tree, he looked at a leaf in front of him breaking through the spatial passage. The two had just flown into it. Nan Miaoming had already appeared below the world tree. Looking at the backs of the two men hurriedly flew up. Only the next moment, a flash of sword light flew from behind her. Nan Miaoming slowly stopped and looked at Bai Wanqing behind her with a mysterious and unpredictable smile. Bai, one step had already arrived at the periphery of the leaf where Shen Fei and the others were, breaking through the spatial channel and flying into it. Bai Wanqing looked at the still unhealed spatial passageway and hurriedly followed. And at the same time Shen Fei suddenly looked behind him with a headache. Your senior sister sensed you and I following her. And why is she here too? Come on, let the two of them fight for a while. Wuji looked back with a worried face as he listened to Shen Fei's words. Master, who is that she you speak of? Shen Fei smiled slightly. A man who wants to be number one in the world. Go! One step out had already entered the leafy world. Just after entering it, Wuji felt that his cultivation had improved by a few points. A shocked face looked at the somehow large world in front of him. Shen Fei stepped forward a few steps and introduced himself. This is the heaven beyond the heavens, and we now belong to the first level of the Taishu heaven. There is a treasure here that can change your physique. Go! With a wave of his hand, a ray of light enveloped the two of them and flew towards the depths of the Taishu heaven. Behind them in the spatial channel erupted the breath and petulant drink of two people mixing and fighting. Countless sword lights flew out from the spatial channel. A quarter of an hour later, the two were hidden in the void. Looking down at the Wuji beside him felt the aura below him with a shocked expression. So many powerful people of the realm of the unspeakable. Shen Fei listened to his words with a disdainful face and looked downwards. Don't let their realm confuse you. They are only at this level of the realm, and most of their battle power is not even as good as yours. Otherwise there wouldn't be no names of theirs on the battle power list. Wuji nodded. He had also heard that the battle power list was not the same as the realm list. The battle power list refers to those who can be unrivaled in the same realm of the world. They can even cross the first, second and third orders to kill the enemy. So it can be said that the cultivation realm is like nothing in their eyes. Under the same realm, it didn't even matter how many came. His big sister is of that level. However, she wasn't interested in challenging those strong people on the Hongmeng Golden List just. As for the realm list, it was even more terrifying. The statistic is the height of the realm from the 1st to the 100th position in this world. Thinking of this, Wuji looked again at Shen Fei who was beside him with a smiling face. First place. Let's go. You'll go down and kick the mountain gate now. And Master will protect you in the shadows. That's the name of that one treasure. Before the words fell, Wuji did not even react. He was kicked down into the void by Shen Fei, falling towards the bottom. It instantly attracted the attention of an unknown number of powerful people. Chapter 108 Words and Laws Follow Out. Ranking the 10th Maiden. From below flew a half-step unspeakable powerhouse standing in the void with a cold face as he looked at Wuji, who was descending from the sky. Dare I ask why your excellency is trespassing on my mountain gate? If you can't say one or two things, then today is the day you enter the wheel of reincarnation. Before the words fell, countless unspeakably strong people flew up. Standing in the void, he gazed at the embarrassed-looking Wuji, his hands radiating bits of starlight, clearly ready for battle. Wuji coughed twice and raised his head towards the sky, but there was no longer Shen Fei's figure. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more tense, he could only bow and look ahead. I am a person from another universe who has heard that there is a treasure in the Taishu heaven that can change one's physique. Want to fetch it and try it? A young girl in the crowd narrowed her eyes at his words and, flying forward, the long sword in his hand shook a finger. Just with you also want to enter the 9 heavenly glazed spring. Just let me try your skills. Before the words fell, he took a step forward and instantly came behind Wuji. The long sword in his hand stabbed at his chest. Just when she thought she had a winning move, Wuji shook his head and the sword of evil spirit in his hand swung towards his back, instantly sending the strike flying millions of feet. Wuji swung the sword of evil spirit in his hand towards his side and suspended it in the void. Looking toward the mountain gate before him, he gave a slight salute. My name is Wuji. Please enlighten me. The words did not fall only to hear a stream of light suddenly fly out from the depths of the mountain gate. The visitor was dressed in a white suit, face indifferent, handsome, extraordinary. Looking at the front of the Wuji, unspeakable peak of the breath flowed out. Su Xianfei. The person who came merely said 3 words, then suddenly took a step forward, and the next moment heaven and earth changed color. The whole sky was dark and cloudy. Countless lightning bolts set him off as if he were a thunder god descending. Slowly raising his right hand to look in the direction of Wuji, his tone was cold. 5 thunder heavenly laws. Fall. Countless bolts of lightning that were enough to destroy the sky and the sun fell towards Wuji. Within that square 10,000 feet instantly turned into a world of thunder took another step forward. Half of the sky suddenly burned out of nowhere and countless flames fell from it. In the void, it condensed into a true form of a phoenix looking towards where Wuji was with a cry. A blazing flame cut through the sky, passing through the sea of thunder and landing on Wuji's body. And at this moment, Wuji in the sea of thunder looked at all this with an indifferent face. Holding the sword of evil spirit in his hand, he swung it towards the front. One sword to destroy the Cthulhu. The sword light sliced through the thunder world instantly being split in two, chopping towards the sea of fire that was spreading over. There seems to be a slight change in the personality of Wuji, who holds the sword of evil spirit in his hand. Stepping out of the sea of fire to look ahead, Shen Fei pointed again with the sword in his hand to the countless unspeakably strong people in the rear. You can all go together. Shen Fei's pupils shrunk as he listened to his words and took a step forward. Rampant. A long sword gathered by Windling appeared out of thin air in his hand. Unspeakable power within the sword-pointing vault converged within it. The next moment, the heavens opened. A spatial crack was revealed out of nowhere in the firmament, in which blew out the divine wind of the 9 heavens, the divine wind of nothingness, condensing into countless wind swords in the void. Only Shen Fei pointed from afar. Sword of wind. Meteor kill. Countless attacks that were enough to destroy the sky and the sun fell towards Wuji. That area was instantly enveloped by countless wind swords. Wuji smiled evilly as he looked at the sword of wind that descended from the sky. How dare the light of a glowing fire compete with the white moon? Today, I'll show you what the true wind extreme means. Striking a weird pose, the countless laws of wind all converged into the sword of evil spirit. With a flick of the hand towards the front, the void, which could only be torn apart by a strong Dao deity. A crack was instantly revealed, from which countless wind swords flew out towards the top. The moment the two attacks collided, Shen Fei's wind sword instantly shattered, but only to see Wuji shake the sword of evil spirit in his hand towards those countless teenage girls outside the mountain gate. Those swords of wind above the sky instantly fell. The sword of wind in the void in front of him also flew towards that direction. Wuji, who was hidden behind the sword of wind, looked ahead indifferently. If this is the only strength you have, then I will take the 9 heavenly glazed spring. Only a sudden sigh came from the depths of the mountain gate and a stunningly beautiful young girl appeared out of thin air in front of those hundreds of millions of young girls, her hands behind her back looking at the countless attacks that sped by with a slight movement of her lips. Extinguish. Those countless wind swords shattered out of thin air and looked again at where Wuji was. The stars fall. All things perish. The blade of the void. The young girl stepped out towards Wuji, step after step. With each step accompanied by the words from her mouth, a corresponding attack would appear in the void. Wuji looked at the billions of different attacks that appeared out of nowhere in the sky. Listening to the words echoing from the edge of the sky, he looked at the young girl in front of him with a grave expression. The law of words follows the law. A drop of blood flew out of his fingertips and merged into the sword of evil spirits before him. The power in his body grew wildly in the next moment, crossed the unspeakable peak and came to the middle of the unseeable. Even his breath was 1,000,000 times more evil than before. Evil spirit world. Now, the sword of the evil spirit in his hand pointed toward the top of his head, and a bit of black light flashed from the tip of the sword. The next moment it was instantly dark within a radius of 100 million feet. Only countless eerie laughter could be heard coming from the dark world, but their silhouettes were nowhere to be seen. Jie. And those countless attacks tore through the evil spirit world and fell towards the bottom. It was only that countless scalp-numbing laughter suddenly rang out in the world of evil spirits. Jie. And those attacks that were enough to destroy a universe landed in the evil spirit world but instantly turned into nothingness. A sharp, toothsome sound came from the depths of the darkness. Again. My lord is not yet full. Kid, hurry up and keep picking on that girl. Get her to send more attacks, or I'll eat you. Hearing those threatening words from the dark world, Wuji frowned. Shut up. Light flowed from his eyes as he looked at the young girl beyond the world of evil spirits. Dare I ask where you rank amongst the same realm in this Fang Mountain sect? The young girl stood in the void, listening to the words coming out of the darkness that, with a slight glint in his eyes, he looked toward Wuji, who was hidden in the darkness. 10th. According to the rules set by the founding ancestor, if your excellency wants the 9 heavenly glazed spring, I must be defeated as well as those 9 powerful men who came before me. One still has to pass Elder Tianqin's trial, and only then can one use the 9 heavenly glazed spring. I observe that your excellency's natural talent has few rivals in this world as well. It wouldn't be worth it if you were to lose your life in a moment's lapse during the final challenge. Your excellency now retreats, and I'll forget about it. Wuji slowly shook his head as he listened to her words, the breath in his body spreading out in all directions. The void shook. I'm not going to back out no matter what. Besides, I don't think anyone is going to get me killed today. Chapter 109, The Immortal Punishing Sword Formation. Exorcism. The young girl shook her head at his words. her tone becoming indifferent again. Since your excellency insists on being unrepentant, I'm going to get real. Taking a step forward, thousands of laws were instantly added to his body. Taking another step forward, his cultivation had come to the realm of the unseeable. Countless rays of light permeated his body, just like a goddess descending from the sky. Ergo, retreat. At her rear those countless teenage girls felt the terrifying and incomparable aura in that void. He retreated towards the mountain gate, and only after he passed through the mountain protection formation did he look at Wuji's direction with a look of pity. He is crippled today if not dead. Only the thousands of rays of light enveloping the young girl in the outside world slowly dispersed, and dressed in a long, green-colored dress. The young girl who looked like a goddess in the sky took a step forward. The void in front of him collapsed, and a long sword emitting a light blue light appeared in the void out of nowhere. The aura flowing out from it even came to the realm of great Tao divine treasures as well. Two large words are faintly visible in it. Exorcise. Stretching out his right hand, he held the Punisher and looked towards Wuji, his tone indifferent. Ruan Xilan, please. Pointing the exorcism in his hand toward the void, the light cut through a larger world. Enveloping the two of them in it. Endless fire domain. Along with Ruan Xilan's words, the entire world suddenly combusted. Countless flames enveloped the two of them. With the exorcisms in hand, Ruan Xilan, whose body was filled with flames, righteously entered the world of Wuji's evil spirits. Just after appearing, the countless evil spirits in the world flew up trying to devour her. Ruan Xilan's eyes filled with light as he looked across the evil spirit world. The next moment the light blazed with countless flames and the darkness dispersed. Wuji's figure also appeared in the flame world. Looking at Wuji's real body, Ruan Xilan took a step forward into the void and countless snowflakes fell out of thin air. Looking at Wuji with a delicate cry. Phoenix true body. Now. World of ice. Forbidden. Wuji took a step backward and instantly appeared 10,000 feet away. But the space around it seemed endless. Looking at the pursuing Phoenix true body in the gradually spreading world of ice, Wuji was overwhelmed with emotion. Is this the horror of the word that follows the law? Change the origin law of the entire world with a wave of your hand. Looking at the two attacks that were about to arrive in front of him, Wuji smiled evilly. A spell was chanted on his lips, his breath rising. Spirit of evil. Possessed. Just as the two were mixing it up in the world of flames, inside the Taishu mountain gate, a white-bearded old man watched the scene with a smile on his face. Beside him stood a young man holding a long sword, and his body was permeated with the aura of an avenue god above. The two men's eyes cut through the endless space and time, looking towards the two men who were mixing it up in the world of flames. Apprentice, who do you think will win? Beside him, that strong man pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke. The teenager who broke into the mountain gate. That sword in his hand is odd. Xilan. It's simply impossible to be his opponent if you don't unseal him. The old man beside him, listening to his words with approval, suddenly said, and do you think it's possible for him to defeat that man? Listening to his words, the teenager pondered for a moment and shook his head. It's simply not possible. Not even a 1 in 1,000 chance of winning. No matter what, that guy is also a powerful person who has reincarnated for billions of years. Even if the realm of cultivation is now restored to the unmentionable. But the eye has far surpassed this teenager in front of me. Then again, he's only 1,000 years of bone age. And from what I've observed, he's not one of those powerful reincarnations either. The old man nodded with an enigmatic smile. Then we'll see. Beside this old man, Shen Fei was hidden in the void, smilingly looking at the two. Looking again at Ruan Xilan's figure as if he had noticed something, he smiled slightly. This little ninny doesn't seem to be as simple as she seems. The three of them raised their eyes and looked. The battle between the two in the flame world had gotten more and more intense. Wuji, who was possessed by an evil spirit, held the sword of the evil spirit, and each chop of the sword could shatter the void. Ruan Xilan threw the light blue exorcism in his hand towards the void, his lips moving slightly. Exorcism 1. Fairy fall. Second form, God fall. As she chanted the words under her breath, the light blue exorcisms transformed into billions of paths out of thin air. The aura condensed on it was such that even a strong person at the peak of the unseen would have to hold off for a while. One sword to kill the immortal. Her vermilion lips lightly opened, and with her hand as a sword, she swung it toward the front end. The next moment billions of attacks fell down towards the bottom like a rain of swords. Each sword light caused the void to collapse. Moreover, countless different kinds of laws appeared in the sky at the same time. And at this moment, heaven and earth lost their colors, as countless bright rays of light interspersed with the power of countless laws enveloped Wuji. Feeling the billions of attacks in the sky, Wuji's soul trembled. The crimson eyes gazed at the figure above that was as radiant as a goddess. Under that terrifying and incomparable pressure, even couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of bruised blood, his eyes going crazy, backward for countless light years. But those attacks were still getting closer and closer. in the blink of an eye, it came to a distance of less than 100 feet in front of him, with a pinch in his hand and a flash of clarity in his eyes. The power within his body mixed with the power of purification converged in his hands. In the next moment, a lotus flower appeared out of thin air in his hand and gently pushed it towards the front. Green lotus bloom. That lotus flower collided with the first attack in an instant. In an instant, a ray of light from the lotus above towards the surrounding crushed all the way through the countless attacks instantly into nothingness. Up above, Ruan Xilan's pupils shrunk slightly as he felt the aura within that ray of light. Purifying light. Something. Vermilion lips lightly opened, looking down at Wuji. But since you know the light of purification, yet you still let a demon possess you, it's just sad and pathetic. Immortal execution sword formation. Exorcism. Placing the light blue immortal execution sword in his hand in the void with a wave of his hand instantly split into 4. Each sword had a different aura, in which the 4 auras of immortal God, devil and Buddha converged and entwined. It cut through endless space and time, instantly enveloping Wuji, as if she were a goddess taking step after step towards the bottom. The light on the immortal execution sword formation would be 1 point thicker with every step, and the evil spirit in Wuji's body below was gradually forced out of his body. An illusory figure gazed at Ruan Xilan, who was slowly walking, with his evil eyes wide open. The countless auras of righteousness and the power of the laws coming from the 4 swords of the immortal executioners, instantly imprisoning this illusory figure. Ruan Xilan's body was permeated with a divine aura as he slowly came to Wuji's body and, stretching out her green fingers, she chanted a strange incantation under her breath. Countless runes appeared out of thin air, connecting into a chain in the void, imprisoning that illusory figure. The 4 immortal execution swords slowly came together, in which the 4 auras of immortal, God, devil, and Buddha were linked together. Ruan Xilan's vermilion lips lightly opened. Exorcism. Shun. Chapter 110, The Devil's Whisper. Sword Master, or Sword Slave. Accompanied by the fall of the words, the 4 immortal execution swords instantly emitted 4 brilliant rays of light, enveloping Wuji and the evil spirit together. Ruan Xilan took 1 step out of the void with those runes, forming a heaven and earth cage that, enveloping several of them in it, chanting an obscure incantation under his breath. It was only the sword of the evil spirit below that suddenly shone brightly to pierce the sky, instantly flying into Wuji's hands. The evil spirit shrouded by the runes also roared out in anger, into the sword of the evil spirit. Holding the sword of evil spirit in his hand, Wuji's breath skyrocketed as he looked at Ruan Xilan, who was close at hand, and stabbed. Ruan Xilan stepped out after his face changed and came billions of light years away, pinching his hand, and a myriad of incantations were uttered. The next moment heaven and earth changed color, and the entire flame worlds instantly darkened with no light. All that could be heard was a rumbling sound coming from it, with a little starlight coming from the darkness of the world. A closer look at the dome of the sky broke open with countless cracks. Countless attacks flew out of it, falling towards the bottom. Each of them could easily destroy countless worlds. Immortal execution sword formation. Immortal, devil, Buddha, Tao, now. 4 figures permeated with different auras appeared beside the 4 immortal execution swords. It was constantly rotating around Wuji. At the same time, they also choked in their hands, their breath connecting as they swung towards Wuji. The 4-sword chi instantly penetrated Wuji's body, only that Wuji, who was penetrated, laughed lightly twice. An evil aura within his body followed those 4-sword lights to envelop the immortal Punisher sword. Looking at Ruan Xilan, who was billions of light years away, and the attack that was falling from the sky dome, he pinched his hand. An even more massive green lotus appeared in the void and flicked. The green lotus flew toward the top, colliding with the billions of attacks in the sky, and took a step forward. It instantly broke away from the control of the immortal execution sword formation. An evil aura emanated from his sword of the evil spirit. It was as if 2 demons were gazing ahead from the depths of their eyes, revealing an evil smile as they watched Ruan Xilan ahead stabbing towards her chest. Sensing the crisis behind him, Ruan Xilan took a step forward and, instantly appearing billions of light years away. But Wuji appeared in front of her right after that. The long sword in her hand was about to pierce through her chest in the blink of an eye. The 4 immortal execution swords cut through the void and arrived behind Wuji in the blink of an eye. Ruan Xilan looked at the evil smile of Wuji in front of him and the 2 demons in the depths of his eyes with a slight smile. A radiant glow emanated from within her body. The strength of the breath instantly sent Wuji flying billions of feet away. His body was suffused with golden light, like a god of the great Tao. Slowly lifting his right hand to extend a jade finger, lips lightly opened. Purify. A gentle light cuts through the sky in the blink of an eye. It was about to descend on Wuji in the blink of an eye. But at that moment the sword of the evil spirit suddenly blossomed with a brilliant light, an evil aura that, it spread out from it to envelop Wuji. At the same time, A gigantic hand of the heavens suddenly reached out from the mists and crushed that green glow to smithereens. The golden light on Wan Xilan's body slowly dispersed as he watched the scene, taking a step forward and looking at Wuji, who was possessed by the sword of evil spirit. I lost, but not to you, but to the sword in your hand. If you can't successfully harness it, you'll merely be able to defeat the current me. A hissing sound came from the mist, and Wan Xilan waved his hand as the world of flames dispersed. The world was instantly bright again. Looking at Wuji, who was possessed by the sword of evil spirit, he sidestepped and took a step aside. Please. Wuji, who looked like a demon in the mist, glanced at her with blood-red eyes that were indifferent and incomparable, and his head full of black hair had also turned into long blood-red hair, which looked bizarre and incomparable. A blood-red murderous aura spread towards the mountain gate, and Wan Xilan watched the scene indifferently. Just as the murderous aura was about to spread to the sect protector formation, a white-clothed, white-haired teenager appeared out of nowhere in the void. His eyes were indifferent and ancient, simply standing there, as if he were the center of the world. A long white sword hovered beside him. A few words were faintly visible on it. Extinction. An aura that was invincible to the world spread towards the front, confronting Wuji's killing aura field against each other. The visitor glanced indifferently at Wan Xilan, took a step forward and there was a sudden flash of light on the tip of the extermination sword at his side. In the next moment, the entire world seemed to be silent, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Wuji. Using his finger as a sword, the strong force instantly penetrated his chest, and blood fell towards the bottom. The immense pain instantly awakened Wuji, and a glimmer of clarity flashed in his eyes. With a hiss, he chopped towards his back with the sword of evil spirit in his hand. Looking at the upcoming attack, the incoming man Gu Jing Wu Bo used his finger as a sword, instantly fending off an attack powerful enough to destroy the universe. As a swordsman, you should be the master of the sword, not its slave. The current you is not worthy of being my opponent. Before the words left his mouth, the finger that had resisted the sword of the evil spirit flicked slightly. An unimaginable force instantly sent Wuji flying, landing on the ground and appearing as an abyss of unknown depth. After that, he made a move to leave, but the next moment a monstrous rage filled the air from the abyss. Wuji's figure flew out from it, and at this time he was in a sorry state, with his clothes broken, covering his chest. He watched a flash of light from the teenager in front of him, instantly appearing behind him. The sword of evil spirit in his hand chopped towards his neck. But the white-robed boy merely shook his head, extended two fingers to hold the tip of the sword and a wave toward the front. The immense force caused Wuji's body to penetrate through an unknown number of mountain peaks. It attracted the attention of an unknown number of powerful people. Countless powerhouses looked towards Wuji, who was in a sorry state at the moment, and then towards where the Taishu mountain gate was. There the white-clothed, white-haired teenager had his hands behind his back. Those powerhouses were surprised after seeing the youngster's appearance. That kid dared to challenge him. You really don't know what you're doing. At this moment, I don't know how many peaks Wuji has worn. Finally, it was set hard in the center of a 10,000-foot mountain, splattering countless smoke and dust. A mouthful of bruised blood came out of his mouth, and he looked over to where the teenager was, and coughed violently twice. The words of Wan Xilan and the teenager echoed in his mind. Flying up, he looked at the sword of the evil spirit in his hand. Sword master. And as if the sword of the evil spirit in his hand had sensed the emotion of his resistance again, a voice that exuded seduction echoed in Wuji's mind. Kid, as long as you give me true control of your body, I can make you invincible. This honored one does what he says he will do. Whether it's those powerhouses on the Hongmeng Golden Ranking, on the Battle Power Ranking, or on the Realm Ranking in the future will all be your defeats. Let go of your mind. Let me really take control of your body. I will make you truly invincible in the world, surpassing this teenager in front of you and surpassing your senior sister. Beyond your master. Chapter 11, a showdown between swordsmen. Listening to the compelling words in his mind, confusion flashed in Wuji's eyes as well. Billions of light years away, the white-clothed boy slowly shook his head as he watched this. Sword slave. And aside, Wan Xilan sighed. Just as the two of them wanted to fly towards the patriarchal formation, billions of light years away, Wuji suddenly let out a low roar. No, I'm the one who owns you. You are merely a sword spirit. I'm going to defeat him with my own skills, and I can even defeat senior sister in the future. A roar resounded through the sky. The crimson eyes gradually regained their clarity, and the long red hair slowly turned black. An aura different from the previous one crushed towards the surroundings. The sword of evil spirit in his hand was trembling. The mist on his body slowly dispersed, and his cultivation realm, which was never at the early stage, was never come to the unspeakable peak. The teenager billions of light years away watched this scene with the corner of his mouth curled up in interest. Has the mind been perfected? I didn't realize there was something to it. The sword of extinction beside him also emanated a gust of sword chants. On the other hand, the injuries on Wuji's body were rapidly recovering. Revolving the Green Lotus Sutra continuously expelled the evil spirits in his body. The hair was sometimes red, sometimes black, and the aura of his body was sometimes calm, sometimes murderous. An illusory figure was expelled from the body an hour later, accompanied by a scream of misery. Into the sword of the evil spirit. Kid, you're going to regret this. An illusory voice rang out from the void. Wuji, who was in a great state of mind, watched the teenager light years away take step after step toward the front. The aura belonging to the unspeakable peak was undisguised, and the void shook. I don't know how many light years it stretches. The aura on his body would be 1 point stronger with every step. And at this moment where the edge of the great void sky is, Nan Miaomeng, who was still mixing it up with Bai Wanqing, suddenly looked towards where Wuji was. The corners of her mouth curved up into an absolutely beautiful arc, her eyes reflecting his figure at this moment. Boy, you're not bad now. In front of her Bai Wanqing held Bai Zhe, the tip of her sword flashing with a little light. The white zephyr descends. With a cry the sky was suddenly clouded over with. A large figure appeared in the sky. The figure was unknown billions of light years large and could not be seen at a glance. The eyes were like the universe. Indifferent eyes gazing at Nan Miaomeng below. Between breaths the sky crumbled. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and countless cracks were revealed in the void. Towards the Nan Miaomeng below. He grabbed. Wuji had arrived within 100 million feet in front of the teenager after tens of steps. This time he looked very different from before. The aura was calm and indifferent, and an invincible aura was slowly condensing. Enlighten me. The teenager smiled faintly, and the sword of extinction beside him automatically levitated in his hand. Now you are entitled to know my name. Nangong Invincible. Before the words fell, holding the sword of extinction in his hand, he looked at Wuji with an indifferent face. Extinction. The heavens opened up, and a mouth split open above the firmament, spreading for who knows how many billions of light years. A long sword fell from below with an aura of destruction permeating it, and heaven and earth lost their colors. The mere descending airwaves collapsed an unknown number of mountains. Wuji smiled faintly, holding the sword of evil spirit in his hand. He made a starting gesture. 9-character sword decision. 1 sword destroys all things. 2 swords. 9 swords in 1. Destroy the Cthulhu. The devastating sword light flew toward the top of the mere moment the 2 attacks collided caused the void to shatter, darkening the entire sky dome. Nangong Wufei took a step forward and arrived in front of Wuji in the blink of an eye. Would you like to have a duel between swordsmen? Wuji smiled faintly, his eyes leaping to life. Please. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. And in the next moment their figures disappeared at the same time. Their figures as swift as lightning. The only sound that could be heard in the void was the sound of the 2 men's long swords clashing. Every time the long swords collided it would cause the void to quake and countless mountains to collapse. Countless sword chi flew towards the surroundings, and the surrounding heaven and earth instantly suffered a devastating blow. The figures of the 2 men had just been outside the gates of Mount Taishu. But the next moment it came above a lofty palace, and with a crash, the figure went nowhere. As time passed, the battlefield between the 2 gradually spread to the entire Taishu heaven. Every step he took was already hundreds of millions of light years away. There was only the clash of swords and swords. Wuji stabbed forward and Nangong Wufei instantly retreated. In the blink of an eye it reappeared above his head in a downward slash. Wuji instantly dodged to billions of light years away. Instead, a crack of unknown depth had appeared below him just now, with sword intent filling the air above. All the powerful people within the entire Taishu heaven were watching the battle between these 2 men. Unexpectedly, they opened the sect protector formation. The 2 fought until they came to the edge of the Taishu heaven, shattering the space towards the outer heaven. Even in the spatial passage the 2 were deadlocked. Without realizing it, he had already arrived at the place where the world tree was located outside of the Taishu heaven. Inside the Taishu mountain gate, that one old Taoist looked at all of this with a smile on his face. This kid Wao Xia has grown a lot over the years. Beside him, the teenager nodded, and the 2 of them gazed across the infinite distance looking at the 2 people who were mixing it up above the world tree. Beside him, Shen Fei also looked at this scene with great emotion. That's a surprise. Make this kid's mind perfect in advance. It'll be better later on. Saying this, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in his true form. Just before he could speak, that old Taoist then instantly struck out. Where are the rats that dare to break into my mountain gate? Perish! Shen Fei smiled faintly and looked at the attack that could destroy countless universes and extended a finger. The entire heaven and earth were instantly fixed. Hands behind his back, he looked at the 2 men. Rest in peace, both of you. Snapping his fingers out of thin air, the heavens and earth instantly recovered. The white-bearded old Taoist forcibly suppressed certain speculations in his heart looking at Shen Fei in front of him. I wonder who your honor is. Shen Fei put his hands behind his back and looked toward where the world tree was. Unsurprisingly, the two of them will split up in a while. In this reckoning, my disciple has taken advantage of the heavens. The two men listened to Shen Fei's words, their pupils shrank, and cold sweat spread all over their bodies in celebration. It's a good thing we didn't make a move. This old undead actually hid beside us for so long. I'm afraid if we're bullying the big guys. I'm afraid. Hiss. At the thought of this, the two of them unanimously sucked in a breath of cool air. Shen Fei's fingertips shot out a ray of light that flew into the bodies of the old Taoist and the young man in front of him. This little insight into the Tao will be considered compensation for you. The two of them nodded their heads in succession, feeling the vastness of the infinite Tao Yi in their bodies with a shocked face. After a moment exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked at Shen Fei in front of him. Thank you, Elder. The 9 heavenly glazed spring can be soaked for as long as he wants. Hearing his words, Shen Fei turned to look at the two of them with a mysterious smile. Taking a step forward left only one sentence in the void. Then I hope you won't regret it. Chapter 112, Is he the best in the world? The two listened to the words left behind in the void in disbelief. Although the 9 heavenly glazed spring could only condense one drop every 10,000 years, but just the current portion is enough to change the physique of dozens of people. Feeling the Tao intent within their bodies in detail, the two of them were overwhelmed with emotion. This senior is also unknown to be the strongest on the realm list, but it's a good thing he's not leaning on his old age. And at this moment Shen Fei, who had already disappeared, had already arrived outside a secret realm within the Taishu heaven. Stepping out of the void immediately attracted the attention of an unknown number of teenage girls. Here comes another one, and I wonder what realm he's in. You guys feel the aura on him? It seems like he's from another world. Shen Fei listened to the words below to look at the secret realm in front of him. Hand pinch. A moment later suddenly smiled. Taking a step forward, his figure had disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared he had already arrived within the secret realm. Breath astringent, like a mortal, walking in the void of the secret realm, heading in a certain direction. Along the way, whether it's those formations that can destroy the universe, the sword flames, or the demonic whispers that could devour souls, turned into nothingness the moment they touched Shen Fei. A moment later, stopping outside a huge palace, with his hands behind his back. No one opened the doors of the palace by themselves, walking slowly up to the, only to see the great hall and the emanation of the golden light in the uppermost throne suspended a token. Shen Fei looked at the token and waved his hand, and the token instantly disappeared. In its place was a book emanating a bit of starlight suspended above the throne. Looking at the token in his hand, Shen Fei smiled and with one step had disappeared within the secret realm. When he appeared once more, he had already arrived outside the gates of Mount Taishu. The next moment 2 sonic booms flew from the edge of the sky at the same time, and it was clearly the two of them, Wuji and Nangong Wufei. The light dispersed, and both of them looked at each other in a state of disarray. The long swords in their hands were stained with each other's blood. Nangong Wufei swung the sword of extinction towards the bottom and looked at Wuji in front of him. Your understanding of the sword Tao is not bad. You can barely enter the 9 heavenly glazed spring. Before the words left his mouth, a token appeared in the void. Nangong Invincible held the sword of extinction in his hand towards Wuji and ordered the cards to instantly fly towards him. When you come out, you and I will spar again. Before the words fell, the figure had already disappeared without a trace, and Wuji looked at the token in the void and smiled bashfully. Looking towards the place where Nangong Wufei disappeared, he muttered, "Thanks." He knew from the first engagement that he was no match for him at all. However, if it came to the understanding of the Tao of the sword, the two were in between. Of course, life and death fighting. At most, but at tea time I'm afraid I'll be dead. Holding the token in his hand, he walked towards the gate of the Taishu mountain, and this time those teenage girls didn't block it. Instead, he looked at him with admiration. Holding the token in his hand, he passed through a flash of light from the mountain protector formation. A spatial channel appeared out of thin air in front of the token, from which came a gentle breath and the sound of water flowing. Taking a step forward, his figure disappeared into the spatial channel. When he reappeared, he had already come to the top of the 9 heavenly glazed spring. Only before he could react, a chortle came from below. Succubus, with a sword light swinging out from below. Wuji hastily dodged and looked towards the bottom, only to see a delicate figure in the mist below holding a long sword in her hand, looking at him with a wary face. The aura emanating from her was quite different from even Nangong Wufei. Wuji hurriedly bowed. I'm a cultivator from another universe, and I've specially come to borrow the 9 heavenly glazed spring. Please don't misunderstand. Girl, the delicate figure below, hidden in the mist, listened to his words as if he was in contact with someone. A moment later this retrieved the long sword, waved his hand and coalesced into a barrier in the void. Split the 9 heavenly glazed spring in two. Just soak over there. If you dare to use your pupils to look at me, I'll make your life worse than death. Wuji nodded and flew down to undress his body. Only then did he slowly land in the 9 heavenly glazed spring. Feeling the countless energies that were changing his physique, he couldn't help but scream twice. Cozy. Just as Wuji was changing his physique in the 9 heavenly glazed spring, Nan Miaoming Bai Wanqing's battle was also nearing its end. The two of them stared at each other in the void as Bai Wanqing looked at the white zephyr in Nan Miaoming's hand in front of her and pointed remotely. How many disciples are you of his? And what the hell was that guy's name? Nan Miaoming took a step forward to Bai Wanqing's body. Looking at her stunning face coupled with her delicate body, she said, "You have my master's scent on you, but you don't know his name." But since he didn't even say anything, then of course I couldn't have told you. Listening to Nan Miaoming's words, Bai Wanqing just wanted to strike. Nan Miaoming, however, put her hand on her shoulder and whispered, "Shen." Before the words fell, his figure had already disappeared without a trace, leaving Bai Wanqing standing there. "Shen, he's number 1 in the world?" Repeating the words under his breath, his tone changed from skeptical to certain. Suddenly her mouth curved up in a stunningly beautiful arc. "No wonder you never told me your name." The beautiful eyes looked into the void, and her vermilion lips lightly opened as if she was saying something. Meanwhile, Shen Fei, who was hidden in the void, looked at this scene with a headache, seeing that Bai Wanqing was about to cut through the void and leave, suddenly throwing the token in his hand towards the bottom hovering in front of Bai Wanqing. "Since you want to be the number 1 in the world, then go and break into this secret realm. As long as you accept the inheritance therein, there will definitely be a place for you on the future realm list." Bai Wanqing looked at the token in the void and the words in her ears and suddenly smiled. "Thanks." Breaking through the spatial passage and following behind the token to the outside of the Taishu heaven, flying towards the upper part of the world tree, and Shen Fei, who stayed in place, suddenly grabbed in the void, and Nan Miaoming's figure appeared out of thin air. "Master." Nan Miaoming, who had appeared out of thin air, felt the aura beside her and hurriedly half-kneeled in the void. Shen Fei rubbed her hair with a doting face and added, "You little ninny even told her master's name." Nan Miaoming smiled sweetly and looked at Shen Fei with a playful face. "Master, are you interested in someone else? All the old tricks of lust are outdated." Shen Fei coughed and looked towards the world where Bai Wanqing had disappeared, instructing Nan Miaoming beside him. "That world is very dangerous, and in that world, I have calculated that there is a chance for you, too. You can go forward as well. It's good for you two to have something to look after." Nan Miaoming pouted as she listened to his words in obvious disbelief. "Master, we've only just met, and you're trying to kick me out. Haven't seen that Wuji kid yet." Shen Fei stroked her hair. "There's no rush. After Wuji comes out, we'll go to that world as well." Chapter 113, Shen Fei makes a move. Countless powerful people fall. You go to that world first now to familiarize yourself with it. Don't worry. If something unexpected happens, Master will protect you all. A spatial channel appeared with a wave of her hand, and Nan Miaoming skimmed her lips and stepped into it. When the spatial passageway disappeared, he had already arrived beside Bai Wanqing. "My master said that this world also has a chance for me, so he told the two of us to take care of each other." Bai Wanqing nodded and followed behind the token as it flew towards the center of the world. Along the way, I do not know how many gazes gazed at the two of them, eerily powerful. But strangely no attack was launched. The two of them came to the top of a mountain without realizing it, and they hid their breath as they looked towards the bottom. There were already a dozen or so strong people there with unthinkable auras permeating their bodies. Their auras were strange and their killing auras filled their bodies. Gazing at the two who had just appeared, especially when he saw that one token, it was an instant strike. Bai Wanqing and the two of them glanced at each other and instantly withdrew their tokens, launching an attack with their long swords in hand. A sword breaks the sky, body in thousands. Divine punishment. Accompanied by two dainty shouts, the long river of space and time as well as the entire world above the dome of the sky appeared out of nowhere, billions of rays of light. An extremely bright sword light tore through the void and flew towards the bottom. Countless silhouettes permeated with the aura of the past and future stepped out from the void. Throwing the white zephyr sword in his hand toward the void, the next moment the heavens opened and the white zephyr's silhouette tore the vault of the sky between the breadths of the mountains and the sea. The sky and the earth collapsed. Claws the size of the universe fell towards the bottom. The surrounding area was instantly destroyed by the airwave within billions of light years. In the void, an unknown number of people watched Bai Wanqing and the two of them, their eyes glittering with light. Countless rays of light in his hands flew towards the outside of the world. "Come to the world tree and blend in with the rest of the world again. The inheritance token of the first heavenly father has appeared. I have waited for this moment for countless eons. Fetch my extreme Tao imperial armament." Countless powerful people who were above the great Tao gods had their gazes on Bai Wanqing and the two of them. A single step brought him to the world tree. Looking ahead, Shang-Qing Tian just wanted to fly into it. A figure appeared in front of them out of nowhere. Shen Fei put his hands behind his back and gazed at the countless powerful people in front of him with a smile on his face. There was no breath in his body. Just like a mortal. After 3 breaths have passed, if you do not leave, kill without mercy. Those countless powerhouses in the void looked at each other in dismay as they listened to Shen Fei's words and laughed twice. Who do you think you are? Want to use one person to stand up to our billions of strong men? Fall. A ray of light cut through space and time toward Shen Fei, but with a flash of light. That one attack instantly disappeared. Shen Fei indifferently and mercilessly glanced at the powerhouse above the great Tao Divine. In the next moment, that strong man instantly turned into nothingness. 1 breath, 2 breaths. The countless powerhouses in the void looked at this scene in dismay, and suddenly one person stepped out and, as if it were a great sun, he raised his arms and looked at the powerful people behind him. There's no way he can block us all together with only one person. Countless powerful people instantly had some intentions, only for Shen Fei to faintly say the last word. 3. Before the words left his mouth, he used his finger as a sword and swung it toward the front. An unimaginable and mysterious force tore through the impenetrable void. Billions of sword lights fell toward the front like a rain of swords. The entire sky seemed to be enveloped in a rain of swords. Those powerhouses above the great Tao gods were like chickens and dogs, being cut down one by the rain of swords falling from the sky. The entire void was dyed blood red, and blood flowed through the void like a small river. Some of the strongest people who reacted instantly tore through the void and fled from this terrifying heaven and earth. But those who reacted were only in the minority. And as this rain of swords fell, the golden list of Hongmeng reappears. The names of some powerful people on the divine soldier list, the battle power list, and the treasure list were erased, replaced by others. The living beings of countless worlds looked upwards with terrified faces at the names that were constantly being erased. What's going on? So many powerful people have suddenly fallen. Is it hard to believe that the end of the universe is near? Where the world tree was located, Shen Fei looked at the countless strong corpses in the void and raised his right hand. The entire heaven and earth seemed to move as if the corpses of countless powerful people were all grasped in his palm. Even the blood condensed into a blood dam that was countless times more massive than 1,000 worlds. Refine. With a whisper, the fire of nothingness ignited out of nowhere in his palm. Refining that one blood elixir condensed from corpses and the blood elixir condensed from blood in succession. It was at this moment that the divine souls within the bodies of those great Tao gods seemed to react to the, leaving the body in droves. With a terrified face, he tore through the void and flew towards the original world. Shen Fei looked at this scene indifferently. His eyes swept across the heavens, and countless gazes in the void quickly faded away. With a horrified face, he recalled the scene just now. With just one move, he actually defeated so many powerhouses above the great Tao gods. Who the hell is that guy? Countless powerful people wanted to recall Shen Fei's face just now. However, it was strange to realize that Shen Fei's face was slowly disappearing in their minds, leaving only a gaze engraved in their hearts. Looking down at the 2 pills in his palm, he sat cross-legged in the void with a flash of light that, the upper clear sky behind him was instantly enveloped by a light. The whole place where the world tree is seems to have regained its usual calmness. Only Shen Fei sat cross-legged outside of the upper clear sky looking down at the 2 blood pills in his hands. At this moment, within the upper clear sky, Nan Miaomeng and Bai Wanqing were also mixing it up with the countless powerhouses within the upper clear sky. Even though they had noticed the Hongmeng golden list in the sky, they didn't have time to take care of it. However, they also knew that those disappearing powerhouses on the Hongmeng Golden Ranking were definitely related to Shen Fei. Along with the passage of time, the bodies of countless powerful people in the void fell towards the bottom of the entire Shangqing heaven was filled with blood, and countless limbs and broken arms were flying around. It was just that the 2 men above them seemed to have inexhaustible power, and as the battle became more and more intense, their realms had even miraculously arrived at Half-Step Avenue Divine, and Nan Miaomeng was even more terrifying. Every time she swung out a sword, the breath in her body would be 1 point stronger and stronger. The dresses and skirts on the 2 of them were even stained blood red. A massacre was unleashed as if it were a demon of destruction. God appears. Divine punishment. A figure unknown to billions and billions of light years stood in front of the long river of space and time holding a white zephyr, chopping towards the bottom. There were 30 to 40 unthinkable powerhouses below it gazing at the sword light. In a hurry, he flew towards the long river of space and time behind him. Just along with the sword light falling, the long river of space and time was instantly split in 2. At this moment, whether in the past or in the future, but any strong person who reaches the realm of the eternal true God, all of them felt the strange movements in the river of time and space. All of them appeared in their true forms and came within the long river of time and space to gaze at the sword that came from the present world. Chapter 114, Bathing with Beauty. As the sword light fell, the space-time river was instantly split in 2. The powerful man standing in the future of time and space shattering looked at this scene with a horrified expression. Bai Wanqing retracted the long sword in her hand to gaze at the foolishly powerful people below. Anyone who comes forward again will be killed without pardon. Nan Miaoming also flew to her side, and at this moment, the two of them were covered in blood, gazing down like a demon at those powerhouses below. The aura belonging to a half-step great Tao deity on his body crushed towards the bottom. The void collapsed, and the silhouette of White Zephyr stood behind them, roaring lowly towards the bottom. After a full tea time, seeing that the group of powerhouses below were hesitant to make a move, the two grunted softly, waving his hand towards the bottom. He swung out a sword, and two abysses instantly spanned the entire upper clear sky. But anyone who crosses this line will be killed without pardon. The two of them exchanged glances and flew towards the other half of the upper clear sky's territory. White Zephyr's body, which was larger than countless universes, stood beside the abyss. Eyes the size of the universe gazed at those powerhouses in front of them. Just breathing caused the void to shatter. Roar! The hundreds of strong men by the abyss looked at this scene with darkened faces, looking towards the surroundings again. Half of the entire region of the upper clear sky was already in disrepair and devastated. The blood below converged into a long river, filling the air with the scent of blood. Countless mutilated limbs and arms flowed down the river. Countless powerful people's eyes twisted with light, secretly pondering, gazing at the White Zephyr silhouette in front of him as if it was a god of the great Tao. And at this moment, Bai Wanqing and the two of them had already followed the guidance of the token to reach where the secret realm was. The two stood slowly in the void gazing at the mountains below them. Only the mountain below was only 10,000 feet high. A light enveloped the entire peak, and no matter how much blood had been spilled outside, but inside, countless birds of prey were faintly visible frolicking happily. Within it there is a statue sitting outside a wooden hut, and on closer inspection, it was an old man, carved in a lifelike fashion. As if they would come to life in the next moment, the two of them looked at each other and flew towards the bottom. The token landed on top of the shield with a flash of light breaking through a gap. The two flew into it and slowly landed on top of the mountain. Instead, the token didn't stop flying towards the inside and landed outside that one wooden house. Inlaid in the door. The next moment, only to see that the statue outside the door suddenly opened its eyes gaze on the two men and, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, he looked toward the entire upper clear sky again, making a look of compassion for the heavenly beings. What a tragedy! That statue stood up slowly, and with a wave of his hand the heavens turned over. Time regression began within the entire Shanqing heaven. Countless mountains floating out of thin air, truncated rivers, shattered emptiness. The countless fallen stars all began to slowly recover, looking again at the two men who were as if they were bloody, with eyes that seemed to be able to see through countless illusions. The gaze reached the two but then gave a light leap looking towards the upper clear sky beyond. There Shen Fei slowly turned back. For eyes, the statue gently nodded. A flicker in his eyes as he looked at the two men in front of him. What a beauty! Go and receive your inheritance. The two headed inside and, suddenly there was a feeling of facing a great horror when passing by the statue, as if they would be killed the next moment if they tried to make a move. Taking a deep breath, the two of them walked towards the cabin. From the outside, all I could see was the darkness inside. Just stepping into it one could feel that there was actually a hidden aura of time in it. Heritage in the past? The darkness dispersed, and a golden light enveloped the two of them. A long river of space and time appeared out of thin air. The two flew toward the top, while in the outside world, that statue suddenly looked at Shen Fei with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Taoist friendship, please also come to the Origin Palace for a gathering. Shen Fei reached out and counted for a moment, and suddenly the corner of his mouth curled up and took a step forward. Already arriving outside the wooden house and stepping into it, a ray of light broke through the void and flew towards the Taishu heaven. At the same time, within the heaven of Taishu, Wu Ji, who was absorbing the energy of the 9 heavenly glazed spring, suddenly opened his eyes to look at the jade pendant that appeared out of thin air in front of him, which was filled with the aura of time. Did master and sister go to the past? Incorporating the jade pendant in front of him into his carry-on space, he slowly closed his eyes and, continuing to absorb the energy from the 9 heavenly glazed spring, and the two Bai Wanqing, who were walking in the long river of space and time at the moment, were suddenly swept away by that light, flying towards a certain piece of ancient history. Just as they stepped into it, 2 young girls suddenly appeared beside them. Their bodies were permeated with the aura of the past, and even their cultivation had come to the realm of eternal true gods. 2 girls, please also bathe and dress. The two of them glanced at each other, and at the moment, all of them were covered in coagulated blood. It was indeed rude to see such a powerful man, followed by the 2 young girls, eyes gazing at the whole world muttering, is this where the inheritance is received? What an ancient aura! A few moments later, the two of them arrived outside a compound. The two young girls pushed open the door of the room and the compound with a respectful face. Please. The two of them nodded and headed inside, only to see the misty, hot air rising from the... There was surprisingly a hot spring in one corner of the compound that could accommodate 3 or 4 people, and there was surprisingly a date palm tree on one side. With the door to the courtyard room slowly closing, the two men came to the hot springs and removed their clothes and skirts. The delicate figure looked hidden under the heat of the hot springs. The two of them slowly stepped into the hot springs. The just right temperature of the... There was also the life force in it that was repairing their injuries. Nan Miaoming's eyes were suffused with golden light as she carefully surveyed Bai Wanqing's delicate figure. Snow-white long legs and perfect jade feet. Tsk. What a great body. If I were a guy I'd be looking for ways to get you. Looking upwards again, the two peaks were hidden, and Bai Wanqing stretched out her slender jade finger and, caressing the jade arm that was like a white lotus root, his eyes gazed at Nan Miaoming in front of him. Tell me about him. The corner of Nan Miaoming's mouth curled up at her words, and she lazily stood up and... The delicate body that was not in any way inferior to Bai Wanqing's was exposed to the air. Stepping on the slender jade legs, the breeze blew over 3,000 green silks moving with the wind. The two little white rabbits bounced playfully twice with each step, slowly came to Bai Wanqing's side and sat down. The breeze blew by. The date palm tree trembled twice. The countless dates fell out of thin air and were suspended in the void. One of them coincidentally landed in Bai Wanqing's twin peaks. Nan Miaoming stretched out her slender jade fingers to pinch up that one green date, revealing a smile of triumphant intrigue. The green date disappeared instantly, but an identical green jujube appeared in his palm and slowly handed it to Bai Wanqing's mouth. If you eat it, I'll tell you naturally. Bai Wanqing frowned slightly and took the green jujube and put it into her mouth. Her ju lips lightly opened. Say, Chapter 115 Green dates with a milky flavor. Nan Miaoming smiled sweetly as she looked at her stunningly beautiful face. Waving her hand, a scroll appeared in front of her. Certain images flashed in his eyes as well, and his vermilion lips parted. That day, on the side, Bai Wanqing listened carefully to the story beside her, gazing at the scroll in front of her, only to see Shen Fei on the scroll with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, unlike now dressed all in white. His right hand was holding an ordinary long sword stained with blood, and his left hand was holding the 3 or 4-year-old Nan Miaoming. Countless people would die with every swing of the sword. Time passes quickly. Next day, Bai Wanqing slowly stood up. The hot air rising, the hot spring water instantly evaporating. All the injuries on his body were also restored as before. Stretching out her stunningly beautiful jade feet, she walked towards the top of a set of white gauze skirt appeared on her body out of thin air, setting off her delicate figure even more stunningly beautiful. Nan Miaoming beside her felt the familiar aura in it and smiled faintly. This is from my master, isn't it? Bai Wanqing did not reply, but instead walked towards the outside of the compound. Go! Behind her, Nan Miaoming also slowly stepped out, a set of stunningly beautiful green-colored gauze dresses worn on her body. The two headed outside, pushing open the door of the room. The two eternal true god maidens were still standing outside the door with respectful faces. Please. The two nodded and followed behind the two young girls towards one of the directions. Along the way, countless teenage girls gazed at the two of them with strange faces, especially feeling the aura from the future on both of them was even more surprising. After a cup of tea, the two young girls brought them outside a compound and gently pushed open the door of the room and bowed. Please. The two nodded and stretched out their stunningly beautiful jade feet to step into the compound, and the next moment the sky turned upside down. By the time they reacted, they were in a wonderful world. The sounds of various birds and beasts crowing came from all around, and the whole world was lush and peaceful. A path coalesced from flower petals, spreading from nowhere to their feet. Please. A voice as wonderful as a lark's appeared in the void. The two of them looked at each other and walked towards the front. Each step was a distance of thousands of universes. After dozens of steps, they had come to the front of a mountain top, and the two raised their eyes, only to see that above the top of the mountain was a wooden house, and outside two figures were playing chess. A stunningly beautiful young girl wearing a light blue dress stood respectfully beside the two. The two took a step forward and had arrived outside the cabin. Just after falling, that young girl then prioritized opening her mouth. Her tone was still so gentle and lovely. Please follow me. Bai Wanqing nodded and looked at Shen Fei, who was playing against the old man. On the other hand, Nan Miaoming, who was on the side, took a step forward and came to Shen Fei's side. With a wave of his hand, a green jujube appeared out of thin air, and there was even some kind of strange fragrance on it. Putting it beside Shen Fei's body, he said, Master, this is the treasure I went through so much trouble to find for you. Outsiders have never tasted it, and you can smell the milky flavor. Shen Fei gazed at the green jujube, smiled slightly, and just wanted to reach out and take it. The slender jade finger then suddenly stretched out from the void. Only Shen Fei's speed was even faster. Pinched the green date and tried to put it in his mouth. Just again. He felt the killing intent behind him, and by watching slightly reddened face, coughing, he gently knocked on Nan Miaomeng's head. You! With a wave of his hand, the green jujube had disappeared without a trace. Turning his head, he gazed at Bai Wanqing, who was dressed in a white sarong. Only at this moment her stunning face was tinted with a reddish hue, and under the light of the setting sun, even more so, her figure was reflected in a stunningly beautiful way. Looking at Nan Miaomeng, who was pouting on the side with a defiant face. You! Remember to take the inheritance well. Waving his hand, the green jujube appeared out of thin air again. Looking at the colorful red Bai Wanqing with a slight smile. Here! Bai Wanqing gazed at the green jujubes in Shen Fei's hand. Her face flushed playfully and her eyes dodged. There you go. Before the words fell, the figure had already disappeared, and when the three of them had already departed, Shen Fei shook his head and lost his smile as he gazed at the green dates in his hand. Casually put into the carry-on space, gazed at the first Heavenly Father in front of him with a slight smile. Please. Primordial Heavenly Father stroked the beard on his chin and looked at the scene with great emotion. Looking at Shen Fei's handsome face, he smiled slightly. Fortunate fate for Taoist friends. Pinched up a black seed. The figure came to look like a teenager in the blink of an eye. Too handsome, and it doesn't compare favorably to Shen Fei. As the black seeds fell, Bai Wanqing's trio arrived at the top of a cliff. The stunningly beautiful young woman in a light blue dress pointed at the billions of stone monuments in front of her and laughed. Each of these is my master's legacy. You too can take your pick. But the greater the fit with you, the faster the comprehension will be. The two of them nodded and walked towards the front of the room. One could only see billions of stone monuments standing at the top of the cliff in front of them, each of them filled with a different aura. The sizes varied. Some were only 1,000 feet, while others were billions of light years in size. What's even weirder is that some seem to come from further in the past and some from the distant future. The aura of each monolith was different. Some suffused with sword intent, others with the laws of the, some even suffused with the power of age. The two of them walked through the forest of stone tablets, slowly searching for an inheritance that fit their physique. Ruthless way. Supreme sword decree. It took more than 3 days before the two found their respective satisfactory inheritance in the depths of the stone monument. Bai Wanqing was standing underneath a stone monument that was billions of light years in size. Feeling the sword Dao aura coming from above, she reached out her jade arm and gently pressed on it. The next moment the sword Dao aura that was strong enough to tear apart the heavens converged towards her body. Bai Wanqing sat cross-legged, and the next moment the stone tablet glowed brightly, and countless runes flew out from it. All of them flew into her sea of consciousness. The soothing sensation caused Bai Wanqing to moan uncontrollably. Well, billions of feet away from her, Nan Miaomeng also placed her hand on top of the stone tablet in front of her, with the breath all integrated into her body. Nan Miaomeng also sat cross-legged in the void, also had a new understanding of the way of the sword. Cultivation was also growing by leaps and bounds, just as the two of them were receiving their inheritance. Where Wuji was, however, there was a heavenly trouble, and at the moment, he was being chased by someone. Looking at the stunningly beautiful young girl behind him, Wuji had a helpless look on his face. Dodging sword light after sword light spat out. I said I really didn't mean to see your body. It's really because I can't control my cultivation growth. Besides, I didn't see anything. Behind him, a stunningly beautiful woman in a white sarong. Listening to his words filled with anger. His face blushed with shame as he chopped towards the front with sword after sword. Go to hell, you lecherous thief. Chapter 116, Promotion to Great Dao Divinity. Chess pieces and chess executioner. Looking at the sword light after sword light behind him, Wuji was deeply helpless. At that time, it was really just a case of not paying attention to controlling the power when breaking through and breaking the barrier open. It was only by chance that I saw that one delicate figure between them. And of course the main thing is that he wasn't wearing any clothes at the time, either. And it's a good coincidence that he reacted to it. Being looked at squarely, dodging sword light after sword light, Wuji flew towards the outside of the Taishu mountain gate, flying at a fast speed that, each step spans a distance of light years away. Seeing that she was about to cross the Taishu mountain sex mountain protector formation, the young girl behind her was pointing her sword at the sky. A roar of rage. Protector formation. Rise. Exorcism. A destructive and eye-catching light pierced through the sky, stabbing into the firmament, instantly trapping Wuji within it. Wuji, who was holding the sword of evil spirit, looked at this scene with a helpless face. The power of the unseeable early stage in his body converged in the sword of evil spirit and chopped towards the sky. 9-character sword decision. Break. It was only with a dainty cry behind him that the entire mountain protector formation began to shrink. It condensed into a heaven and earth cage, trapping Wuji in it, allowing him to struggle as much as he wanted. The white-skirted girl appeared in front of him, the long sword in her hand pointing at his eyes from afar. A face full of blush, eyes full of anger. You look at me and try to run away, and watch me stab you in the eyes. As the long sword slowly approached, a figure also appeared in the void, and upon closer inspection, surprisingly, it was a woman of great beauty, and at the moment, she was gazing at Wuji in front of her with a face full of anger. How dare you look at my precious disciple's body? Say nothing to make you run away. You have two choices now. It's either that or marry my precious apprentice now. Either that or stab you in the eyes right now and wash your memory clean. Wuji listened to the words in front of him with a helpless face, looked at the blushing young girl, waved her hand in a row and cunningly discerned. I really didn't mean it. Besides, he saw my body. We're done with both. I don't want you in charge. The young girl listening to his words was even more blushing. The long sword in her hand pointed out from afar and shouted angrily. Shut the up. You. I'll give you a month. And if you can't give me a satisfactory answer, then you're ready to enter the wheel of reincarnation. Listening to the words of the young girl, Wuji with a face of impatience spread on the ground to look at the dome of the sky, muttered in his mouth. Oh master, come and save me quickly. Forcibly robbing people's men now. And at this moment, the master in his mouth was playing chess leisurely with Yuan Shi Tianzun. Not long after, half a month had passed in a flash, and the two people who were playing chess looked at the top of the cliff at the same time, where a brilliant pillar of light pierced the firmament. Bai Wanqing, who looked like a goddess, stood on top of the celestial dome. Behind her the great Tao divine wheel rotated, and at this moment, her sword intent filled the air. The body was even more incredibly flowing with the aura of a great Tao god, and that aura was even 1,000 times stronger than a normal great Tao god. At that moment there came another cry, and an even greater light pierced the firmament, and Nan Miaoming stood in the void, looking in Bai Wanqing's direction from afar, the corners of her mouth curling up in an arc, for eyes relative to each other. Battle intent rises. At the same time stepped out a step. The first Heavenly Father fingertip shoots out a ray of light. A huge battlefield rises in their midst. Both of them stepped into it at the same time and attacked without saying a word. That battlefield was also expanding rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it came to hundreds of millions of light years, not knowing the boundaries, only to see the two of them continuously sending out attacks above the battlefield, each attack filled with sword intent. The void collapsed and chaotic space was revealed. Two long rivers of space and time spanning the sky appeared above the battlefield. The two men looked at each other, and in unison, they looked to the firmament, the true body of the great Tao. Now, as the words fell, an unknown figure stepped out from the long river of space and time. Behind her coalesced a great Tao divine wheel. A mysterious and unfathomable aura emanated from above, and dots of starlight revolved around the great Tao divine wheel. Looking closely, it was clearly countless worlds being born and destroyed. Countless figures stepped out from the long river of space and time to merge into the great Tao divine wheel. An aura that transcended the heavens and was above the top of all things radiated out from the great Tao divine wheel. Merely stepping forward, the long river of space and time behind him shattered out of thin air. The overriding gaze gazed at Nan Miaoming in front of him. Bai Wanqing took a step toward the heavens and came in front of the true body of the great Tao. Behind her the true body of the great Tao stepped towards the front step after step. The figure would shrink billions of times with each step. And after dozens of steps, into Bai Wanqing's true body, the two divine wheels behind them also began to merge, and their aura was 100 times stronger than before again. The imprint of the great Tao divine wheel appeared in the center of his eyebrows, adding a bit more of a mysterious and unpredictable aura. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, the void collapsed. Countless worlds were created out of thin air. Across from her, Nan Miaoming slowly opened her eyes and lazily stretched her waist. The delicate body was exposed to the air, but it made people unable to have a single evil thought. Taking a step forward, countless lotus flowers appeared in the void emitting a demonic and beautiful aura. Feeling the incomparable power within her body, Bai Wanqing stepped out with her absolutely beautiful jade feet and, toward the front, step by step. As the two approached, their mere breath stirred the void. Even the battlefield that could withstand the battles of the strongest people above the great Tao had cracks appearing. Electricity flashed and thundered in the void, and two immense universes appeared out of nowhere where chi intertwined. The two men each stepped into their own universes and, holding a long sword in his hand, he looked towards the evolving universe. Mysterious and unpredictable aura enveloped the entire universe. Creation. A bit of starlight appeared at the tip of the sword. A world appeared out of nowhere and rapidly expanded by billions of light years. It's half the size of the universe. Looking at the vast universe, Bai Wanqing drank. I said, let there be light. A beam of light appeared in the universe. To have electricity. As Bai Wanqing's words fell, the entire universe evolved at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye it was easy for Shen Fei to equal that universe they were born in, and it was still expanding rapidly. Billions of living beings looked at the strange world with open eyes, and the aura that pervaded there. Each one has a heavenly path above it. Looking at the sky, Bai Wanqing hurriedly prostrated herself on the ground and shouted, "Greetings to the great Tao Supreme Being." Before the words fell, the destinies of countless living beings instantly intertwined and it converged into a river of destiny that merged into the great Tao Divine Will behind Bai Wanqing. At this moment Bai Wanqing also disappeared into the river of time and space, both in the past and the future. In the middle of the long river of destiny, Bai Wanqing opened her eyes and walked towards the bank. Countless chains would appear in the void with every step, crumbling out of thin air, and the long river of destiny splashed with countless waves. It was the thread of her destiny. But anyone who did not come to the great way divine, then you will be controlled by the thread of fate for the rest of your life. Every great Tao God could easily manipulate the fate of billions of living beings by virtue of the thread of destiny. Even if they crossed the river of time and space or came to the realm of the unthinkable, they were still just playthings in the hands of those powerful people, whether it's against the grain or with the grain. There is no coming to the great Tao gods or ultimately only within the chessboard. Only the great Tao gods jumped the entire chessboard from pawns to executors. Treat all things in heaven and earth as ruminants. Chapter 117, A Farce on the Long River of Time and Space. All under the great Taoist gods are ants. Nan Miaomeng stood on the shore and looked at Bai Wanqing, who was slowly walking towards her with a slight smile. The two men, where their true bodies were, opened their eyes at the same time and, looking at the countless worlds and billions of living beings in the vast universe before him, both stepped out into the universe at the same time. With a wave of his hand the universe instantly shrunk, suspended in the great Tao Divine Will behind him, emitting a bit of starlight. The two of them looked at each other with a slight smile. Their breath collected, just like mortals. The great Tao Divine Will behind him gradually faded away. At the same time, the corner of Shen Fei's mouth curled up and put down the last piece, looking at the first Heavenly Father in front of him. You lose. After saying that, he stood up and looked at the two stunning women who stepped from the edge of the sky, only to see Bai Wanqing stepping out with every step as if she were a fairy in the sky untainted by mortal dust. A white gauze skirt set off her delicate figure in an even more beautiful and extraordinary way, and the great Tao Divine Will on her brow added a few more points of elegance to her. On the side of Nan Miaomeng, dressed in a green-colored sarong, raising her hand and throwing her feet can charm thousands of beings. A smile is charming. Shen Fei smiled faintly and looked at the first Heavenly Father beside him. Fellow Daoist, come and talk to me in the future. Bai Wanqing and the two of them slowly fell down and stood beside Shen Fei, gazing at the first Heavenly Father. Thank you, Elder. The first Heavenly Father nodded and watched as the three of them crossed the spacetime channel and flew towards the future. Bai Wanqing and the two of them smiled slightly as they looked at the still struggling silhouettes within the long river of space and time below and those eternal true gods on the shore. Bai Wanqing also seemed to have unraveled some kind of knot in her heart, gazing at Shen Fei's back and laughing. What do you think of Yi Qingxian? Shen Fei froze slightly, as if in thought, and Bai Wanqing smiled sweetly at this look on his face. Just as the three of them were chatting above the long river of space and time, the time in Taishu heaven also came to the 29th day, only 1 day away from the January appointment. Wuji was locked up in the heaven and earth cage looking at the young girl in front of him in tears. I said, big sister, do you have to stare at me like that? It's not like I'm going to run. In front of him, the young girl grunted softly, cradling her long sword in her arms and, viciously, he gazed at Wuji. You lecher. You've looked at my body but don't want to marry me. I will scrape off your eyes when today is over and show you your own conscience. Wuji listened with a desire to cry. It's just a quick look. There's no need for that. The young girl did not reply, but looked at the hourglass in the center of the two of them, still short of the last of the, but it determines the fate of both men. Wunderkind gazed at the young girl outside and, another look at that hourglass, clenched his teeth and took out the jade pendant that Shen Fei had left for him before and instantly crushed it. A whiff of time instantly caught the young girl's attention. At the same time, Wuji's figure had disappeared into the heaven and earth cage. There was also a slowly healing rift in spacetime there. The young girl frowned, and with a face full of anger, she broke open the heaven and earth cage, and flew into it in the form of a clear wind. At the same time, Wuji was at the moment fleeing fast in the long river of space and time. The next moment a silhouette appeared behind him holding a long sword and chopping out a sword light towards the front. It was accompanied by angry curses. You lecherous thief! Don't try to run! Before the words fell, those figures that were struggling within the long river of space and time looked up with a surprised expression. The two figures above his head were fleeing at high speed between a chase and an escape. Behind the delicate figure, is to attract the attention of countless figures below, from time to time came a burst of whispering. I'm so envious of that kid. I want to feast my eyes on such a beautiful woman. Only before the words fell, a sword light fell from the past towards the bottom. The The figure that was babbling just now was instantly decapitated. The others instantly sucked in a breath of cold air to silence themselves at this scene. And the three who were flying towards the present world at the moment also saw a farce below them. It was only with their cultivation hidden in the upper reaches of the long river of time and space, but it didn't allow Wuji to discover the three of them. The eyes watched as Wuji flew towards the past, especially with Wuji's wretched appearance, coupled with the words of the young girl behind him. It even made Nan Miaoming cover her mouth with a smile. Good boy, truly worthy of being my senior brother. With vision, Shen Fei also watched the backs of Wuji and the young girl below with a smile on his lips. Let's go. That kid won't be in danger. Instead he has a heavenly chance. Nan Miaoming raised her eyes with a curious expression, her eyes flickering with the past and future of the infinite. The next moment a sudden smile, the Jade command movement instantly changed the fate of the two people below. The next moment the two Wuji who were flying outside a certain piece of ancient history were suddenly swept towards that piece of ancient history by a mysterious and unpredictable force. The flustered pair hastily gazed back to back at the unfamiliar world before them. At the same time, Shen Fei's three people also stepped out of the time and space river and came to where the present world was. Shen Fei gazed at Bai Wanqing and the two of them with a faint smile. I'm going back to the Hongmeng universe. I wonder if you guys want to join me. Nan Miaoming stroked her chin and looked toward where the Hongmeng universe was, and a moment later the two of them shook their heads. We've only just been promoted, and we need to perceive the changes in the great Tao gods and all of their divine abilities. This is goodbye. Shen Fei nodded and took a step forward, his figure disappearing without a trace. Nan Miaoming looked at Bai Wanqing who flew forward to take her arm very naturally. Mysteriously, I know an excellent retreat. Go! Bai Wanqing pondered for a moment, nodded, and the two of them flew off in a certain direction. Just by following the direction one would realize that it was clearly the same universe where Shen Fei was born. At the same time, Shen Fei of the Hongmeng universe smiled slightly behind him in his out-of-body incarnation into it. The creator of the Hongmeng universe watched all this and smiled faintly. There was a gleam in his eyes where he looked at Shen Fei. In one more day, the chance I have prepared will appear. Why don't we cut a deal with the way of fate? Listening to the words of the creator of the Hongmeng universe, Shen Fei took a sip of the cup of stuffed foam and smiled faintly. Yi Qingxian's figure flashed in his eyes. May. Both of them plucked the thread of fate at the same time. And at the same time Yi Qingxian and a certain unthinkable powerhouse in the Hongmeng universe suddenly had an epiphany and looked towards a certain region. At this moment, after a year of recuperation, Yi Qingxian, it also came to the half-step unspeakable realm under the augmentation of the great Tao divine treasure. Looking at the two beside him, Myriad Bamboo and Yu Yueyao, he said, I suddenly have a feeling. Tomorrow the chant Shen Fei spoke of will appear here. Saying that, a scroll appeared in front of him, stretching out his jade finger and pointing to a territory. The two of them raised their eyes and looked around, only to see that it was mountainous, and more importantly, in a remote area. The two, however, did not suspect that, most of the time this kind of whim really could be fate in favor. The three of them looked at each other, stood up, and headed that way. Each step was a distance of countless universes. Chapter 118, The Two Silhouettes on Top of Misty Peak. After dozens of steps, it had come to a remote place, and on closer inspection, there was no one in the area for 10,000 miles, and it was unknown why the creator of the Hongmeng universe would place the chance here. Let's find a place to rest first. Yu Yueyao looked at the territory below, her eyes suffused with light as she looked deeper into the earth, and found nothing. The two of them also nodded together and took a step out to disappear without a trace. Come to a small city named Luoyang light years away, and the three of them had just left that unthinkable powerhouse also hurriedly rushed to feel the breath left in the void. Pinpointed for a moment, and shook his head. There are other powerful people who have come here, and it looks like this is the place that Lord Juggernaut was talking about. With a wave of his hand 10 rays of light cut through the sky and flew out of the Hongmeng universe and into the billions of worlds. At the same time, those unspeakably powerful people who had received the news all looked toward where the Hongmeng universe was. According to the old ancestor, a great opportunity will descend tomorrow. Gentlemen, follow me forward. Next day, Yi Qingxian's trio came to that remote place early, hiding in the void and waiting quietly. Just a short while later, a dozen figures also descended here from outside the Hongmeng universe. Each of them hid their breath in unison. Yi Qingxian's trio was hidden in the void by virtue of the great Tao divine treasure, silently gazing at the countless strong people below. It seems that a strong person who is proficient in the heavenly calculations has also calculated the news. A quarter of an hour later, the originally calm void suddenly cracked open with a fissure a gate that emitted the aura of a Hongmeng supreme treasure appeared in the void, filled with brilliant starlight. With a creak the door slowly revealed a crack in the divine aura spread from the depths of the gate towards the Hongmeng universe, and the originally calm Hongmeng universe suddenly trembled twice. Countless powerhouses were enlightened and instantly exerted their great magical powers to speed towards where Yi Qingxian and the others were. The nearest Yi Qingxian and the few of them had already entered the gate at this moment. Just entering the eye is a countless number of steps. A glance cannot be seen to the end. There was a stone tablet beside them. The three of them raised their eyes, and at the end of the ladder stood three radiant figures. Two of them revealed an aura familiar to several of Yi Qingxian's people. The three of them looked at each other and stepped onto the ladder together, while at the same time the stone monument on the side flashed with light and imprint the names of the three of them in it. In the next moment, that one unthinkable powerhouse and a dozen unspeakable powerhouses also entered it. Looking at the endless number of steps ahead, he hastily stepped on them. At the very top of the endless ladder, Shen Fei gazed at the three people below with a faint smile. Turning his head to look at the endless world behind him, a light shot out between his fingers and flew into the depths of the world. With a single step, the silhouettes of the three of them had already disappeared above the endless stairs, reappearing back outside the cabin. Shen Fei took a sip of drunken wind charm, smilingly looking at the chessboard in front of him. Upon closer inspection, there was a small universe spinning above the board in front of them. It exudes mystery, in which the three of them, Yi Qingxian, were doing their best to climb up the endless ladder. The power in his body would be depleted by 1 point with every step. Yi Qingxian wiped the fragrant sweat on her forehead and felt the weight pressing down on her body. It's like a large universe. Panting, turning his head toward the bottom, he saw that the unthinkable powerhouse was struggling even more to raise his. The face was bruised, and each step seemed to take all the strength of his body. Below that unthinkable powerhouse was even more filled with the figures of an unknown number of powerful people. The aura on each one was incredibly strong. The worst cultivation level came to the unspeakable realm. Beyond the small universe, Shen Fei raised his right hand and plucked the thread of fate in the void. Looking closely at the three lines of fate looming in the void, connecting to a few people in the small universe below in Yi Qingxian. In front of him, the Hongmeng universe creator also slightly smiled as he plucked the thread of fate in his hand. Meanwhile, in the small universe below Yi Qingxian, the three of them and that unthinkable powerhouse instantly opened their eyes. With a flash of light, the cultivation that could destroy the heavens and the earth was instantly sealed. Fit as a fiddle, he ran towards the top, and that one unthinkable powerhouse also looked at the dozens of figures behind him and transmitted a voice. Seal your cultivation. Do not resist the suppression of heaven and earth. And at this moment, Yi Qingxian's trio had already arrived at the very top of the endless stairs. Raising their eyes to see a world shrouded in mist, the three of them operated their pupils to look at They were shocked to realize that they could only see 10 feet away with their eyes, and there were countless dangerous auras emanating from inside. Taking a deep breath and flying into it with a long leap, accompanied by Shen Fei outside the universe plucking the thread of destiny, the three hearts were enlightened. Looking in one direction and flying in a vertical direction, the road passed by, brushing shoulders with countless dangerous auras. Every breath made the three of them jump. What the hell kind of world is this? With our cultivation level, it feels as if we are mortals here. Yu Yao felt the oncoming breath hastily flash through her mouth to spit. After she thought she was safe, the creator of the Hongmeng universe beyond the universe, however, suddenly smiled wryly and plucked the thread of destiny. With a hiss, a demonic dragon appeared out of thin air in front of the three of them, and the aura emanating from it it was even just the early stages of unthinkable. But Yi Qingxian's trio felt as if they were facing the unthinkable powerful one, just when they thought they were about to be in for a fight. Outside the universe, Shen Fei plucked the thread of fate again. That demonic dragon instantly became dull as if it were a puppet on strings, and flew in the other direction. Phew, that really scared me. Yu Yao took a long breath and muttered to herself with a grateful face. It's a good thing we lucked into a silly dragon. Hurry up. We'll be in trouble if the others catch up. The three of them nodded and flew towards the heart. Instead, Yi Qingxian looked up into the firmament, and even though it was covered by the mist, it was also as if she saw something like the corner of her mouth curved, revealing an absolutely beautiful arc, and Shen Fei's figure flashed in her eyes. Was it really just luck? Just as Shen Fei and the creator of the Hongmeng universe were manipulating all living beings by using the pail as a chess game, Nan Miaomang had already brought Bai Wanqing to within the universe where Shen Fei was born. Taking a step in her puzzled eyes, she arrived on top of Misty Peak. Looking at the familiar wooden house behind him, he took 2 steps forward and turned around to look at Bai Wanqing and guffawed. Not a bad world, is it? Bai Wanqing swept her gaze across the entire world and nodded after a moment. It's a little weak, but it's not too bad. Nan Miaoming nodded her head to the top of the cliff and raised her eyes to the ground below her seat, propping up her cheeks. This is my master's residence. A hint of surprise flashed under Bai Wanqing's eyes. She really didn't expect Shen Fei to be born in this weak world. You know, just now in this world with her current cultivation level, billions can be destroyed and created in the space of a breath. Just then, the two suddenly looked down the mountain, where Ruyan Lu was walking towards the mountain. Chapter 119, that one absolutely beautiful picture. She was seen wearing a long white dress and walking briskly towards the mountain. Every now and then, he even picked up a rock off to the side and threw it toward the front. Nan Miaoming watched Lu Ruyan's figure with a smiling face. Later, Ruyan Lu wiped the fragrant sweat on her forehead and raised her head to look ahead, only to see two stunningly beautiful young girls there gazing at her with smiles on their faces. One of them was dressed in a white sari, and with that delicate figure and absolutely beautiful face. Plus her aura that was like an immortal in the sky, couldn't help but make Lu Ruyan ashamed of herself. The other is sitting on the top of a cliff with her jade feet swinging in the wind, looking playful and cute, dressed in a long green dress. It adds a bit of freshness and elegance. Looking at the two strangers in front of her, Lu Ruyan instantly took dozens of steps backwards. From the storage bag took out a long sword, remote pointing to the front with a vigilant face mouth drink. Who are you two? How did it come to be at my master's residence? Get out of here quickly after 3 breaths, or kill without pardon. Nan Miaoming listened to her words and smiled faintly, taking a step out to instantly come behind her. Circled around her twice Tisk's king. Good natural talent, to reach the martial master realm at such a young age. Lu Ruyan looked at Nan Miaoming in front of her and just wanted to resist, but to his horror, he found himself unable to move. Nan Miaoming pointed a finger at the center of her brow, and a gentle force instantly ran through her entire body. Cultivation instantly rose a step, snapping his fingers out of thin air. Shen Jun instantly fell from the void. He even had a bowl of noodles in his hand with a gust of heat emanating from it. Shen Jun gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of him with a surprised expression. Slowly swallowing the noodles inside his mouth exclaimed, "Mariaman, what are you doing back here?" Looking towards the surroundings again, he saw that Bai Wanqing was sitting aside drinking tea, and Lu Ruyan, who was being controlled beside her, spoke in a hurry. "Kisame, she's your eldest sister, my senior brother's eldest apprentice." Lu Ruyan's pupils shrunk as she listened to his words, and her body regained its freedom as she hurriedly bowed. "Ruyan Lucy, eldest senior sister." Nan Miaoming waved her hand indifferently towards a side table and slowly sat down. Shen Jun hurriedly followed, placing the hot noodles in his hands on the table and looking around again with a curious expression. "Why hasn't my senior brother returned?" Nan Miaoming took a sip of the tea in her cup and laughed. "My master is now battling a certain strong man." Shen Jun nodded and looked at her with a puzzled face, and then heard Nan Miaoming say, "As for us, I have only just entered a new realm and are now returning to regulate our breath. It's just a respite, by the way." Shen Jun listened to her with a curious face. "Miaoming, what realm are you in now? Is it more powerful than that Yifeng kid?" Nan Miaoming froze slightly at his words, and after a moment nodded and smiled. "Stronger by that billion points, I guess." Lu Ruyan was listening to Nan Miaoming's words on the side, feeling the early stage of martial spirit cultivation within her body with an envious face. The other party had raised her cultivation level by 1 step in just an instant, and that realm was simply unimaginable. Listening to her words, Shen Jun was overcome with emotion. Nan Miaoming pointed her finger at Bai Wanqing again and smiled mysteriously. "Senior uncle, guess who she is?" Listening to her words, Shen Jun dared to look at Bai Wanqing's face. Then seeing her stunning face and that delicate figure, a bold idea dawned on her mind. A face. Nan Miaoming also nodded and admitted, "That's right, she's my master's mother." Hearing Nan Miaoming's words, Bai Wanqing coughed violently and glared at Nan Miaoming. "Don't be ridiculous." He also looked at Shen Jun, who was on the side, and laughed. "Just regular friends." Shen Jun nodded his head, his eyes full of disbelief and his heart full of emotions. "This senior brother of mine is really something. It hasn't been out long and we've already found a second one. Keep it up and it'll be half as good as me." Just as he was about to continue his inquiry, the jade slip at his waist suddenly flickered for a moment. A teenager's voice came out full of doubt immediately afterward. "Sovereign, where have you been? We're going to sign up." Shen Jun listened to the words in the jade slip before he slapped his head, instantly remembered exactly what he was there to do. Hastily standing up, he looked at Nan Miaoming and smiled. "Myriad dreams. The East Region Grand Competition is about to begin. Would you be interested in coming along for the ride?" Hearing his words, Nan Miaoming stood up with an excited face and laughed. "Of course I'm going to check it out. As the first in the great competition 1,000 years ago, I'd like to see if anyone can catch me. Go, Sister Wanqing, let's join together." Bai Wanqing just wanted to refuse when she heard her words, but then she smiled slightly as if she had thought of something. "Go!" The two of them took a step out and had arrived where the registration was taking place. The men didn't cause a gasp of surprise at their sudden appearance, as if it was all a matter of course. Listening to the bustling shouts in her ears, Nan Miaoming was overwhelmed with emotion. It's been how many years since I've had a good shopping trip? Seen your uncle. Go ahead and sign up. Let's go shopping. Go! Shinjun listened to the words beside him, stroked his beard, and watched the two men walking away with a slight smile. Looking over, Lu Ruyan, who had followed along on the side. Come with me. After saying that, he walked towards the enrollment place. On the other hand, Nan Miaoming picked up the jade hairpin in her hand and looked at Bai Wanqing in front of her with a slight smile. Come, Sister Wanqing. I'll plug it in for you. Bai Wanqing was slightly hesitant to listen to her words, only to feel Nan Miaoming behind her as she was tying her hair back, and there was nothing for it but to agree. A few moments later Nan Miaoming slowly inserted the jade pin in her hand, and under the sunlight, the jade hairpin emitted a ray of light. Nan Miaoming took a step back to look at Bai Wanqing in front of her with her small mouth slightly open and full of surprise. Only Bai Wanqing's hair fell softly over her shoulders, and a strand of green silk danced gently with the wind. Adds a touch of softness and spirituality. Between her hair buns, an exquisite jade hairpin gleamed, the jade warm and delicate. Carved with intricate and exquisite patterns, the jade hairpin mirrored her white sarong, further accentuating the snow-like whiteness of her skin. Her face is absolutely beautiful. Her eyebrows are like distant mountains with smoke, her eyes are like autumn water, and her lips are like a bit of reddish red. Every bit of it was just right, as if it were a natural beauty to behold. When she raised her hands and put her feet, she exuded a kind of extraordinary temperament, just like a fairy coming out of a painting. It is admirable and desirable. This, coupled with a blush that happened to rise on her pretty face, added a bit more beauty. Nan Miaoming looked at this absolutely beautiful scene. The corner of her mouth curved up in an absolutely beautiful arc, snapped his fingers out of thin air. A scroll appeared out of thin air, with Bai Wanqing's stunningly beautiful figure inscribed on it at the moment, only to see Nan Miaoming waving her jade hand that one scroll turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Hongmeng universe. Chapter 120 Daily. Bai Wanqing watched that stream of light go away and did not stop it. Nan Miaoming stepped forward a few steps and took her arm and laughed. Sister Wanqing, or else you can be my master's wife. It's so beautiful. Bai Wanqing's stunningly beautiful face revealed a smile and gave her an angry look. A finger pointed at her brow and laughed. Just full of, come on, it's been how many years since I've had a good stroll. Saying that, he took the initiative to walk towards the front, casually picking up a letter from the stall. A fox mask. Tried it on and fell in love with it. Boss, how much do you have here? The boss looked at her stunning face and marvelous figure, and was slightly stunned to hear her questioning that. It took a long time to respond, waving his hands. It doesn't take much, I'll gift it to your excellency. Bai Wanqing looked up slightly and saw the middle-aged man's dress in front of her and shook her head, waving. Chapter 121 Bai Wanqing's past. A moment later sighed as if she didn't want to talk about her past. Nan Miaoming also did not continue to pursue the question, only that she was curious in her heart. You know that just with Bai Wanqing's talent, 10,000 years would be enough to reach the realm of the great Tao Divine. How terrifying was that? I'm afraid that it was also a heavenly pride of a side of the world. After a cup of tea, a pot of bamboo leaf green and a dish of 8 precious duck emitting heat were placed on the table by the store assistant. Nan Miaoming transformed a pair of chopsticks out of thin air and took a bite into her mouth to savor it. With a face of intoxication, swallowing the 8 precious duck in his mouth, he looked at Bai Wanqing in front of him and laughed. Come and taste. This dish can still be exactly the same as it was 1,000 years ago. Bai Wanqing nodded and changed a pair of chopsticks out of the void, clamped a bit and put it in her mouth. Savoring. Nan Miaoming poured a glass of wine for her and placed it on her table and laughed. Sister Wanqing, another glass of wine would be the best. Chapter 122, I want to be number 1 in the world. Holding a long sword and wearing a blood-red dress, Bai Wanqing stepped out of the room. A teenager in the courtyard, dressed in all black, looked at Bai Wanqing's wretched appearance and laughed as he took a sip of wine. Why, do you still want to struggle a little? Bai Wanqing's cold eyes gazed at the teenager, her footsteps like the wind. The long sword in his hand instantly stabbed at his neck. Only the teenager shook his head helplessly and, stretching out his fingers to hold the tip of his sword smilingly, he gazed at Bai Wanqing, with a slight flick of his fingers, an unimaginable force that, instantly, Bai Wanqing was sent flying and crashed into the courtyard wall, splattering countless amounts of smoke and dust. The noise of the battle attracted the attention of the others. A group of old men hurriedly poked their heads out to look into the smoke. The smoke and dust dispersed. Bai Wanqing was lying there covered in blood, coughing violently twice, and spit out a bruise that splattered all over her long skirt. Eyes indifferent to the teenager, as if he had felt the pain, staggered to his feet. Chapter 123, The Cause of Other Days. The Fruit of Today. Seeing the three of them step into the spatial channel and disappear, Shen Fei also gazed at the Hongmeng universe creator in front of him with a smile. It is destined to meet again someday. The words broke through the space before the words were spoken and took the two away. The Hongmeng universe creation watched this scene and smiled faintly as its figure slowly disappeared. In the space channel, Shen Fei sat cross-legged and watched the two people in front of him and laughed. Xingyu Yifeng and the others haven't seen you guys for a long time either. Although you have obtained the inheritance, your cultivation is not stable. You can continue to stabilize your cultivation in the sacred realm first, and strive to master the power within your body as soon as possible to ascend to great Tao divinity. The two nodded, and not long after, the three of them stepped out from the spatial passage. Feeling the aura of the holy realm in front of, the three of them took a step out had come to the mountain fortress where Long Xiaotian and the others were. The three of them hid in the void and looked down towards the bottom. Their Long Xiaotian. Chapter 124, The True Celestial Pride. Nan Miaomeng. Bai Wanqing's face turned cold as she listened to those insulting words from below. Slowly raising his right hand, the sky turned upside down in a flash. The entire Acacia sect began to tremble violently as if it had suffered a great earthquake. The young girls in cages and chains below disappeared in an instant. Being teleported 2 or 3 miles away from the outskirts of a city billions of feet away. Beside them lay a set of white saris. A soft light merged into them from afar, healing the injuries on their bodies. At the same time, the Acacia sect slowly flew towards the sky above, and the sect protector formation was instantly activated. But it just flickered for a moment before shattering instantly. A ray of light enveloped the entire Acacia sect, and at this moment, a peak transitional juncture powerhouse flew out from within the Acacia sect. His face filled with terror as he looked into the void, but he couldn't feel any fluctuations in spiritual energy. Looking up in horror, he yelled, "Dare I ask which senior has struck out against our clan?" Chapter 125, Time and Space Unseen. Destiny returns to the land of the Supreme. All the ancients returned to the One. When he appeared again, he had already come behind Nan Miaomeng. With a duck leg in his hand, he ate it with his mouth full. It wasn't like a world's strongest person at all. Eyes gazing down at the ring below smiled slightly. This session's heaven's pride is not bad. In front of him Nan Miaomeng's sidelong head looks even exclaimed, "Master." He also looked towards where Bai Wanqing was and saw that there was an identical wooden house there, and smiled mysteriously. "Master, how did you find her?" Shen Fei didn't answer, but raised his head toward the top and looked up, only to see their Shinjun sitting in front of a group of patriarchs. At his side waiting respectfully Lu Ruyan looked divine. Looking at his appearance at the moment, Shen Fei skimmed his mouth. This brat hasn't cultivated properly again, and he's still at the peak of martial zone after so long. Nan Miaomeng hid a smile at his words. Chapter 126, Coffins in the Darkness of the Forbidden Zone. The sword light swung through, spanning billions of light years and arriving in an instant. Yunxi waved her jade hand and the shadow of the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared in front of her, instantly swallowing that attack. The 6 shadows stepped out from the 6 chakras like ancient gods. Between the breaths of each silhouette, the mountains crumbled and the earth cracked, and their eyes were like a great sun shining over the entire heaven and earth. Some of the silhouettes transformed into thousands of bodies, and some were like ancient giants grasping toward the front. Some are like evil spirits, covering the sky. Yunxi took a step forward and gazed at the 3 Hongmeng realm powerhouses billions of light years away and droned. Heavenly humanity, divine punishment. Behind him stepped out a figure of billions and billions of feet, holding a long sword in his hand with a wave that shattered the void end. Billions and billions of light years pass in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he flew in front of those 3 Hongmeng powerhouses, feeling the destructive aura and purifying light emanating from the sword's light. It was as if it was going to destroy the world. One of the Hongmeng realm powerhouses took a step forward and reached out with a wave. An oil lamp appeared in the void, dots of fire on its wick swaying in the wind. The powerful man blew towards the front, and the fire was monstrous, instantly huge billions of times. It was like a sea of fire enveloping that sword light. The last strong man beside him only had his hands in the sky and roared towards the void. Heaven refining formation. Rise. A little light shoots out from between his fingers. The next moment half of the entire Chaos Realm's territory was instantly enveloped by the heaven refining array, in which countless sword flashes of fire emanated. The destructive aura emanating from it could even easily destroy countless universes. The remaining 7 Hongmeng powerhouses gazed at the great formation that covered the sky with astonishment. The corner of Yunxi's mouth curled up with disdain in her eyes. Yours is this kind of cultivation at that time. If it wasn't for the sneak attack I would have been reincarnated long ago. Today I'll show you what is called the true Hongmeng. Before the words fell a step forward, her long skirt was windless. There was an odd incantation chanted under her breath. Those attacks that could destroy countless universes landed in front of her, but they strangely disappeared out of thin air. The light in his eyes flashed while the 6 paths reincarnation shadow behind him slowly rotated. A little bit of starlight suddenly flew out from the 6 paths of reincarnation void and hovered in front of Yunxi's body. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a long sword. emanating the aura of reincarnation. It was engraved with Shi. Yun. She held the long sword in front of her hand and looked ahead to shout. 6 paths of reincarnation. Expulsion. Soul Eater. Purifying light. Descend. Before the words fell, a chop was made towards his body, and behind him, those 6 shadows, which were like ancient giants, were, at the same time, they roared angrily and merged into a ray of light towards the front. The flames were split in 2, and the attack spun off. Instantly, that one strong person holding an oil lamp was killed. The divine soul had just flown out and was just about to tear through the void and leave when, in the middle of the dark forbidden zone, suddenly a giant hand from the heavens probed out to grab that Hongmeng powerhouse's divine soul. The massive force grabbed him into the dark forbidden zone as if he were squeezing a small chicken. The corrosive power on it kept devouring what was left of the power in his divine soul. Miserable screams resounded throughout the chaos realm. A light filled Shen Fei's eyes as he gazed into the depths of the dark forbidden zone. A moment later the corners of his mouth suddenly quirked up in a soft giggle. At the moment he had a coffin shrouded in darkness reflected in his eyes. A chain coalesced from runes bound the coffin. Dots of starlight emanated from above the chains, and upon closer inspection, they were actually countless large universes. The eyes crossed the endless void and looked inside the coffin. There, a young girl with a clean-cut look, dressed in a long, black. It looks bewitchingly beautiful and mysterious. Bare jade feet and a terrifying aura around her. Shen Fei stroked his chin and muttered. Above the honk. In front of him, Yunqi had already killed those 2 remaining powerhouses in the twinkling of an eye. As he watched, 2 more giant hands of the heavens poked out from the darkness forbidden zone to grab the divine souls of those 2 powerful people. Yunqi said as his eyes filled with light gazing into the depths of the dark forbidden zone. She's a powerhouse who's been around for countless eons. It's only because it was suppressed by a powerhouse that transcended the Hongmeng. But in the end that powerful man paid his fair share. And now, like her, sleeping in some forbidden place. According to the current trend, it will be at most 1 epoch before we can break free of that person's seal. And then there will be another bloodbath. I'm afraid countless universes will be destroyed again, he said and looked at Shen Fei in front of him. Wanting to say something, Shen Fei withdrew his gaze, and the 2 of them looked at each other. And after a moment Yunqi continued. I wonder if you'd be interested in accompanying me on my quest to explore the various forbidden areas. You and I will split the treasures we find at that time 50-50. The corners of Shen Fei's mouth curled up as he listened to her words, and he nodded after a moment. Could be. Saying this, he raised his head again toward the top of the 7 great Hongmeng realm powerhouses there gazed at the 9 heavenly red flowers in both of their hands with faces full of greed. But, have to get rid of them first. Yunqi smiled faintly, her wonderful eyes looking towards the top as the sword in her hand swung. You 4, I 3. Before the words fell, accompanied by a dainty cry the figure had already disappeared. Shen Fei watched the 4 figures that were in the middle of a melee with interest. Holding out his finger, he laughed. Execute. Before the words fell the other 4, whether it was their souls or bodies, instantly turned into nothingness. A finger pointed in Yunqi's direction. The 3 Hongmeng realm powerhouses also turned into nothingness in an instant. Yunqi hung the long sword in his hand on his waist and looked behind him and laughed. It's really worthy of being the best in the world. Let's go. Forbidden places that I didn't dare to go to before in my present body. It would be a good time to take you with me now to make a break for it. Shen Fei smiled faintly as the 2 of them tore through the void and flew towards the outside of the chaos realm. Came to where the world tree is. Just appeared Yunqi looked at the void. Ju lips gently opened. Before the words fell, a figure appeared out of the void. The aura of a half-step Hongmeng permeated the visitor's body. Yunqi gazed at the Shuizhe doppelganger in front of him and handed him the 9 heavenly Hongmeng flower in his hand. You must guard the wheel well for me. Wait for the other last few treasures that Master and Shen Fei seek for you to send you above the Hongmeng, and then the wheel will truly be yours. Shuizhe was ashamed to hear her words and said as he gazed at Yunqi's present body in front of him. Thank you for your trust, Master. Another look at Shen Fei bowed. Thank you, Elder, he said taking a step backward and withdrawing, already heading to where the wheel was. Yunqi gazed above the world tree with a faint smile. The coordinates of countless worlds flashed through her eyes, and after a few moments she suddenly settled on one world that, the corners of his mouth curved up in an absolutely beautiful arc. Come on, that world is an interesting one. Except that treasure is in the hands of someone not to be messed with, not so good. Listening to her words, Shen Fei was also curious, and the 2 of them flew together towards the upper part of the world tree. It wasn't long before the 2 flew into a mysterious and vast world. Chapter 127, the 91st strongest person on the realm rankings. As soon as they entered, they suddenly felt a vast gaze coming towards the 2 of them from the center of the world. Shen Fei raised his shield to envelop the 2 of them. Shielding that gaze, the 2 looked toward the center of the world and, There a shirtless man gazed in their direction with a surprised look on his face. The aura that flowed out of his body had come far above Hongmeng. Yunshi laughed as he gazed at the man across endless space. He's ranked 91 on the realm list. But the most troublesome thing is that he has come to the highest realm of body refining. Endless time and space have retained his blood, ready to be reborn with a drop of blood. Moreover, the strength rises by 1 point with every blood drop and rebirth, so it's difficult to kill him. But it's a good thing that one treasure was put into the martial pagoda of this world by him. As long as you reach the top of the martial tower you can obtain that treasure and not start a fight with him. Otherwise there's this fly in the ointment that can't be swatted that keeps pestering me in the future past. Nasty indeed. Listening to Yunshi's words, Shen Fei nodded in deep thought. Although it was easy for Yunshi's true body to obtain this piece of treasure with its strength, but then I'm afraid I'd be pestered by this one powerhouse all the time. Realize that the river of time and space has been flowing without knowing the end, and the one in front of me is a fly that can't be swatted. And at the moment, the center of the world that one ranked 91 that one Hongmeng above the strong but did not know to his strength in the eyes of the two is just a fly that cannot be killed. At the moment he withdrew his gaze on the two and muttered, "Can it be that a supreme power has entered my world?" Thinking of this the figure slowly disappeared, leaving just a drop of golden blood in its place. Exuding an aura of being above the Hongmeng. As for his real body, he did not know which part of space and time he was in. Shen Fei gazed at the drop of blood and withdrew his gaze, lamenting, "Interesting strong man." Yunshi also retracted his gaze towards the center of the world, where there was an ancient tower that ran through the world. I don't know how many layers. The two of them took a step out into the void beyond the martial tower. Stepping out of those people around them were not surprised that the two of them stepped out of the void. The guards at the entrance of the martial tower, a teenager stepped forward and watched the two with a respectful face. "There is still one more day until the martial tower opens, so please wait a moment." Shen Fei nodded and raised his head toward the top, only seeing the entire martial tower crossing the clouds. The corner of Yunshi's mouth curved up in an absolutely beautiful arc. Gazing at the entire martial tower with interest. "Let's wait a few moments. Now if we want to break in, I'm afraid that the two of us will disappear into this time and space just as we enter this martial tower, and that treasure will be teleported to where his true body is. We'll really have to rob it then." Shen Fei nodded and walked towards the inn beside him. As soon as he went in, the store assistant hurriedly greeted him and smiled. "Two guests. This store no longer has any extra housing, so we can only provide some food for the time being." The two nodded and found a table by the window and sat down. "Just a couple of random dishes for drinks will do." The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly and yelled towards the kitchen. 2 dishes for drinks and a jug of green cloud wine. Only when the shopkeeper retreated did the two of them look down at the bustling crowd below. What an interesting world. Yunshi listened to Shen Fei's words. Her jade hand picked up the hot tea on the table and poured a cup for Shen Fei. "That's what made me laugh. Though this world is honored by the martial arts, the immortal way has retreated and the divine way has died out. But there is a way of cultivation that other worlds don't have. Mundo, though the strongest man is now just a mere great scholar, but it can also be comparable to the powerhouses of the great Tao gods." Before the words fell, Yunshi suddenly stretched out her jade finger and pointed towards the entrance of the inn. There 2 scholars dressed as teenagers, holding a folding fan in their hands above the engraving of mountains and rivers in feng shui. They are the 2 scholars who practiced the way of letters. Shen Fei raised his eyes and looked, only to see that the 2 teenagers there seemed to contain some kind of power within them. One could change mountains in nature with the wave of a hand, and the aura emanating from them was only comparable to a heavenly Tao powerhouse. Shen Fei gazed at their dantian, and in the next moment a wisp of emptiness appeared on his fingertips. The moment they had just appeared, the 2 teenagers dressed as scholars sensed where Shen Fei was. Sensing the aura on him, his face changed and he rushed over. "Little Shang, Yu Ji Haochen, greetings, sir." The corner of Shen Fei's mouth curled up, and after his finger drew in the void for a moment, a mountain peak appeared in the void. The ethereal breath at his fingertips blended into the scroll before him. That one mountain peak in the scroll began to produce some kind of change out of thin air, coming to life, exuding a mysterious aura. The scroll broke open and 2 identical peaks appeared in the void. The 2 Yu on the side gazed at the mountain peak in the void with envious faces. Void creation. With their cultivation level, they could also do it, but it wasn't that easy. Just the aura flowing from it could be comparable to the treasures in the hands of those few heavenly prides in the White Deer Academy, half-step eternal treasures. It is the existence that they need to look up to. Shen Fei gazed at the 2 lifelike peaks in the void, and the one chi at his fingertips dissipated. "These 2 treasures are bestowed upon you." The 2 Yu's faces were delighted as they received those 2 peaks with both hands. Gazing at Shen Fei in front of him, he carefully inquired, "Many thanks to Mr. Dare I ask which academy Mr. is in?" Shen Fei took a sip of the hot tea and she handed over and smiled slightly. "My last name is Shen. and I don't belong to any of the academies. You two leave now. Otherwise it's going to be torn to shreds in a few moments. Shen Fei watched those unsuspecting figures in the inn with interest and waved his hand to break through the void. Yu and the two of them nodded and looked at the void passage in front of them, and hurriedly walked in. Originally, they still wanted to work together as companions to break into the martial tower, but now that there were such treasures they could no longer leave without it. Only after watching the two leave did Shen Fei gaze at Yunxi in front of him and laugh. I think the way of letters can be much more interesting than the way of war. Creating things in the void and communicating with Wenqi to heaven and earth is not something those reckless people can do. At these words, in the center of the hall, a naked middle-aged man suddenly roared in anger and slammed heavily on the table in front of him, gazing at where Shen Fei was with a face full of murderous aura. The muscles on his body were throbbing and stirring the void. A face of anger gazed at Shen Fei. Who are you calling a mangaka? Do you think you're great for having studied for 2 years? Or do you think you're comparable to Bai Zimo, the greatest scholar in the world today? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you really don't know that this world is respected by martial arts. Chapter 128 Winning and Losing by Writings. He said that he wanted to make a move, but a young girl tugged at his arm on one side of him, shook his head at him. Looking at the calm and composed Yunxi, he transmitted a voice full of gravity. Don't be impulsive. That woman is dangerous. When these words came out, the burly man first looked at Yunxi, followed by a light hum. Heavy slap on the table slowly sat down, looking at Shen Fei with an arrogant face. Kid, count your luck. Have the balls to meet at the martial tower. Shen Fei withdrew the Wenqi at his fingertips and gazed at the young girl with interest, not a bad sense of danger. Yunxi took a sip of the tea in her cup, watching the store assistant place 2 plates of downward dishes and a pot of Qingyun wine on the table. This is when he laughed. Am I right? This world is interesting, especially Bundo. It's only just rising now, but in the future it should be able to separate itself from Wudao. Shen Fei nodded, and the two of them pushed their cups together as if they had known each other for a long time. Next day, a bell sound that resounded through the heavens and earth came out from the direction of the martial tower. Bang! 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 After the 3 bells had sounded, the sky of the martial tower was dark and dense. An unknown number of human teenagers and young girls stood above the firmament gazing at the martial tower in front of them. A silhouette appeared out of thin air at the top of the martial tower. This person was naked, and his chi and blood surged. The eyes swept across the entire martial realm as if it were a great sun. This person just appeared below, the teenage girls exclaimed. Surprisingly, it's Lord Long Yuan. But he entered the realm of the 10 Directions martial god, Great Tao Divinity, 100,000 years ago. I didn't expect that it would be him to open this time's martial tower. Long Yuan stood at the top of the martial tower gazing at the billions and billions of human powerhouses below. The martial tower opens. Sound like thunder. The words did not fall below the first floor of the martial arts tower that the 2 teenagers look at. A hastily pushed open the door behind them. His face flushed as if he were pushing against a universe. With a creak, the door slowly opened and an ancient and barbaric aura emanated out towards the surroundings, as if it came from eternity. The teenage girls in the crowd gazed at the gap in the gate. Breathing began to catch. Long Yuan lightly grunted as he took a step forward from the top of the martial tower. The figure fell towards the bottom like a meteor. When coming to a parallel in front of the group of teenage girls, suddenly stopping, a sonic boom reached the ears of the crowd. Countless teenage girls covered their ears, gazing ahead with horrified faces. The dragon source that was as strong as an ancient ferocious beast. Too strong. Just standing there makes me unable to muster a single desire to fight. Is this the power of the 10 square martial god? It's horrible. When will I be able to cultivate to this realm? Shen Fei stood in the inn, his eyes gazing at Long Yuan above through the window, his mouth smiling. This guy's ordinary Great Tao gods really aren't his match. Unless it's a powerhouse of the transported one realm, or maybe even a powerhouse of the returned one realm. It also belongs to a rare heavenly pride. The Great Tao gods, the transported one, the returned one, the creation gods, the half-step Hongmeng. Yunxi also nodded. Only a few steps forward could be heard from the dragon source above, and the void shook. It was as if it couldn't withstand the power of his flesh. Rules I guess you all know, but I'll say it anyway. Enter the martial tower and live or die. All the treasures within are in the hands of those who are able. Gutless goons, get lost and don't embarrass yourself here. And that group of scum who cultivate the way of letters, they deserve to die. The last rule I'll say is that there are no rules. The strong are honored, and the weak deserve to die. Now, enter. Before the words fell, countless teenage girls hurriedly flew into them. But they all seemed to have fought for the first spot to enter, and an unknown number of strong people fell in the blink of an eye. Countless corpses are falling towards the bottom, but there were also an unknown number of teenage girls indifferently watching all of this, quietly waiting for the people in front of them to divide the winners and losers. The dragon source above, however, spat with a face of indifference as he gazed at all of this, gazing at the fallen teenage powerhouses. A bunch of losers aren't even qualified to go in. Shen Fei stood in the inn gazing through the window at those teenage girls outside who were competing for first place and laughed. No wonder this guy's better than average. Just by this way they pick out the strongest. The one who survives with the compulsion is surely the final compulsion king. Yun Shi also nodded, and the two of them sat in the middle of the inn, savoring the tea. A quarter of an hour later a young girl in white, covered with blood and wounds, resolutely, he flew into the gate. And those teenage girls, seeing that the first place had already entered it, hurriedly abandoned their opponents. Shen Fei and the two of them also looked at each other and slowly got up, taking a step forward and entered the space of the martial tower. Just after entering, a vast gaze swept over the two of them. At the same time a message was injected into their minds, and a token hovered in front of the two of them, emitting a purple light. Martial Pagoda. Enter the last floor to become a named disciple of the martial ancestor. The two of them digested the information in their minds, and a moment later Yun Shi suddenly spread his hands helplessly and laughed. I didn't realize it would be a competition for the understanding of the martial arts path. Being a strong divine pathmaster, I don't know anything about martial arts. Shen Fei nodded. According to the news in his mind just now, there are only two powers that can be used within this tower, the martial way and the literary way. And if you want to enter the final level, you must be a god of martial arts. And there were only a handful of people who could reach this level of realm in countless epics. Shen Fei raised his right hand to hold the token in front of him and smiled with Yun Shi beside him. Let's go. This first floor has an interesting way of dueling. One must defeat the other contestants and capture 1,000 tokens to enter the second level. Interesting. Yun Shi stretched her waist, her delicate body exposed to the air, and gazed at Shen Fei, who was on the sidelines. Suddenly an interesting idea came to me. Why don't you and I decide the winner with the way of letters? How about that? Shen Fei smiled slightly. May. Before the words fell, the two of them were surrounded by literary chi and flew towards the surroundings. After a tea, Shen Fei broke into a battlefield, where hundreds of teenage girls were fighting, grabbing other people's tokens, only to see Shen Fei use his finger as a pen and write towards the void. Forbidden. Just one word. Falling towards the bottom below, the countless teenage girls below were instantly imprisoned. Shen Fei slowly wrote again. Come on. As that one word fell, the tokens in the hands of those teenage girls flew towards the top uncontrollably. It was only after Shen Fei left that those people lifted their confinement and a face of anger gazed at Shen Fei's direction. Every one of them grit their teeth and gazed at Shen Fei. One Dao powerhouse. Brothers, grab it for me. A group of powerful people flew in a vast manner in the opposite direction of Shen Fei. Chapter 129, The Day the Way of Literature Rises. Over there Yun Shi was also making a big kill. Her body was permeated with a literary aura that, waving her hand in an elegant and easygoing manner, just like a fairy in the sky. But with each wave dozens of rays of light flew out from below the, flying towards another battlefield amidst a crowd of powerful people. Countless powerful people watched her back, but they didn't dare to make a move anyhow, just by the fact that he was able to suppress them in that instant just now. He knew that this person was afraid that he was already comparable to a great Confucian, great Tao god. Even if it wasn't that much worse. An existence they could hardly reach. That's just cheating. The Wen Dao powerhouses have come out. So why haven't we martial Dao powerhouses stepped in yet? A crowd of powerful people were puzzled but just then behind him suddenly flew a group of teenage girls to surround them. Hand over the token. And at this moment Shen Fei and Yun Shi both stood in different places on the first floor watching the thousands of tokens in front of them, looked at each other and crushed all the tokens. A light enveloped them. By the time he opened his eyes again he had arrived at the second level. Just opened his eyes and an attack came in an instant. And Shen Fei's fingers were filled with Wen Qi. Fingers wrote in the void. The waters of the Yellow River come from the sky. The next moment that all the words transformed into the water of the Yellow River surging toward the front, instantly blocking that one long sword. Then wrote, one sword to the west. The words transformed into a long sword stabbing towards the front, under the cover of the Yellow River's water. A flash of blood flashed as he instantly stabbed at the strong man in front of him. A teenager looked at Shen Fei as he covered his chest that was constantly flowing with blood. I lost. Before the words left his mouth, a light enveloped him appearing outside the ring. It was only at this time that Shen Fei had the time to look towards the outside of his body, only to see that he was in the middle of a ring. The surrounding audience was filled with densely packed teenagers and young girls, some with blood in chest, some with the utmost elegance, the very strongest of the literary Dao and the martial Dao. At that moment the light overhead suddenly flickered. Looking at this scene, Shen Fei's mouth curled up, eyes full of provocation. He gazed at those strong people in the audience, coughing twice to get the attention of the people in the room. With all due respect, all of you here are trash. This statement immediately set off an uproar. They all looked at Shen Fei and cursed angrily. Kid, who do you think you are to be so rampant? If you have the guts, you take the initiative to open the prohibition and let us and others in. If I don't get you killed today, my last name isn't Shen. Shen Fei listened to the angry curses around him, looked at an old man standing there above his head and laughed. The referee doesn't know if he can undo the ban? The corners of the mouth of the old man with a false head of white hair above his head twitched as he gazed at Shen Fei and sighed. Yes, but I hope you don't get killed. Before the words fell, a ray of light shot out from the old man's fingertips, instantly unlocking the prohibitions around that ring. In the next moment, thousands of teenage girls flew towards the ring with lightning speed. Shen Fei gazed at those teenage girls and laughed loudly, using his finger as a pen to write in the void. Talking and laughing, the boom goes up. The words in the void suddenly merged into a single ray of light, and the next moment it was like a rainstorm of pear blossom needles that shot out in all directions. Those powerhouses that flew to the forefront were instantly repulsed by the numbers above their heads. Also in the blink of an eye came to 1300 and is still growing rapidly. In the ring beside him Yin Shi gazed at the scene and, also gazing at the audience below with interest, he laughed. Gentlemen, I'm going to give you two choices. 1. Single. I'll take on all of you alone. 2. Cluster *********. I'll swarm you all by myself. These words ignited the anger of those young girls in the audience. Cultivating the way of letters and still dare to be so arrogant. Referee, hurry up and unblock me. Yun Shi made a wink towards the old man above him, and as he saw things intensify, the old man could only helplessly undo the ban. Watching Shen Fei's side, which was still in a melee. Of course it was said to be a melee, but it was actually a crushing. When did young people practicing the way of letters become so rampant now? Seeing the countless rays of light flying towards him, Yun Shi used his finger as a brush and drew in the void. In the blink of an eye a lifelike phoenix appeared in the void, accompanied by a dainty cry. Now! An earth-shattering cry resounded through the heavens and the earth. Billions of feet high phoenix instantly stepped out of the void, body filled with flames toward the surrounding roar. The ring is also rapidly expanding, endless also. But those young boys and girls who practiced martial arts still flew towards the front without any hesitation, with a variety of weapons in their hands. Countless rays of light fell towards Yun Shi, but with a cry that resounded through the heavens and the earth. The flames towards the sky swept towards the surroundings. That wave of heat was even scorching the void, but all the young boys and girls who flew in were instantly burned out of their clothes. A scream came out from the flames, and countless rays of light hastily retreated to the audience. Hundreds of young girls stood in the audience with a shy face. Their bodies instantly changed into a set of clothes and skirts. The spring light is leaped, and countless heavenly princes practicing the way of literature. Eyes unblinking, he gazed at the delicate figures that flew out of the flames. There were even some with fast hands, using their fingers as brushes to draw in the void. Tens of thousands of paintings in the blink of an eye. Every stroke was lifelike, every beauty was like a real person, and the panic-stricken demeanor of the shy face, the stunningly beautiful body, was like a fairy from the sky descending to earth. A window heavenly pride hidden in a corner in the audience. Looking at the large scroll in front of him on which were inscribed nearly 10,000 young girls in springtime, while each woman did her best to cover her skin. But that half-covered body was more than enough to make the blood swell. The teenager hid in the corner, gazing at Manmitu above him, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart. Inscribe in the corners with your finger as a pen. Manmitu, Zhang Jianji. As the last stroke fell, those beauties on Wan Meitu seemed to come to life. Pouting, she gave him a look. Just a single glance made his blood swell and his nose bleed. And unlike him who hides in a corner and paints, though 10,000 feet in size, however, it didn't attract much attention. And those teenagers standing at the very front of the Wen Dao were already surrounded by countless powerful people from the martial Dao. They were gazing at the countless scrolls in the void. The half-covered posture of the beauty above them captivated their minds. Boy, you better paint me one. I know you. Otherwise I would have gone to your academy to find your family's teacher. Kid, I'll buy this one of yours. I'll offer 10 books of true martial arts decisions. Little friend, I have here a set of pen, ink, paper and inkstone that I can't use. Granted, little friend, I wonder if you could grant me this scroll in your hand?